Someone shouts at Dodge, calling out his name. The young man looks up to see a massive, monstrous wolf looming over him, its fangs bared in a ferocious snarl. He wonders what is happening. Dodge, frustrated, clenches his fist, thinking that the wolf isn't even worth a single punch. But then, a sudden realization dawns on him, and he is confused. He opens his hand, attempting to summon his demonic energy. The young man is shocked to discover that his demonic energy is completely gone. He reaches out and touches the wolf's head. With a yell, Dodge kicks the wolf away. Elsewhere, two soldiers react with shock to the sudden event. He slams the wolf's head into the ground with brutal force, shattering the earth beneath. Dodge's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the ease of the victory. Nearby, a soldier's jaw drops, his eyes wide with disbelief at the display of power. Dodge sits, phone in hand, reflecting on his diminished power. He thinks to himself, "You think I'm a fucking loser just because I can't use my dark magic due to the lack of demonic energy?" He scoffs, thinking, "I'm not a level that monster scum like you can beat me up." He remembers his training, pushing himself to the limit. The memory of his strength training from Isgard flashes through his mind, but something feels different now. The wolf's head lies crushed amidst the rubble, blood pooling around its lifeless form. A thought bubbles in Dodge's mind. Why have you appeared in this world? Meanwhile, Dodge walks down the street, flanked by two soldiers in camouflage gear, their weapons at the ready. One of the soldiers addresses Dodge, his expression serious. "Excuse me, mister." A voice cries out in fear. "HIIC. D don't come any closer." A sign points the way to an evacuation center, 1 kilometer ahead. A military vehicle speeds down a deserted road, its destination unknown. The young man is told that he could go to jail for his actions. The soldier explains that they are letting him go because the commander told them not to escalate the situation. Choi In-ho Choi asks if he really doesn't know what's going on these days. The man replies that he was living abroad, explaining his ignorance. The man reflects that this isn't the Korea he used to know. What happened within the last 2 years? Monsters from dungeons started appearing in real life, and soldiers beat them up like right now. With the appearance of dungeons, superhumans called the Awakened. With abilities that surpass the level of average humans, they joined the Hunter Corps, which was newly established at the military base, and completely wiped out the monsters as soon as they appeared. So, prior to being summoned by that goddamned saint, Korea had no danger of being harmed in civilian areas. The man in the gray hoodie watches as soldier Choi In-ho Choi stares at his phone, a look of disbelief on his face. He wonders what could be so captivating. The soldier's face contorts in frustration. He curses the network, lamenting the effort he put in to return, only to be thwarted by a poor connection. He desperately wants to play Dungeon Power Fighter. The soldier, now smiling, holds up his phone. He explains that the whole world is in a mess, but the other man wouldn't know anything, having just returned from overseas. That's really suspicious, he thinks. The soldier's expression softens, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He decides not to pry, figuring the other man has a story to tell. The soldier, turning his head, calls out to the man in the gray hoodie with a simple "hey." The soldier asks if the people have been safely evacuated, including game developers. He wonders if it's still possible to get a job at a game company, and then asks about the destruction. The soldier assures him that he will tell him everything he knows. He mentions that he got an A+ for monster theory and dungeonology when he studied at university, noting that such subjects are now commonplace. The soldier explains that he will tell him the reason the situation got this bad, his expression turning serious. Meanwhile, a release of the weird phenomenon spread from the dungeons 2 years ago. The dungeons began to appear much more frequently. The dungeons started getting larger as well, looming over cities like ominous red spheres. But the biggest problem of all was the increasing number of giant monsters. The red sphere pulsates with dark energy, silhouettes of colossal beasts swirling within its ominous glow. The strange dungeons continued to appear, and the military lost control over them. The soldier gripped the steering wheel, explaining that the situation had deteriorated to the point of civilian lockdowns. Since then, the military had been trying different approaches. He listened intently, his expression unreadable as the soldier detailed the grim reality. The man in the hoodie's thoughts drifted to simpler times, lamenting that he just wanted to play Dungeon Power. The soldier turned to him, asking how old he was. The soldier remarked that he should enlist soon, adding that half of his 20s were about to evaporate into thin air. He tilted his head, confused. Wasn't it 5 years for the Hunter Corps and 3 years for regular troops? The soldier explained that the situation had worsened, and all troops now serve for 5 years. If he was 21, he probably had his enlistment letter already. He sat in stunned silence, realizing the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened in disbelief. He had to enlist for 5 years now, when he hadn't even been able to connect to the servers yet. The call of a nation echoed in his mind. He looked up, utterly bewildered. He stared at the enlistment date notice on his phone. The enlistment date was tomorrow. The timing was impeccable. The soldier in the passenger seat confirms the information on his phone. The other soldier in the driver's seat is shocked by the news. The soldier's face contorts in disbelief. He questions the logic of receiving such short notice before enlisting. The driver explains that due to the manpower shortage, physical exams are now conducted at the training centers. He adds that the notice was probably just delivered late. Elsewhere, the man in the gray hoodie looks up, startled. He wonders if he should double-check the PC room near the evacuation center. He admits that when his parents went missing, he holed up in his house and played games, clicking away at the mouse. The desk is littered with empty soda cans, discarded food wrappers, and half-eaten meals, a testament to his gaming habits. On the screen, a character battles a monstrous figure in a virtual world, a forgotten paradise of humanity. Inside the PC room, the man smiles, remarking that the game is still the same. He wonders how long it has been since he was able to do a boss raid. The woman behind him, with long blonde hair, stands at a computer. She thinks to herself that she would like to thank the boss of this establishment for operating in such dire times. She notices a new item. The woman wonders how he can eat so much. She is looking at the man in the gray hoodie. The man's hand reaches for a hot dog. His gaming session momentarily paused for sustenance. He considers the implications of the soldier's words, his fingers pressed to his lips. The young man sits before a bank of monitors, the glow reflecting in his dark eyes. Is this really happening? Having exhausted his desire for games, he turns to the internet for news. The headlines scream of rising monster attacks and the Hunter Corps' struggle to protect the citizens. The government seeks solutions as dungeons appear. The stark message echoes his fears. Are they really going to die like this? A dungeon has appeared in his neighborhood. The enlistment date looms, a stark reminder from the Military Manpower Administration. Kim Min-jun stares at the notice, his expression troubled. As the text message had said, the date to report is tomorrow. If he still possessed all of his powers from Isgard, he would have been able to clear all the dungeons by himself. But for some reason, his body, Kim Min-jun clenches his fist, feeling the emptiness. The demonic energy, the source of his dark magic, is completely depleted. He is not defenseless, though. He clasps his hands, a determined glint in his eyes. Yes, he can still probably clear all the dungeons by himself. Kim Min-jun rises, a sudden conviction hardening his features. Yes, that's what he should do. A computer screen displays a game advertisement and a series of emergency notices. The user seems satisfied, chuckling to himself. His eyes narrowed. Kim Min-jun resolves to take matters into his own hands. He will solve all of this himself. A grim smile plays on his lips as he steels himself for the task ahead. A soldier stands guard beneath the archway of the National Defense Building, a silent sentinel. Kim Min-jun pauses to eat a kebab skewer, savoring the last moments of normalcy. He approaches the National Defense Building, blending into the throng of people heading in the same direction. The sheer number of people surprises him. There are so many people, he thinks, observing the crowd. Kim Min-jun stands with a woman in front of the National Defense Building, her face etched with worry. The woman speaks to Kim Min-jun, her hand resting on his arm, her expression grave. The crowd presses forward, a sea of faces filled with a shared sense of unease and resignation. Everyone's so depressed, he thinks. A notice posted nearby instructs all soldiers to report to the auditorium immediately. He wonders if it will be as tough as Isgard. A stern voice booms from within the building, demanding attention and discipline from the new recruits. The recruits shuffle forward, drawing the ire of their instructors. An instructor barks at them, demanding to know why they're moving like snails. The camera focuses on the recruits' feet as they inch forward in unison. The instructor's voice booms, commanding them not to look at the person beside them. The instructor, wearing a red beret and sunglasses, continues to berate the recruits. He orders them to push the person in front of them as if their lives depended on it. One of the recruits repeats the instructor's command, inching forward. The instructor's words echo through the training area. The recruits look on with surprise as the instructor continues his relentless drill. One of them wonders aloud if this is the best they can do. One recruit thinks to himself that the instructors are nice, while also remembering he forgot to kill a certain bastard before coming here. The instructor's words echo in his mind. Commander Kim Sang-soo steps forward, calling for attention. His name is visible on his uniform, along with the Roka insignia. Commander Kim Sang-soo addresses the recruits, stating that before they start their agendas. His expression is stern and commanding. The commander asks the recruits to raise their hands if they wanted to apply to the Hunter Corps and didn't get a chance to. His words hang in the air, awaiting a response. Commander Kim Sang-soo continues, explaining that the treatment of the hunters is exceptionally different compared to the regular troops. He also mentions the base pay. The recruits remain silent, none of them raising their hands. Commander Kim Sang-soo observes the lack of response, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Commander Kim Sang-soo states that it was a formality, so they shouldn't worry about that. He then prepares to move on to the next item on the agenda. The battalion commander announces that there is one volunteer. The commander orders the one with their hand raised to come forward immediately. Recruit Kim Min-jun smiles, his hand raised high. Sandals slap against the floor as someone begins to move. The other recruits are shocked by the sudden movement. Recruit Kim Min-jun leaps forward, surprising the other recruits. He lands gracefully, his sandals barely making a sound. Commander Kim Sang-soo watches the recruit with a surprised expression. Recruit Kim Min-jun smiles confidently, ready to take on the challenge. He declares that he would like to apply to the Hunter Corps. The Forgotten Canyon, a region in Isgard, stands as a testament to the harshness of the land. Jagged rocks and steep cliffs define the landscape, a maze of stone and shadow. A dark tunnel cuts through the rock, promising either shelter or a deeper peril. The cloaked figure sits atop a strange, multi-eyed creature, lamenting the endless nature of his dark calling. The Dark Mage knows that even with insane skills, running out of demonic energy means certain doom, unlike mages who can rely on naturally restoring mana. An old man with a long white beard holds a staff, explaining that demonic energy must be regularly collected by defeating monsters. The Dark Mage, surrounded by slimes, reflects on his grim job image and the difficulty of finding party members. He realizes that running out of demonic energy in a dungeon is a death sentence. The Dark Mage smirks, pondering the best method to replenish and retain demonic energy. He wonders aloud what the best method is for a Dark Mage to replenish their demonic energy and retain it. The crackling of a campfire breaks the silence, a small comfort in the harsh landscape. The Dark Mage stands in the cavern, arms crossed, a picture of dark impatience. He sits atop one of the fallen arachnids, surrounded by the carnage he wrought. The Dark Mage sighs, finding no satisfaction in the silence. TSK, there's no one to respond to me. The corpses of the spiders litter the cavern floor, their bodies leaking a viscous, green fluid. A blade is plunged into the ground, a testament to the mage's power. Is it because they're all dead? The Dark Mage's eyes narrow, a flicker of something akin to amusement crossing his face. In that case, suddenly a monstrous form looms behind him, a colossal spider with eyes like rubies and fangs dripping with venom. Why is it? The giant spider rears up, its mandibles clicking hungrily. Why did you come out now? I thought I was going to die of boredom. The smaller spiders lie still, their life essence drained, as the massive spider prepares to strike. With a horrifying screech, the giant spider lunges, its massive form filling the cavern. The Dark Mage looks up, a sneer twisting his lips as he regards the approaching monstrosity. What? Is that your answer? Ugh, your breath stinks. The spider's attack connects, but the Dark Mage is ready. No, the Dark Mage's fist clenches, ready to unleash the power he has been storing. The answer? The figure's gauntlet hand is wrapped in bandages, the text nearby stating the goal: to defeat monsters with maxed out strength. The Dark Mage stands amidst swirling purple energy, the text revealing this is Isgard, the peak of dark magic, 645 days before Kim Min-jun's return to Earth. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the present time. A hand places a steaming mug on a table, the character responding with an enthusiastic yes. A soldier in camouflage uniform stands over recruit Kim Min-jun, telling him that a troop from the Hunter Corps will arrive soon. Kim Min-jun wonders if the battalion commander made the coffee himself. The commander takes a sip from his mug, remarking that Kim Min-jun is pretty enthusiastic. He then asks if he has any special reasons for applying to the Hunter Corps. Kim Min-jun smiles, explaining that since things are pretty bad these days, many members are returning to the regular army despite having special abilities. The commander remains silent, listening intently to Kim Min-jun's explanation. The commander chuckles, telling Kim Min-jun that he's pretty funny, and Kim Min-jun laughs in response. The commander sips his coffee again, telling Kim Min-jun to stop laughing and that he's not joking. Text below states that all dungeons that appear in Korea are managed by the army. A group of soldiers stand in formation, the text stating that the first priority regarding dungeons and the subjugation of monsters obviously belongs to the Hunter Corps. The Hunter Corps, a unit of highly skilled individuals where advancement depends on proven abilities. Within the Hunter Corps, the possibilities for advancement are presented as limitless. The recruit imagines himself clearing dungeons, confident in his ability to overcome any challenge. He envisions encountering monsters with demonic energy, leading to super-fast advancement within the ranks. The man in the gray hoodie takes a drink, thinking about recovering his lost powers. He believes he can probably get 10 stars in 5 years, though a footnote indicates this is impossible. He imagines every dungeon being possible to clear, allowing the dungeon power fighter to relax and develop the 4/4 awakenings. The man smiles, thinking that this plan is perfect and he'll become a high-salary public hero. Hunter Corps Sergeant Lee Sung-go salutes, reporting for duty. The sergeant stands with recruit Kim Min-jun, who has finally arrived as reported. The sergeant wonders if the battalion commander is speaking formally to his sergeant, and if Kim Min-jun really has hunter abilities. The man in the gray hoodie thinks that if he's awakened as a hunter, he should be able to open a status window. A disembodied voice demands that someone reveal all of their stats. Another voice wonders what is up with this guy. Kim Min-jun looks up, his expression unreadable as he listens to the strange request and a muttered comment. A new voice wonders aloud if all members of the Hunter Corps are like this, prompting Kim In-jun to steel himself. A hand gestures, perhaps in explanation or emphasis, as the unseen speaker continues to muse about the Hunter Corps. Kim In-jun recalls that status windows existed in Isgard as well, though he barely used them at the time. The status window promises to provide the number values of his stats and abilities, and Kim In-jun wonders how he's here. He focuses, attempting to open the status window, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand as he concentrates. But something is wrong. Kim In-jun's mouth hangs slightly open in confusion. Commander Kim Sang-soo, his face etched with concern, demands to know what Kim In-jun sees. The commander stands beside Kim In-jun, his gaze fixed on the status window that hovers before the recruit. The window displays a stark error message. Kim In-jun is visibly confused by the unexpected result. Commander Kim Sang-soo's face contorts in anger, his voice rising as he asks if Kim In-jun is kidding him. The imposing structure of the military base looms large, its many windows reflecting the hues of the sunset. The sign outside the door reads Battalion Commander Office, a stark indication of the recruit's destination. Inside the office, a voice breaks the silence. It has been a long time, the speaker notes, estimating it has been 10 years since their last meeting. The soldier stands at attention, listening to the unseen speaker. He admits that he didn't expect to run into the commander here. The unseen commander suggests that the soldier take a seat, a gesture of courtesy before the conversation continues. The soldier clarifies his position. He is not a hunter yet, he insists, but merely a recruit like everyone else who has enlisted. The soldier continues, presuming to speak frankly. He wonders if he was called here because of his father's influence. The soldier's uniform is crisp and new, the Roka insignia gleaming on his sleeve. He states that he does not wish for special treatment. The commander chuckles, stating that he may have given the soldier the wrong impression. He clarifies that this is a separate matter from General Sun. The commander emphasizes that the recruit will not be receiving any special treatment during his training. He reminds him that the Hunter Corps is not an easy organization. Commander Kim Sang-soo gazes out the window, reflecting on the recent enlistment. He thinks to himself that such a renowned rookie enlisting means he would be interested as the training commander. The female soldier stands at attention, listening to the commander's thoughts. She considers that it shouldn't have been easy for Kim In-jun to choose to enlist as an ordinary soldier instead of an executive. The commander's words hang in the air, expressing gratitude. He thanks the female soldier as a citizen of the nation as well as a soldier, noting that they are always short of people like her on the field. Commander Kim Sang-soo shifts uncomfortably, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. He seems to regret his previous statement, perhaps realizing it was too forward. The commander continues to look out the window, lost in thought. He recalls receiving a funny report earlier that day, the details of which remain unspoken. Commander Kim Sang-soo's expression softens as he addresses the female soldier. He calls her comrade, a term of respect and camaraderie within the military. The female soldier looks up, a question forming in her mind. She asks if he wants to go pay a visit together, her tone suggesting a shared interest in someone. Elsewhere, a towering building stands against a backdrop of mountains and a vibrant sky. The architecture is modern and imposing, hinting at the importance of the facility. Kim In-jun looks up at the building, a mixture of awe and confusion on his face. He mutters a simple, huh, indicating his surprise at the scale of the facility. Kim In-jun and person male hoodie walk together, their shadows stretching long on the ground. Kim In-jun marvels at how much tax money was poured into this facility, stating that it is no joke. Person male hoodie's face is partially obscured, but his expression seems serious. He is listening intently to Kim In-jun, perhaps sharing his concerns or observations. An authoritative voice cuts through the air, cautioning Kim In-jun not to get too excited. The speaker reveals that his enlistment in the Hunter Corps has not been decided yet, as he is a special case. Commander Kim Sang-soo explains that if it weren't for the head office's decision, he wouldn't have even brought Kim In-jun here. The commander continues, stating that if all tests are completed and Kim In-jun is confirmed to be a liar, he will immediately enlist in the military police. Recruit Kim In-jun thinks the commander is being stingy. Commander Kim Sang-soo holds up a large, red mineral, declaring that it will be the test. The commander holds the red stone aloft, the mineral's size dwarfing his hand. Commander Kim Sang-soo states that if Kim In-jun manages to move the stone even an inch, he will pass. He give him 10 minutes. The commander challenges Kim In-jun to prove he has any talent as a hunter. The text explains that this mineral is the red stone, a byproduct created from the dungeons. The red stone is not only incredibly dense and heavy for its size, but it is also exceptionally hard. The commander thinks that at this size, the stone will not even budge from a recruit. Kim In-jun asks if that is all, and the commander replies that he is glad the test is simple. Commander Kim Sang-soo stares intently, his expression unreadable. There's no way to check another person's status window. The text explains that there have always been trash people who try to take advantage of the Hunter Corps with mediocre abilities. The commander thinks that Kim Min-jun leapt 5 meters high right onto the podium, yet the status window has an error. A disembodied voice echoes with frustration, dismissing something as utter bullshit. Far below, recruit Kim Min-jun stands before the massive red stone. From above, Commander Kim Sang-soo observes the recruit. The commander acknowledges Kim Min-jun's incredible physical abilities. However, his companion notes that the recruit's status window is showing an error. The commander reflects on the situation, stating he's never heard of such a case as the training commander of the Hunter Corps. Kim Min-jun looks up at the stone, harboring high hopes for this unique opportunity. He reaches out, touching the red stone. He recognizes it as the same material strewn throughout the Isgard dungeons, a ridiculously heavy mineral. At this size, Kim Min-jun thinks he can easily push it away. He throws a punch, aiming directly at the massive red stone. From the balcony, Commander Kim Sang-soo watches Kim Min-jun's attempt to move the stone. A soldier with short, blue hair observes the scene with a neutral expression. Kim Min-jun's face contorts with effort as he puts his full strength into the punch. He wonders if there might even be some demonic energy contained within the stone. The red stone, once a solid mass, explodes outward in a burst of crimson shards. His fist, the point of impact, is surrounded by the radiating force of the shattering stone. The fragments of the stone scatter, the air thick with the dust of its destruction. The recruit stands amidst the wreckage, a scene of utter devastation surrounding him. A sinister smile creeps across Kim Min-jun's face, a hint of something dark lurking beneath the surface. He speaks, his words laced with a chilling confidence. Too bad if it doesn't have any. The man in the gray hoodie grits his teeth, a manic energy in his eyes. He wonders if it has any demonic energy in it. A surge of crimson energy erupts, crackling with unseen power. He throws a punch, the force behind it amplified by the strange energy. The crimson energy intensifies, a visual representation of the raw power unleashed. He is sent flying backwards from the force of his own blow. The target of his punch explodes in a shower of red shards. Nearby soldiers react in shock, their faces a mixture of disbelief and horror. One of the soldiers stares at the shattered remains, recognizing it as the red stone. A sinister smile spreads across Commander Kim Sang-soo's face. He thinks that's insane. The man in the gray hoodie stares at his hand, muttering about what a monstrous bastard it was, and that there wasn't anything inside. The air hangs heavy, thick with the sound of ragged breaths. Nam In-hyuk's face is a mask of exhaustion, his eyes wide with strain as he gasps for air. The other recruits struggle alongside him, their faces mirroring his pain, but one begins to suspect something is amiss. Even before joining the Hunter Corps, the recruit knew the training would be far from ordinary. The instructor's words echo in his mind. They will be thrown into actual battles as soon as training ends, so they must train like mad for 4 weeks. It's like weighing oneself down with sandbags from the very first training session and climbing the infamous steps. Each step is a monumental effort, the promise of 6,000 more looming large. As if the grueling climb wasn't enough, Sergeant Lee Sung-go, the devil instructor, is there to check their times. With such crude methods of physical training, the recruits can only hope to increase their stats a tiny bit. The recruit thought he had to endure it all as a Hunter Corps recruit, but now he is not so sure. Looking up, the recruit wonders just what is up with that bastard. Kim Min-jun, struggling to keep pace, wonders if he and his fellow recruits are the problem. He ascends the mountain, a determined smile gracing his lips as he pushes onward. The recruit's body feels light as he continues his climb, imagining what it would be like with his demonic energy restored. Compared to the rags he wore in Isgard, the military uniform is definitely more his style, even with the weighted boots. The meals served at the Hunter Corps are absolutely shocking, a veritable buffet of options laid out before the hungry recruits. And above all, the recruits listen attentively as an instructor lectures them, instilling discipline and knowledge. The training schedule is rigorous, including wake-up calls, roll calls, breakfast, morning and afternoon training, lunch, dinner, indoor education, and finally, free time and sleep. After the schedule is complete, instead of the evening roll call, they get free time, a precious commodity in this demanding environment. The recruit's expression is one of determination as he continues to push himself through the grueling training. As long as you don't flee the premises, they won't bother you after the schedule is complete, he thinks, considering his options. They let you exercise, give you delicious meals, he thinks, raising his fist in a show of renewed resolve. They pay you handsomely and give you time to play games, the recruit muses, considering the benefits of staying. A sinister smile spreads across his face as recruit Kim Min-jun contemplates the possibilities that lie ahead. The Hunter Corps is declared the best as 2 figures ascend the steep mountain path. Panting, one of the figures demands that the other stop talking to him, struggling to catch his breath. The devil instructor's eyes widen as he hears the sound of someone approaching at an impossible speed. The devil instructor looks down the path, muttering in disbelief at what he is witnessing. Recruit Kim Min-jun sprints up the mountain, kicking up dust as he closes in on the finish line. The devil instructor wonders just who this guy is, as it normally takes an hour for an average recruit. The devil instructor observes the recruit, noting that he's already finished the course. A smirk plays across recruit Kim Min-jun's face as he looks up at the instructor. The devil instructor is reminded of his promise to grant an outing pass to anyone who finishes in less than 30 minutes. Recruit Kim Min-jun wonders how long he took as he holds up the pass. Holding the pass, Kim Min-jun wonders where he should use this pass. The devil instructor smirks, perhaps already anticipating the recruit's next move. The stopwatch reads over 21 minutes. A new record was there. The instructors remark that no recruit has ever received an outing pass before, but they also note that high stats and strength aren't everything. The soldier in the red cap continues to emphasize the importance of reacting to monsters for the Hunter Corps. His expression is stern as he considers the recruit's progress. The other soldiers lie exhausted on the floor, complaining about the intensity of the training. One soldier exclaims that his stats and stamina have increased by 1. His comrade congratulates him. Another soldier, recruit Kim Min-jun, wonders what his original stats were. He decides to check his status window, surprised that they got excited over a single point. Kim Min-jun recalls his training in Isgard, where his stats increased by 105 daily. He remembers being told to get up. The other soldiers are jealous that Kim Min-jun earned an outing pass and ask when he will use it. He replies that he is not sure. The soldiers discuss the instructor's earlier conversation, noting that no one has managed to obtain an outing pass from Sergeant Lee Sung-go so far. They ask Kim Min-jun if he regularly works out, and he says it was incredible. The Dark Mage wonders if the people are laughing and chatting with him. He recalls when he was the Dark Mage, the people of Isgard refused to even make eye contact. He thinks that he was bad luck. 2 soldiers discuss the PC room, noting it's not as bad as expected. One asks if the other will use it, but he wonders what energy he has left. Kim Min-jun sprints forward, a look of determination etched on his face. He wonders why he is running. Inside the PC room, one soldier barely acknowledges the other as he tells him something. The soldiers are playing games. The clock strikes 9 p.m. The day winds down, but the training continues. Kim Min-jun lies in bed, thinking he should try to get at least 2 hours of sleep. He reflects that even 1 hour of sleep was a luxury in Isgard. 2 hours is considered deep sleep. Back in the PC room, one soldier declares he will deplete his game fatigue on a daily basis. The recruits are told not to increase the distance and to maintain their speed. The sky is bright blue with scattered clouds. The devil instructor barks that if there are any recruits who cannot complete 40 kilometers in 2 hours, they will not be served breakfast. He demands a response. Kim Min-jun smiles broadly, holding a water bottle. He thinks to himself that he hit 10 max levels yesterday. Another soldier comments that Kim Min-jun isn't even dropping a sweat. Kim Min-jun replies that it's just a stroll. Another soldier asks if Kim Min-jun seriously played games all night, except for 2 hours for all 4 weeks. He wonders if he's a monster or something. He offers his water bottle to the other soldiers, a mischievous glint in his eye. Kim Min-jun jokes about sharing with his lovely comrades. The soldiers eagerly line up, begging Kim Min-jun to share his elixir of life. He obliges, pouring water directly into their open mouths as they gulp it down. The sound of marching echoes as the soldiers continue their training. Each step is precise, each movement synchronized. The recruits stand in formation outside a nondescript building. The air is thick with anticipation and the weight of their rigorous training. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's voice booms, declaring his extreme disappointment in the entire group. His face is stern, his eyes narrowed with disapproval. Meanwhile, standing behind a wooden podium, the sergeant elaborates. Despite being in the final week, only half the squad met the standard, making them the most lacking squad to date. 2 recruits exchange worried glances, absorbing the lieutenant's harsh words. One wonders aloud why the lieutenant refers to himself in the third person. The sergeant's voice echoes with fury. He questions if they think he's lying, doubting their ability to complete the final stage of training with their current mindset. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's face contorts in rage as he shouts, his eyes wide and bloodshot. His mouth is open in a furious roar. A moment to explain dungeon adjustment training. Most dungeons disappear once all monsters within are defeated, according to the text. But occasionally, the text continues, there are dungeons that will remain. A lone figure stands before a dark, cavernous opening. In that case, the text explains, it will transform into a transforming dungeon that will change its internal structure regularly, becoming a great training facility. The map details the environments within the dungeons. The real-life training facilitated within this transforming dungeon is about to begin. The words, Dungeon Adjustment Training, are displayed prominently, setting the stage for what's to come. The recruits look on with dread as they hear about the notorious dungeon adjustment training. One whispers, we're fucked. Another asks, we have to do that now. Sergeant Lee Sung-go watches the recruits' reactions with a smirk. He thinks to himself that they are stirring and that they need to maintain this level of tension. The sergeant stands at the podium, ready to address the recruits. He believes it's good to handle recruits as if you were handling racehorses. An image of a horse race appears. The sergeant believes that when they need discipline, you must have a heavy hand on the whip. Sergeant Lee Sungo smiles, thinking to himself that he will console them with carrots. He tells them not to be discouraged. The sergeant's eyes narrow as he explains that if you use your wits, it will be nothing. He adds that the recruit with the highest score from this training will receive a 2 nights and 3 days vacation pass. The recruits look up at Sergeant Lee Sungo. He tells them that this is where they become overjoyed. Sergeant Lee Sungo gestures emphatically, asking if they didn't hear him about the vacation pass. He repeats that it's for 2 nights and 3 days. The recruits are standing in front of a stage. A sign reads, "There is no tomorrow. There is no today." A man on stage shouts, "See your friends? Drink some beer. How about it?" The recruits stand in formation. One recruit smiles widely, thinking that it's sweet. Another wonders why there is only one guy who's overjoyed. The landscape stretched before them, a serene vista of rolling hills. But the calm was shattered as the soldiers beheld something impossible. Their faces contorted in disbelief, one pointing towards the anomaly. A soldier exclaimed the obvious, his voice laced with disbelief. Before them, a shimmering blue portal pulsed with otherworldly energy. Silhouetted figures stood guard before the entrance. This was it. Dungeon adjustment training, D-Day. Dread began to set in. The soldiers wondered what awaited them beyond the shimmering gate, their expressions a mix of fear and apprehension. Panic flared as one soldier lost his footing. He cried out, his mind already contemplating desertion. Inside the transport, the ride became increasingly turbulent. The soldier braced himself against the violent shaking. Confusion reigned as the soldiers questioned the presence of the 2.5-ton truck. What role would it play in this bizarre training exercise? Recruit Kim Min-jun looked up, his brow furrowed in confusion. The situation was spiraling into the absurd. A soldier stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Before them stood a gate crackling with ominous purple energy. The sound of something approaching echoes through the training grounds. Massive, gray wolves snarl from behind thick iron bars, their teeth bared in anticipation. The soldiers stare in disbelief at the creatures before them, the word hounds hanging in the air. One recruit falls to the ground, overwhelmed by the sight of the monsters. "It's my first time seeing them up close." Another recruit wonders if these are the creatures they are supposed to be afraid of, comparing them to small dogs. Sergeant Lee Sungo barks at the recruits, questioning their fear and reminding them that these are the monsters they will face. A soldier's face contorts in disbelief, questioning if they are truly meant to face such creatures. Sergeant Lee Sungo continues his instructions, stating that they will now form teams of 4 to enter the transforming dungeon. The devil instructor shouts at the recruits to strengthen their core and use their brains and spirits to fight, receiving a resounding, "Yes, sir," in response. Elsewhere, Sergeant Lee Sungo orders the recruits to hurry and gear up, stating that they will proceed one by one. The Hunter Corps exclusive safety suit, MYD-2, stands ready. It is designed to protect the physical body, though it is incredibly heavy. The recruits stand in their new armor. One wonders aloud if they will be provided with anything tougher than this. Another recruit thinks his legs are already shaking. The suits offer absolutely no effectiveness or comfort, designed only for defense. The price tag? 50 million won. One recruit notes that they must have really used the hell out of it since it's so expensive. One recruit smells sweat and clicks his tongue in disgust. He thinks the suit is an object with a disgusting aura, and he doesn't like it. Another recruit asks if they can take the suits off as well if they defeat the hounds quickly. The devil instructor glares at the recruit. Sergeant Lee Sungo demands to know why the recruit is so arrogant. Recruit Kim Min-jun smiles, realizing that the instructor can smell everyone's passion and sweat. He is the #1 ranked recruit. Lee Sungo shouts, asking if Kim Min-jun wants to try him. He reminds the recruits that this is ultimately a team training session. The devil instructor states that they cannot just outperform everyone else. He wants to see how the #1 ranking recruit, Kim Min-jun, takes care of his comrades. The recruits look down at their armored hands. They wonder how they are supposed to defeat the hounds with this. They need to think of a plan. Kim Min-jun smirks, thinking that it's simple. He just has to tell them how to defeat the hounds, right? Kim Min-jun tells the other recruits to listen to him, because he'll tell them about his plan. The other recruits are surprised and ask about his plan. He explains that the hounds will try to kill them, and when they do, they shouldn't be intimidated. Instead, they should grab the hound's legs. The recruit demonstrates how to fold their backs in the opposite direction and rip them apart, like ripping apart kimchi. The sound of the demonstration echoes. The other recruits look on, confused by the graphic explanation. One asks if he's serious, while another simply questions what he's talking about. Sergeant Lee Sungo, face contorted in a yell, orders the release. The gate to the training grounds is about to open. A gloved hand pulls a lever, the mechanism clicking as the cage door is unlocked. The hounds are about to be unleashed. The cage door swings open, revealing a bright forest scene beyond. The sounds of the opening gate echo through the training grounds. With a ferocious snarl, the dark gray hounds burst from their confines. They are unleashed, and the hunt begins. The hound's eyes gleam with predatory hunger, their fangs bared in a terrifying display. The sound of their paws hitting the ground grows louder. A figure is struck by a blast of blue energy, the impact throwing them back. The hounds are on the attack, their power evident. Meanwhile, recruit Kim Min-jun and the others are surprised. They wonder if the hounds went straight into the dungeon instead of coming for them. 3 recruits stand together, listening intently. One of them exclaims that something makes sense to him. One recruit explains that something is logical if you think about it. Another asks how someone knows the psychology of monsters so well. A cloaked figure kneels, as someone off-panel calls him a master. The cloaked figure begs to be let go. A man looks up, stating that he was once like that cloaked figure. Sergeant Lee Sung-go, flanked by 2 guards, berates the recruits. He demands to know if they're joking on the holy training grounds and threatens them. One of the recruits denies joking around. Another voice declares that the lieutenant has made a decision. The devil instructor's face is contorted in a furious yell, his eyes wide with rage. The recruits look shocked and worried, wondering if they're the first to experience something. A man in a red cap, holding a baton, announces that they should enter. The recruits, clad in their training armor, walk forward into the forest as the order to enter is given. The sound of their footsteps echoes as they move forward, their destination unknown. Meanwhile, the recruits stand before a shimmering blue portal. One expresses eagerness to remove his heavy suit, while another questions if he is serious. Lee Sung-go speaks into his walkie-talkie, informing the instructor team that the training has begun and they should stand by. 2 soldiers sit in a cavernous space. One confirms that they will control the situation if things get out of hand and the recruits are in danger. A soldier peers through a jagged hole in the cavern wall, his expression unreadable as he observes the recruits beyond. Meanwhile, 4 armored figures sprint through a cavern, unaware that they are being watched by the soldier through the hole. Corporal Kim Ho-jun is informed that the recruits have entered, confirming there is one team of 4 and no other parties. The soldier peers through the hole, his eyes narrowed as he is asked if he has anything to report about the recruits. The 4 recruits, clad in matching armor, move deeper into the dungeon. Kim is among them, his expression determined. The soldier watching through the hole is asked if Kim Min-jun, the subject of special care, is present within the dungeon. The soldier reflects on Kim Min-jun's incredible scores for the past 4 weeks, but wonders if he will be as outstanding in the dungeon. The view through the hole reveals a dark cavern, the glowing eyes of a predator watching the recruits from the shadows. The recruits are now running from a large, shadowy wolf, its fangs bared as it gives chase through the cavern. The soldier wonders if the creatures are ready to pounce, noting that they sure are impatient as he watches the recruits' plight. 2 dark gray wolves, teeth bared, emerge from the shadows, their growls echoing through the cavern. The recruits' training experience is about to begin. One of the armored recruits, seemingly unfazed, remarks on his own consideration as he announces their arrival. Another recruit looks on, confused by the situation. The wolf, eyes glowing with an eerie light, snarls, its fangs bared. It seems to consider the recruits as nothing more than a package. The wolf's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The air crackles with anticipation of the coming attack. Panic sets in as one of the recruits screams, announcing their presence. Another tries to reassure him, emphasizing the strength of their protective suits. The recruit, seemingly the most confident, declares that he will take the lead. He challenges the wolves, asking who wants to face him first. The armored figure takes a step forward, the sound echoing in the cavern. He prepares to meet the wolves head-on. From above, the scene unfolds. The 3 armored figures face off against the 2 wolves, the tension palpable in the air. With a swift motion, the recruit launches a kick, connecting solidly with one of the wolves. The impact reverberates through the cavern. The recruit looks up, his expression hardening as he recognizes his opponent. "So it's you," he thinks, ready to fight. With a shout, the recruit throws a punch, striking the wolf with considerable force. The battle intensifies. The wolf recoils from the blow, its snarling face contorted in pain and fury. The fight is far from over. The dark gray wolf lies motionless, its life extinguished in the dungeon. Another wolf leaps toward recruit Kim Min-jun, teeth bared and claws extended. "Somebody help me," he cries out. The wolf's face contorts in a snarl, its glowing blue eyes fixed on its prey. With a swift motion, Kim Min-jun kicks the wolf away, sending it flying backwards. Sorry," a recruit shouts. Another recruit cries out as a wolf attacks. The sound of impact echoes through the cavern, followed by the grim word dead. Kim Min-jun steels himself, remembering the instructor's words. "If they bite you, you have to fight back. They'll think you're easy prey if you're scared." A soldier shouts, "Hey, all right." He questions why they're using honorifics when they are comrades. The recruit apologizes, explaining that if this was a real situation, 2 people would be dead by now. The soldiers are startled as the wolf approaches, its teeth bared in a menacing snarl. 2 soldiers observe Kim Min-jun, one wondering if he is really just a recruit. They're talking about Kim Min-jun. Normally, scared recruits like that can't do anything once they lose their heads. But because of Kim Min-jun's lead, they're recovering from their shock. The recruit struggles against the wolf's snapping jaws. The two recruits exchange a worried glance, one wondering if the Hunter Corps sergeant returned to the date before his enlistment. The other recruits, battered and bruised, sit on the ground. They note that Kim Min-jun didn't just rely on physical strength, but encouraged his teammates. An unseen figure declares that the rest of the recruits will receive an average score for their performance. An instructor tells a recruit that he did a good job and may exit right away, dismissing him with a curt, The recruits are surprised to learn that instructors were present, observing their every move during the exercise. One recruit asks if they were given their scores in secret, wondering if he'll receive the vacation pass. Another tells him to shut up, implying they won't reveal anything. One recruit asks if the other was concerned about the recruits. The other recruit calls them big tsunderas, a Japanese term for a character who gradually reveals a warmer side. The recruit looks shocked, exclaiming, "Tsundere," at the unexpected comment from his comrade. The instructor's boot is shown, planted firmly on the ground, as the evaluation continues. The sound of static crackles through the air, a sign that something is about to happen. The instructors stand over the exhausted recruits, their presence looming large as they continue to observe. One of the instructors, looking panicked, shouts into his radio to hurry up and radio them outside. The ground rumbles, and recruit Kim Min-jun wonders aloud if it's an earthquake. Two other recruits stand behind him, equally concerned. He quickly corrects himself, realizing that the dungeon itself is transforming at this very moment. Another recruit looks on with worry, prompting Kim Min-jun to wonder what will happen next as the transformation continues. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in alarm, his mouth agape as he realizes the gravity of the situation. A sudden realization dawns on him: the exit. The swirling blue energy intensifies as the dungeon begins to close in on itself, trapping anyone inside. The exit shimmers, a promise of escape from the shifting dungeon. But the dungeon itself seems to be collapsing, the exit route closing in. Panic rises as the soldiers realize their escape is being cut off. It's too late to leave now, the dungeon's transformation accelerating. The situation deteriorates. This isn't good, not at all. Corporal Kim Ho-jun reports the radio is dead, the dungeon transforming too quickly for communication. The order is given: evacuate the kids to somewhere safe, first and foremost. As they can see, there was an unexpected occurrence in the dungeon. But there's no need to worry, they are told, as the manual dictates, waiting an hour to see if the entrance reopens. A soldier questions if they can really exit if they wait for an hour. Sergeant Lee Sung-go chuckles, remarking that others are likely assessing the situation from the outside as well. He listens to the lieutenant's plan, responding with a skeptical, "Is that so?" The reason they kept training here, the text explains, was the assumption that this dungeon wouldn't present unexpected situations. But the situation is now, undeniably, unexpected. Chains and locks now bar the way. The text indicates that the walls would suddenly close. As expected, the instructors are aware the situation isn't looking too good. Sergeant Lee Sung-go suggests they go somewhere else. If this dungeon has transformed into an enclosed dungeon, the soldier thinks it may be harder to defeat than he thought. There was something similar in Isgard, he recalls, but it's just a complicated situation, not the worst since he's here. The text indicates that this is the worst-case scenario. The two soldiers stand amidst the cavern, the sound of the dungeon closing and echoing around them. The text indicates that the speaker is sure the listener already knows, but this dungeon has transformed into an enclosed dungeon. Sergeant Lee Sung-go exclaims in surprise, realizing the dungeon is, in fact, enclosed. "You have no idea, do you?" the devil instructor begins, his tone laced with disdain. The cavern walls glisten with icy formations, a stark reminder of their enclosed prison. He explains that the dungeon dissipates naturally once they've defeated it. The instructor continues, stating that the second case is the enclosed dungeon, where the portal disappears when an outsider enters. He elaborates that the gate disappeared because they were in the dungeon, and the transforming dungeon transformed into an enclosed dungeon. The only way to exit an enclosed dungeon, Lee Sung-go states, is to defeat every single monster within. The instructor's expression is grim as he considers the implications of their situation. He acknowledges that any assistance from the outside is now non-existent. Since the situation is dire, 4 recruits with no real battle experience and 2 instructors. Lee Sung-go declares that the 6 of them have to clear this dungeon. As expected, having been informed of their situation, the recruits have all tensed up. The types of monsters that have appeared are unknown. It's not like they could just sit still. Sergeant Lee Sung-go knows they have to keep moving while they still have most of their strength. It would have been better if the instructors were fully equipped. At this rate, they'll be completely annihilated even if they face goblins. Lee Sung-go glances back at a goblin, its eyes glowing in the dim light of the dungeon. Since it will take more than 10 minutes for him to take down one, the most successful and realistic plan of action would be. The sergeant turns to face one of the recruits, who is wearing a backpack. The recruit has a question mark above his head, unsure of what's about to happen. The plan is to utilize the protective suits that the recruits have equipped. The suits appear bulky and cumbersome, but they offer a degree of protection. Those stupidly dense and heavy suits. Lee Sung-go grits his teeth, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he considers the situation. If they use the defensive capabilities and put the recruits up front, the instructors can defeat the monsters while they try to hold out. A goblin stands before a recruit in a protective suit. But Lee Sung-go looks back at the recruit, who is now wearing the protective suit, and looks back at him with a questioning expression. These bastards have trusted them and have endured their grueling training so far. To use their juniors as meat shields when they are their seniors. Lee Sung-go walks away, his back to the recruits. He is determined to find another way, even if it means risking his own life. His self-esteem will not allow it. He refuses to sacrifice his recruits for his own safety. Lee Sung-go stands behind recruit Kim Min-jun, the dungeon air thick with anticipation. The recruit expresses his dismay at encountering a dungeon incident during their final week of training. His eyes widen, reflecting the sudden, stark terror of the situation. The other recruits stand in formation, their expressions mirroring Kim Min-jun's growing alarm as they face the unknown threat. Recruit Kim Min-jun asks if there's a problem, his voice laced with concern. A monstrous growl echoes through the dungeon as shadowy figures emerge, their presence sending a palpable wave of dread through the recruits. One of the recruits cries out, fear gripping him as he shouts for the instructors. The devil instructor is struck from above, the force of the blow sending him staggering. Another recruit screams in terror as he is attacked, his face contorted in agony. Corporal Kim Ho-jun is running away. Lee Sung-go shouts at him not to go. Lee Sung-go's eyes narrow, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The devil instructor lies prone, defeated, as the recruit realizes there's no way to save him. The recruit orders the others to stay back, holding his ground. He kneels beside one of the fallen, observing that they've merely fainted. He admits he isn't surprised by this turn of events. The recruit straightens, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realizes he recognizes the scent in the air. He sprints forward, calling out to someone to catch him as he propels a figure backwards with immense force. The recruit shouts back to the others, warning them not to follow. He instructs them to remain near the exit. Lee Sung-go grabs the recruit, demanding to know where he's going. The devil instructor warns him to stop, emphasizing the danger. The instructor's grip tightens on the recruit's arm. Lee Sung-go points out that even the instructors have fainted. The recruit plunges deeper into the cavernous space. Voices echo, warning him of certain death and questioning his sanity. A manic grin spreads across recruit Kim Min-jun's face. He declares he's excited at the prospect of dying. Demonic energy, it seems, does exist on Earth. Elsewhere, a skeletal figure looms over two prone forms, radiating an ominous aura. The recruit smirks, finding the instructor's incapacitation unsurprising. He seems to know more than he lets on. Even his guardians are veiled with a special protection that protects them against demonic energy before facing the monsters. Recruit Kim Min-jun considers the implications. Demonic energy is much more fatal to ordinary humans. However, demonic energy is useful to dark mages, as shown by a phone plugged into a wall. A dead phone is the source of this dense demonic energy. He continues deeper into the cavern, the path ahead illuminated by strange, pink crystals. It's quiet. Recruit Kim Min-jun notes that he can't find any traces of a monster. However, something is clearly amiss as the recruit glances upward. Kim Min-jun's expression is one of dawning realization as he looks up. A voice echoes, questioning if he thought he could reek of such demonic energy and remain hidden when facing a dark mage. A massive paw descends, belonging to something monstrous. Kim Min-jun is shocked, exclaiming that he didn't even dream about facing a darkhound here. The text warns that one cannot assume monsters are the same just because they have similar names, as a menacing darkhound lurks below. The text continues, explaining that darkhounds are species that are absolutely overpowering compared to ordinary hounds. A figure is seen running from a darkhound, as text explains that the speaker nearly died because they had never seen such a monster. The darkhound speaks, glad to see a familiar face as it towers over Kim Min-jun in a cavernous space. Kim Min-jun prepares to fight, muttering now, as he gets into a combat stance, ready to unleash his power. He launches himself at the darkhound, thanking it for the meal as he strikes with a powerful blow. The darkhound is struck by a burst of purple energy, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the area. The darkhound's face is contorted in pain and rage, blood splattering as it roars in defiance. Kim Min-jun unleashes his demonic energy, the power surging around him as he prepares another attack. The scent of blood is still sickening, Kim Min-jun thinks, his expression a mix of determination and concern. A surge of purple energy crackles, filling the cavern with an ominous aura as the battle intensifies. Kim In-jun explains that the immense amount of demonic energy spilling out after its death is why dark hounds are difficult to defeat, and their venomous blood rots human skin. Demonic energy surges, a violent eruption of power and dark intent. The energy lashes out, tearing at flesh. Kim In-jun's hand is rent with bloody wounds. Kim In-jun extends his hand, the demonic energy swirling around it. He states that none of that applies to dark images. Dark energy crackles around a bloodied hand, the source of the power unknown. The man's brow furrows, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he focuses his power. He extends his hand, a surge of dark energy emanating from his palm, a force that defies explanation. A phone displays a critically low battery, a stark contrast to the surge of demonic energy being unleashed. It feels exciting to absorb demonic energy. The man estimates his power level, a mere 5% charged, hinting at a vast reservoir, yet untapped. The man wonders what the Dark Hound is doing in a place like this, considering that it can normally be found in Isgard. Two figures lie prone, defeated, as the instructors react with stunned disbelief to the display of power. The possibility of the Dark Hound managing dimensional travel on its own is non-existent, and there was no mention of demonic energy during the monster education. A figure stands before a swirling portal of dark magic, a testament to someone who has reached the peak of dark magic powers. A saint clasps her hands in prayer, a beacon of divine power, an ability that cannot be used by anyone. He wonders if he is overthinking things, questioning if the Dark Hounds are making their debut in Korea. High above, a lone figure stands on a rocky precipice, gazing down into the cavernous maw below, wondering where the corpse was. The figure spots something in the distance, muttering, "Ah, there it is." Nearby, Sergeant Lee Sungo lies prone, sweat beading on his brow, a trickle of blood running down his cheek. His eye twitches, opening slightly as he hears someone calling out to the instructor to get up. Two soldiers, clad in armor, look on with concern, one asking where they really are and urging the instructor to wake up. With a start, Lee Sungo bolts upright, his face a mask of shock and confusion. He sits up, dazed, as one of the soldiers asks if they are all right, wondering what the hell happened. The soldiers kneel on the ground, one asking if anyone is injured, receiving the reply that they are all right. However, one of the soldiers reports that Kim In-jun headed deeper into the dungeon by himself. The others exclaim in shock, wondering what happened. The scene shifts to a dark cavern, where glowing blue hands reach out from the shadows. Sergeant Lee Sungo grips the soldier's throat, cutting off his air supply. The soldier claws at the instructor's arm, gasping. The others wonder how Kim In-jun could act on his own in such a dangerous situation. His behavior alone is enough to get him kicked out. Lee Sungo grits his teeth, wondering if he even has the authority to say anything right now. Instead of protecting the recruits, he ended up fainting. One of the soldiers shouts, pointing towards something in the distance. He calls out to the instructor, his voice filled with alarm. Another soldier, cradling a massive, dark-furred wolf, asks if everyone is all right. He looks around with concern etched on his face. The soldier struggles to support the weight of the large wolf. The creature's dark fur and sharp claws are clearly visible. Lee Sungo stares, his eyes wide with disbelief. He demands to know what the hell that is, questioning if it's a hound. Another soldier responds, confirming that it is, but adding that it looks a bit different. He seems uneasy about the creature's appearance. The soldier holding the wolf gestures for the others to take a look at the son of a bitch. He seems both impressed and disgusted. The soldiers wonder if this is the bastard that caused them to faint. One of them believes so, confirming the suspicion. Lee Sungo and another soldier stand over the fallen wolf, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The creature lies motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, the soldiers speculate on Kim In-jun's strength, wondering how he defeated such a large monster on his own. They believe it must be a heavy-class monster. He stares upward, the blue light of the gate reflecting in his eyes. The gate shimmers with energy, crackling with blue electricity as it remains open. Lee Sungo looms over Kim In-jun, his expression unreadable. He asks if Kim In-jun really defeated that hound. Kim In-jun offers a slight nod, confirming his victory over the monstrous wolf. The devil instructor's gaze hardens, his eyes narrowed as he looks ahead, considering the situation. Lee Sungo orders the soldier to escort the recruits out, stating he will follow shortly. The soldier replies, "Yes, sir." The devil instructor stands with two soldiers, the blue light of the gate illuminating their backs. Lee Sungo instructs Kim In-jun to report everything in detail to the lieutenant once he gets outside. The soldier acknowledges the order. The devil instructor adjusts his cap, reminding the soldier to not leave anything out, including how incompetent their instructors are. The soldier reflects on their failure, remembering how they fainted and left the recruits by themselves. The soldier sighs, the weight of their failure pressing down on them as they cover their face with their hand. The soldier acknowledges that they have no excuses, even if they get sent to military prison. He appreciates that everyone stayed safe thanks to Kim In-jun. Kim In-jun stands with Lee Sungo, who has his hand on his hip and is speaking to him. He is touched on the shoulder, and the touch seems to embarrass him. The instructor, Lee Sung-go, adjusts his red cap, admitting that he was wrong. Lee Sung-go walks away, leaving Kim Min-jun to ponder the situation. The instructor thinks to himself that he doesn't know how to report the cause of unconsciousness. Kim Min-jun smiles, thinking to himself that he is receiving such compliments during the last week of training. He figures it is time to head out. A sound effect echoes as he prepares to leave. A screen displays a message. The error has been fixed. He stares in disbelief at the screen, wondering how the error was fixed. He is furious, unleashing a torrent of rage at the system itself. The error, whatever it was, has clearly struck a nerve. A status window appears, displaying Kim Min-jun's name and a bizarre detail. He's listed as the founder of a Lumi Nuna, is my favorite character cult. The screen flickers, displaying only the barest framework of a status window, devoid of any specific information. Something seems amiss as Kim Min-jun, clad in a futuristic suit, observes the same bizarre cult founder title displayed on a holographic screen. The words glare back at him. The Lumi Nuna is my favorite character cult founder. He demands to know why such a ridiculous statement is appearing in his status window. The image of Lumi, a character with long silver hair and a gentle smile, appears. Lumi is identified as a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, a detail that seems to deepen the mystery. The system reveals that the cult was created as a joke to get rid of fanatics who followed him around like stalkers. A crowd of people express their love for the Lumi Nuna cult, much to Kim Min-jun's dismay. Kim Min-jun notices that his stats have become significantly weaker, much worse than he expected. After his return, he noticed that all of his demonic energy was gone. He had expected another penalty for dimensional travel, but only one skill remained from his endless list. The possessed skill was corruption, and its rank was frustratingly low. A sudden stomach ache hits him, and he laments that this feels like a third-rate novel. He sees a book titled The Life of a Dark Mage starting from LV.1 and finds it so absurd that he wants to vomit. Kim Min-jun stares at the screen in front of him, a look of determination on his face. He recalls managing to reach the peak of his dark magic powers in Isgard. He knows he can do it again. He sets a clear objective, to recover his powers as soon as possible, for the sake of the game company facing development delays due to monsters. Rubbing his temple, Kim Min-jun decides that it's doable, despite the challenges ahead. He walks forward, thinking that this is nothing compared to the times in Isgard when he could only endure. Kim Min-jun vows that the game company will regret their actions. Meanwhile, the entire training center was in utter chaos that day. The chaos stemmed from the fact that a dungeon gate closed during training and the lieutenant had not given clear orders. The instructors and superiors are still reeling from the fact that a mere recruit managed to defeat a new species of monster. The monster, a massive wolf-like creature, roars with terrifying ferocity, its fangs bared in a menacing display. Because of the unprecedented series of events, the recruits who should have received the private ranks are in a state of limbo. The soldiers stand around, waiting for orders, wondering when they will stop being on standby, lamenting the crazy events occurring during the last week of training. Two soldiers discuss the rumor that Kim Min-jun caught a hound by himself, with one exclaiming how huge it was, initially mistaking it for a cow. One soldier questions if it's for real, wondering if Kim Min-jun could get the rank of sergeant within 2 years, given his recent accomplishments. The soldiers discuss how tough the Hunter Corps advancement exams are, noting that most are discharged as corporals even if they stay for the full 5 years. The conversation takes a somber turn, as one of the soldiers remarks that the situation is depressing, given the high discharge rate. Meanwhile, the camera pans to a view of the sky and a building, possibly the battalion commander's office, as the day progresses. Private Kim Min-jun salutes, reporting for duty, his expression serious and focused as he stands before his superior. A note explains that in the Korean Army, one must always address their seniors with their rank and full name upon greeting, as another soldier salutes and invites someone to come in. A soldier bows deeply to a lieutenant, showing respect and deference in accordance with military protocol, his posture conveying humility. He is dismissed by Choi Sun-job, who tells him he can leave. Kim Min-jun salutes, affirming the order. Kim Min-jun reaches for the door handle, ready to exit the room. The sound of the latch echoes in the hallway. Choi Sun-job speaks, his tone conversational. He suggests that a lieutenant who doesn't properly check the dungeons should be punished. A hand, presumably Kim Min-jun's, pauses on the door handle. He is told to cut the crap. Choi Sun-job addresses Private Kim Min-jun directly. He states that he was called back because there was something he needed to be told. The view shifts to outside the window, the sky a clear blue. Choi Sun-job explains that since Kim Min-jun received the highest score, he has a special proposal for him. Choi Sun-job sits at his desk, his hands clasped in front of him. He awaits Kim Min-jun's response. The focus remains on Kim Min-jun's back as he faces Choi Sun-job. The camouflage pattern of his uniform is visible. Choi Sun-job leans forward slightly, his expression unreadable. He asks Kim Min-jun if he wants to hear the proposal. A lone crane stands tall amidst a flock of chickens, an unusual sight. Two soldiers, clad in camouflage uniforms, push themselves to their limits, sweat beading on their brows. The officer, his expression thoughtful, muses that he is truly no ordinary human. The officer reflects on his good fortune, feeling lucky to have witnessed such a sight. Silhouetted figures sprint across a stark landscape, pushing past their breaking points. The officer wonders who knew there would be a crane, a question mark hanging in the air. The name tag reads Kim Min-jun, marking him as someone who makes even those above average seem like chickens. The officer smirks, thinking it would be a national loss if such a talent were to join the regular ranks. Since they are in need of additional personnel, the officer decides to see what can be done. The officer sits at his desk, having heard that Kim Min-jun wanted to advance as soon as possible. According to the rules, privates cannot take promotion exams for another year. However, if an exception is granted, it's a different story. Kim Min-jun appears surprised by this information. The offer is extended. Volunteer to join the Hunter Corps in Chorwon-do. Sergeant Lee Sung-go declares he will use his authority as the training commander to grant this exception. If Kim Min-jun goes there, he won't have to wait another year. The instructor slams his fist on the table. The two men stand in what appears to be an office, the offer hanging in the air between them. Lee Sung-go muses that Chorwon must be a stretch even if Kim Min-jun is desperate to advance. He guesses the promotion exception isn't enough for him. If it's Chorwon, Kim Min-jun seems to be considering the offer, his expression thoughtful. The Invincible Hunter Squad. It's a place his comrades told him to avoid at all costs, where the weather is freezing. The snow constantly falls and piles up a lot in Chorwon, a lone figure sweeping away. If you think it's just boring, the dungeons and monsters appear there out of the blue as well. It is considered to be the most extreme out of the front lines. Isn't that great? Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, his expression a mix of surprise and perhaps a hint of fear. He sits, contemplating his options. Kim Min-jun realizes that it doesn't matter where he is deployed as long as he can advance. Standing tall, Kim Min-jun considers the offer. Receiving a promotion exception would be amazing, he thinks. He considers the benefits of Chorwon. The dungeons there would provide the best conditions possible, and he needs to advance at all costs. The higher the rank, the greater the scope of activities, he muses, picturing the ranks laid out before him. Kim Min-jun realizes there's no greater way to get a promotion than to accomplish things in the dungeons. He makes his decision. Turning to Lee Sung-go, Kim Min-jun declares his intentions. I'll go, he says. The instructor replies, all right. Sergeant Lee Sung-go is taken aback by Kim Min-jun's sudden decision. He asks him to clarify his intentions, his eyes wide with surprise. With unwavering resolve, Kim Min-jun shouts his decision. I'll go to Chorwon, he proclaims. Kim Min-jun's face is set with determination. He has made his choice, and there is no turning back now. Meanwhile, a stylized logo appears, hinting at the story's title and themes. The intricate design suggests a blend of fantasy and military elements. The sky is a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The weather is fair, but the future is uncertain. The military base stands ready, a symbol of order and discipline. Buses wait to transport new recruits to their assignments. Choi Jin-seub, tears streaming down his face, shouts after Kim Min-jun, demanding he make contact upon arrival at the base. The van pulls away as Choi Jin-seub continues his tirade, doubting Kim Min-jun will actually reach out. He swears Kim Min-jun will hear from him. Wiping his eye, Choi Jin-seub wonders aloud if Kim Min-jun is serious about going to Chorwon, a place everyone else avoids. Choi Jin-seub looks up, musing that the scale of Kim Min-jun's decision is too large for him to comprehend. In his thoughts, Choi Jin-seub wonders if it's something like achieving max level 100 times, scoffing that his own 30th max level achievement is no big deal. The van speeds away, leaving Choi Jin-seub behind, who mutters that Kim Min-jun is crazy. Choi Jin-seub slings a bag over his shoulder, noting that the loudest bastard has already left for his base. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun stands alone in a courtyard, wondering why he is by himself. A tire spins, kicking up dust and debris. A military vehicle speeds away, leaving Kim Min-jun to wonder what's happening. The vehicle's departure rattles a nearby table. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in surprise, his mouth agape. Choi Sung-bin stands tall, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, as Kim Min-jun looks on, both clad in their military uniforms. The lenses of Choi Sung-bin's sunglasses reflect the scene as he speaks. Did you wait long? It took me a while because of the snow. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in surprise, as he thinks to himself, Private Kim Min-jun, not at all. Snow? What month is it? Is it already snowing? The sound of boots echoes, a rhythmic thud against the ground. Choi Sung-bin and Kim Min-jun walk away from the viewer towards the transport vehicle. Choi Sung-bin says, depart for the squad. Get in the back. Someone thinks he's such a show-off. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground reverberates. Choi Sung-bin sits on a bench, his posture relaxed, as the sound of something heavy hitting the ground continues. Kim Min-jun's expression hardens, thinking, I'll actually start my life as a soldier when we get to base. Choi Sung-bin sits with his arms crossed, thinking, it doesn't matter to me if the training is hard or if I have to battle monsters frequently. Choi Sung-bin continues to think, but there is one thing I am worried about. A flashback reveals the source of his anxiety: hazing. A man finds himself in a headlock, his assailant calling him uncle repeatedly. He lacks the patience for such antics. The man grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed. He mutters that he will endure the situation for now. Meanwhile, a military truck speeds along a highway, the landscape stretching out beneath a bright sky. A stern warning echoes in someone's mind. Striking a superior could lead to military prison. The truck approaches a large, imposing building, hinting at the destination ahead. A high wall surrounds the facility, topped with barbed wire, a clear sign of restricted access. Choi Sung-bin's expression is unreadable as he stares ahead, the sounds of the bass filling the air. The truck, emblazoned with invincible hunter cores, rumbles through the base, kicking up dust. The sign indicates they've arrived at the 104th 4th Division, 2nd Battalion. Two soldiers march down a sterile hallway, their footsteps echoing in a confined space. A hand reaches out, gripping the handle of a door, ready to enter the unknown. Kim Min-jun is identified as a newbie by another soldier, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. He stands at attention as the order rings out to feed and instruct him. The details of the uniform suggest a position of authority. Two soldiers react with open mouths and wide eyes, their excitement palpable. The soldiers flank Kim Min-jun, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation as his name is announced. Whispers spread, fueled by rumors of a super soldier who defeated a hound by himself. A soldier struggles with a heavy duffel bag, the weight of expectation perhaps heavier still. An order barks out, demanding that the newbie's belongings be unpacked immediately. The soldier in the black uniform wonders if these two are the alphas of the dormitory. The two soldiers' joyous expressions betray their eagerness, their eyes wide with anticipation. The atmosphere crackles with anticipation, as if they've discovered a new toy. The soldier in the black uniform addresses Kim Min-jun, the two eager soldiers watching from behind. He had heard the front lines were the best place to gain real experience, and the fastest way to advance in the ranks. The two recruits exchanged a look of confusion, a large question mark seemingly hanging in the air between them. The recruits stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions unreadable from this angle. The recruit with the red hair found the situation fucking crazy, and the other recruit laughed along with him. One of the recruits asked if Choi Sung-bin had a sister. The answer was a simple, direct, "No, I do not." The questioning continued, with one of the recruits asking about a girlfriend. Choi Sung-bin stated that he had been single since birth. The instructor wondered aloud if showing his talent would make them back off. He seemed to be considering it. Sergeant Lee Sung-go declared that he would show them one-finger push-ups, a challenge that seemed to surprise the two recruits. The recruit with the red hair was incredulous, asking what kind of talent that was, claiming they could do that all day. The other recruit told him not to get angry. The other recruit told Choi Sung-bin to just show them, giving him the go-ahead. Both recruits looked surprised. The sergeant's finger touched the ground, the sound echoing in the room. Choi Sung-bin balanced on a single finger, performing a handstand with ease, silencing any doubts about his abilities. The two recruits stare upwards, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. One of the recruits wonders aloud if anyone could do vertical push-ups. Upside down, Choi Sung-bin performs the exercise with ease, his voice muffled as he tells someone to get lost. The recruits watch in amazement as Choi Sung-bin continues his upside-down exercise. Choi Sung-bin's feet are planted firmly on the door as he continues his vertical push-ups. The recruits point at Choi Sung-bin, one of them exclaiming that it's no fun and the other calling him a bastard. A voice calls out, wondering who that voice belongs to. A black beret comes into view, the skull emblem glinting ominously. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's eyes widen in shock, his face flushed with a deep red hue. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's eyes widen, a look of disbelief and annoyance washing over his face. The sergeant's expression hardens as he listens to someone off-panel, his annoyance palpable. Sergeant Lee Sung-go is called an arrogant bastard, but he doesn't respond. The sergeant is told he's a party pooper and that they were going to leave anyway, but he retorts that 4 days is a lot. Sergeant Lee Sung-go grits his teeth, acknowledging that they're irritating him, but he can't beat them up. Sergeant Lee Sung-go lies down, clearly annoyed by the situation. The sergeant stares intently at his phone, his expression unreadable. On the phone screen, a description of the volcanic dungeons appears, noting their high temperature and constant damage. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's eyes widen as he reads a message on his phone, the name Dongjin displayed prominently. A man on the phone introduces himself as Private First Class Lee Dongjin, Sergeant Lee Sung-go's direct junior, and promises to follow instructions properly. He stands before the new recruit, Lee Dongjin, who offers a crisp salute. The private introduces himself, seemingly nervous to be in the presence of his senior. Lee Dongjin wonders if they should talk over some food. He mentions that he received a special permit to visit the PX, a retail store found in military installations. Sergeant Lee Sung-go gestures towards the building. He tells the private to pick out whatever he wants to eat, seemingly unbothered by the request. Lee Dongjin asks if the sergeant is sure, mentioning that he eats a lot. Lee Sungo assures him that it's fine and repeats his offer to pick whatever he wants. The private smiles, thinking that his senior is so nice. He seems genuinely appreciative of the offer to eat as much as he likes. At the counter, Lee Sungo hands over a card. The cashier rings up the total, announcing that it comes to 300,000 won. Lee Dongjin shivers, and the sergeant asks if he is cold and why he is shaking so much. The private seems to be reacting to something unseen. The two enjoy their food. Lee Dongjin asks if they're not allowed to use the PX on a regular basis, since he mentioned a special permit earlier. Lee Sungo explains that privates first class and below can only go there on weekends. He adds that one needs to be a private first class or above to use gyms, and at least a corporal to use PC rooms. Lee Dongjin is shocked to learn that only corporals and above can use PC rooms. He munches on a chip, his face a picture of disbelief. The PX restrictions were met with disbelief. The situation was, to put it mildly, unreasonable. Sergeant Lee Sungo takes a long swig from his drink. He knows that a private first class like Lee Dongjin can't change the rules. The sergeant advises him to simply get used to it, accepting the limitations of his rank. Lee Dongjin, standing before a table laden with PX snacks, wonders if there's any way around the restrictions. The sergeant explains that he would need to advance at least to the rank of corporal to gain more privileges. Sergeant Lee Sungo clarifies that even attempting to change things would require the rank of sergeant. That, however, would not be easy. The sergeant thinks to himself that he can't just flip out. He privately fumes that restricting PC rooms is crossing a line. He wonders if there is another way to advance in ranks. Sergeant Lee Sungo reflects on the difficulty of becoming a sergeant in a Hunter Corps. He has failed the advancement exam many times and has been a private first class for 3 years already. The sergeant scratches his head, asking if his situation is pathetic. Lee Dongjin reassures him that he's sure he'll advance next time. He thinks to himself that he needs to get promoted quickly so he can bring the sergeant up with him. Meanwhile, two figures look down, commenting on the presence of the new recruit and a private first class. One of the figures asks if they are eating something delicious by themselves, inviting Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik to join them. Sergeant Lee Sungo munches on chips, declaring he won't refuse the offer. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Dongjin notes that some weirdo showed up. Lee Sungo burps loudly, stating he won't say anything about them chatting here. The sergeant warns that if they are useless during firearms training, they're both dead. Lee Sungo tells Lee Dongjin to explain firearms training to him, adding that it's a bit different here. Compared to other places, Lee Sungo wonders if he overstepped his boundaries again. The sergeant asks if he's saying he's overly concerned when Lee Dongjin is already doing well. Lee Sungo apologizes, wondering why Lee Dongjin is still a private first class if he's doing so well, and if all the advancement examiners are stupid. Lee Dongjin, his hand glowing with power, declares he won't hold back any longer. Lee Sungo asks why Lee Dongjin doesn't spit out what he just ate. Lee Sungo spits out the food he was eating. Lee Sungo asks what's the matter. He stares at the snacks in his hands, looking disturbed. Something is clearly wrong, and he seems to be checking the expiration dates. Lee Sungo clicks his tongue, dismissing whatever is happening as nothing of concern, though his expression betrays his annoyance. An unseen person tells the others to return soon, though it is unclear who they are addressing or why they are leaving. Lee Sungo stands with his arms crossed, looking uncomfortable. He complains about his stomach, wondering if the food is the cause of his distress. Private First Class Lee Dongjin is mentioned, though the context of the statement is not immediately clear from the visual. One man asks about the firearms training they were discussing. The other confirms, referring to it simply as the training. Though ICM bullets are brought up, with a note explaining that ICM stands for Improved Conventional Munitions used by the Hunter Corps against large monsters. A soldier in camouflage fires a weapon, the sound effect emphasizing the power behind a shot. The discussion continues about the ICM. The power of the bullets used at the training center is emphasized, being described as equivalent to a pony, as another shot rings out. The soldier fires again, the text describing the weapon's recoil as being like a wild stallion, and the sound like firing a cannon. The man explains that since monsters appear more frequently, the firepower is much more important. He acknowledges that it might feel awkward at first. The man states that it's a very fitting comparison, thinking about the long-range weapons he used in Isgard, though the connection is not yet clear. The weapon looks less like a firearm and more like a handheld cannon. One man looks forward to the coming day, a Canopy brand energy drink in his hand. Someone wonders aloud if Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik is feeling unwell. The sky is a bright, clear blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. A long line of soldiers marches through a lush, green forest, their gear heavy on their backs. The soldiers arrive at their destination, the firearms training facility. Inside, the soldiers practice their shooting, the sound of gunfire echoing through the facility. The bullets strike the target with explosive force. One of the soldiers grimaces, admitting he missed a single shot. The instructor expresses his disappointment, noting the 19 direct hits, but lamenting the one miss. The other soldiers react with shock and disbelief at the private's near-perfect score. The private stands confidently, as his fellow soldiers question if his skill is luck or something more. One soldier remarks that his best record is 14, which is above average for the squad, but something is different now. The soldiers wear camouflage uniforms and tactical vests, ready for the day's training exercises. High above the training grounds, two figures stand watch in an elevated observation tower. One of the soldiers expresses disbelief, exclaiming about 19 headshots. The other notes that he heard the shooter was an elite, guessing the rumors were true. The scene identifies 2nd Lieutenant Kim Min-cheol, the 2nd Platoon Commander, and 1st Sergeant Hyo Tae-sik, the Administration and Supply Officer. The red-haired soldier questions how someone could shoot like that. The other replies that he just shot as he was instructed, but the first soldier is not convinced. An unseen speaker praises the shooter for firing 19 direct hits on his first round and asks him to continue. The soldiers react with surprise and disbelief at the praise, their eyes wide with shock. One soldier looks forward to seeing the shooter perform during this afternoon's special firearms training. The soldiers are scheduled for special firearms training. One soldier remarks that the newbie is going to try special firearms training, questioning if Sergeant First Class Kim Min-ji is biased towards him. He orders them to put their helmets on. The soldiers stand in formation, one of them thanking the unseen instructor for the training. He inquires about the specifics of the special firearms training, curious about what sets it apart. Choi Sung-bin admits he didn't expect Lee Dong-jin to be such a skilled shooter. He explains that new recruits are usually exempt from this training, as they need time to adjust to their ICM bullets. The special firearms training involves a two-person team entering the training facility. Their objective is to eliminate the monsters along the way to their destination. Though not highly dangerous, the recruits will face moving targets. They must also be prepared to counter the monster's attacks, as a soldier fires at a lizard-like creature. Another challenge is the presence of civilian target plates that appear randomly. Hitting even one of these results in automatic failure, regardless of how many monsters are defeated. Choi Sung-bin reassures him that there's no need to be scared just because they'll be facing real monsters. He gestures with his hand, trying to downplay the danger. A voice assures them that the executives will be controlling the situation, so they shouldn't worry. The unseen speaker attempts to quell any rising anxiety. Lee Dong-jin, his eyes wide, asks if they will be facing live monsters. The prospect seems to both excite and concern him. The recruits file through the cafeteria line, filling their trays with food. The air is thick with the aroma of the day's meal. One recruit, chopsticks in hand, is told that with 19 shots, he was born to be a soldier. Private First Class Lee Dong-jin is told that his 13 hits are also a good result. Lee Dong-jin smiles, admitting he's had some experience, though technically speaking, he's not very good. Another recruit remarks that Sergeant Lee Sung-go is the real deal, as an image of the instructor holding a rifle appears in his mind. The recruit continues eating, thinking that 17 hits makes the sergeant the #1 shooter in their squad. The recruit wonders if that makes him #1 now, before telling Kim Min-jin that he's sure he'll do well in the special firearms training. Another recruit laughs, saying that it's training too, as Lee Dong-jin give a thumbs up. Private First Class Lee Dong-jin is reminded that there will be two-person teams at the special firearms training, and is asked if he'll be joining. The recruit replies that the executives will be deciding the teams, so he can't guarantee anything, and asks what the criteria are for assigning team members. According to the rumors, it is done through the ladder lottery, as one of the recruits fills out the lottery. The recruits gather outside the invincible special firearms shooting range, ready to begin their training. Inside, a voice booms, announcing that training will commence in 5 minutes. Sergeant Lee Sung-go barks orders, his expression stern as he prepares the recruits for the upcoming exercises. Another recruit relays the command. All troops would get their bulletproof vests on and stand by. The recruits don their vests, preparing for the training that awaits them. He overhears another recruit's excitement at being on a team with the newbie, and the implication that it will be a steep comparison. One of the recruits smirks, noting the difference between a sergeant and a private. Another recruit is shocked to learn that Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik is his partner, referring to him as that bastard. Judging by his expression, one recruit believes another hasn't learned his lesson and will continue hazing, while also noting the average squad finish time is 3 minutes. The recruits are told that the newbie should improve that score as well, and to make sure to finish within 3 minutes or they'll regret it. He grins, a disturbing expression that seems to promise pain. His eyes gleam with a manic intensity. Another recruit, his face set in a grim line, stares ahead. His expression is unreadable, a mask of stoicism. The recruit is challenged by Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik, his words sharp and accusatory. The sergeant demands an explanation for the silence. Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik continues to press, his tone laced with sarcasm. He seems to be testing the recruit's resolve. The recruit's smirk widens, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. He dismisses someone as a lost cause. One voice promises to try their best, but another voice, dismissive and cold, demands results above all else. Sergeant Kim Gwang-shik issues a chilling threat, his words carrying the weight of absolute authority. He demands acknowledgement. The sergeant orders the recruits to observe the team ahead, his gaze sharp and assessing. He questions if there are any problems. A chorus of voices responds in unison, their answer crisp and obedient. They report that there are no problems, sir. Sergeant Kim Guangshik stands firm, flanked by his men. He barks an order, demanding a report from the prepared shooters. Sergeant Kim Mungi reports that shooting lane 1 is ready, followed by another sergeant reporting that shooting lane 2 is ready. A booming voice commands them to descend, the order echoing with authority and finality. He descends, the elevator carrying him deeper into the facility. The special firearms training begins after a group of 2 descends into the underground facility in individual elevators. The tunnels stretch ahead, shrouded in shadow, a faint mist clinging to the floor. Civilian target plates are placed in an enclosed area, but the exercise has mutated into a competition amongst the troops. Now the objective is to complete the trial as fast and cleanly as possible. At the end of the course, a single red button awaits. The recruits must press the finish button at the destination before their opponent. A timer begins to count upward as the recruits study the map laid out before them. The monster markers seem to vary in size, indicating different levels of threat. The marker size varies depending on the monsters the recruits observe. The more dangerous it is, the bigger the icon. There are 2 monsters that are placed on each lane, and what they'll encounter is completely random. So they won't know what to expect until they get there, as the recruits enter the tunnel. He rounds a corner and is immediately confronted by a monstrous toad. The rake toad lashes out with its tongue, forcing the soldier to evade. The tunnel system is monitored remotely, showing the location of monsters and recruits. Sergeant Lee Sungo notes that the recruit in the first lane is moving faster. The toad's tongue slams into the ground, narrowly missing its target. Another recruit finds himself fleeing from a spiky, blue beast. Confident in his skills, another soldier believes this trial will be an easy win. A monstrous worm emerges from the depths, ready to ambush any who pass. Another soldier pauses, confused by what lies ahead in the darkness. The rake toad, wounded but undeterred, prepares for another attack. The confident soldier is shocked to find another rake toad in his path. A soldier is surprised to see the finish line so close. He holds up a hand, as if to stop time itself. The red mark blooms on his chest, a testament to his failure. The timer displays 2 minutes and 24 seconds. The other recruits discuss the second lane, noting the desert worm with all-out defense at the end. Another recruit questions why Li Dongjin was so slow, asking how he expects to defend the nation at that rate. The recruit sighs, claiming it was just bad luck. One of the recruits points out that aside from being late, Li Dongjin shot a civilian. He would have been disqualified anyway, even if it was a headshot. Sergeant Lee Sungo tells the recruits not to take too much time, reminding them that they can't buy anything to hoard. Another recruit asks when they ever decided that. Lee Sungo's eyes narrow as he proposes a bet. Lee Sungo asks if he was misheard. Lee Sungo suggests that the loser grant the winner a wish. Lee Sungo laughs, remarking that the recruit must think he's become something since the seniors are nice to him. Lee Sungo states that they will make a bet, and if his junior wants it so much, who is he to refuse? Lee Sungo says it's too bad he doesn't have any wishes a mere private can grant, so the recruit will need to. Lee Sungo demands the recruit's salary for 3 months if he loses. Another recruit thinks that he just wants money. The soldier sneers, dismissing someone as a simpleton. His expression is one of disdain. The terms of the bet are laid bare, 3 months' salary. The other recruit returns the taunt, calling him a tough bastard. 2 soldiers stand ready, the air crackling with anticipation. The doorway behind them hints at the trials to come. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He seems to recognize something. The instructor barks an order, his voice amplified by the confined space. Group, get ready. The recruits stand at attention, awaiting further instructions. The name tag on the uniform reads Kim. Before the descent, is there anything to report? The instructor stands before the open doorway, flanked by his soldiers. He questions if they are proceeding with the training. The soldiers respond in unison, their voices echoing with unwavering resolve. No, sir. The metal framework looms, a stark reminder of the challenges that lie ahead. The structure is cold and unforgiving. He roars the command, his voice filled with authority. The descent is imminent, the training about to begin. The sensation of falling intensifies, the world blurring into streaks of light and shadow. The descent has begun. The tunnel stretches endlessly, a dark abyss swallowing them whole. The training has begun in earnest. He stands, clad in camouflage, helmet obscuring his expression, a silent sentinel in the metallic halls. A thought crosses his mind, a warning against standing out, against drawing unwanted attention. His hand clenches into a fist, a surge of purple energy emanating from his grip. The doorway ahead pulses with the same violet light, a silent promise of what awaits those who dare to provoke him. Nearby, a recruit exclaims, realizing the descent has begun. The other recruits watch with concern. One wonders aloud how a mere private could possibly defeat a sergeant. Another recruit dismisses the bet, questioning if Lee Dongjin can even defeat the monsters. A third wonders if Kim Minji will have to rescue him. Suddenly, the recruits are startled by a tremor, their faces etched with surprise. The ground shakes violently, sending debris flying as the recruits struggle to maintain their balance. One recruit, eyes wide with alarm, shouts, questioning if it's an earthquake. Another recruit dismisses the idea of an earthquake, wondering what the source of the disturbance truly is. On the wall, screens flicker to life, displaying glowing purple demon icons. The ground trembles, the vibrations shaking the very air. Rifle raised, Lee Dongjin scans the darkness, his senses on high alert. He wonders aloud about the source of the tremor, suspecting it originated nearby. Elsewhere, a monstrous entity emerges, its single eye gleaming with malevolent intent as it clutches a smaller creature in its jaws. A monstrous form looms, its skull-like face and massive horns casting an ominous shadow. Towering above, the creature's claws drip with an unidentifiable, viscous fluid. Private First Class Lee Dongjin stares up at the monstrosity, utterly bewildered by the sight before him. What the hell? The creature's maw is stained crimson, leaving Lee Dongjin to wonder what it could possibly be eating. What is it eating? A monster? Lee Dongjin raises his rifle, his gaze fixed on the towering figure above, ready to engage the unknown threat. A sudden, violent impact splatters the monster's face with blood, a gaping wound now visible. The colossal beast reels backward, its massive form crashing through the environment. Lee Dongjin charges forward, rifle raised, a primal yell escaping his lips. Amidst the chaos, Lee Dongjin's thoughts drift back to simpler times, to the promise of fried chicken for dinner. He thinks, was tonight's dinner menu supposed to be fried chicken? I want to finish this as soon as possible and go to eat. His focus shifts to the target's silhouette and the potential consequences of a stray bullet. He thinks, that must be the target I'll be disqualified for shooting. The monster roars in defiance, and Lee Dongjin realizes the gravity of the situation. He thinks, it's going to be bad if I shoot mindlessly and accidentally hit it. He raises his weapon, the monstrous figure towering above him, a hulking mass of muscle and rage. Pink energy erupts from the barrel, a concentrated blast aimed directly at the behemoth. The recruit stares up at the creature, wondering aloud why the bastard is rampaging. The monster is wreathed in crackling pink energy, its face contorted in a silent roar. Again, he fires, the energy weapon unleashing another torrent of pink light. The monster's maw opens wide, a guttural roar escaping as pink energy explodes around its face. Debris rains down around Lee Dongjin, the monster looming behind him, seemingly unfazed. Its massive claws, tipped with razor-sharp nails, flex and twitch, eager to rend flesh. Lee Dongjin, a grim smile on his face, declares that he's going to shoot the monster down. The recruit's eyes narrow, his expression hardening with resolve as he prepares for the next attack. Another blast slams into the monster's chest, the impact visible even on its thick hide. Emerging from the smoke, the monster now wields a blade of glowing green energy. He stands ready, weapon in hand, amidst the swirling dust. The soldiers watch the monitor, concern etched on their faces. One asks if the newbie is in battle, while another wonders if there's been an accident. The soldiers monitor the screen, tracking the monster's movements. Alarms blare as the situation intensifies. One of the soldiers, sweat beading on his brow, exclaims that it must be the Cyclops. The monstrous figure, also known as the Devouring Demon, looms large. The text notes that its regenerative and attack capabilities increase drastically once it consumes a source of energy. A soldier observes that something is weird, sensing a shift in the situation. The soldier's face is etched with concern, his eyes wide behind his glasses. One of the soldiers speculates that the monster wouldn't have attacked unless its life was in danger, adding that it broke free from captivity and got enraged after eating another monster. Another soldier wonders what could have provoked the monster to such a degree. The monster unleashes a devastating attack, its power evident in the swirling green energy. The devouring demon unleashes a torrent of raw energy. Sergeant Lee Sungo leaps back, narrowly avoiding the blast, and mutters about the monster's activity. With practice speed, he slams a fresh magazine into his rifle. He fires a volley of shots, thinking that this should end it. The devouring demon roars in defiance, unfazed by the bullets. The monster lunges forward, claws extended, forcing Lee Sungo to dive for cover. The instructor watches the demon, noting that its eye seems to be regenerating slower. The devouring demon's face contorts in rage, its intentions clear. The devouring demon swipes with its massive claws. Lee Sungo glances to the side, his expression unreadable. He focuses back on the monster, realizing it knows exactly where to target him. The devouring demon lunges again, its attack swift and brutal. The devouring demon's massive hand crashes down, intent on crushing its prey. The force of the blow pulverizes the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. The devouring demon's face contorts in a savage snarl, its teeth bared in anticipation. Its massive foot descends, each step a potential earthquake. The devouring demon's foot comes down, and someone thinks, that's strange. There's no way they would have used such a violent monster for training. Besides, I squashed its. Meanwhile, a soldier stands, weapon raised, as a strange energy swirls around him. He seems to be reacting to something. The soldier's boots are planted firmly on the ground, ready for action. The soldier stands ready, his weapon held firmly in his hands, prepared to face whatever comes next. The soldier thinks, this is a catastrophe. Why did such an accident have to happen to the newbie? This is all my fault. The soldier grips his weapon, thinking a cyclops that's consumed energy isn't at a level a mere private could defeat with their firearm. Kim Min-jun runs through the corridors, thinking, Min-jun, just hold on a bit longer. He sprints forward, a wide, confident grin plastered across his face as he anticipates the challenge ahead. A glance at his watch confirms his calculations. Sergeant Lee Sung-go believes he'll clock in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The sergeant thinks that Private never stood a chance against his speed, and that he's failed, just as he'd expected. Lee Sung-go continues his sprint, wondering what he should do with that fucker's salary. He muses that he'll spend it during his vacation, a question mark appearing above his head as he considers the possibilities. With a sudden halt, the sergeant stands before a large, ominous red button, a silent question hanging in the air. How are you here? Lee Sung-go peers down at the button, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he wonders if it's already time. A sinister grin returns as he presses the button, a decisive act that seals someone's fate. A scream pierces the air, a raw expression of agony contorting a man's face as he cries out in pain. Elsewhere, a soldier in sunglasses looks up, his expression unreadable behind the dark lenses. Sergeant Lee Sung-go stands amidst the destruction, muttering, just, as he gazes upon the scene before him. A massive, green hand lies amidst the rubble, a testament to the power that has been unleashed. The question hangs in the air. How did the recruit manage such a feat? A chorus of impressed exclamations rises toward the bright, cloud-dappled sky. The other soldiers crowd around, congratulating the two who stand at the center of attention. One soldier marvels at Private Lee Dong-jin's solo victory against the Fed Cyclops, admitting he expected an accident. Another soldier asks if Kim Min-jun is all right and uninjured, as Lee Dong-jin assures him that he is fine. Someone expresses relief, curious how Lee Dong-jin managed to defeat the enemy. Sergeant Lee Sung-go looms, a smirk playing on his lips as he implies he taught the recruit everything he knows. Another soldier recalls the team's bet, a mischievous glint in his eye. The bet is a sore subject for some, as one soldier explodes in frustration. Another soldier looks on, his face a mask of fear as the situation escalates. The argument intensifies, with one soldier threatening death and declaring the bet off due to unfair circumstances. The frustrated soldier insists there was no way he could have finished faster than the newbie, Lee Dong-jin. A palpable tension hangs in the air amongst the assembled soldiers. The diagram illustrates the training exercise, two monsters defeated before the final destination. One soldier reflects on his own performance, wondering about the newbie. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik demands to know what happened with the newbie, his face contorted in anger. Another soldier looks on, concerned, as Corporal Kim Gwang-shik points accusingly at him. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik continues his tirade, pointing at Lee Dong-jin and another soldier, claiming it was unfair that he faced more monsters. The soldier next to Lee Dong-jin stammers, unsure of what to say in response to the corporal's outburst. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik demands an answer, his face inches from the other soldiers, implying a threat. Lee Dong-jin reflects on his victory, admitting to himself that he didn't feel good about defeating a monster with his fist. He is surrounded by a pink aura, his expression determined as he recalls the bet. Another soldier grabs Lee Dong-jin's arm, demanding an answer, but Lee Dong-jin tells him to let go. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik watches the scene unfold, his anger still simmering. A foot stomps down, the sound echoing through the training area. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik's face contorts with rage, berating someone off-panel. He questions their shame, suggesting a newbie took a bigger risk. An explanation surfaces, describing Cyclops as normally meek, but drastically increasing in danger when they turn. The perspective shifts to a close-up of a soldier's uniform as a voice wonders aloud if anyone present is unaware of the situation. 3 soldiers react, one visibly surprised. Someone points out that another faced a much tougher situation than someone else. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik, now facing Sergeant Lee Sung-go, questions the sergeant's involvement in the situation. Sergeant Lee Sung-go responds with a chuckle, seemingly amused by the accusation from Corporal Kim Gwang-shik. The sergeant's expression shifts slightly, a hint of something more serious beneath the surface as he begins to speak. Another soldier intervenes, asking Corporal Kim Gwangshik to stop embarrassing him in front of the others, dismissing it as a joke. The soldier continues, accusing Corporal Kim Gwangshik of not changing, implying he always reacts negatively when things don't go his way. Corporal Kim Gwangshik retorts, sarcastically remarking that having a higher rank is nice, addressing himself by name. A soldier questions the situation as a voice explains that stubborn mules become surprisingly obedient to their seniors. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's face fills the frame, his expression now intense and unreadable, hinting at a deeper meaning behind the words. The man's face contorts in rage, his eyes wide with fury and his brow furrowed in a deep scowl. The soldier looks up, his expression challenging as he demands to know if someone has something to say. The man holds his hands up, palms out, a wide smile plastered across his face as he denies having anything to say. The man's eyes narrow, a sinister glint in them as he confirms that it's right, Kim Gwangshik. The group of soldiers stands together, one of them emphasizing that someone shouldn't do something, the reason hanging unspoken in the air. Footsteps echo on the floor as someone approaches, their destination unknown but their purpose implied. Meanwhile, the sky is a canvas of soft blues and pinks, a serene backdrop to the unfolding events. The speaker relays that Sergeant Lee Sung-go received a 2-rank promotion, the details of which are being discussed. It's revealed that the 2-rank promotion was a special case due to high scores, but it is no longer available. The man explains that the promotion was revoked because a staff sergeant caused an accident in a dungeon. He was one of the last cases, so there's no way to advance. Lee Dongjin wonders if there's any way to get a special advancement anymore. Kim Gwangshik explains that there are exceptions, such as rescuing a civilian during an emergency. Lee Dongjin is told that another exception is achieving outstanding accomplishments in a monster hunt. The cases are subjective, and it's better to think the regulation doesn't exist, he is told. Lee Dongjin understands that the cases are subjective, and that there have been no hunters who have advanced with it. The commander has the final say, but Lee Dongjin is dying for an advancement, though he wouldn't wish danger upon civilians. A scene plays out in his mind of monsters attacking civilians. Monsters appear at the border on a daily basis since the army of North Korea had been wiped out. Lee Dongjin thinks 2 days is enough experience as a private for him, and he wants to advance already. Lee Dongjin wishes a gate would appear out of the blue. However, it seems too quiet here, even though they said, Lee Dongjin and Kim Gwangshik look surprised. An emergency broadcast blares from the command and control center. All hunters are instructed to gather at the oil reserve and install a protective shield immediately. The emergency alert repeats, and someone shouts for Kim Min-jun to move out. A soldier, hearing the alert, expresses his disbelief. The alert refers to middle bats, child-sized bat monsters that live in colonies. Individually, they do not pose a great threat, but they are especially agile. They can also spit fireballs. Their appearance at the oil reserve is a dire situation. The oil reserve is a facility that stores vehicle fuel, heating fuel, and other flammable chemicals used by the military. This is an emergency situation in which the entire military camp could be blown away. He and Corporal Kim Gwangshik stare in disbelief at the swarm of middle bats before them. How many of them are there? The soldier with a rifle expresses his anger at the intruders. His comrade argues that firing near the oil reserve is insane, questioning what they'll do if the middle bats attack. The soldier who spoke before asks if they're just supposed to watch the middle bats. His comrade wonders what will happen if the monsters set the oil reserve on fire before the protective shield is activated. The thought of what might happen is terrifying. The 2 soldiers stare in shock at the oil reserve. The thought of the situation horrifies one of the soldiers, and he wonders what they should do. A soldier decides to draw the middle bat's attention. Kim Min-jun, looking furious, questions what the newbie from the 2nd Company is doing. Kim Min-jun demands to know what they are planning on doing without any equipment, ordering them to fall back immediately. He wonders who has time for equipment. The precious guests who are going to help him advance are waiting. He is known as the private who single-handedly stopped an emergency. Kim Min-jun thinks to himself that he will get to hog all of the experience points. Someone asks, how is that possible? The assassin Kim Min-jun smirks, his hands glowing with a pinkish-purple energy. A massive, grotesque monster devours a smaller creature in a single bite. Another monster, wielding a crude blade, attacks a soldier in camouflage. A monstrous bat screeches, its fangs bared. Kim Min-jun watches as the bats fly around him, remarking that it is as expected. The assassin Kim Min-jun smiles, noting that those bastards are reacting to his demonic energy. The hunter's hands glow with power, the text below him indicating that he is about to do something. He declares that they are all his. The soldiers are told to hurry up and make sure the equipment doesn't get damaged. The soldier's uniform bears a skull insignia, a grim reminder of their duty. The 2 soldiers halt, confusion etched on their faces. One demands to know why they've stopped. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth agape at the unfolding situation. Panic sets in as one of the soldiers barks orders, demanding the immediate deployment of a shield. Now, surrounded by dark energy and shadowy bats, Kim Min-jun grins, his plan unfolding. The soldier's shock is palpable as he realizes Kim Min-jun is drawing all of the monster's attention. The soldier's face contorts in a mix of fear and anger as he shouts an apology. A soldier is brutally attacked, the force of the blow tearing through his protective gear. The soldier exhales, the fight taking its toll as he struggles to maintain his composure. The soldier thinks to himself that it is taking too long to rip them apart individually, and wonders if there is anything useful. The soldier's face is twisted in rage as he curses Kim Min-jun for his reckless actions. Another soldier yells, urging his comrades to lower their stance and fall back to regroup. Someone considers the effectiveness of a bulletproof vest. The man in the military uniform is surrounded by pink energy. He believes it is all his. A hand grips a baton, ready for action. The man looks down at his hands, now crackling with pink energy. It looks like fun to him. The soldier in the helmet is engulfed in pink energy. He curses his situation. The soldier's face contorts in pain and confusion. He wonders why his stomach is acting up now. Sergeant Lee Sungo approaches the kneeling soldier. The soldier asks if he's all right, but Lee Sungo insists he is fine. One soldier urges another to fall back. The second soldier reassures him, promising to return quickly after dealing with the threat. The soldier marvels at the weapon crackling with blue electricity. He wonders if it is an electric fly swatter. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. The unseen figure declares that it is time to move on. The soldier leaps into the air, weapon raised and crackling with blue energy. The ground crackles with uncontrolled arcs of blue electricity. The electric energy explodes outward in 3 distinct bursts. Kim Min-jun sprints forward, his electric weapon blazing with blue energy. With a fierce grin, Kim Min-jun swings the weapon, unleashing its power. Private First Class Lee Dongjin stares in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. Kim Min-jun continues his assault, the electric energy proving devastating against the swarm, is overpowering all of those middle bats. The electric energy slams into one of the bats, eliciting a pained screech. He and another soldier watch in alarm as the situation escalates. That bat! A monstrous bat, its eyes glowing with malevolent red light, looms into view. The massive bat descends, dwarfing the soldiers below. The bat's head, wreathed in flames, reveals its terrifying, demonic features. Lee Dongjin, his face a mask of grim determination, barks out an order. Fire! I'll take full responsibility, so open fire. He had given the order, and 2 soldiers snap to attention. They salute, affirming the command. Another soldier raises his rifle, the scope glinting in the light. He prepares to fire on the massive bat. The soldier's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he peers through the scope. From above, Kim Min-jun taunts the creature. He warns the middle bat about playing with fire. The assassin stands before the monstrous bat, an electric weapon crackling with energy in his hand. Kim Min-jun grins, electricity arcing around him. He declares that the bat will be burned. Pure, raw electricity surges forth, a tangible force ready to be unleashed. The giant bat roars as it is completely enveloped in a blinding surge of electric power. The air crackles and hums with the intense energy being discharged into the creature. The bat thrashes violently as the electricity courses through its body, a high-pitched whine filling the air. Below, the soldiers stare upwards, their faces obscured by their helmets and the bright sky. The soldiers are baffled by Kim Min-jun's sudden appearance high above. They wonder how he jumped so high. With a solid connection, the hose locks into place with a mechanical hiss. Above the facility, the protective shield shimmers, a web of blue energy. Inside the shield, soldiers discuss the situation. The protective shield has been activated, but the middle bats are still a concern. They must take care of all the cables. Lee Sungo is asked how much longer until all the corpses are gathered. He stands beneath the pile of dead bats. A soldier salutes, acknowledging the good work. He wonders where they came from, as they weren't detected on radar. Another soldier wrinkles his nose, commenting on the stench of roasted bats, waving his hand in front of his face. The soldier reports that there are 30 bats in total, answering the question of who barbecued them so well and how many there are. The operations officer on duty was Captain Song Junshik. One soldier tells another, all right. Even if he doesn't specialize in combat, it's not fine for an awakened executive to be absent during an emergency and show up only after it's been resolved. Anyway, Sungo, you're the one. The soldier states that he'll make sure to tell the battalion commander that Lee Sungo is responsible for roasting the bats. The soldier expresses confusion, asking who did it then. The question hangs in the air. Is there anyone else in the battalion as skilled with an electric baton? The soldier explains that not only were some of the bats killed with an electric baton, but all 30 were defeated by a single person. The order is given to report the incident as such, prompting a response of utter disbelief from someone present. The soldiers discuss the implications, wondering if the bats that were torn apart were also killed by the same person. They note that all the executives are off duty. Saluting smartly, Recruit Kim Min-jun announces that he has come to return the electric baton he was lent. The soldier's expression is one of shock as he holds the electric baton, its blue arcs crackling with power. The thought bubble conveys the unspoken concern. Is this thing really expensive? Meanwhile, the imposing structure of the military base looms under a clear sky, a silent witness to the conversations unfolding within its walls. The air is thick with unspoken expectations. Sergeant Lee Sung-go stares intently, his gaze unwavering. He questions if the person he is speaking to is a regressor. The sergeant's expression hardens as he warns against repeating rash actions. His voice carries the weight of authority and a hint of suppressed frustration. A hand rests on a lap, fingers slightly curled, as the unseen person listens to the sergeant's reprimand. The gesture is subtle, yet speaks volumes. Lee Sung-go acknowledges that the recruit may have been lucky this time, but as a hunter, he never knows what could happen next. He pauses, awaiting a response. The unseen recruit thinks that even though it wasn't luck, he should keep his mouth shut. The image shifts to a squad of soldiers in camouflage, armed and ready, with helicopters flying overhead. The text explains that the Hunter Division is different from regular divisions. The insignias of the 4 battalions are displayed, each bearing a unique symbol. The text emphasizes that battalions themselves are composed of significantly fewer troops than in the regular military. Sergeant Lee Sung-go continues, explaining that the awakened do not keep re-enlisting. He wonders why he's talking about that right now. Lee Sung-go asks if the recruit knows how all of this is possible, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. The recruit is confused. He declares that every single person within a Hunter Corps is awakened. Of course, the sergeant clarifies, not everyone engages in battle. There are quite a few officers who are specialized in administration, monster theory, tactics, and weapons research. A man looks surprised, seemingly realizing something important. Kim Min-jun's expression is one of mild surprise, perhaps even disappointment. However, the soldier next to Kim Min-jun explains that they are also awakened. In the Hunter Corps, you can only advance based on your accomplishments and talents. The soldier recalls being called to the battalion commander's office first thing in the morning, expecting good news. Kim Min-jun thinks to himself, wondering why he is at an info session, and that he should have kept his expectations low. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen as he realizes he is in the battalion commander's office. He tells himself to keep looking forward. Meanwhile, a car speeds down a road. The car continues its journey, the destination unknown. The hunter, renowned for defeating the most monsters, is expected. The 104th 4th Division anticipates a visit. Inside the vehicle, 2 officers ride in anticipation. The driver keeps his eyes on the road. The black car speeds down the road, kicking up dust in its wake. The destination is the battalion. A polished military boot steps out of the vehicle. The arrival has begun. The officer looks up, anticipating the arrival of the hunter. He knows that the hunter will visit their battalion. From a low angle, the officer is seen with his subordinates. The anticipation is palpable. Standing at attention, the officer awaits the arrival. His posture is perfect. The shadow of the officer falls on the polished floor. The moment of arrival is near. The officer salutes, his voice booming with respect. He announces the arrival of Colonel Lee Junbyum. The assembled officers stand at attention. Captain Song Junshik and Captain Seo Jungwon await Colonel Lee Junbyum's arrival. The crisp uniforms of 2nd Lieutenant Kim Kielman and Sergeant Lee Sung-go stand in stark contrast. A firm handshake seals a silent understanding between 2 men. Colonel Lee Junbyum commends someone for their calm handling of yesterday's situation, offering a simple, good work. Sergeant Lee Sung-go receives the colonel's praise with a respectful, thank you, sir. As the colonel notes, it has been a long time. The observer notes that he is lively, their eyes fixed on the hunter insignia adorning Lee Sung-go's uniform. Sergeant Lee Sung-go wonders about the strength of the 2-star from the Hunter Corps, his gaze intense. Colonel Lee Junbyum extends his hand to Kim Min-jun, asking directly if he is the one he seeks. Someone observes that his grip is surprisingly strong, a hint of surprise in their expression. The colonel tests Kim Min-jun's strength, gripping him firmly, as if assessing his capabilities. Meanwhile, Colonel Lee Junbyum briefs a group of officers, detailing a situation 1.2 kilometers north of the battalion and the restricted access to the area. The colonel raises concerns about a radar malfunction that coincided with the approach of middle bats towards the battalion. The officers discuss the possibility of equipment malfunction versus sheer numbers being the cause, deciding to report the incident to the divisional. He barks orders, demanding the ordnance office set up 2 more radars. Colonel Lee Junbyum acknowledges Kim Min-jun's courage and initial response from the previous day, but cautions him to be more careful and to remember his equipment. Private Kim Min-jun apologizes, explaining that without equipment, the battalion would have been engulfed in flames. The colonel dismisses the apology, his boots echoing on the floor. Colonel Lee Junbyum states that his previous comment was a joke, and asks if it is true that Kim Min-jun eliminated 30 middle bats by himself. Kim Min-jun stands at attention, awaiting further instruction. It is noted that if Kim Min-jun hadn't reacted fast enough, the oil reserve could have exploded, and he is told that he did very well. The soldiers around Kim Min-jun exhale in relief, sweat beading on their brows. A small gift arrives from the division commander. The gift is opened, revealing its contents. Colonel Lee Junbyum congratulates Private First Class Kim Min-jun on his advancement, stating that under normal circumstances, he would have gone through various procedures, but his exceptional accomplishment should be rewarded as soon as possible. The colonel orders the battalion commander to give Kim Min-jun a vacation immediately, 3 days and 2 nights. He stands in formation, the words of praise still echoing in his mind. The speed of his advancement surprises even him. The thought of a vacation brings a wide, almost childlike grin to Kim Min-jun's face. The prospect is incredibly exciting. Boots hit the ground with purpose, each step filled with anticipation for the days ahead. Kim Min-jun walks down the hallway, another soldier keeping pace beside him. Freedom is so close. The soldier's words of praise follow him, a reminder of his accomplishments. He has already done so much. The soldier expresses his gratitude, acknowledging Kim Min-jun's role in his own commendation. Min-jun simply nods. The soldier asks what he plans to do outside. Kim Min-jun smiles, already having a plan in mind. Meanwhile, the sky stretches out, a vast expanse of blue dotted with fluffy white clouds. Freedom awaits. The city beckons with its vibrant signs and bustling streets. The air smells of freedom and possibility. He breaks into a run, eager to reach his destination. The city blurs around him as he picks up speed. The sign for the PC Bang looms ahead, a beacon of digital adventure. Kim Min-jun's grin widens. He thinks of playing Dungeon Power Fighter at the PC room. Even if he went home, he would have to enter a restricted area. He sports a wide, unsettling grin, his intentions hidden behind a veneer of excitement. So, Kim Min-jun decides to spend the next 3 days and 2 nights nearby, eliminating travel time. Meanwhile, 2 men sit outside a building, one gesturing emphatically as he speaks to the other. The man with the green cap complains, saying, "Don't even mention it, bro. Those soldiers are so stingy." The man continues, explaining that he only wanted to pick some pine mushrooms in the area. He asks why they're stopping him, stating he already obtained permission from the owner of the mountain and deposited money. The man explains that Changxian went there before it was completely restricted and said it smelled toxic all over the mountain. Afterwards, the other man warns that he's going to be in trouble if he goes there. The man with the green cap, undeterred, declares he'll just wear a mask or something when he goes. Kim Min-jun is seen in profile, the sky a brilliant blue behind him. The man with the green cap stands with the other man, the conversation continuing. The man with the green cap and the other man exchange a look, the air thick with unspoken words. A road sign indicates that Watchin is just 200 meters away. The man with the green cap is asked if he can find his way from here, and he confirms that he can be dropped off. The white truck slows to a stop on the side of the road. The man with the green cap thanks the driver for the ride. The driver explains that they cannot go any further because the soldiers will stop them. The man with the green cap wonders if it is true what he can do. The soldier confirms that the restriction should be lifted by tomorrow, so the man with the green cap will be able to go on the mountain again. The soldier tells the man with the green cap to be careful and not to mention them if anyone asks. The man with the green cap assures the soldier that he will take care as the truck drives away. Meanwhile, the soldier walks away from the truck. The soldier, a member of the Roka, decides to come to Watchin instead of going to the PC room. The air hangs heavy with a scent that stirs something deep within. A swirling vortex of purple energy pulses ominously nearby. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. "Demonic energy," booms a voice, laced with a hint of dread. The 2 soldiers stand on the road, the oppressive energy bearing down on them. Crouching on a rock, the soldier notes the security is heavy near the entrance, but loose near the dungeon. The private first class would rather avoid getting noticed, given his low rank. The demonic energy swirls ominously around the cave entrance. All of a sudden, one of the soldiers groans, clutching his stomach. "My stomach is hurting too." The soldier, face obscured by his mask, grits his teeth. "Who just hold it in?" "No, apologies, I don't think I can," one soldier exclaims. Another urges, "Let's just go do our business and come back. It should be okay if we leave for 5 minutes." "Ah shit, I've got a stomach ache." All of a sudden, the soldier thinks, his eyes wide with discomfort. The cliff face looms, a silent sentinel guarding the path ahead. A barrier blocks the way, pulsating with an unnatural, pink demonic energy. From a swirling portal of darkness, a figure emerges, stepping into the unknown. The soldier's face is illuminated by the eerie glow of demonic energy. A hand reaches out, surrounded by the swirling pink energy. "Huh, I don't sense any monsters at all." Standing amidst the dense demonic energy, the man wonders, then why is demonic energy so dense here? A smirk plays on the soldier's lips. Well, who cares? Hands manipulate the swirling demonic energy, shaping it to an unknown purpose. The soldier stands bathed in the pink glow, the source of the energy unknown. Legs stand firm, planted in the midst of the swirling, pink, demonic energy. System messages flash. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 1. The system announces, your demonic energy stat has increased by 1. Oh, it's rising steadily. Kim Min-jun stares forward, a holographic display floating above his head, showing his stats. Since his demonic energy has reached the threshold, Kim Min-jun's skill, corruption, has been enhanced. Since his demonic energy has reached the threshold, Kim Min-jun has unlocked the skill Nightwalker. Elsewhere, the major antagonist's face is illuminated, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A digital chime rings out, indicating that Kim Min-jun's demonic energy has reached a critical threshold. The system alerts Kim Min-jun that he has unlocked the skill Nightwalker due to his demonic energy reaching the threshold. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, a flicker of excitement dancing within their depths as he processes the notification. A burst of digital text proclaims "lucky" as the system continues to provide feedback. The screen displays Kim Min-jun's stats, highlighting his strength, agility, stamina, and demonic energy levels, along with his possessed skills, corruption and Nightwalker. Kim Min-jun raises his hand, a surge of purple energy emanating from his palm as he prepares to test his new skill. The system confirms that he has acquired free demonic energy and a usable skill as the purple energy intensifies around him. A shadowy figure, identified as a Nightwalker, materializes, its form vaguely humanoid with glowing eyes, ready to serve its summoner. The command "emerge" hangs in the air as the shadowy tendrils writhe and coalesce, solidifying the Nightwalker's presence. The Nightwalker stands fully formed, a towering silhouette of darkness, awaiting Kim Min-jun's orders with silent anticipation. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun thinks that this bastard is definitely worth it, as the shadow, familiar, solidifies before him. The Nightwalker skill activates, conjuring a shadowy presence. He stands in a vast, cavernous space, the newly summoned shadow trailing behind him. Kim Min-jun wonders if this strange place is a penalty for dimensional travel. He wonders if his demonic energy stat is too low, causing this situation. Kim Min-jun finds the situation awful, regardless of the cause. The recruit considers how he's supposed to use such a tiny, weak familiar that looks like it would wither in sunlight. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen as he takes a closer look at the shadow. The shadow familiar speaks, noting its small size. Kim Min-jun realizes the familiar can hide in the shadows. The word "Salvi" hangs in the air above the military building. He stands at attention as the others acknowledge Private First Class Kim Min-jun's return for vacation. The soldiers gather around Kim Min-jun, impressed that he advanced so quickly. One remarks that he even received a badge from the commander himself. Kim Min-jun listens to the praise, his expression unreadable as one of the soldiers calls it bullshit. A hand presents a brown paper bag. Kim Min-jun hands the bag to another soldier, explaining that he brought back a bottle of moisturizer for him to enjoy. The soldier seems touched by the gesture. The soldier grins, accepting the gift. He thanks Kim Min-jun, promising to put it to good use. Kim Min-jun walks away as the other soldiers comment on the touching display of friendship. Footsteps echo on the tiled floor. Another soldier asks if he brought what he asked for, holding a magazine with a woman on the cover. The soldier tells Kim Min-jun that he'll need to use honorifics if he manages to get to corporal. The red-haired soldier excitedly tells the other that his name was on the list of candidates for advancement examinations. The brown-haired soldier is surprised, noting that it hasn't been a year since his enlistment, so he shouldn't even qualify. The other soldiers wonder if the youngest is going to take the advancement exam, questioning if that's even possible. The soldiers are gathered around the training commander, who is seated and listening to them. The training commander seems to be offering someone a special offer. From an overhead view, the training commander sits at his desk in his office. The training commander yells, his face contorted in anger or frustration. The training commander sits on a ledge, gesturing with his hands as he speaks. The soldiers look surprised and are talking amongst themselves, reacting to something they've heard. The red-haired soldier asks if the other came because he wanted to start taking advancement exams a year earlier, calling him a crazy fucker. One of the soldiers laughs, finding the situation amusing. The brown-haired soldier is told that the people taking the advancement exams this Saturday will be going through an orientation and their specialty weapons training tomorrow. A hand waves as a voice cheerfully tells the recruits to have fun. One of the soldiers asks Sergeant Kim if he isn't taking the advancement exam. Sergeant Kim wonders if he has a reason to stay in the army. A soldier wonders aloud about the specialty weapons training, a question mark floating above his head. A disembodied thought wonders if there is something other than firearms involved in the training. Meanwhile, the training facility stands tall against the clear blue sky, its communication tower reaching for the heavens. Sergeant Lee Sungo addresses the recruits, pointing to a schedule for the written and practical exams. He demands their attention. The recruits sit at their desks, listening intently. Sergeant Lee Sungo reminds those who have already taken the exams not to be sidetracked. The sergeant explains that the hunter advancement examination consists of 2 parts, telling them to concentrate for the sake of the first-timers. A thought suggests that the written part seems to be at a basic level, easier than a driving test. The sound of footsteps echoes as a recruit thinks that the practical exam is what's really important. A soldier stands tall in his uniform, the sound of his footsteps emphasizing his determination. The recruits will be evaluated on their stat test, specialty weapons proficiency, and ability to handle monsters. Kim Min-jun smirks, wondering what perks he'll receive for achieving a perfect score. He strides forward, his gaze fixed on the recruits before him. The training grounds stretch out before them, various weapons laid out for the recruits. The devil instructor places his hands on his hips, announcing that they will commence with the specialty weapons training. The recruits stand at attention, awaiting further instructions from their instructor. Lee Sung-go's face contorts in anger as he barks at the privates and privates first class, forbidding them from picking any weapons other than swords. The recruits respond in unison, their voices booming with affirmation. Yes, sir. The recruits move to select their weapons and begin training, following the instructor's orders. The devil instructor's words echo across the training grounds, explaining that he will teach the basic swordsmanship from the Hunter Corps Combat Manual. He continues, warning them that blindly following the guidelines will not do them much good. The recruits stand in formation, listening intently as they are told they will have to use the Hunter Corps swordsmanship as a foundation. Lee Sung-go demands if they understood, and the recruits respond with a resounding sir, yes, sir. He addresses the recruits, sword in hand, emphasizing the importance of the basics. Sergeant Lee Sung-go demands their full attention, warning them not to look away. With a burst of speed, the instructor demonstrates a series of rapid sword movements. Each strike is a blur, showcasing the potential of the weapon. The sergeant settles into a firm stance, gripping the sword with both hands. He prepares to show the recruits the next step in their training. The blade slices through the air, leaving a visible trail in its wake. The sound of the sword cutting through the air echoes. Kim Min-jun smiles, a glint in his eye as he watches the demonstration. He understands why this is called specialty weapons training. Elsewhere, a soldier faces a monstrous opponent, highlighting the need for more than just rifles. The creature looms, ready to strike. After all, Kim Min-jun thinks, his gaze intense. He considers the possibilities that swordsmanship might offer in combat. One of the recruits observes that it's foolish to fight monsters only with rifles. The others watch the demonstration intently. The sergeant shifts his weight, preparing for another demonstration. He holds the sword with a single hand, poised and ready. Kim Min-jun muses that Asgardian swordsmanship might be better. He considers the different styles and their effectiveness. The instructor leaps into the air, executing a powerful downward strike. The recruits below watch with a mix of awe and apprehension. 2 recruits practice the movements, one commenting that it all depends on how you apply it. They begin to understand the nuances of swordsmanship. He practices his swordsmanship, the blade slicing through the air with practiced ease. The movement blurs into a series of rapid strikes. Lee Sung-go stands on the podium, observing the recruits. He calls out, ordering someone to the podium. A recruit responds, acknowledging the order with a sharp, sir, yes, sir. From above, Kim Min-jun continues his practice, unaware of the attention he's drawing. Lee Sung-go watches from the balcony. The devil instructor walks away, presumably to address the rest of the recruits. Lee Sung-go announces that everyone should listen to the observations he has made and that their movements are still very awkward and do not flow well. He tells them to take a cue from Private First Class Kim Min-jun. The recruits react with surprise and a hint of nervousness, realizing they are being compared to Kim Min-jun. The devil instructor holds a stick, ready to demonstrate or correct their form. Kim Min-jun continues his sword practice, his movements fluid and precise, while Lee Sung-go observes intently. The blade flashes, a whirlwind of motion as Kim Min-jun executes another series of strikes. The other recruits gulp, feeling the pressure to improve their own skills. The training officer's words still ringing in his ears. Kim Min-jun sits on the steps, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He mutters about the unexpected heat. Lee Sung-go approaches, his expression unreadable. He calls out Kim Min-jun's name, his voice carrying the weight of authority. The instructor commends him, stating that he did perfectly well. He places something in Kim Min-jun's hand. Lee Sung-go walks away, telling him to eat it when he's alone. The meaning behind the words remains unclear. Kim Min-jun stares at the red packet in his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He wonders if the instructor always carries such things with him. The packet is red with a white symbol on it. The significance of the gift is unknown to Kim Min-jun. He sits alone, still contemplating the red packet. The sky is bright, but his thoughts are clouded with questions. A voice calls out, praising his swordsmanship demonstration. The recruit asks if Kim Min-jun could take a look at his form during the break. The recruit seems nervous, stammering as he speaks. He acknowledges that this is his first time training. The recruit explains that the sword is his specialty weapon, but he still finds it hard to fight monsters with it. He asks if Kim Min-jun could take a quick look. Kim Min-jun is silent. his expression unreadable. He seems to be considering the recruit's request. He offers his help, stating that if the recruit needs his help, he'll take as many looks as he likes. He stands with the nervous recruit, ready to begin their training session. With a swift motion, he draws his sword, the blade glinting in the light as he prepares to demonstrate. Lee Sungo observes the display, noting, it's basically the standard of the Hunter Corps swordsmanship. The instructor continues his analysis, stating that the recruit's movements aren't the problem. Lee Sungo holds a stick, explaining what Private First Class Lee Dongjin lacks. The instructor's gaze sharpens as he recalls a past experience, one that happens to be his area of expertise, a monster attack. Lee Sungo's expression turns menacing as he thinks, but when it comes, I'll make you. In the flashback, a monstrous creature is struck, splattering blood. Kim Min-jun stands amidst swirling energy, his sword poised to strike. Saturday arrives, marked as the day of the advancement examination. Two men watch a broadcast featuring a woman with cat ears, seemingly enjoying the light-hearted entertainment. Elsewhere, three men engage in a casual game of basketball on an outdoor court. One man sits at a go board, deeply engrossed in the game, while another reclines nearby, idly watching the match unfold. A message from the administrative office blares from a speaker, urgently instructing all hunters scheduled for advancement exams to immediately proceed to the military training ground. Hunters who are scheduled to take the advancement exams are being summoned, as three men observe a uniformed figure. The uniformed man stands tall, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the day's events. The goal is clear, to become a corporal. A uniformed figure stands against the backdrop of a building adorned with the South Korean flag, ready to face the challenges ahead. The soldiers stand in formation, awaiting instructions for the day's events. Second Lieutenant Kim Kielman addresses the assembled troops, introducing himself. He hopes that they will listen to him well, before requesting a personnel count from each company. A bus waits to transport the soldiers to their destination. The soldiers proceed quickly and in an orderly fashion to board the bus. As they all know, the advancement exams will be held at the 105 4th Division, and they will now depart to Gapyeong, where it is located. The bus departs, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake, as the recruits are encouraged to review their practice questions. Inside the bus, one recruit asks another if he has heard the news. The 4th Battalion is coming to the advancement exams today, which leads one recruit to wonder if they will see girls today. One of the recruits thinks to himself that he'll get to show off his specialty weapons proficiency. Another recruit hopes that the girls will ask for his number, but worries that it will be a predicament. One of the soldiers smiles, thinking that they should try their best. A siren echoes, its mournful wail cutting through the air. The training grounds give way to a serene landscape of water and mountains. The recruits have arrived at the 105 4th Division Divisional Base in Gapyeong, Gyeonggi Province. A sign indicates the location of the written examination, Room 7. Inside, rows of recruits sit hunched over their desks, pencils scratching against paper. An instructor announces that, aside from Cho Jeong-wook from the 2nd Battalion of the 104 4th Division, everyone has passed. The instructor continues, directing all hunters except for Cho Jeong-wook to proceed to the practical examination room immediately. One recruit's face contorts in a mixture of shock and disbelief. The other recruits berate the unfortunate soul, questioning how he could fail such an easy exam, as the apologetic recruit shrinks under the criticism. The successful recruits begin to move, their boots echoing on the floor. One recruit wears a smug grin, confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, the group heads down a long corridor, ready to face the practical examination. The female officer stands tall, her uniform crisp and her expression composed as she holds a black folder. The building stands proudly against a backdrop of lush greenery and a clear sky, a symbol of the challenges ahead. A voice echoes, acknowledging the hard work of those gathered. The 105 4th Division extends its welcome to all examiners, the faces of the officers stern and resolute as they stand in formation. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Kielju speaks into the microphone, announcing that he is in charge of overseeing this advancement exam. The officer addresses the assembled recruits, stating that their objective is not just to find people, but to find those worthy of a promotion. The officers discuss the need to gather 3 divisions with friendly competition and fair exams. One wonders why they can't just take the exams already, while another admits to feeling sleepy. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Kielju continues to speak, noting that in this year's advancement exam, there are members attending based on a special exception. The recruits stand in formation, their expressions a mix of anticipation and nervousness as they listen to the instructions. One recruit thinks to himself that although they may be hunters who enlisted less than a year ago, there is another person besides him that desires him. The recruits stand at attention, listening intently as they are told to make sure they don't create any misunderstandings. A voice muses that it must be true that you get special exceptions if you apply to the front lines with exceptional grades. One of the recruits reflects on how there were kids who were given the proposals in his enlistment year, but he heard they all rejected the offer, relieved it's the 104 4th Division. The soldier's brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Surrounded, Kim Min-jun hears his name called out by one of the soldiers. The soldier with the striking blue hair glances to the side, a subtle shift in his gaze. A close-up reveals the insignia on the soldier's uniform, Enminguk Huntagenroka. The soldier's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. The soldier with blue hair remains stoic, his expression unreadable. The soldier shouts, urging everyone to do their best. A voice booms, introducing Captain Jong Sankyol, who announces the commencement of the stat test. Captain Jong Sankyol addresses the recruits from behind a wooden podium. The captain explains that the first test will be the strength test, which he deems quite simple. The recruits are told they simply need to push back the examiner in front of them. An examiner stands ready, his stance firm and unyielding. The soldier stands before a heavy red curtain. If he can move it even an inch, he passes. The recruit's expression hardens, a silent question forming on his lips. Why are all the exams like this? A booming voice echoes across the training grounds. The time limit for the test is 1 minute. The recruits will be evaluated on a 100-point scale. The highest score is awarded for a 10-meter movement. Another recruit stands ready, positioned at the starting line of the marked course. Captain Jong Sankyol calls out the first name. First of all, Private Kim Jin-hyuk of the 103 3rd Division, come forward. A swift punch lands, the sound echoing through the air. The force of the blow contorts the private's face in a mask of pain and fury. The private is sent flying backward from the sheer impact of the strike. Captain Jong Sankyol delivers the verdict. Kim Jin-hyuk, 0 points. You're disqualified. The private lies defeated on the ground. Scoring less than 40 points means automatic disqualification from the advancement exam. The other recruits watch with growing unease, their faces etched with worry. We're dead, one mutters. He looks down at Jang Won-ho, who is on the ground. Jang Won-ho has been disqualified and received 10 points. Lee Mi-ju's foot is pushed back, failing to move the weight. She is disqualified and received 20 points. Jong Yuna is disqualified and receives 0 points. Jang Dawen is also disqualified, receiving 15 points. The instructor seems annoyed by the recruits' poor performance. A woman with blue hair exhales, seemingly after completing the strength test. The other recruits look shocked, seemingly impressed by the woman's performance. A recruit walks on a line, attempting to complete the strength test. He has reached the 3-meter mark. The woman stands on the line, having completed the strength test. She seems to have passed with ease. One of the recruits is amazed by the woman, realizing that she is Sun Yun-seo. He thinks she is very pretty. Another recruit is shocked, wondering if her father is the division commander. 2 recruits admire Sun Yun-seo, with one commenting on her sharp eyes. One of the recruits thinks he will die if he gets any closer to her. Sun Yun-seo stands in front of the other recruits, who are looking at her with admiration. He observes the scene, recognizing Sun Yun-seo as the special exception, just like him. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's voice booms across the training grounds, calling out, Kim Min-jun of the 104 4th Division, come forward. Private First Class Kim Min-jun answers the call, his boot hitting the wooden floor with a thud. Kim Min-jun steps forward, the other recruits watching as he approaches the sergeant. He steals his resolve, thinking, I shouldn't do what I did with the redstone this time, right? His hand tenses, ready to push with all his might. Sergeant Lee Sung-go anticipates the push, calculating, but if I manage to push him past the 10-meter mark, I might get bonus points. Kim Min-jun plants his foot, preparing to unleash his strength. With a grunt, Kim Min-jun shoves forward, his hand connecting with the sergeant's chest. He puts his full weight behind the effort, both hands now pressing against the unyielding form of Lee Sung-go. The force of the push sends Sergeant Lee Sung-go sliding backwards, his boots scraping against the marked floor. The recruits watch as the sergeant continues to slide, the sound echoing through the training area. The table groans under immense pressure, splintering with a loud crack. Sergeant Lee Sung-go slams his hand down with incredible force. The table collapses, unable to withstand the sergeant's brutal strength. Shards of wood fly in every direction, a testament to the raw power displayed. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's face is a mask of fury, his eyes burning with intensity. The final piece gives way with a sharp crack, the sound echoing through the room. Sergeant Lee Sung-go declares, awarding Kim Min-jun 100 points for his display. The other soldiers look on in stunned silence, witnessing the sergeant's extreme methods. One recruit's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. Kim Min-jun turns away, thinking that there were no bonus points after all. The sign outside the building declares 20 points for Private Yu Jonghwa. One recruit stands dejected, hands on his hips, as the word disqualified hangs in the air. A female recruit strides forward, her expression unreadable. The recruits struggle, sweat beading on their foreheads. One mutters, questioning the difficulty. An instructor announces that the agility stat test will commence immediately, without breaks. Those who have been disqualified are instructed to exit in an orderly fashion, under the examiner's directions. The recruits continue the agility test, maneuvering around metal bars under the watchful eyes of the instructors. Two instructors adjust a green screen, bickering over the precise positioning. A machine with multiple metal bars stands ready, its purpose yet unknown. The recruits murmur amongst themselves, fear creeping into their voices as they speculate about dodging bullets. A sinister smile spreads across an instructor's face, hinting at the trials to come. A disembodied voice assures the recruits that the ammunition is non-lethal. The recruits stand, hands bound, awaiting the next stage of their evaluation. Lee Sung-go's lips curve into a sinister smile, hinting at the trials to come. The instructor, Lee Sung-go, finds the situation pretty interesting as he holds a remote. A machine with black and yellow stripes stands ready, its purpose yet unknown. A camera is set up, pointed directly at the area where the recruits will be tested. The recruits are told that if they are confident in their ability to withstand damage, they can simply tank the agility test. The recruits look on with apprehension, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on their faces. Lee Sung-go explains the disqualification criteria, leaving the netted area in under 30 seconds or sustaining severe injuries. One recruit steps forward, ready to face the challenge that awaits within the designated area. Kim Min-jun listens intently, his expression unreadable as the instructor speaks. Lee Sung-go smiles broadly, waving a hand as he addresses the recruits. The recruit looks bewildered, question marks swirling around his head. Lee Sung-go chuckles, reassuring another recruit that he wouldn't be disqualified. Kim Min-jun reflects on the instructor's words, noting that all the privates first class have passed the advancement exam before. Kim Min-jun continues, realizing the overall score standard has increased since they were privates. The instructor's warning echoes. These rubber bullets fly as fast as the real ones. Relying on sight alone will not be enough. The camera's eye focuses on the base of the machine, emphasizing the importance of watching for any slight movements of the gun to predict the bullet's trajectory. The recruit is struck, the impact sending him reeling backwards. A pained cry erupts as the recruit collapses to the ground. The recruit lies prone, blood trickling from his head onto the wooden floor. A soldier hoists the injured recruit over his shoulder, declaring Private Yoon Ki-tae disqualified. The instructor barks orders to escort the fallen recruit away. He laments the high disqualification rate from the stat test. The man observes the scene with a critical eye. He thinks to himself that it's no wonder the pass rate is so low. Meanwhile, monstrous figures lurk in a dark and foreboding place. A wolf-like beast snarls, flanked by a hulking brute and a multi-eyed horror. The man's gaze lifts, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He mutters that making it so difficult is rather reasonable. The announcement rings out. Private First Class Ji Young-do is disqualified. The trials continue to claim victims. Another recruit lies defeated, sprawled on the floor near a green screen. His face is contorted in pain, his dreams of advancement dashed. The instructor questions the capabilities of this round of hunters. He compares them unfavorably to the sergeant advancement exam next door. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning how anyone expects to advance with such poor performance. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground reverberates. The weight of failure hangs in the air. The instructor's face is a mask of disapproval. His gaze is intense, his disappointment palpable. A new name is announced, Private Sun Yun-seo. Hope flickers amidst the gloom. Private Sun Yun-seo stands ready, poised in a fighting stance. She is prepared to face whatever comes next. A gray sphere hangs suspended, vibrating in place. Below, one of the instructors watches with rapt attention, his eyes wide. With a sharp strike, she sends the sphere hurtling away. The timer clicks down, each second a testament to her speed. Now, joined by two others, the recruits work in concert, a flurry of motion against the floating targets. The timers continue to count down. The assembled instructors can only watch in stunned silence as the demonstration unfolds. The timer continues its relentless countdown. Sergeant Lee Sung-go erupts, his voice booming with approval. He shouts, affirming that this is the correct method. Her hand blurs as she strikes, a testament to her speed and precision. Each hit sends the sphere careening through the air. Her shadow stretches long, a silhouette of focused intensity. The timer continues its inexorable descent. Footsteps echo, a sign that the demonstration has concluded and the instructors are approaching. Sun Yun-seo stands tall, surrounded by her peers and superiors. The other recruits murmur in awe at her skill. The faces of the onlookers betray a mix of surprise and admiration. The pressure of the moment is palpable. Whispers ripple through the ranks. Some wonder if there's more than just professional respect between the recruit and her instructor. Sun Yun-seo turns, her expression unreadable. She demands to know what is wanted of her, her gaze intense. An order rings out, calling Private First Class Kim Min-jun forward. The training room is large and sparsely furnished, ready for the next demonstration. Kim Min-jun stands at attention, awaiting further instructions. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The sergeant's expression is unreadable, but he seems uncomfortable with the situation. Kim Min-jun wonders if she wants him to compliment her perfect score, but dismisses the thought. The sergeant approaches, his footsteps echoing in a large room. A bullet is fired, the sound piercing the air. The bullet strikes a target mere inches from the sergeant's face. Sun Yun-seo's eyes widen in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and concern. The sergeant's hand remains casually in his pocket, as if nothing happened. The sergeant declares that he will show the difference between their talent levels. He stands calmly amidst the scattered targets, hands resting on his hips. The recruits watch with wide eyes, muttering in disbelief at what they are witnessing. The targets erupt in a flurry of impacts, each one precisely struck. One recruit wonders if it makes sense. From behind, the recruits can only watch as the targets are riddled with holes. Someone is moving forward, their boots pounding against the floor in a determined advance. The recruit's eyes widen, a mix of awe and disbelief etched onto his face as he watches the demonstration. Another recruit's mouth hangs open in astonishment, unable to comprehend the level of skill on display. Two recruits surge forward, their expressions mirroring the shock and amazement of their comrades. One recruit is utterly dumbfounded, his mind struggling to process what he has just witnessed. Another recruit shouts for the firing to cease, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the demonstration. The announcement rings out. Kim Min-jun achieved a perfect score on the agility test. Kim Min-jun stands beside the target system, his accomplishment witnessed by the other recruits. Someone announces that the next event is about to begin. The sky stretches wide and blue above the training grounds. A shimmering blue portal crackles with energy, beckoning the recruits forward. The recruits stand in perfect formation, awaiting their next command. Sergeant Lee Sung-go clears his throat, addressing the recruits after their agility test. The recruits are informed that they will now commence with the stamina stat test, which was extremely simple. The recruits march forward, their boots splashing in the water as they enter the dungeon. They have entered the dungeon, marching inside an empty, transforming space with a time limit of 40 minutes. Sergeant Lee Sung-go speaks into his walkie-talkie, relaying instructions regarding the test. The recruits were only required to get their hands stamped by the examiner at the turning point and return until time runs out, but they were not informed of the distance. The dungeon stretches before them, a desolate landscape marked by a distant sign. One of the recruits looks ahead, his expression unreadable as he enters the dungeon. The recruits stand together, the air thick with unspoken tension. One wonders aloud if they are pacing themselves too much. The recruits continue forward, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on them. One thinks to himself that the air is stifling, wondering if it would be too troublesome to run ahead. The air crackles with anticipation as the recruits move deeper into the dungeon. Sun Yun-seo glances back, a flicker of determination in her eyes. A recruit clenches his fist, the sound echoing in the narrow corridor. Sun Yun-seo's expression hardens as she wonders what is happening now. With a determined look, Sun Yun-seo prepares to break from the group. Sun Yun-seo bursts forward, her footsteps pounding against the stone floor. The other recruits begin to pick up the pace, their boots thundering in pursuit. A fierce glint ignites in Sun Yun-seo's eyes, her resolve hardening. A recruit grins, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he chases after Sun Yun-seo. A voice echoes, a challenge hanging in the air. Sun Yun-seo sprints forward, her pursuers hot on her heels, their black uniforms blending into the shadows. The skull emblem on the hat signifies the relentless pursuit, a symbol of impending danger. A twisted grin spreads across the face of one of the pursuers, a chilling display of malice. The pursuer's taunt echoes, a challenge thrown into the wind as they close in on their target. Challenging me right now. Boots slam against the ground, each step a thunderous declaration of the hunter's intent. With a desperate lunge, Sun Yun-seo throws herself forward, seeking any advantage she can find. The relentless pursuit continues, the figures gaining ground with each stride, their determination unwavering. One of the pursuers shouts, his voice laced with a mix of urgency and anticipation. Wait. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes, a symphony of pursuit that fills the air with tension. Sun Yun-seo's expression is a mask of grim determination, her eyes fixed on an unseen goal. Her eyes dart around, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek. She sprints forward, a man in similar attire keeping pace beside her. Their boots pound against the ground, each step kicking up dust and debris. The recruit glances back, a wide grin plastered across his face. The recruit's carefree attitude prompts Sun Yun-seo to ask what he said, but he claims it was nothing. He chuckles to himself, admitting he couldn't help but speak his mind. They continue their desperate flight, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the distance. A figure stands firm, watching them flee into the distance. Sun Yun-seo's eyes widen, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She stops abruptly, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Sun Yun-seo is surprised to see someone, exclaiming that she is here. She is greeted by a group of people, one of whom mentions her meeting with the battalion commander. The others wonder if the rumors about her are true. Sun Yinseo hears that everyone is talking about her high stats, and that she is the daughter of a general. She seems surprised by the attention. The others whisper amongst themselves, deciding that she must be shy. They hope that she will take good care of them. The hunter walks away, and one of the people who greeted her thinks that she could have been more arrogant, given her status. Two people watch her leave, one of them saying that they are jealous and that her military life is going to be easy. Sun Yinseo looks down, and someone else says that she will definitely be the best recruit in their enlistment year. The camera focuses on her torso, showing her black shirt, jacket, and pants. She is wearing a belt with a buckle. Suddenly, the recruit looks up, her eyes wide with shock as a red explosion erupts behind her. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a stern expression wonders what is up with that guy. The sky is blue with some clouds, and a building is visible. A speech bubble says white team wins. Someone waves a blue flag, seemingly celebrating the victory of the white team. The scene is viewed from a low angle. Sun Yinseo stands on a metal structure, looking down at something with a surprised expression. The sound of something breaking is heard. She triumphantly raises the blue team's flag. Her victory met with enthusiastic cheers from her fellow recruits. The announcement booms. The blue team's flag has been captured by the white team. The record stands at 3 minutes and 34 seconds, earning the victors a 10-minute break. The instructor, red cap perched firmly on his head, orders the blue team to gather before him immediately, his voice sharp and commanding. The recruits are congratulated for setting a new record at the training center. They are told to take it easy and rest for now, their efforts recognized. The recruits stand shoulder to shoulder, basking in the afterglow of their achievement, a sense of camaraderie filling the air. The group settles down, and the others applaud Sun Yinseo, acknowledging her crucial role in their success, the sound echoing through the training grounds. Yinseo's eyes widen in surprise, a soft wow, escaping her lips as she absorbs the praise and recognition from her peers. Meanwhile, the stark, utilitarian locker room stands empty, the air thick with a lingering scent of sweat and determination. The recruits begin to filter into the locker room, their voices echoing off the bare walls as they discuss their recent victory and the camaraderie that fueled it. A recruit sits on a bench, thoughtfully holding a green t-shirt, perhaps contemplating a change of clothes after the intense training session. Two recruits stand in the doorway, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they overhear that the new record they set in the morning has already been shattered during the afternoon training. Instructor Lee Sungo bursts into the room, exclaiming in disbelief that the new record is 1 minute and 2 seconds, questioning how that is even possible. Two recruits stand, looking at another who sits. They discuss the unbelievable record that someone has set. Sun Yinseo looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on her face as she considers the news. Her eye narrows, a glint of recognition or understanding flashing within its depths. The recruits gossip about Kim Min-jung from the 4th Platoon, who apparently achieved a near-perfect score shooting ICM bullets, setting a new training center record. In the bathroom, Sun Yinseo brushes her teeth as another recruit dumps a bucket of water on a third recruit's head. Another recruit mentions that Kim Min-jung from the 4th Platoon can run twice as fast without even breaking a sweat. As Sun Yinseo lies in bed, another recruit whispers that Kim Min-jung from the 4th Platoon caught a hound the size of an elephant in the dungeon. The recruit continues to whisper, but Sun Yinseo tells her to be quiet and go to sleep. Sun Yinseo lies in bed, her eyes open, seemingly unable to sleep despite the late hour. Meanwhile, Lee Sungo sits alone, his back to the viewer, seemingly deep in thought. Elsewhere, a young girl stands in a stark hallway, her expression unreadable as she gazes forward. The girl stands in a room, looking up, her expression still unreadable as she stares at something unseen. A soldier in uniform raises his hand, as if signaling someone to stop. A large hand rests gently on the head of a girl with short, dark hair. A man in military attire walks through a doorway, approaching the girl who stands before him. The girl stands in a hallway, wearing a dark school uniform with white trim. A close-up reveals the details of the girl's uniform, including a bow at the collar. Lying down, the girl thinks to herself, resolving that she will become strong. Her thoughts drift to her father, and a legacy she hopes to continue. Meanwhile, a sign indicates the location as the battalion commander's office. The man in the office explains that he has called the person in to discuss the daughter of his former superior. He asked if it would be all right, Hunter Sun Yinseo, and thanks her for her consideration. Sun Yinseo is seen in a close-up, listening intently to the man's words. The man explains that since she has exceptional grades, Sun Yinseo can be dispatched to any division she wishes. Two figures stand in military attire, the flag of South Korea displayed on one shoulder, as they discuss the current situation. Sun Yinseo wonders aloud if Kim Min-jun applied to the 107th 4th Division, the one where General Sun is stationed. An officer contemplates Kim Min-jun's name, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face as he leans back in his chair. A slight exhale escapes parted lips, the breath fogging slightly in the cool air. Sun Yinseo continues to ponder which division the recruit Kim Minjun has applied to, her brow furrowed in thought. The crisp fabric of a military uniform shifts, the wearer's purpose unknown. A figure strides confidently across a watery surface, the ripples spreading out with each step, thinking that they didn't apply to this division. She admits to provoking him like a little girl just because she was upset, now understanding why he's mad. Footsteps echo across the water as someone continues to move forward with determination. A group of soldiers stand at attention, their expressions unreadable, as one figure reaches out with an open hand. A soldier is seized, the rough grip of a hand halting their progress, the situation tense. Sun Yunseo's cheeks flush with heat as she wonders if she was jealous or something, her expression a mix of confusion and realization. She sprints through the misty terrain, the towering rock formations looming overhead. Her pace remains relentless, but a thought bubbles to the surface. She should apologize first. Sun Yinseo clenches her fist, her expression hardening with resolve as she remembers why she came here. She reflects that she needs to get stronger, even if it means doing so without her father's help. The hunter continues her headlong dash, realizing she should admit her faults and try to learn as much as possible. A voice echoes in her mind, urging her to stop acting childish. Huffing, Sun Yinseo approaches her destination, where Sergeant Lee Sungo awaits. The instructor stands firm, his boots planted on the ground near a turning point validation stamp. Lee Sungo smiles, telling her to hurry up and leave, adding that her record is great right now. The instructor raises a fist, a skull tattoo visible on his hand, his smile widening. Lee Sungo leans in close to Sun Yinseo, confessing he almost fell asleep while waiting for her. The hunter's eyes widen in surprise, a small eek escaping her lips. A voice demands a stamp, and to make it quick. Sun Yinseo, face flushed with anger, shoves her fist towards Lee Sungo, demanding he stamp her. The unseen speaker continues to vent their frustration. With a furious expression, Sun Yinseo slams the stamp down on the validation form. The sound of a foot stomping echoes through the training grounds. Meanwhile, recruits, panting and exhausted, stumble through a glowing blue portal. The recruits' legs are shown as they continue to run. The announcement declares that Kim Min-jun is in first place with a record of 29. Lee Sungo throws his head back and laughs, a wide grin on his face. The announcement continues, stating that Sun Yinseo is second with 32 minutes, as she stands next to another recruit. Lee Sungo, holding a clipboard, tells Kim Min-jun that he got a perfect score in all stats as Kim Min-jun thanks him. The stat tests are over, Lee Sungo announces, instructing all hunters who pass to eat and gather. The instructor demands confirmation, his voice echoing with authority. A chorus of voices responds in unison, affirming their understanding of the order. A hand reaches for a jacket, the fabric rustling softly. Sun Yinseo stands with another recruit, holding a jacket, her expression unreadable. Lee Sungo sticks his tongue out, while Sun Yunseo's eyes widen, a hint of surprise in her gaze. A recruit voices his confusion, while in the background, Sun Yunseo's expression mirrors his bewilderment. The recruits begin to disperse, heading towards their meal, the sound of their footsteps echoing. A faint smile graces Sun Yunseo's lips, a subtle hint of determination in her eyes. She reflects on her loss, realizing she was the one who fell for provocation. Sun Yinseo smiles, declaring she has nothing else to say, her expression a mask of composure. The boots hit the ground with purpose, each step measured and deliberate. She closes her eyes, a moment of quiet contemplation washing over her features. Sun Yinseo adjusts her beret, a subtle gesture of readiness and resolve. The hunter stands tall, her uniform crisp and clean, a symbol of her duty. The boots pound against the arid ground, a relentless march forward. The second practical examination center stands tall, a modern building surrounded by lush greenery. A crude club descends with brutal force, ready to strike its target. A blue goblin grapples with a green goblin, each struggling for dominance in the confined space. The green goblin, muscles taut, clings to the wall, seeking an advantage. A guttural growl rumbles from the green goblin's throat, teeth bared in a savage snarl. The blue goblin returns the aggression, its own snarl a mirror of fury. The green goblin lies defeated, blood pooling around its lifeless form. A man wipes sweat from his brow, his expression a mix of exertion and relief. A gleaming sword is held at the ready, its polished surface reflecting the stark surroundings. The man's heavy breathing fills the air, his eyes wide with lingering adrenaline. He is attacked by a goblin wielding a crude wooden club. The devil instructor draws his sword, preparing to defend himself. The goblin swings its club with savage abandon, teeth bared. Lee Sungo narrowly avoids the blow, the club whistling past his head. His eyes widen, a flicker of intense focus sharpening his gaze. The sergeant's grip tightens on the sword's hilt, knuckles white with tension. Again, the goblin attacks, bringing the club down with brutal force. This time, Lee Sungo intercepts with a swift, brutal kick. The force of the impact sends tremors through his body. The goblin howls in pain and surprise, its crude weapon momentarily forgotten. Lee Sungo's expression hardens, his eyes fixed on the downed creature. He grits his teeth, preparing to deliver the final blow. Dark droplets and sprays of crimson fill the air. The goblin's head is cleanly severed from its shoulders. He moves with practiced speed, his dark uniform a blur. The goblin stumbles, unable to comprehend its sudden demise. The sword is already moving to the next target. Lee Sungo's expression is grim, his brow furrowed with concentration. The fallen goblin's face contorts in a silent scream. Another goblin approaches, wielding a crude club, but it's already too late. He pivots, the sword a silver flash in the dim light. Meanwhile, a man's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Lee Sungo stands on a balcony, his expression unreadable behind dark glasses. Below, a crowd gathers, their presence a silent observation. The second part of the practical exam, known as Specialty Weapons Proficiency, proved simpler than expected. The recruits displayed the techniques they had learned in the Hunter Corps to the examiners, their movements precise and practiced. And that was the end of the test. An examiner observes the recruits, his expression unreadable as he takes in their performance. Another examiner stands with a clipboard, noting the recruits' scores, the destructive power of their moves irrelevant. To pass, they simply had to follow the manuals, and naturally, the recruit got the perfect score. Most applicants had chosen swordsmanship for their tests, and among them, one recruit practices his form with focused intensity. Private First Class Lee Dongjin received a very high score, earning a smile from one of the examiners. Another recruit looks on, his expression a mix of nervousness and anticipation as he awaits his turn. The sounds of exertion fill the air as the recruits push themselves to their limits. However, one recruit swings his sword with practiced ease, his movements fluid and powerful. As expected, he's struggling in combat, his brow furrowed with concentration. The sounds of battle echo as the recruit faces off against goblins, the clash of steel on flesh filling the air. A monstrous hand crashes down, the impact echoing through the training room. In the practical exam, recruits are tested on their ability to handle monsters. To pass, privates first class must defeat 4 hounds, or 3 goblins, using their chosen weapon. The clash of steel on flesh confirms that this is, without a doubt, actual combat. He pants, sweat beading on his brow, but the swordsman stands ready for the next attack. The swordsman plants his boot on the head of a fallen goblin, a decisive end to the fight. The blade finds its mark, piercing through another goblin with brutal efficiency. Standing over the defeated goblins, he holds his sword high, victorious but weary. The announcement rings out. Private First Class Lee Dongjin, you took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to finish the ability to handle monsters test. The instructor's expression is one of disappointment, his words hanging heavy in the air. The order is given. Please return to your seat. The swordsman's face is flushed with exertion and shame. Silence. The weight of failure settles upon him, unspoken but palpable. He stands over the fallen beast, blade in hand, muttering his frustration. From a balcony, Kim In-jun reflects on missed opportunities. He had chances to slay the goblins. But each time, he hesitated, a flaw in his resolve holding him back. Flashes of those past battles replay in his mind, each a testament to his wavering spirit. Gazing down at another fallen foe, Kim In-jun questions his own capabilities. Does he not trust in his own abilities? The question hangs heavy in the air. Footsteps echo as Kim In-jun walks with purpose, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. He looks down, a determined set to his jaw. Behind him, another watches with concern. The announcement rings out. Private First Class Kim In-jun, head downstairs and get ready. Descending the stairs, Kim In-jun steels himself. Today, he vows, he will become a corporal. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across a face, hinting at a darker ambition. A voice wonders, a single syllable laced with intrigue. HM? The soldiers observe something with curiosity. One wonders aloud, questioning what he sees. The woman and the soldier beside her share a look of surprise, their eyes wide with anticipation. A menacing weapon is revealed, a black bat studded with sharp spikes, ready for brutal impact. Lee Sungo casually slings the spiked bat over his shoulder, a confident smile playing on his lips. Heavy boots stand ready, planted firmly on the ground, awaiting the challenge to come. The soldier scoffs, acknowledging Lee Sungo's perfect stats, but questioning the choice of such a simple weapon. Someone predicts that the test won't be easy, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead for the recruits. A sinister smile spreads across Lee Sungo's face as he considers what the test will require of the recruits. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit dungeon, 3 goblins stand guard, armed with crude clubs, ready to defend their territory. Lee Sungo believes that nothing is more effective than a direct, forceful impact, a philosophy he intends to demonstrate. His smile widens, revealing a hint of cruelty as Lee Sungo anticipates the upcoming confrontation. The spiked bat connects with brutal force, sending two goblins flying as the test begins in earnest. He stands with his back to the viewer, a spiked bat resting casually across his shoulders. Footsteps echo on the hard floor, the sound growing louder as the instructor advances. His grip tightens on the bat, knuckles white as he prepares to swing. With a grunt, Lee Sungo unleashes a powerful swing, the bat cutting through the air. An eagle swoops down, talons extended, snatching a rabbit from the ground. The rabbit plummets downwards, a helpless victim of the predator's hunt. Two recruits fall through the air, their expressions a mix of shock and terror. Below, three goblins brandish crude clubs, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The spiked bat connects with the goblins, a burst of energy erupting on impact. A single feather drifts down, a silent testament to the chaos above. A stopwatch displays a time of 4 seconds and 11 milliseconds, the test duration. Lee Sungo strides away, the words 4 seconds echoing in the air. The instructors marvel at the skill of one of the recruits. They had such a talented hunter in the 104th Division. The instructor scoffs, calling it a mere practical exam. He notes that one recruit received a perfect score in every part of the exam. A recruit glances to the side, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as he hears the praise. Sun Yunseo's eyes widen slightly, a hint of disbelief on her face as she listens to the instructors. A close-up reveals a sinister grin, as if someone is reveling in the attention. Behold me. The recruit stands with his hands raised, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he basks in a moment. The instructors whisper amongst themselves, clearly impressed by the recruit's performance. One wonders, what kind of reckless bastard is he? The sun sets, casting a warm glow over the training grounds as the instructor addresses the recruits. Everyone, good work on taking the exam. The recruits stand in formation, their silhouettes stark against the fading light, awaiting further instructions. Lee Sungo smiles, singling out one recruit for special praise, especially Kim Min-jun. The instructor's praise still ringing in the air, Corporal Kim Min-jun is swarmed with congratulations. One soldier calls him a lucky bastard, reminding him not to forget his rank amidst the rapid advancement. Another slaps Kim Min-jun on the back, urging him to keep up the good work. A voice expresses concern mixed with anticipation, acknowledging Kim Min-jun as the only one from their battalion to advance this time. The speaker is clearly overjoyed by the report, his smile wide and genuine. The other recruits celebrate, congratulating Kim Min-jun on his perfect score and expressing relief that he passed. One of the recruits jokingly warns Kim Min-jun not to bully them when he becomes a sergeant, acknowledging his insane advancement speed. Another recruit responds affirmatively, stating that he will see how the others do first. The group begins to disperse, the initial excitement settling into a more relaxed atmosphere. Private First Class Lee Dongjin touches Kim Min-jun's shoulder, a small gesture of camaraderie. Lee Dongjin's name tag is visible, identifying him clearly amidst the crowd. Lee Dongjin smiles warmly, his expression conveying genuine happiness for Kim Min-jun's success. Lee Dongjin smiles, standing next to Kim Min-jun, who grins menacingly, baring his teeth. The soldiers are eager to return. As soon as they get back, they will train with their specialty weapons. The soldiers ride in the back of a transport vehicle, chattering excitedly about the upcoming training. Elsewhere, Sun Yunseo gazes out at a vibrant sunset, the sky ablaze with orange and gold. Kim Min-jun walks away, his back to the viewer, heading down a corridor. Sun Yunseo stands at attention, her expression unreadable as she faces forward. A close-up shows the details of Sun Yunseo's uniform, including her name tag. Kim Min-jun glances back over his shoulder, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sun Yunseo proved her skill. She did pretty good at the ability to handle monsters test. The hunter's legs move with deadly precision as she fights, blood splattering around her. Another soldier observes Sun Yunseo. It was obvious that she would pass the advancement exam. Kim Min-jun sits, his expression calm as he waits for what comes next. He remains composed, his expression unreadable as he sits in the vehicle. The sky burns with the fading light of day, painting the horizon in fiery hues. Inside the transport, the other recruits are visible through the window, their expressions a mix of relief and anticipation. A soldier stands guard beside the vehicle, his posture rigid and alert. A recruit's lips move, forming words unspoken aloud. He considers apologizing for his rudeness during the stat test, believing he should seize the opportunity. Sun Yunseo's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A recruit's eye twitches, a silent expressing his uncertainty. Sergeant Lee Sungo's face contorts with rage, his expression a thunderous warning. The devil instructor points a finger, his eyes narrowed with fury. If you... His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated anger. Provoke me again. His jaw clenches, teeth grinding together as he struggles to contain his fury. Her eyes wide. Sun Yinseo's expression is one of utter disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The hunter steels herself, her posture shifting from shock to resolve as she prepares for whatever comes next. The bus continues its journey, kicking up dust as it speeds along the desolate road. The vehicle hurtles forward, the landscape blurring into streaks of color as it picks up speed. Sun Yinseo's expression hardens, her blue eyes narrowed as she mutters under her breath, calling someone a crazy son of a bitch. The transport bus continues its journey, carrying its new recruits toward their unknown future. The rising sun casts long shadows across the mountainous landscape, a silent witness to the young soldiers' anticipation. The bus barrels down the highway, the scenery blurring past as the recruits chatter amongst themselves. One of the recruits wonders aloud what Kim Min-jun thought of Sun Yunseo's interest in him, noting that she even stared him down during stat tests. The other recruits press Kim Min-jun for details, eager to know if something is going on between him and the hunter. Kim Min-jun, his expression unreadable, thinks to himself that she provoked him, and that he just trampled her a bit. That's all. The other recruits continue to tease Kim Min-jun, their grins wide as they press him for more information about his interactions with Sun Yunseo. The bus continues its journey, the recruits inside still buzzing with excitement and speculation about the relationship between Kim Min-jun and Sun Yunseo. The recruits continue to press Kim Min-jun, asking what he did to the hottest recruit in the 104 4th Division, and if he really trampled on the girl of his dreams. Kim Min-jun, annoyed by the persistence, thinks to himself that they are so annoying and that Sun Yunseo is not his dream girl. Kim Min-jun, his eyes widening, is shocked by the other recruit's words and calls him an arrogant little. He's shown a picture on Lee Dongjin's phone, who asks who his dream girl is. Kim Min-jun glances away, his expression unreadable as he considers the question. Inside the bus, the other recruits murmur with anticipation, eager to hear his answer. Lee Dongjin presses him, asking if he knows who Lumi is, his tone suggesting it's a well-known figure. The recruits wonder aloud who she is, speculating if she might be an idol or someone famous. The image on the phone reveals a beautiful woman with long, flowing white hair, radiating an ethereal beauty. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he recognizes the woman. Lee Dongjin asks if he doesn't know about Lumi, as Kim Min-jun seems to be realizing something. The image of Lumi is shown again, this time with a golden background. Meanwhile, the buses continue their journey, winding through a mountainous landscape bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The building stands tall against the night sky. The box sits empty, save for a scattering of bones. The recruits mill about, the remains of their meal cleared away. The devil instructor, Lee Sung-go, beams as he holds up 2 bags. One of the recruits remarks that this is the first time he's seen the lieutenant like this, wondering if he must be extremely happy. Another recruit gives a thumbs up, thanking Kim Min-jun for the meal, saying that it's all thanks to him. Someone replies, "You're welcome." Another voice exclaims, impressed that he already has 3 stripes. A recruit with red hair grins widely, his eyes sparkling with amusement. The red-haired recruit thinks that Kim Min-jun is going to become a sergeant soon. Lee Dongjin enjoys a refreshing beverage. A foot clad in a white sneaker steps forward. The devil instructor carries a crate of bottles, announcing that all members of the second squad should gather at the lounge immediately. He responds to an unseen superior, confirming the order. Another soldier finishes his report, detailing the squad's recent dinner to the administration. The soldier drinks from a can, mentioning a squad member's perfect score on the advancement exam. Lee Sung-go is confronted by another soldier, who questions if he's hiding beer and not sharing it. A soldier declares that a gift from the company commander is for Kim Min-jun and tells others to get lost. The soldiers move through a doorway, their voices echoing in the confined space. The group of soldiers continues to move, their expressions unreadable from this angle. A red-haired soldier clenches his fist, enraged that someone knew something from start. The reason for the anger is revealed. Kim Min-jun was placed in his squad right after being transferred. Elsewhere, the moon hangs full and bright over the military building. A man glances around nervously outside the building, his anxiety palpable. Someone walked away down a narrow alley, their destination unknown. The man clears his throat, preparing to speak. Purple energy crackles around his outstretched hand. With a surge of power, Lee Sung-go summons a small, shadowy figure. The summoned creature hovers, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. Lee Sung-go smiles, a plan forming in his mind. He reflects on the creature's unexpected arrival, but finds a use for it nonetheless. The instructor realizes that what he needs right now is an assassin. Lee Sung-go decides he'll task the creature with a perfect role. The shadowy figure awaits its instructions. Lee Sung-go instructs the creature to focus and follow anyone who seems to be high-ranking. He adds that if there's information about some unusual occurrence, it should be reported to him immediately. He eyes the shadowy hand crackling with pink energy, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. The situation, he thinks, feels like it involves demonic energy. A nervous smile creeps across his face as he reassures himself. He mutters, trying to shake off the unease, hoping the creature will be discreet. The swirling pink energy pulses in his palm, a contained vortex of unknown potential. He hopes the creature will be able to gather the information he needs. He calls out to the departing creature, a stern warning laced with concern. He reminds it to be careful and to avoid being caught at all costs. The instructor's anxiety grows as he watches the summoned creature disappear into the night. Seeing it run off with such excitement makes him incredibly anxious. Lee Sung-go crosses his arms, his expression grim. He knows that if anyone were to see the creature, the squad would surely go into a state of emergency. A recruit's eyes widen in alarm, his face a mask of shock. He stares at Lee Sung-go, questioning what he's doing out here. The instructor offers no explanation, turning away from the recruit. He remains silent, leaving the recruit to stew in his confusion. Lee Sung-go's face breaks into a wide, unsettling grin. He chuckles to himself, thinking that he hasn't had beer for the longest time. Another figure asks if his tolerance is low. Lee Sung-go responds that it's not exactly that, but something else entirely is going on. A knowing smile plays on Lee Sung-go's lips. After all, he muses, dark mages don't normally get drunk, implying something else is at play. Two figures sit in a dimly lit tavern, raising their mugs. The question hangs in the air, whether it's poison or booze they're drinking. He sits with others around a barrel, the liquid inside said to detoxify itself. The man is congratulated on his advancement, a slight smile playing on his lips. He offers a simple, thank you, his expression remaining mostly neutral. The other man cautions him not to get too comfortable, urging him to keep up the good work. The man agrees, stating, yes, I will do that, with a determined look in his eyes. Since the man said his tolerance isn't low, he is told to make sure he doesn't come back too late. Footsteps echo on the pavement as the two figures walk away, their destination unknown. The man breathes a sigh of relief, thankful he wasn't seen, resolving to be even more careful going forward. Anyways, the man continues to walk, the sound of his footsteps filling the night air. The more he gets to know him, the more he seems like a by-the-book soldier. The man looks out the window, stating he doesn't mind that personality type. Footsteps continue, the moon hanging high in the night sky. The next day, time marches forward, bringing new opportunities and challenges. The training facility stands ready, awaiting the day's activities. He sits, a statement hanging in the air. It's like he was born ready. The instructor, Sergeant Lee Sung-go, reviews the data, his expression unreadable from this angle. Lee Sung-go's eyes narrow as he reads, noting that the bastard got the perfect score. The instructor confirms that Corporal Kim In-jun has set a new record of 4 seconds during the ability to handle monsters test. Lee Sung-go chuckles into the phone, admitting he was wondering what was up with him since Choi Sung-beam from the training center kept praising him. The man on the other end of the line smiles widely, stating that Kim In-jun has far surpassed their expectations. A hand slams down on the document, emphasizing the point. Let's not forget that he was also the one who defeated the middle bats at the oil reserve. Lee Sung-go confirms that it was reported that Corporal Kim In-jun had been the first to leap into action. The man on the phone explains that Kim In-jun has become a corporal in less than a month since his transfer, and the way he advanced was anything but ordinary. Lee Sung-go listens intently as the man suggests that Kim In-jun might be someone who exceeds all of their expectations. He believes it is only a matter of time before the Hunter Corps learns of Kim In-jun. And when that happens, Lee Sung-go predicts that they will begin to observe Kim In-jun closely. Someone off-panel asks if he is referring to them, his tone questioning. Lee Sung-go confirms that Kim In-jun is the one he senses, his gaze intense. The narration reflects that until now, countless hunters have been seen. Amongst them, a new force is stirring, a potential shift in the balance of power. Lee Sung-go reflects that there have been monsters referred to as the Hunter Corps. The thought lingers, perhaps a new monster is on the horizon, something different from what has come before. The narration declares that something will be born in the Hunter Corps. The scene shifts to a desolate desert landscape, hinting at the harsh environment where this birth will occur. Elsewhere, a rocky landscape suggests another possible location, or perhaps the difficult path ahead. A figure in military uniform, face obscured by a mask, stands ready, a symbol of the Hunter Corps' future. He stood, a dark silhouette against the pale, dusty landscape. A pack of reptilian humanoids snarled, their eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. The earth rumbled as hulking figures of stone lumbered forward, their eyes glowing ominously. A motley assembly of creatures gathered, reptilian warriors, stone giants, and a hulking brute. The instructor stood amidst the assembled monsters, his presence a stark contrast to their savage nature. Massive, stony feet shifted, the ground trembling under their weight as the gathering continued. A goblin's face contorted in a snarl, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The ogre's face twisted in a savage grimace, its single eye gleaming with anticipation. Lee Sung-go smirked, a hint of cruel amusement in his eyes. A voice boomed, inquiring if the preparations were complete. Have you finished gathering? A spike club, a brutal instrument of destruction, lay ready for use. The instructor's gaze narrowed, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. He bares his teeth, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across his face. The camouflage pattern of his jacket blends into the shadows, only highlighting the stark white of his smile. The man tilts the bottle, the liquid within gurgling as he drinks deeply. Another man watches him, concern etched on his face as the first man continues to drink. Humming to himself, the man carries a cleaning bucket and towel into the room. The man who had been drinking sits cross-legged on the floor, clutching the bottle. He groans, complaining about his head. Kim In-jun looks off to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips as he hears his name. The man's face is drawn with concern, his eyes bloodshot as he asks if the other man is all right. Kim In-jun assures him that he is completely fine, though the other man remains unconvinced. The man's words echo in the room, accusing the other of being a monster for how much he drank. Kim In-jun's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed as he listens to the accusation. The concerned man asks Kim In-jun if he's feeling all right, his voice laced with worry. Sweat beads on the man's brow, his face flushed as he struggles to maintain composure. He wipes the sweat from his brow, a white towel draped around his neck. The observer thinks to himself that Kim In-jun is a true soldier. The unseen person continues to admire Kim In-jun's physique. Kim In-jun is asked if he has been to the gym already, but he hasn't had a chance to use it yet. Kim In-jun, now in a blue tracksuit, responds with a yes, sir, to someone off-panel. The sweat glistens on the back of Kim In-jun's neck as he exhales. The unseen person mentions that the VR device in their squad is pretty decent. Kim In-jun's eyes widen in surprise as he hears about the VR device. A smile spreads across Kim In-jun's face as he considers the possibilities. He wonders if it's time for the Hunter Core VR room he's heard so much about. The room is empty, devoid of any discernible features. He approaches the entrance to gym number 2, ready to begin. A smile creeps across Kim In-jun's face, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. His hand grips the cold metal of the doorknob. Kim In-jun walks toward a large, modern building, a low O, escaping his lips. He gazes up at the imposing structure, its size hinting at the technology within. It seems pretty realistic, he thinks. He approaches a screen, his fingers hovering over the surface. Let's see, is this how you're supposed to do it? The screen displays a selection of monsters: hound, monster rat, goblin, and orc. His finger presses down on the orc icon, selecting the formidable creature. The screen now shows that one monster has been selected, with plus and minus buttons to adjust the number. His finger slams repeatedly on the plus button. Give me as many as possible, he exclaims. The screen displays a message. You have reached the maximum number. The maximum number of monsters is 30. Kim In-jun looks surprised. He clicks the screen, selecting the maximum number of monsters. Kim In-jun wanted to feel like he was in a game from the Warriors series. The screen shifts, now prompting him to select his weapon for the upcoming battle. A weapon? Kim In-jun's eyes widen, a grin spreading across his face. This is insane, he thinks, anticipation building. Having completed his selections, Kim In-jun steps forward onto a brightly lit platform. He places a large VR headset over his head, preparing to enter the virtual world. A hand grips a futuristic-looking pistol, ready for action within the simulation. The screen displays a simple declaration: the battle. Meanwhile, Kim In-jun stands in a vast, digital desert landscape, the VR simulation fully engaged. The virtual sky shimmers with digital code, highlighting the artificial nature of the desert environment. Kim In-jun, now fully immersed, surveys the desolate landscape, a metal bat held firmly in his hand. Dust devils swirl across the barren terrain, adding to the sense of isolation and danger. Two soldiers, clad in helmets, peer cautiously into the distance, their expressions grim. He surveys the scene, his face shifting from surprise to awe. The countdown concludes as the first of the hulking orcs lumber into view. A wave of the monstrous figures charges forward, eager for the coming battle. He steels himself, a grim determination settling over his features. A wide grin splits his face. The simulation's realism is exhilarating. The assassin moves with blinding speed. He launches himself into the air, weapon meeting flesh with brutal force. The impact reverberates through him, fueling his bloodlust. A sickening spray of gore erupts as his strike finds its mark. His weapon continues its deadly dance, cleaving through the monstrous horde. Even the orcs are impressed by the sheer realism of their demise. Kim In-jun's eyes gleam with manic glee as he welcomes the challenge. The sound of shattering echoes through the virtual space. A brutal impact sends dark liquid flying in all directions. The force of the blow continues to resonate through the air. He stands in the simulated desert, weapon at the ready. The virtual world shimmers around his combat boots. The simulation announces the end of the battle. Behind the helmet, his expression remains unreadable. He thinks that 30 enemies barely provided a challenge, and the fight ended too quickly. A grin spreads across his face as he wonders what to try next. The system prompts him to select 30 goblin units and 30 orc units. He is also given the option to select 30 stone golem units and 30 lizardman units. A horde of goblins awaits, their eyes gleaming with malice. 3 hulking orcs, teeth bared, stand ready to engage their target. 2 massive rock monsters stand side by side, their glowing eyes fixed forward. The rock monster's face is a jagged landscape of stone, its gaze intense. 2 reptilian monsters, teeth bared, prepare to strike with deadly force. He nods, gripping a metal bat, ready to face the next challenge. Kim Min-jun grins, thinking, now this is a real monster hunt. A mixed horde of orcs, lizardmen, and rock monsters awaits in the sandy arena. The assassin strides forward, bat in hand, ready to confront the assembled creatures. A towering rock monster looms, its massive form casting a long shadow. Kim Min-jun asks with a smirk, have you all finished gathering? A countdown begins, signaling the start of the next simulation. The lizardmen charge forward, claws extended, eager to engage. 3 hulking, ogre-like creatures stand ready, their crude features set in expressions of anticipation against the backdrop of a desolate, sandy landscape. The ogres remain postured, ready to fight. One of them speaks, a sinister greeting hanging in the air. Nice to meet you. Charging forward, Kim Min-jun sprints towards the waiting monsters, his boots kicking up dust as he closes the distance. A voice booms out, dripping with sarcasm and malice. You little cuties! With a savage grin, Kim Min-jun raises a pickaxe high above his head, preparing to strike the first blow in this deadly encounter. His feet pound against the ground, each step carrying him closer to the monstrous foes that await his attack. A predatory glint flashes in Kim Min-jun's eyes, a mixture of anticipation and bloodlust swirling within him as he prepares to unleash his fury. The pickaxe connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave of energy rippling outward from the point of impact. With lightning reflexes, Kim Min-jun narrowly avoids a counterattack, dodging a massive fist that would have surely crushed him. The ogre reels from the blow, its face contorted in pain as cracks spiderweb across its stony hide. He presses his advantage, bringing the pickaxe down again with a sickening crunch, the force of the blow cleaving through flesh and bone. Kim Min-jun stands his ground, the fallen ogre behind him as he faces the remaining 2, his eyes burning with determination. One of the ogre-like creatures stomps down, its massive foot crushing stone. The assassin's blade finds its mark, slicing deep into the ogre-like creature's arm. Kim Min-jun is surrounded, blades flashing as he battles multiple ogre-like creatures at once. Another ogre-like creature falls, a glowing slash across its chest. The ogre-like creature's eyes widen in shock as it faces its demise. The assassin's blade continues its deadly work, a blur of motion. Dust and debris fill the air as Kim Min-jun stands victorious over the fallen ogre-like creatures. The battlefield is littered with the remains of the simulation's enemies. A soldier salutes, the simulation coming to an end. The hand reaches out to terminate the simulation, the virtual world fading away. He wears the VR headset, a slight smile playing on his lips. Kim Min-jun removes the headset, a satisfied look on his face. Damn, that was insane. A voice echoes, declaring this simulation the next best thing after Dungeon Power Fighter. Kim Min-jun grins widely, clearly pleased with the assessment. A notification flashes. Skill Basic Blunt Weapon Handling has been created. Kim Min-jun examines the notification screen. He wonders aloud, what's this? The screen explains that the skill slightly increases proficiency with blunt weapons. It's not too bad, he muses. Kim Min-jun smiles, twirling a small object between his fingers. I didn't even anticipate weapon skills, so this is sweet. He realizes this means he doesn't even have to go to the dungeons. Standing before a large door, Kim Min-jun wonders if he can develop skills this way. Kim Min-jun stands ready, cracking his knuckles. All right. He thinks to himself that he should come play with other weapons too when he has free time. So this is sweet. He stands at attention, a bag clutched in his hand, awaiting further instruction. Corporal Kim Min-jun is addressed, the speaker inquiring, what's up? Private First Class Lee Dongjin points a finger, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Lee Dongjin's expression shifts to confusion, muttering a questioning huh? What? The results of Battle Simulation Number 2 are displayed. 30 of each type of unit, Goblin, Orc, Stone Golem, and Lizardman, have been defeated. Lee Dongjin's eyes widen, his mouth agape as he takes in the impossible results. Kim Min-jun stands silently beside Lee Dongjin, both facing the display of the simulation results. Lee Dongjin stammers, questioning if Kim Min-jun defeated all of the units. A close-up reveals Lee Dongjin's disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as an idea sparks in his mind. The name Private First Class Lee Dongjin appears in a speech bubble. Lee Dongjin suggests they have a little chat, his expression unreadable, The unspoken question hangs in the air. In the gym? He looks up, brow furrowed with concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Why? Kim Min-jun smiles, his expression seemingly innocent as he tilts his head. What does he mean, why? The smile widens, morphing into something unsettling. The light catches the sharp edges of his teeth. The corporal leans in, his voice a low, menacing growl. He's going to... Lee Dongjin stammers, fear creeping into his voice. He seems to realize something is terribly wrong. Kim Min-jun's hand clamps down on Lee Dongjin's head, shoving him roughly towards an open doorway. He insists that Lee Dongjin is wrong, claiming he's still hungover. Sandaled feet shuffle across the floor as Kim Min-jun forces Lee Dongjin into the room. He tries to reassure him that he'll be fine once he breaks a sweat. The heavy door slams shut with a resounding clang, sealing Lee Dongjin inside. Footsteps approach, the sound crisp and deliberate on the tiled floor. A figure stands before a screen displaying the results of a simulation, the details blurred and indistinct. The stark yellow and black stripes on the wall serve as a harsh warning. The screen displays the results of Battle Simulation Number 2, listing the defeated units: goblins, orcs, stone golems, and lizardmen. He looks up, his eyes wide with shock and surprise. A strange sound echoes from somewhere below, adding to his unease. Kim Min-jun stares down, his expression unreadable. The room is silent save for the sound that startled Lee Dongjin. Sergeant Lee Sung-go stands tall, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveys the grounds, the crunch of his boots on the snowy path the only sound. He pauses, observing the recruits lounging inside. One of them asks, wondering what the sergeant wants. The sergeant enters the room, his gaze sweeping over the scene of the recruits relaxing instead of working. Private Jin Keelho calls out to Lee Sung-go, asking where everyone is and inquiring about Kim Min-jun's whereabouts. The sergeant explains that everyone has gone to the storage to grab the snow removal equipment. Private Jin Keelho begins to address Lee Sung-go as Corporal Kim Min-jun before stopping himself. Private Jin Keelho curses under his breath, realizing he subconsciously called Kim Min-jun a corporal in front of Kim Gwang-shik. Private Jin Keelho looks up at the sergeant, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes his mistake. Lee Sung-go tells Private Jin Keelho to tell Kim Min-jun that the platoon commander is looking for him, leaving the private shocked. Private Jin Keelho snaps to attention, responding with a loud and nervous affirmation as the other recruits watch on. He finds the other recruits lounging around, one sprawled out on the floor. Sergeant Lee Sung-go demands to know where they have been, his tone sharp. He leans in, a predatory glint in his eyes, and asks if they want to join in. The camera focuses on a salary bet sheet detailing how quickly Kim Min-jun will become a sergeant, with various recruits placing bets. One of the recruits questions why the two of them are always making bets. The bet, according to Jong Han-young, is that Kim Min-jun will become a sergeant in 6 months, a prospect that Lee Sung-go finds ludicrous. The name tag reads Kim, but the full name is obscured. Lee Sung-go declares that Kim Min-jun is far from ordinary, his voice rising in intensity. His expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Lee Sung-go, his voice dripping with sarcasm, suggests that the recruit must be scared and regretting his decision. He slams the paper onto the table, punctuating his frustration. Lee Sung-go's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He is confronted by 2 soldiers, one asking if he is serious about the bet. Sergeant Lee Sung-go, enraged, shouts that they can't take back their bets now. He reminds them that they are betting an entire month's salary. The door to the room is seen as Lee Sung-go thinks about the person who is the subject of the bet. Kim Gwang-soo smirks, thinking that the target of the bet is even more insane than he is. The salary bet is written on a piece of paper, listing how long it will take for Kim Min-jun to become a sergeant, with various names and times listed. The name Kim Gwang-soo is written on a piece of paper, perhaps indicating his involvement in the bet. A logo for the Dark Mage's return to enlistment is displayed. Elsewhere, a rack of weights sits in a gym, ready for use. A close-up of a weight shows the intensity of the training environment. The gym is equipped with various weights and a warning sign about using the redstone equipment without a spotter. A close-up of a red weight highlights the focus on strength training. Kim Min-jun is seen lifting weights, showcasing his dedication to physical training. He strains against the weight, his back muscles bulging with the effort. The assassin grunts, his veins standing out as he lifts a heavy, red dumbbell. Kim Min-jun pauses, his arms outstretched as he catches his breath. He thinks to himself that he has been lifting weights for days, but his stats haven't gone up. Kim Min-jun crosses his arms, wondering if all of his training was for nothing. He recalls that even the disgusting Isgard was good for something. A screen displays that his strength stat is increased by 150%. He thinks he really likes the skills that get better with the increase of the stats. Kim Min-jun wonders if they have anything like the returned hero's strength. Kim Min-jun sighs, finding it so hard to raise his stats. The assassin's eyes widen as he stares at the screen. The screen displays that the skill, power, has been created, and his strength stat has increased by 5. He exclaims that it worked. Kim Min-jun thinks that it does seem like a basic skill, but who cares? He can rank it up later. The soldier snaps to attention, delivering a crisp salute. Corporal Kim Min-jun is being summoned by the platoon commander. The details of his uniform are crisp and precise, each element perfectly in place. A man smiles brightly, his eyes gleaming with a newfound skill. He seems pleased with the recent development. Another soldier returns the salute, his expression unreadable as he stands at attention. A disembodied voice wonders aloud what has stirred up the base today. What is everyone so busy? Meanwhile, the sign for the administrative office hangs above the door, promising answers within. Corporal Kim Min-jun announces his arrival, reporting to the administration office as ordered. He stands tall, his salute precise and unwavering as he faces the office entrance. A man at a desk waves, a welcoming smile on his face. He calls out, noting that Kim Min-jun has arrived. The man approaches, reassuring Kim Min-jun that it's just a casual chat in the counseling office. The corporal walks forward, his boots echoing softly on the tiled floor. The two men converse, discussing how corporal life has been treating Kim Min-jun after nearly a week. He beams, a wide smile spreading across his face as congratulations are offered. Kim Min-jun is told that his success is all thanks to resolving the incident with the middle bats. The office is sparsely furnished, with a simple table and chairs. Lee Junbyum says it's nothing, brushing off the gratitude from Kim Min-jun. A hand-presented document, the paper crisp and new. The reason for the summons is revealed. The battalion commander is giving this to him for dealing with that incident. Lee Junbyum hands Kim Min-jun the document, congratulating him on the perfect score on his advancement exam. The award of excellence is for Corporal Kim Min-jun, acknowledging his excellence in military life. Lee Junbyum tells him not to worry too much, as all of this will be included as part of his experience. Kim Min-jun holds the document, his name clearly visible on the front. Kim Min-jun asks if these things could grant him another exception, his expression hopeful. Lee Junbyum notes that there aren't many hunters who have been awarded as early as Kim Min-jun. The requirements to receive multiple awards are even more stringent. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen as he wonders if 10 awards will be enough to earn another advancement. A few days later, a voice booms over the base's intercom, calling everyone to attention. The recruits stand in formation, awaiting orders. The voice commands them to stand by with their specialty weapons. The soldiers prepare to move out, the path ahead blocked by a security barrier. One of the soldiers relays the mission. Their platoon has been assigned to clear the dungeon. The soldiers march forward, their resolve firm. They have no doubt that they will succeed. The order is given to complete the mission without any injuries, as the dungeon has already been informed. Two soldiers carry a heavy, green container, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. The soldiers react with shock, their faces etched with concern as they hear a noise. One soldier's eyes widen, his expression a mixture of surprise and readiness as he prepares for action. The location is known amongst the hunter corps as the sewers. A soldier's boot splashes into a pool of viscous, green liquid. The 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, including Corporal Kim Min-jun and Corporal Jong Han-young, advance into the dungeon. Private First Class Lee Dongjin grimaces at the foul odor permeating the air. The platoon moves deeper into the monster rat nest dungeon, a place also known as the sewers within the hunter corps. The text indicates that this dungeon isn't categorized as highly dangerous, despite the environment. The dungeon is known to spawn more than 200 monster rats. Something catches the attention of the soldiers, prompting them to halt. The soldiers call out to their commander, First Lieutenant Kim Kielman. The soldiers exchange glances, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. The text indicates that the dungeon is fairly complicated. Excluding the direction the platoon came from, the space only has one entrance. The plan takes shape: lure the monsters into a trap. The soldier stands ready, face concealed behind a mask and helmet. The dungeon air hangs thick, heavy with a revolting stench. Deep within the dungeon's bowels, the platoon advances cautiously. To survive this environment, special gas masks are essential equipment. Private First Class Ju Songyi carries a container, its purpose yet unknown. The stench is overwhelming, prompting disgusted reactions from the soldiers. The oppressive atmosphere hinders the hunters, limiting their full potential. The container emits a potent odor, spreading through the dungeon. The source of the smell, a rotting banana, labeled as monster rat bait. The soldiers speculate on the monster's diet, finding the source of the stench. The soldiers spot something in the distance, pointing toward the potential target. He hears the order to spread out as the team advances cautiously through the murky sewer water. Private First Class Lee Dongjin's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he peers into the darkness. The sharp clack of a weapon being readied echoes through the tunnel, a stark warning in the oppressive silence. Each step sends ripples through the stagnant water, disturbing the grim detritus that coats the sewer floor. The soldier's brow furrows, sweat beading on his forehead as a sense of unease settles over him. A question hangs in the air, unspoken, as the soldiers venture deeper into the unknown. The shadows stretch long and distorted, cast by the dim light, revealing scattered bones beneath the surface. A macabre mosaic of bones lies submerged, a silent testament to the horrors hidden within the sewer's depths. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the cavern's maw, a silent sentinel overlooking the abyss below. Scattered bones litter the cavern floor, silent testaments to the dangers lurking within the darkness. A skull rests amidst the debris, a haunting reminder of mortality and the battles fought in this forsaken place. A glint of steel catches the dim light, revealing the edge of a blade, ready to be drawn. The soldier's eyes dart around, scanning the surroundings with focused intensity, his senses on high alert. A hushed voice echoes through the cavern, a warning carried on the still air. Here they come. Panic flares as one of the soldiers shouts. There's a swarm of monster rats coming from the... A commanding voice booms out, cutting through the rising fear. Everyone, get ready for battle. The soldiers brace themselves, weapons raised, preparing to meet the onslaught of monstrous vermin. The order rings out. Line up horizontally in front of the entrance. Boots hit the ground with a thud, the sound of soldiers bracing for the coming storm. The privates scramble back, following orders to fall back to the rear. The soldiers retreat, moving to reposition themselves against the approaching threat. One of the soldiers proposes a morbid wager, betting on who can kill the most monster rats. Another accepts the challenge. The masked soldier warns his squad not to let their guard down, inviting them to participate in the grim game. A voice calls out, questioning the location of the commander. The soldier stares ahead, his expression grim as the situation unfolds. The swarm of monster rats surges forward, an overwhelming tide of teeth and claws. The monster rats advance, their eyes glowing with malevolent hunger. The monstrous rat's face looms, revealing its horrifying features. The soldier, sword in hand, commands his comrades to hold the line against the approaching horde. The order rings out, do not break formation. They will engage the enemy in their current positions. The soldier stands ready, the pounding of his heart echoing the impending clash with the monster rats. The monster rats advance, their claws clicking against the stone floor. A soldier slashes at a rat, a blue energy blade cutting through the air. Corporal Kim Mungi stands ready, his glowing blade reflecting in his visor. The rat falls, its body bisected by the energy blade. Corporal Jong Han-young faces two rats, his energy blade poised to strike. Sergeant Lee Sungo cleaves through a rat, the force of the blow sending I-Core flying. The soldier's gaze is intense, focused on the swarm before him. Another rat is cut down, the energy blade leaving a trail of light. Sergeant Cho Tai-wook and another soldier stand back to back, defending against the relentless swarm. The energy blade flashes again, another strike against the tide of rats. A blue energy blade bisects one of the monstrous rats. Corporal Kim Gwangshik stands ready, surrounded by the grotesque creatures. The rats swarm, their numbers seemingly endless as they descend on another soldier. He observes the unfolding battle, noting, everyone's doing pretty well. The soldier's eyes narrow behind his mask, focused on the fight. Another rat falls, sliced in two by the energy blade, emitting a final, desperate squeak. The air crackles with energy as the soldiers continue their grim work. Kim Gwangshik continues to cut down the rats, his movements precise and deadly. The soldier's stance is firm, ready to face whatever comes next, especially Kim Gwangshik faces down one of the monstrous rats, ready to strike. Those two guys. The soldier grips his energy blade tightly, preparing for another strike. Another soldier observes the fight, noting that some are killing rats out of range. He continues to fight, the blade slicing through the monstrous rat. The soldier slashes through the air, the energy blade cutting down the rats. The fact that they're covering such a wide area by themselves is concerning. The soldier's leg moves with practiced precision, the energy blade a blur. It's proof that you can't advance just by playing Ghost Stop. The soldier's eye narrows, focused on the enemy. The soldier leaps forward, energy blade extended, ready to strike. Private First Class Lee Dongjin breathes heavily, his gaze intense as he prepares for the next attack. The soldier's expression is grim, determined to survive. The text proclaims that he's starting to show the results of his special training as well. The soldier shouts, his energy blade cutting through another rat. The soldier says they need one more person here, and that he'll be right over. Two soldiers stand back to back, energy blades extended, ready to defend against the swarm. The soldier pauses, perhaps sensing something amiss. He stands ready, the energy blade humming with power in the dim light. The air crackles with energy as the blade prepares to strike. The soldier swings, his face a mask of grim determination as he battles the swarm. Monster rats in the rear. A desperate warning echoes as the soldiers realize they are surrounded. and more monster rats are coming from the rear. The horde advances, a relentless tide of teeth and claws. More monster rats approach. A cry of alarm pierces the air. Rats! The soldier's eyes widen in horror as he hears the warning. Monster rats are indeed in the rear. Caught off guard, a soldier is sent flying backwards, losing his footing. The soldier struggles to regain his footing as the rats close in. Privates, try to back away slowly while using the shields to protect yourselves. The line of soldiers retreats, energy blades flashing defensively. Do not overdo it by trying to attack them. A rat lunges, its claws extended. Stay in formation. The soldier stands firm, energy blade ready to meet the onslaught. He swings his weapon, fending off the monstrous rats that swarm him. The blunt weapon slams into the ground with tremendous force, shaking the earth. One of the monstrous rats pauses, momentarily stunned by the impact. The soldier's attack proves effective, as the skull of one rat cracks under the pressure. The soldier with the red hair says they are almost done and that there aren't too many left. The other soldier encourages him to hold on a bit longer. The soldier's eyes widen behind his mask, a sense of unease washing over him. He wonders what that is. One of the soldiers realizes he didn't sense it at first because of the gas mask. They both look around, concerned. The soldier's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. He thinks that it is definitely it. Standing atop a mound of dead rats, the soldier surveys the gruesome scene. The ground begins to crack, and the soldier wonders what is happening. The soldier shouts that it's coming from the ground. The soldier's eyes are wide with terror, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Sergeant Cho Tai-wook's eyes widen, a sudden dread washing over him. A blinding blue energy descends, striking down soldiers with merciless force. Private First Class Lee Dongjin's face contorts in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. A towering silhouette emerges from the depths, an irregular presence made manifest. The creature's massive arm flexes, a grotesque display of unnatural power. Ju Songi looks up, his expression a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. The soldier's gaze is fixed on a monstrous figure, the words echoing in his mind. Irregular monster. The monster's face is a horrifying visage, teeth bared in a predatory grin. Kim Mungi's thoughts race as he surveys the scene. Are those bones also this bastard's doing? The bones scattered across the ground tell a grim tale of consumption. The realization dawns. It's been feeding on the other rats in this place. Zhang Hanyang stares in disbelief, muttering about the monster's ridiculous size. A monstrous, rat-like creature towers over the soldiers, its glowing purple eyes burning with malevolent intent. The soldier collapses to the ground, his gaze fixed on the colossal beast looming above him. He can only manage a choked ugh. Panic sets in as the soldier shouts a warning, his voice cracking with fear. Guangxik, he cries out. Despite the terror, the soldier clutches a device, his expression hardening with resolve. Guangxik is in danger. But another soldier finds himself paralyzed, fear gripping him like ice. My body is frozen, he thinks, helpless. Close up, the soldier's eyes widen in terror, but he grits his teeth, fighting the fear. Get a hold of yourself, he commands. Another soldier, seeing the impending doom, yells a desperate warning. Run away, he shouts, hoping to save his comrades. The monstrous creature raises a massive arm, ready to strike a devastating blow against the helpless soldiers. Bracing for the inevitable, the soldier closes his eyes, steeling himself for the monster's attack. With a surge of adrenaline, a soldier swings his weapon, a desperate attempt to defend against the monstrous onslaught. The weapon hurtles through the air, leaving a trail of pink energy in its wake, a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The weapon strikes the monstrous creature, a direct hit that sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The air hangs thick with the scent of ozone and fear. A soldier in camouflage armor looks up, a pained grunt escaping his lips. His glove hand clenches, ready to strike, but at what? Another soldier shouts, urging someone to escape whatever horror has befallen them. A masked soldier peers down, concern etched on his face as he calls out a name, Li Dongjin. The source of their terror is revealed, a hulking, blue-skinned creature with glowing purple eyes and razor-sharp teeth. The ogre-like creature has seized one of the soldiers, its massive hand engulfing him. Another soldier watches in horror, screaming a desperate no, as his comrade is captured. The creature's tail whips through the air, a dark blur against the dim light. Its thick, scaled tail ends in a wicked point, a testament to its brutal power. The soldier's armor, marked with the number 104, offers little protection against the monster's grasp. The creature's face looms, its glowing eyes promising a swift and violent end. Its multiple eyes glow with an eerie light, the creature looming large. Two soldiers gaze upward, dwarfed by the sheer size of the monstrous figure. Massive claws descend, each one a deadly threat to those below. A soldier peers up, his expression a mix of fear and determination. Another soldier raises his sword, preparing to strike against the towering foe. The creature's unfocused eyes betray a primal rage, a guttural roar escaping its maw. Despite the odds, the monster senses an exceptional, almost unbelievable fearlessness. The soldier's sword glows with an intense, ethereal blue light. The blade pierces through the air, aimed directly at the creature's heart. The sword strikes true, impacting the creature with a burst of energy as the soldiers scatter. The soldier who struck the blow stands firm, ready for the monster's reaction. Another soldier watches intently, his eyes narrowed in anticipation of what's to come. A gloved hand signals approval, a silent acknowledgement of the plan. Private First Class Lee Dongjin's name is called out, a signal for action. The soldier, marked with the number 104, stands ready, his posture reflecting grim determination. The soldier's eyes dart around, scanning for threats, his expression a mix of focus and apprehension. Kim In-jun is warned to fall back, the situation deemed too dangerous, as corporals are ordered to stand their ground. The soldier grips his sword tightly, his stance suggesting he's prepared to strike with deadly force. The ogre-like creature roars in pain, its massive teeth bared in a display of agony and rage. The glowing sword pierces the creature, energy crackling as the blade finds its mark. The soldier drives the sword deeper, the weapon's energy intensifying with each strike. The sword continues its descent, the force of the blow evident in the creature's reaction. The creature is sent flying, the impact of the attack shaking the very ground beneath them. The creature plummets downwards, defeated, its fall a testament to the soldier's power. Boulders plummet from the sky, a silent prelude to chaos. Below, a soldier braces as the earth trembles from the impact. The rocks explode outward, sending shrapnel and dust in all directions. The barrage continues, each impact a deafening roar in the confined space. Through the dust, Kim Mungi spits out a curse, his eyes narrowed behind his mask. A monstrous form looms, its purple eyes burning with malevolent intent. The soldier stands his ground, a small figure against an overwhelming threat. Purple energy crackles around Kim Mungi's eyes, a sign of power gathering. The creature unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the area. A blast of blue energy slams into the creature, momentarily halting its advance. Kim Mungi looks up, his expression unreadable behind his mask. He stands firm, ready to face whatever comes next. Blinding blue energy rips through the air, a prelude to devastation. He is caught in the blast, the force of the impact staggering him. The corporal is sent hurtling backwards, a ragdoll against an unseen gale. The ogre-like creature stands triumphant, its glowing eyes burning with unnatural power. More streaks of blue energy cascade down, promising further destruction. The creature's attack connects with a deafening screech, the sound echoing through the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kim In-jun grips his sword, his masked face betraying nothing of his intentions. He crouches low, the sound of something squeaking nearby, almost lost in the din. The ogre-like creature roars, its massive maw open wide in a display of raw power. Kim In-jun extends his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm. A surge of pink energy erupts, a counterattack forming against the blue onslaught. The pink energy intensifies, crackling with an unknown force. He stands triumphantly over the fallen ogre-like creature, pink energy swirling around him. The force of the final blow reverberates through the cavern. The ogre-like creature's face is marred with wounds, glowing with the absorbed demonic energy. A system notification appears. He has absorbed demonic energy, increasing his demonic energy stat by 1. A surprised exclamation escapes him as he processes the notification. Kim In-jun glances at the screen, a smirk playing on his lips. It was a fair bit, huh? He muses. A determined glint in his eyes, Kim In-jun vows to himself, I'll use it for a good cause. Two soldiers stand guard near a large military vehicle, their rifles held at the ready as they peer into the darkness beyond. A soldier rests against a wall, a sheathed katana lying beside him, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The soldier with the ponytail wipes sweat from his brow, while another asks if he admits defeat. He responds with a dismissive, yeah. The soldier on the phone relays that it was an irregular monster, and that all platoon members have retreated from the dungeon. The soldier on the phone confirms that there was only one monster, his expression a mix of relief and lingering concern. Elsewhere, the soldier wonders aloud how it could have been defeated by a platoon member, wrinkling his nose at the lingering stench. The soldier, pinching his nose, confirms that he is requesting a reinforcement task force, clearly disgusted by the situation. Two soldiers stand in what appears to be a briefing, their expressions serious as they listen to the unfolding situation. The soldier relays that the situation has escalated from mosquitoes to monsters, his face a mask of disbelief and concern. He is thanked for saving them, as Kim Guangsu sits on the ground, explaining he froze when he saw the monster. Lee Sungo apologizes for jumping in, his expression a mix of concern and determination as he asks if Kim Gwang-soo is all right. The ogre-like creature looms, a monstrous figure with sharp teeth and glowing eyes, a clear sign that this was an emergency. It was a good thing Lee Sung-go reacted quickly, otherwise Corporals Kim Gwang-sik and Lee Dong-jin would have been in big trouble, still tied up in the background. 3 figures stand, their black boots planted firmly on the ground, a silent testament to the battle that just transpired. Kim Gwang-soo, his face etched with concern, asks if Lee Sung-go is all right, his voice filled with worry after the encounter. Lee Sung-go returns the question, his gaze intense as he inquires if Kim Gwang-soo has any injuries, his concern evident. The sleeve of Lee Sung-go's uniform, a close-up detail, reveals the wear and tear of their intense battle. Someone asks if they really sustained no injuries, their voice laced with disbelief at their apparent good fortune. Lee Sung-go's face is shown in a close-up, his expression serious and thoughtful as he assesses the situation. With a reassuring smile, Lee Sung-go declares that he is all right, though Kim Gwang-soo still looks concerned in the background. Lee Sung-go wipes his forehead, a visible sign of relief washing over him after the intense encounter with the monster. Kim Gwang-soo states that when they return to camp, he needs to have a little talk. The platoon commander, Kim Gwang-soo, walks away, though he doesn't appear too happy. Kim Gwang-soo remains silent, lost in thought. Sergeant Lee Sung-go speaks on the phone, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. The sergeant relays that all evacuated members have suffered only minor injuries, and that Lee Dong-jin has completed his examination and is headed back to the camp. Kim Gwang-sik notes that he has some minor bruises on his head. He is relieved to hear that he will be able to return to the camp by tomorrow. The sergeant's gloved hand gestures emphatically. The soldiers' boots stand firm on ground. Lee Sung-go shouts, calling the second platoon to attention. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the sergeant announces they will finish their attempts to clear the dungeon right now. The recruits respond affirmatively, acknowledging the order to check their personal equipment and prepare to head back. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows. The sign reads Administrative Office. The floor is clean and polished. Sergeant Lee Sung-go sits across from Kim Gwang-soo in the office. He states that he called him there because of the report. The sergeant's hand rests on a clipboard. He instructs him to provide the details of how he defeated the irregular and submit it. A hand hovers a pen over a blank report. Kim Gwang-soo holds a clipboard, contemplating what to write. He thinks to himself about how he tried to beat it with his shield, but since that didn't kill it, he just used his fist. Kim Gwang-soo wonders if they would believe him. A hand grips a white bottle with red stripes. Kim Gwang-soo thinks to himself that he couldn't see clearly because his vision was obstructed. He looks up, listening to what Sergeant Lee Sung-go is saying, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The pen scratches across the page, recording the details of the report, each stroke sealing his fate. Lee Sung-go chuckles, a glint in his eye as he continues to write, seemingly amused by the situation. The words hang in the air, a name that seems to carry a heavy weight. Min-jun. What are his stats? Kim Gwang-soo's eyes widen, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he hears the question. The sergeant reveals the shocking truth. His strength stat is 65, a number that seems impossible for someone of his rank. Lee Sung-go continues, stating that his agility is 60, which is just above average for a first lieutenant. Kim Gwang-soo is visibly shaken by this information, sweat beading on his forehead as he processes the implications. The numbers echo in his mind, a stark contrast to the average sergeant stats, more than double what he would expect. The words hit him hard. With his stats, he should have been able to get into the Hunter Military Academy. Kim Gwang-soo's eyes dart upwards, his face a mask of confusion as he tries to reconcile the information he's receiving. The final revelation, according to the records, Min-jun is a high school dropout, a fact that defies all logic. He sits at the desk, pen in hand, finalizing the paperwork. It seems that enrolling would have been tough. Kim Gwang-soo suggests to Kim Min-jun that if he ever plans on becoming an executive, he should consider his options. The man with the goatee continues, explaining that Min-jun should take the GED test to go to university. Kim Gwang-soo adds that once Min-jun becomes a staff sergeant, he'll be able to commute back and forth and take online programs. Min-jun admits that he doesn't really like studying, a statement that hangs in the air. Kim Gwang-soo's expression turns awkward as he processes Min-jun's reluctance. Min-jun seems to consider the offer, stating that it's enough for him to advance with his accomplishments. Kim Gwang-soo assures him that since he's the one to make the decision, he won't force it on him, but offers to look into it for him. Min-jun expresses his gratitude, thanking Kim Gwang-soo for the consideration. Outside the window, the trees stand tall. Min-jun states that he will get going and salutes. The door creaks open as Min-jun prepares to leave, his salute crisp and respectful. The military beret sits on a surface, a symbol of duty and service. He speaks, the words Min-jun appearing in a speech bubble above him. The soldier listens, responding with a crisp, "Yes, sir." His uniform bears the insignia of the Hunter Division. A memory surfaces, a monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, a reminder of a perilous encounter. If anything, we could have faced a much worse scenario. The memory continues, showing a soldier in camouflage gear, caught in a moment of paralysis. I couldn't even move at the time. The soldier offers a simple, thank you, his expression unreadable as he looks down at Kim In-jun. Kim In-jun's face is shown in close-up, his expression thoughtful. He states firmly, I only did what I had to. The soldier's face is shown in close-up, a slight smile playing on his lips. The soldier responds, of course, of course. Kim In-jun stands in a hallway, his uniform clearly visible. A narration box reveals his inner thoughts. It's something I had to do to obtain demonic energy and build up my accomplishments. Kim In-jun's face is shown in close-up, his eyes gleaming with determination. He considers the situation, adding another thought to his internal calculations. So, the soldier with the bandaged head stands with his arms crossed, observing Kim In-jun with a skeptical expression, as another soldier looks on with concern. Kim In-jun is asked if he wants to join the special training, the speaker's tone laced with doubt. The bandaged soldier's face is contorted in disbelief, his expression a mix of shock and annoyance. Kim In-jun is questioned about how he found out about the training, the other soldier's body language conveying anxiety. The bandaged soldier demands to know why Kim In-jun even wants to train with them, his tone aggressive. The bandaged soldier points accusingly, reminding Kim In-jun that he hasn't even fully recovered yet. Well, a soldier in camouflage gear stands amidst debris, his face obscured by a mask, as he begins to explain his motives. The masked soldier continues, his eyes narrowed, as a shadowy figure lurks behind him. The masked soldier attacks, swinging a weapon with deadly force, as another soldier affirms his actions. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik tells Lee Dong-jin that he has come a long way and is half-decent now, attributing it to the training. The corporal's smile widens as he declares his desire to join them. Lee Dong-jin grins, eager to start training with the others. A soldier behind them wonders if they thought he would accept that. Lee Dong-jin wonders if there isn't an order of doing things. Lee Dong-jin asks about Corporal Kim Gwang-shik. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik seems surprised by the question. The corporal's eyes widen in shock. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik thanks Lee Dong-jin for saving him and apologizes. The corporal bows deeply, explaining that it is nothing, but wonders why Lee Dong-jin is doing that. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik apologizes for hazing him all this time, unsure if he can be forgiven. The corporal looks up, his expression sincere. Someone expresses a desire to train and become a non-commissioned officer. The question hangs in the air. Is it all right for him to train with them? Corporal Kim In-jun's expression betrays a hint of concern as he looks away. A voice speaks, the words echoing with gratitude for being alive. The response is terse, a simple course offered to Private First Class Lee Dong-jin. An understanding voice acknowledges the potential discomfort stemming from past actions. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik's face is set with a serious, determined expression. Gratitude is expressed, the speaker acknowledging that they are alive because of two others. He speaks, his words hanging heavy in the air as Corporal Kim In-jun looks on, concerned. The voice declares that there is one condition to be met. Private First Class Lee Dong-jin's eyes widen, his head snapping back in surprise. The sound effect, toed on, punctuates the moment, leaving the condition unspoken. Lee Dong-jin glances back, a question hanging in the air above him. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik's eyes narrow, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he begins. If you act like a pigeon for the next 24 hours. The corporal's grin widens, his teeth bared as he continues to lay out his absurd condition. Kim Gwang-shik's face contorts in anger as he shouts, I will reconsider my decision. The fuck? The corporal's lips purse as he begins to make a cooing sound. His face flushed with a mix of anger and amusement. Kim Gwang-shik continues to coo, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Lee Dong-jin stares up at the corporal, utterly bewildered by the bizarre demand. Kim Gwang-shik continues to coo, pointing down at the recruit. The corporal's face is twisted into a wide, unsettling grin, his eyes gleaming with manic glee as he continues his pigeon impersonation. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of twin moons, a grand structure stands silhouetted against the night sky, its intricate architecture hinting at ancient secrets and untold stories. The heavy wheels of a cart rumble across the stone floor, each rotation echoing through the silent halls. The cart continues its journey, its destination unknown, its purpose yet to be revealed. The cart, draped with cloth, is pulled along a path, its contents concealed from prying eyes. The wheels of the cart grind against the stone as a woman in a white dress walks alongside it. The woman, her back turned, receives a simple acknowledgement. Good work. The armored man stands tall, his helmet obscuring his face as he watches the woman. The woman's expression is unreadable, her face shadowed, her thoughts a mystery. The armored man looms over her, his voice deep as he asks, Is there something you wish to say to me? The woman hesitates, her response hanging in the air, a single word forming on her lips. Just. The armored man's gaze intensifies, his helmeted head tilted slightly as he awaits her answer. How long? Her white heels click against the stone floor as she is asked if she will continue. The armored man stands silently behind the woman in the white dress, awaiting her answer. Her expression is unreadable as she stares forward, lost in thought. The woman in the white dress walks toward a dark curtain, her long blonde hair swaying. The slit in her dress reveals a glimpse of her leg as she moves with purpose. She reaches into the darkness, her hand adorned with intricate gold bracelets, as a menacing growl echoes. The woman in the white dress exhales, her blue eyes focused on something unseen. The woman in the white dress thinks to herself, referring to herself as a saint. The armored man watches as the woman in the white dress continues her ritual. Her hand descends, energy crackling around her fingers as she prepares to cast her spell. A pink magic circle flares to life beneath her feet, illuminating the chamber. The armored man watches as the woman in the white dress declares that this is happening. She speaks of a gift for the man who has left them. The armored man stands silently, his helmet obscuring his face. The woman in the white dress stares intently, a strange smile playing on her lips. Her voice echoes, questioning if there can ever be too much. Meanwhile, a grunt of exertion breaks the silence. A boot slams down on a shovel, driving it deep into the earth. The soldiers dig, their faces grim. One wonders if they are getting screwed over too much during their last year. Sergeant Cho admits he has been thinking about this for a while. One of the soldiers questions if these camps actually help when it comes to fighting monsters. The soldiers continue to dig, their shovels biting into the earth. A soldier wonders who knows the answer as a military vehicle idles nearby. The soldiers halt their digging, both startled by something unseen. A soldier sighs in relief as a truck arrives, carrying a load of gray blocks. Stettel has arrived, he says. The work begins. The soldiers strain, sweat beading on their brows as they prepare to unload the heavy cargo. Two soldiers stand guard near the growing pile of blocks, their expressions unreadable behind their masks and sunglasses. With visible effort, the soldiers lift one of the blocks, preparing to load it onto the waiting truck. The blocks are carefully placed, one by one, forming a solid structure. The work is slow and arduous. The soldier's face is slick with sweat, a testament to the physical exertion required for the task. Holding one of the blocks, a soldier explains that they call it stettel, unsure if it's stone or metal. The block is described as extremely hard and much heavier than it appears, hinting at its unique properties. A soldier stands atop a wall constructed from the blocks, explaining that they use this material to build their camps. Carrying another block, a soldier mentions it's made of a special mineral from certain dungeons, but hesitates on the name. Another soldier, unseen, asks if someone said something, breaking the flow of the conversation. Kim Min-jun hefts a gray box onto his shoulders, the weight causing him to grimace. The box shifts slightly, the sound of its movement echoing in the otherwise quiet space. The insignia on Kim Min-jun's uniform is visible as he continues to carry the heavy load. Kim Min-jun pauses, a look of surprise spreading across his face as he hears a faint ping. He quickly denies having said anything aloud, though he wonders if someone else might be curious about the sound. The work continues, the soldiers moving the boxes with practiced efficiency. Other soldiers load the boxes onto the back of a military transport vehicle. Two soldiers stand atop the truck bed, one still carrying a box, the other looking off with a surprised expression. Sergeant Lee Sung-go, standing nearby, announces to everyone that they can take a 10-minute break. The boots of the soldiers are heard as they move around on the truck. A group of soldiers marches, presumably led by their platoon commander. Another soldier wonders aloud about division headquarters. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik, his face obscured by sunglasses, remarks that it seems like a tin-can dungeon. The news, delivered by an unseen speaker, is that something has appeared in the area of the 104th Division. The announcement sends a visible shockwave through the assembled soldiers, their faces contorted in disbelief and fear. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik, his expression unreadable behind his shades, asks if the news is true. One soldier, his eyes wide with panic, cries out, questioning if the platoon vice commander is joking. Another soldier, seemingly on the verge of tears, begs someone named Minji to reconsider, stating that this would be his and Sergeant Cho's third time. A taller soldier attempts to calm the others, telling them to calm down and that they are still investigating. The camera focuses on the uniform of a soldier named Kim Min-jun, seated on the ground. Two soldiers stand on a road, the tension palpable between them as they face an unknown threat. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik sits on a ledge, his expression thoughtful as he contemplates the gravity of the situation. The title card appears, Tin-can Dungeons, hinting at the challenges and dangers that lie ahead. A swirling vortex of blue and black energy crackles with lightning, a visual metaphor for the chaos about to unfold. Hunters often use specific criteria to identify certain locations. These dungeons are larger than normal, and the number and variety of monsters within them are above average. They neither have bosses nor high-risk monsters inside, making them ideal for training. That's what Tinkin dungeons are, the perfect place for hunters to accumulate real battle experience. So they're often used as locations for divisional training prior to attempting to clear relevant dungeons. Corporal Kim Gwangshik explains that this would be the infamous hunter field maneuvers. Assassin Kim Min-jun, standing nearby, asks who he keeps talking to, looking confused. The corporal looks off to the side, a slight smile playing on his lips as he considers the question. Kim Gwangshik admits he just thought someone might be curious about the dungeons. Kim Min-jun smirks, thinking to himself about the hunter field maneuvers. Sergeant Lee Sung-go, overhearing the conversation, thinks that it doesn't seem like the type of training he needs right now. He wonders if it's that bad. The sergeant is grabbed roughly by the face, as an unknown person declares the situation annoying. The recruit winces as someone roughly grabs his face, complaining that it's just divisional training. Corporal Kim Gwangshik looks on, telling the recruit that it's an opportunity to build up his accomplishments. The corporal pauses, a look of realization washing over his face as he says, "Oh." The word accomplishments appears, surrounded by floating awards of excellence. Kim Gwangshik grins widely, awards of excellence floating all around him. The corporal continues, explaining that since he's in the front lines, there are so many opportunities, adding that it was a good idea to come here. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes appears on the ground. Kim Gwangshik's expression shifts to confusion as he wonders why it's there. The glowing purple eyes stare blankly upward. A boot descends, about to crush the mysterious light. Kim Gwangshik is now being held by the neck, as the person holding him says they don't need any accomplishments, questioning how they can be screwed over so much during their last year. The boot stomps down, crushing the glowing eyes. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad that no one noticed whatever just occurred. So a gloved hand hovers over glowing pink orbs, crackling with energy. Corporal Kim Gwangshik's expression shifts to one of surprise, wondering what the matter is. Two figures walk down a hallway, discussing a request for reinforcements due to an irregular monster. The pair continues their trek down the long corridor, their footsteps echoing in the distance. A woman in a military uniform glances to the side, listening intently to the conversation. The uniform bears a patch with a skull design, identifying the wearer as a hunter. A hand pulls out a card, confirming that it's not a civilian locality, and that two members of the investigative team lost consciousness. The woman notes that it's a strange occurrence that has been happening as of late, possibly caused by a dungeon that needs to be cleared. The speaker suggests leaving the area control to regular soldiers, as the dungeon appeared in the military area. The speaker orders all hunters from Yanggu to retreat for now, prioritizing the dungeon that has appeared in the civilian area in Hongshan, ordering everyone to be sent there. An unseen figure responds with a simple, "Yes, sir." Kim Gwangshik's expression is unreadable, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The corporal's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A pale hand reaches out toward a shadowy figure, its glowing purple eyes piercing the darkness. A heavy boot descends, poised to crush the mysterious entity beneath it. A single word hangs in the air, pregnant with unspoken meaning. T. Kim Gwangshik stands triumphant, the crushed remains of the shadowy figure beneath his heel. The soldier thinks about requesting a day off. The apartment building stands tall against a bright, cloud-dappled sky. A pair of legs clad in black pants and white socks stand near a brown paper bag. Kim Min-jun pulls the zipper of his black hoodie up, preparing to leave. The paper bag sits on the floor next to a neatly folded black jacket. Kim Min-jun continues to zip up his hoodie, his expression unreadable. He glances at the television, a thought bubble forming. Had he packed everything? The television displays a photo of a family, as a voice asks if he is leaving now. The man smiles, commenting on the amount of metal he was carrying compared to others at the camp construction site. Corporal Kim Gwangshik tells him that he really is something else, and Kim Min-jun responds politely, thanking him. The corporal notes that it seems his home address is in a restricted area right now, before asking where he stayed during his last day off. Kim Min-jun looks away, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he admits he stayed in a PC room. He seems to agree with what Corporal Kim Gwangshik is saying. Corporal Kim Gwangshik offers Kim Min-jun a key, suggesting it's for a place where he can stay. The corporal explains that it's an apartment where his parents used to live, but it's currently vacant because they are away on business. Kim Gwangshik assures Kim Min-jun that there's no need to feel obligated, but Kim Min-jun seems to be taking the offer. Corporal Kim Gwangshik insists that there is a need, handing him a piece of paper. The note contains an address in Gangwon-do, Chunshin, specifying X Villa, Apartment X, and the corporal notes that it's better than staying in a PC room. Kim Min-jun considers the address, and the corporal adds that it's clean since he goes there during his days off, so it's not too bad. Corporal Kim Gwangshik waves goodbye, telling Kim Min-jun to have fun on his day off and to just take the key even if he doesn't end up staying there. Kim Min-jun stares at the note, seemingly deep in thought. Later, Kim Min-jun is seen sleeping soundly, a sigh escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Gwangshik sits at his desk, seemingly relieved. On his desk, a document reveals Kim In-jun's name and address, along with the information that both his father, Kim Dae-hoon, and mother, Choi Eun-ju, are missing. He sits at the desk, the document spread before him. The fluorescent lights hum above. Kim In-jun's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He reaches up, pulling the hood further over his head, obscuring his features. Kim In-jun turns and walks towards the door, his back to the viewer. The fabric of his cloak shifts as he moves, the only sound the soft rustle of cloth. The Yanggu County bus terminal stands as a gateway, promising journeys both near and far. People wait patiently, their faces etched with anticipation or weariness, as the bus pulls into the station. Kim In-jun walks along the street, the sounds of the city a constant hum around him. He pauses before a panini shop, the aroma of grilled bread and melting cheese filling the air. He listens intently, confirming the dungeon's location at a deserted school in Yanggu County. The person on the other end instructs him to stay 1 kilometer away and control the area. Kim In-jun's expression hardens as he hears the request. He simply replies, "Please." The road ahead is blocked by military trucks and armed soldiers. The area is under tight control. A soldier stands guard, rifle raised, ever vigilant. With a burst of speed, Kim In-jun leaps over one of the military trucks, infiltrating the perimeter. He ducks behind a concrete barrier, observing the scene. He thinks to himself, Kim In-jun peers out, noting it's over there. A swirling blue portal crackles with energy, dominating the landscape. Kim In-jun pauses, considering, I wonder what kind of bastard it will be this time. He leaps over a yellow and black striped barrier, continuing his approach. He thinks to himself that the monster should have found out the type of the monster too, calling it that little rascal. Kim In-jun resolves, if it seems too dangerous, I'll just run off. He approaches a shimmering blue portal, its energy crackling around him. A digital chime echoes as a message appears. You have entered the dungeon. The air hangs heavy, the silence broken only by the rustling of unseen things. He moves deeper into the forest, the trees looming like silent sentinels. The air is thick with humidity. Kim In-jun notes the oppressive atmosphere. His eyes scan the surroundings, alert for any sign of danger or deception. A lone sword lies abandoned on the ground, a silent testament to battles past. He pauses, a question forming in his mind. Was there a battle here? His gaze sharpens, a sense of unease settling over him. Kim In-jun's voice cuts through the silence. Hey, he challenges the unseen presence. You're making it obvious, so come on out. A surge of blue energy erupts, the challenge accepted. He remains still, crouched low to the ground in the dim forest clearing, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. An immense presence loomed, a grotesque face with teeth like daggers and eyes that burned with a malevolent, purple light. Kim In-jun glanced up, his expression unreadable as he took in the sheer size of the creature before him. A goblin. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he considered the monster's true nature. Or was it a kobold? The sheer scale of the beast was unsettling, even for one accustomed to the strange and dangerous. Why is that bastard so big? The creature's massive arm hung down, dwarfing Kim In-jun as it pulsed with dark, otherworldly energy. Kim In-jun's gaze hardened, the earlier uncertainty replaced by a grim resolve. He recalled the words. The investigative team managed to come back alive after facing such a huge bastard. He reached out, his hand outstretched as if to grasp something unseen, his fingers flexing in anticipation. A surge of power erupted from him, a blinding flash of energy that crackled in the air. The creature fully revealed itself, a hulking brute with purple skin, glowing eyes, and a crude loincloth barely concealing its form. His hand now glowed with the same purple energy as the monster's eyes, ready to unleash its power. With a shout, Kim In-jun launched himself forward, channeling the energy into a devastating strike aimed at the monstrous foe. He extends his hand, ready to unleash another attack. A concentrated beam of energy erupts from his outstretched palm. The blast strikes the large purple monster head-on, engulfing it in a blinding light. Kim In-jun watches intently, his expression a mix of focus and anticipation. The energy slams into the monster's face, the force of the impact visible. Staggering back, the monster reels from the unexpected assault. Despite the damage, the large purple monster recovers quickly, seizing Kim In-jun in its massive grip. How dare you? It roars. The monster hurls him away. Kim In-jun lands hard, skidding across the dungeon floor. You really are quite sturdy, the monster observes. Kim In-jun grits his teeth, feeling the sting of the impact. You've even endured my kick, huh? He braces himself, digging his heel into the ground to stop his momentum. The assassin tumbles through the air, completely at the mercy of the monster's strength. Hey, he says. Kim In-jun smirks, a glint of defiance in his eyes. Watch out, he warns. The large purple monster uses the skill Corruption, slamming its feet into the ground. The monster's legs are surrounded by a dark purple aura as it prepares to attack. But Kim Min-jun is ready, meeting the monster's attack head-on with a flurry of blows. Fists collide with incredible force, the impact echoing through the surroundings. The exchange is rapid, a brutal dance of power and precision. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The monster seems to pause, perhaps wondering if its attack has landed true. But the next moment, the monster is sent stumbling backward, its massive form unbalanced. The monster crashes to the ground, defeated by the barrage of strikes. Kim Min-jun stands over the fallen beast, his expression grim as he assesses the situation. His hand moves to the hilt of his sword, drawing the weapon with practiced ease. The bastards I've faced since returning. Kim Min-jun stares down at the monster, a cold fury in his eyes. We're equivalent to ants so far. He stands, sword still sheathed, his gaze fixed on something above. The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth ready to strike. With a furious roar, the large purple monster lunges forward, intent on crushing its prey. The monster pauses mid-attack, its glowing purple eye narrowed as it thinks. However, the monster's open mouth looms, ready to swallow Kim Min-jun whole. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in alarm as the monster's massive hand closes around him, the creature dismissing him as a bug. The monster's grip tightens, its voice a rumbling threat as it demands repayment for the damage. The monster's hand continues to crush him, enraged at the damage done to its new clothes. With a desperate surge of strength, Kim Min-jun throws a punch at the monster's hand. The monster roars in pain and fury, its face contorted in rage. The force of the blow reverberates through the monster's massive chest. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Min-jun unleashes a powerful kick, connecting squarely with the monster's face. He stands, eyes blazing with power, energy crackling around him. Kim Min-jun stands over the monster's dissolving form, the purple energy fading. The assassin holds a swirling orb of purple energy in his outstretched hand. A status window appears, indicating that he has absorbed demonic energy. Multiple status windows pop up, each announcing an increase to his demonic energy stat. Oh nice, he thinks. The system informs Kim Min-jun that, having reached the threshold, he has unlocked the skill Dark Arrow. The system announces that the skill Night Walker has been enhanced, and the skill Basic Swordsmanship has been created. Kim Min-jun examines the status window, taking in the information displayed before him. The status window lists his skills: Corruption, Night Walker, Dark Arrow, Basic Blunt Weapon Handling, Basic Swordsmanship, and Power. Kim Min-jun smiles, thinking a long-range attack. Perfect, but why did I get the Basic Swordsmanship skill? He wonders about the swordsmanship skill, then exclaims in realization. He stands over the fallen monster, a blue screen hovering in his hand. The assassin considers the battle, thinking about how lucky he was to land a critical hit. Kim Min-jun grips his knife, a thought nagging at him. He wonders if the monster was already wounded before their encounter, making the fight easier than it should have been. Looking up, Kim Min-jun furrows his brow. He tries to recall something he saw earlier, something that caught his attention with its strange gleam in the dim light. His gaze drops, searching for the source of the mysterious light. The memory eludes him, just out of reach, like a half-remembered dream fading with the morning. His eyes widen, a flicker of recognition igniting within them. The pieces begin to fall into place, the puzzle of the gleaming object slowly resolving in his mind. He stares at his hand, realization dawning. The assassin understands what he saw, the truth of it now undeniable. This is, he thinks. Kim Min-jun pauses, taking in the scene before him. He notes the sword lodged deep in the monster's back. He examines the blade he used to finish the job. Kim Min-jun wonders if the creature was already wounded when they met. The assassin looks up, trying to recall what he saw gleaming earlier in the fight. He drops to the ground, searching for something among the dirt and debris. His eyes widen as he spots a small, glinting object. Kim Min-jun picks it up, a sense of recognition dawning on his face. His fingers, stained with monster blood, cradle a fragment of something. He wonders if it's an arrowhead, or perhaps a chipped piece from a sword. Kim Min-jun examines the fragment closely, a thought crossing his mind. Could this be the work of the investigative team? He squints, turning the object over in his hand. It looks familiar, though. Kim Min-jun stares intently at the fragment, the distant figures of more monsters looming in the background. He had been looking forward to testing his new skill, but circumstances have been less than ideal. A sinister grin spreads across Kim Min-jun's face as he taunts his unseen opponents, beckoning them to approach. A guttural, rasping laughter echoes through the forest, betraying the presence of unseen creatures lurking in shadows. Two hulking, gray-skinned monsters emerge from the gloom, their eyes glinting with malevolent intent. Kim Min-jun declares that the moment has arrived, as dark energy begins to coalesce in his outstretched hands. The assassin's smirk widens as he prepares to unleash the power of his E-rank skill upon the unsuspecting monsters. With a surge of power, Kim Min-jun unleashes his skill, sending tendrils of dark energy streaking towards his foes. The dark energy explodes outwards, a wave of destructive force washing over the battlefield. The monsters are caught in the blast, their roars of laughter turning into cries of pain as the dark energy tears into them. Even though his mission is complete, Kim Min-jun decides to stay a little longer, intending to clean up the mess he's made. The monster's face contorts in a grimace of pain and rage, its eyes burning with hatred. Kim Min-jun's sinister smile widens as he wonders where he should begin his cleanup operation. A voice echoes, posing a question about the listener's friends. A swirling vortex of blue energy crackles with power, a portal to the unknown. He strides confidently through the shimmering gateway, ready for what awaits on the other side. His sneakers hit the ground with a soft thud, the portal's energy still dancing around him. Kim Min-jun emerges, the blue energy dissipating as he surveys his new surroundings, a modern cityscape. Having cleared the dungeon, Kim Min-jun's lips curve into a sinister smile, a glint in his visible eye. It's time to play. A simple utterance escapes his lips, a cryptic DPF hanging in the air. Meanwhile, a serene landscape stretches out, mountains meeting a sky streaked with clouds and rain. A line of soldiers clad in camouflage marches across the terrain, their rifles held at the ready. The soldier exhales, his hand resting on his chest as he catches his breath. Another soldier stands ready, his rifle held firmly in both hands, eyes forward. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun stands over his defeated foe, a dark aura surrounding him as he enjoys a bowl of noodles. Returning to camp with a light heart, the mood is somber. The platoon is in a grievous state. One of the soldiers exclaims that the dungeon is really a tin can, his voice filled with frustration. The soldier superior announces that they will have hunter field maneuvers training next week. A soldier in camouflage uniform studies a book, his expression unreadable. Every platoon will start out from a random position and move towards the center of the dungeon. A group of soldiers advances over a ridge, their weapons at the ready. A soldier looks surprised as he listens to his radio, his eyes wide with concern. It's a division-class real-life training, and everyone is ordered to get ready for battle. The soldiers react to numerous emergencies, taking up positions on the hill straight ahead. The soldiers brace themselves, ready to fight off the monsters that are about to appear. Monsters begin to materialize, falling from the sky and dotting the landscape. A grotesque, spherical monster descends, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The monsters plummet from above, their descent marked by ominous sound effects. The soldier barks orders, commanding all troops to put away their specialty weapons. The troops surge forward, rifles raised, ready to engage the monstrous threat. As expected, a soldier takes aim, his rifle trained on the approaching monsters. The soldier's boots are planted firmly on the ground, ready for the coming battle. The soldier smiles, thinking to himself that this is the most fun training. The soldier shouts the order to fire at will, his expression intense. The soldier's finger tightens on the trigger, preparing to unleash a hail of bullets. Bullets rip through the air, impacting the monsters with explosive force. Energy blasts rip through the air, directed at a monstrous, fanged head. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms raise their rifles, firing in unison at the floating threats. The soldier shouts a warning, explaining that the dark balls have tough skin and can float, making them difficult to apprehend with melee weapons. The platoon continues their assault, a barrage of bullets directed at the encroaching dark orbs. Eyes narrowed, a soldier focuses intently, his finger tightening on the trigger of his weapon. Another soldier raises his fist, yelling for the troops to prepare for close combat as they advance. The monstrous orb descends, tendrils writhing, as a soldier notes that there are only 3 monsters remaining and that it will be hard to defeat them if they start sucking human blood. The soldier grimly states that it's game over once you're bitten, and that if they lose too many troops, their platoon score will hit rock bottom. The soldiers engage the monster at close range, firing rifles and swinging swords in a desperate attempt to defeat it. A soldier grits his teeth, determined not to let something happen, his eyes filled with resolve. A soldier sprints forward, the monstrous orb looming closer, a desperate race against the inevitable. The monster descends, its fangs bared, poised to strike the soldier who desperately tries to evade its deadly maw. The soldiers scan the sky, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. A dark sphere ascends rapidly, leaving trails of shimmering energy in its wake. The soldiers watch the object climb higher, their faces grim as they assess the threat. One of the soldiers thinks that it would be easier to shoot them with dark arrows. The soldiers raise their rifles, unleashing a barrage of blue energy blasts towards the sky. The dark sphere detonates in a burst of black fragments against the bright blue sky. Other soldiers leap into action, their movements swift and practiced as they engage the threat. Another soldier grips his rifle, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he prepares to fire. An order rings out. All troops are to fire at will at the dark balls in the air. The dark balls are torn apart, reduced to scattered debris against the landscape. Elsewhere, the soldiers gather on a hilltop, their silhouettes stark against the sky. The soldiers are instructed to take a 10-minute break to examine their personal equipment. He commanded the troops to check for injuries within their squads. The instructor added that any injuries should be reported to him immediately. One of the soldiers gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the order as Lee Sungo looked on. The instructor's expression shifted, a hint of concern now etched on his face. Two soldiers sat, catching their breath. The red-haired soldier wondered aloud if this training felt harder than the last. The other soldier, his hair graying, admitted he wasn't sure, but he had heard rumors that this wasn't just a tin-can dungeon. The red-haired soldier, leaning back, asked what the other was talking about, intrigued by the cryptic comment. A disembodied voice echoed, stating that there was apparently a boss monster in this dungeon, and then asked and... Meanwhile, a low-angle shot revealed a squad of soldiers advancing, weapons at the ready, under a cloudy sky. The soldiers approached a colossal, lifeless foot, belonging to some kind of monstrous beast. The scene offered a clearer view of the fallen monster. Its massive form sprawled across the landscape. One of the soldiers wiped a viscous, black substance from their hands with a white cloth. The soldiers trudge onward, the skull patch on one's back a silent promise. He approaches, Sergeant Lee Sungo's expression a clear sign of displeasure. The recruits discuss their situation. They will train here, now, because the monster was captured alive and locked away in the assembly area. Two soldiers weep openly, the prospect of training clearly filling them with dread. The soldier in sunglasses, arms around his comrades, tells them that their break is over and it is time to get back to work. One of the soldiers confirms to Sergeant Lee Sungo that they understand the instructions, the sound of sniffing filling the air. Lee Sungo looms over one of the soldiers, remarking on how good he is. The soldiers trudge onward, one of them desperately pleading to be saved from the grueling training. One of the soldiers waves, perhaps signaling for help or simply acknowledging the futility of his situation. One soldier's eyes widen in shock, his expression a mask of disbelief and fear. Confusion spreads among the group, question marks hanging in the air as they try to understand what is happening. A soldier smirks, recognizing someone in the distance, and wonders about that man. The figure sits cross-legged, a tiny silhouette against the harsh terrain. The injured tag hangs prominently, a stark declaration of condition. The sky stretches wide, a canvas of blue and scattered clouds above. Lee Sungo's face is grim, the injured tag a sharp contrast to his hardened gaze. A military boot stands firm, planted on the unforgiving ground. Elsewhere, the rough earth stretches out, cracked and dry under an unseen sun. A stone building stands nestled amongst the trees, hinting at a hidden settlement. The old man sits calmly, a plume of smoke rising from his pipe in the still air. His one good eye widens, a flicker of surprise crossing his weathered face. Below, a warrior stands ready, clad in ancient armor, a silent guardian. The old man stands beside the warrior, a stark contrast in age and physique. The old man's gaze sharpens, a hint of something knowing in his voice as he says, "Since you're back so soon." The armored warrior stands, his sword broken clean in half. He is told that he must have broken it. An arm extends, offering the broken blade to the armored warrior. The voice accuses him of breaking it because he is taking care of that woman's orders. Elsewhere, the old man with the eye patch holds a similar broken sword. He remarks that this is pretty bad, though. The old man with the eye patch holds the broken sword up to the sky. He asks if the warrior has been hunting demonic monsters. Meanwhile, a military camp sprawls across the landscape, tents and vehicles arranged in neat rows. Colonel John Sunjiyun sits at a desk, reviewing data on a tablet. He begins to speak, concerned about the situation. Lieutenant Colonel No Jongcheol, seated in his own office, hopes that there won't be any incidents. The lieutenant colonel notes that the average combat ability is gradually decreasing. Colonel John Sunjiyun believes they are pushing the monsters too far, as there are significantly more than expected. The lieutenant colonel pauses, his hand resting on the tablet as he considers the implications. Colonel Lee Junbyum stands ready, gripping a weapon, his expression unreadable. A soldier asks if anyone knows where the division commander went. The lieutenant colonel hesitates, seemingly unsure of how to answer the question. A soldier lies prone, unmoving. The reason for his condition is unknown, but the situation elicits a sharp, questioning response. Another soldier, grinning widely, declares that the person in question is unstoppable, implying a level of respect or fear. A third soldier expresses confusion, wondering why the division commander is participating in the training and why he had to go where his kids are. The discussion turns to the division commander, with one soldier looking concerned as the commander's name is mentioned. Two soldiers stand close, one holding a rifle, perhaps in anticipation of a threat or in preparation for a mission. A soldier adjusts his glasses, stating that the division commander stated one thing before leaving, hinting at a planned departure or a secret mission. The words hang in the air, a declaration of wanting to see a certain soldier with his own two eyes, suggesting a personal stake in the situation. A soldier with a stern expression wears a name tag labeled injured, hinting at a recent battle or training exercise gone wrong. A close-up of a soldier's boots reveals the rough terrain and the wear and tear of military life, emphasizing the physical demands of their duty. The sound of something heavy impacting the ground punctuates the scene, adding a sense of urgency and potential danger. The soldiers stand in formation, a palpable sense of unease hanging in the air. Their expressions betray a shared anxiety about the task ahead. One of the soldiers speaks, his voice laced with apprehension. He knows that there's a penalty involved, and the word commander hangs heavy in the air. The soldiers discuss the penalty, which involves carrying out a wounded person. The weight of the task seems to settle upon them. The soldier's face is partially obscured by his helmet, but his expression hints at concern. The role of the injured is not what they expected. The soldier looks up, his gaze fixed on someone above him. The narration reveals that the role was supposed to be played by someone from headquarters. The soldier's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape. He realizes that the role of the injured is not being played by someone from headquarters, but by the division commander himself. A close-up reveals the face of the division commander, his expression stern. His eyes seem to pierce through the soldiers, demanding respect. The camera focuses on the division commander's uniform, highlighting his rank and authority. The sound effect emphasizes the weight of his presence. The division commander holds up a sign that reads, injured, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He seems to relish the discomfort of his subordinates. Another soldier reacts with shock, his face contorted in disbelief. The situation is clearly not what they expected, and the tension is palpable. The soldiers salute the division commander, their voices echoing with forced respect. They acknowledge his presence, but their unease remains. The soldiers struggle to carry the division commander on a stretcher, his size and weight making the task difficult. One wonders if they'll be able to manage. The soldiers are ready to proceed, one stating their intention to carry him on the stretcher. The colonel, Lee Junbyum, scowls, his face a mask of displeasure at the prospect. A soldier begins to address someone, starting with the title of First Class Kim, but is interrupted. The soldiers continue to carry the stretcher, one addressing the injured as Sergeant First Class Kim Minji. Lee Junbyum's anger intensifies, his expression a thunderous declaration of his will. Don't you know my personality by now? He roars. The colonel raises his hand, halting the proceedings. His face is set in a grimace of pure, unadulterated refusal. Lee Junbyum declares that he will not be playing the part of the injured, despite the training exercise's requirements. He has spoken. The soldier wearing the injured tag states that the others should not mind him and continue with the training. The colonel looks up, seemingly overcome with emotion, though his expression is difficult to read. A sinister smile spreads across Lee Junbyum's face, hinting at some hidden amusement or scheme. One of the soldiers looks on with wide eyes, his face a picture of surprise and confusion. Another soldier grins widely, perhaps understanding the colonel's intentions or simply enjoying the unfolding chaos. The soldiers are finding the training to be quite enjoyable. The soldiers soon realize that the amusing parts of the training were not over. Not only that, but the soldiers are now facing monsters during the training exercise. A soldier points to the sky, noticing a bomb falling with a parachute. The soldiers are equipped with gas masks, as the division prepared various devices for the training. One soldier carries another on his shoulders as a monkey wearing a gas mask jumps towards them, a danger sign looming. They were adding to the fun of the training, as a soldier steps over glowing objects. The soldier is breathing heavily, his face showing signs of exhaustion. Sweat drips from the soldier's face as he continues to breathe heavily. The soldiers look up, breathing heavily, as they face the challenges ahead. A large frog with a red tongue sticks out, breathing heavily. The large, frog-like monster stands in a puddle, panting heavily. A soldier slashes with his sword, the blade glowing with power. The blade finds its mark, cutting into the frog monster's flesh. Black blood sprays as the monster reels from blow. The soldier's face is contorted with exhaustion as he continues to fight. His strength failing, the soldier collapses to the ground. The frog monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a long, sticky tongue. Another soldier's blade flashes, cutting through the monster's open mouth. The soldier stands tall, his sword at the ready, empowered by his basic swordsmanship skill. He reflects that although it may be a primitive skill, it is proving effective. The soldier thinks that his power is increasing quite a bit, perhaps enough to level up thanks to this training. The soldiers continue their training exercise, battling the frog monsters under the bright sky. He breathes heavily, the training clearly taking its toll on the soldier. The soldier stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he faces the trials ahead. The soldier clashes with a large frog monster, his sword meeting the creature's flesh. With a swift motion, the soldier cuts through the frog monster, splattering its fluids. Across the training field, soldiers engage in fierce combat against the frog monsters. A soldier is caught off guard as a frog monster lunges, its jaws snapping shut. The soldier grips his sword tightly, preparing for the next attack from the relentless monsters. Sergeant Lee Sungo observes the training, remarking that these maneuvers are the toughest to date. The frog monster's long, sticky tongue lashes out, seeking to ensnare its prey. A soldier is struck by the frog monster's attack, sending him flying through the air. Despite the intensity of the training, Lee Sungo sports an injured tag on his uniform. A soldier encourages his comrades to give their best until the very end of the exercise. The soldier, clad in camouflage and helmet, gives a thumbs up. He confirms that all is well, but wonders what's coming next. A stern-faced man with a neatly trimmed mustache and beard stares intently, his expression unreadable. He is identified as Do Suk. It seems Kim Min-jun has made quite the impression on him. Meanwhile, a bright blue sky stretches overhead, dotted with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily across the horizon. At the same time, in the northern part of the dungeon, a group of soldiers advances along a cliff edge. The soldiers engage in fierce combat, their swords clashing against unseen foes. The sounds of exertion fill the air. The soldiers, faces etched with concern, grip their swords tightly, ready for whatever lurks ahead. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, appears from the shadows. The soldiers face the grotesque creature, one raising her sword in defiance as it lunges forward. Her eyes narrowed, the soldier prepares to strike, her grip firm on the hilt of her blade. With a mighty swing, she brings her sword down, a surge of blue energy crackling around the blade. The soldier continues her assault, the blue energy blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Floating menacingly, the monster heads drifted through the air. The soldiers trudged onward, fatigue etched on their faces. One of the soldiers, Private First Class Sun Yin-seo, received praise. "You really are incredible." Suddenly, a monster head lunged from behind, its jaws snapping shut. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, realizing the danger. The soldier's helmet flew off, clattering to the ground. The soldier crashed to the earth, defeated. Meanwhile, another soldier, with striking blue hair, turned toward the threat. Her expression shifted from concern to fierce determination. With a mighty swing, she smashed the monster head with her weapon. The fallen soldier looked up, witnessing the swift counterattack. The blue-haired soldier stood ready, prepared for the next attack. She advances, her expression determined, weapon raised and ready to fire. The soldiers take a moment to rest, some sitting and some lying down, their weapons nearby. Two soldiers, clad in camouflage and helmets, stand alert, one pointing in a direction with a concerned expression. One of the soldiers remarks that all of the platoon members have managed to make it this far without major injuries. The soldiers continue their march, their boots hitting the ground with a rhythmic thud as they descend the hill. The platoon commander, Sergeant Lee Sungo, with a stern look, declares that he is competent. A soldier looks up with wide eyes, wondering where they are going, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. Sergeant Lee Sungo stands among his platoon, his expression unreadable as he listens to the soldiers' concerns. Below, two soldiers look up, their faces etched with worry as they see something approaching with a large blade. The soldiers stand in formation, their expressions serious as they await further instructions, the tension palpable in the air. One of the soldiers expresses gratitude, attributing their success to the great platoon members around him. He tells the injured soldier that being competent is part of the job. A hand rests on the back of a soldier in camouflage fatigues. Sergeant Lee Sungo, teeth bared, instructs the soldiers to do their best until the end of training. A soldier stammers out a thank you. The sergeant stands with another soldier, both wearing helmets and sunglasses. Lee Sungo grabs a soldier, demanding to know what's wrong with his balance. The soldier apologizes as the sergeant asks if his left hand is only assisting. The soldier wonders what is happening as Sergeant Lee Sungo looms over him. While in the background, Corporal Lee Sung-woo sits with another soldier. Two soldiers sit, discussing their second hunter field maneuvers, with one soldier stating that he doesn't want to be asked anything. One of the soldiers points off panel, asking that. The soldiers have spotted a do not enter sign. The two soldiers look on with concern. He barks orders, telling everyone to line up as they prepare to move out toward the hole. The soldiers march forward, their camouflage blending with the surrounding terrain. The soldiers confirm that they are headed towards the hole, one remarking that he can tell it's a hole, but one of the soldiers expresses his annoyance, suggesting someone slept through the dungeon information session. Though there may not be much that is known, the soldiers continue to move forward. The soldier with glasses begins to explain about the dungeon phenomenon, his expression serious. The explanation is accompanied by a visual. A child on a beach approaches a shimmering, blue portal. The visual continues, showing the child, now lying on the ground, seemingly having passed through a gate. One soldier exclaims in disbelief, questioning the idea of a perfect connection to an infinite space. The soldier with glasses confirms that there are borders in the dungeons, as a diagram of a dungeon is shown. But there are places where the connection is lost, and those random spots are the problem. The diagram shows a spot where that loss of connection happens, a dark void within the dungeon structure. The soldiers continued their trek, discussing the peculiarities of the dungeon. One with glasses explained, with a slight tone of disbelief, that these areas were called dungeon holes. Another soldier, giving a thumbs up, wondered aloud what would happen if they went outside the borders. An idea seemed to spark in his mind. The soldier then questioned if they would end up in the dungeon hole. He looked up, pondering the possibilities. Adjusting his helmet, the soldier admitted he didn't believe it himself. The thought seemed too far-fetched to be true. The soldier with glasses raised his hands, explaining that they would be teleported back to a random location within the dungeon. He punctuated his statement with a pop. Suddenly, the soldiers looked up, startled. A chorus of confused voices rose, questioning what was happening around them. The soldiers looked around, trying to understand what had just occurred. Confusion was evident on their faces as they asked what had happened. One soldier's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mix of disbelief and fear. He could not comprehend what was unfolding. Another soldier, his brow furrowed, voiced his confusion with a simple huh. The situation was beyond his understanding. One of the soldiers was falling through the air, his helmet tumbling away. A bright light shone above him, the cause of their sudden disorientation. The soldier landed hard on the ground, his body sprawled out on the unfamiliar terrain. The impact sent a jolt through him. His boots were visible, planted firmly on the ground, a testament to the sudden and jarring arrival. The world seemed to spin around him. The soldier raises a canteen to her lips, taking a long drink. In the distance, other soldiers sit and stand. One speaks into a walkie-talkie, while soldier female, blue hair, sits with her leg extended. A stern-faced officer with a thick beard stares intently forward. Another soldier clutches a walkie-talkie, reporting the situation to the 4th Battalion. The soldier with blue hair is told not to worry and to recover, but she asks for confirmation that all of her battalion members are safe. The soldier with the walkie-talkie replies that everyone is safe and quite worried about her. He assures her that training will resume, since he has informed them of the situation. The soldier with blue hair sighs in relief, visibly relaxing. But a moment later, her expression shifts to concern. Her foot is wrapped in bandages. The soldier with blue hair looks up, her eyes wide with worry. She is told that continuing training with her foot would be difficult. The soldier with the helmet explains that it is important for hunters to take care of themselves, as it is important to improve their combat abilities. He adds that the transfer crew will be arriving shortly. Unfortunately, the soldier with the helmet announces this training session will... The soldier with blue hair looks concerned. Another soldier asks how the soldier with blue hair is doing. A soldier's arm is shown. The soldier with blue hair looks shocked, wondering what Major General Du Seokyoung is doing here and why the division commander is here in the middle of their training. A soldier reports that she is all right and that there are no serious external injuries, but she seems to have fractured her left ankle. Another soldier believes it will be difficult for her to continue the training. The soldier with the beard says that it is such a pity and that there isn't much left after all. Private First Class Sun Yunseo exclaims that she fell down a cliff while fighting. Sun Yunseo recalls that there was a monster and she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she was already here. Sergeant Lee Sungo's expression is stern as he considers the situation before him. The devil instructor wonders aloud if she was found in a dungeon hole, stating that she was lucky to be discovered so quickly. The soldier with blue hair looks up at him, identifying herself as Private First Class Sun Yunseo. Lee Sungo's eyes widen, and he repeats her name in disbelief. The devil instructor asks if she is from the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion. Sun Yunseo's eyes widen as she hears the next question. Is she the daughter of Sun Taeho? She responds affirmatively to the unseen question. The soldier's vest is clearly marked with the word injured. Lee Sungo stands over the seated Sun Yunseo, surrounded by other soldiers who look on with curiosity. 2 soldiers in the background react with surprise, one exclaiming, "Oh!" A soldier grips the handle of a katana, the blade gleaming in the light. A soldier calls out, addressing the man as Corporal Kim In-jun. Colonel Lee Junbyum considers the situation, listening to the report. Sun Yunseo cries out as she's helped up, her arm bandaged. She looks on, shocked by the revelation that it was Kim In-jun who caused this. Her eyes widen, the horror of the situation becoming clear. Kim In-jun appears confused, asking for clarification on what he's hearing. The camera focuses on Colonel Lee Junbyum's beret, the insignia prominent. The colonel's face contorts in rage, his eyes wide with fury. Another soldier confirms that Sun Yunseo is injured, stating the obvious. Sun Yunseo covers her face, overwhelmed by the situation. Colonel Lee Junbyum's anger reaches a boiling point, seeing this as an accomplishment. Kim In-jun smiles, stating that the situation assessment is complete. She looks up, her expression a mix of shock and pain. The word injured is emblazoned across her chest. Sun Yunseo's face contorts in anger as someone offers a piggyback. The The soldier suggests she can quit training, but there's a catch. A disembodied voice warns that her training score will be lost. Sun Yunseo's eyes widen, her face etched with worry as she considers her choice. Her lips tremble as she whispers a desperate plea. The soldier grins, asking her to take good care of him in exchange. Meanwhile, two soldiers discuss Kim Min-jun's monstrous strength. One soldier carries Sun Yunseo on his back, another soldier walking beside them. The platoon vice commander orders them to follow along in the rear. The soldier instructs her to report immediately if she gets tired. She grins widely, responding with an enthusiastic yes, sir, while also suggesting someone has mixed up their words. The soldier with blue hair carries Sun Yunseo on her back. The injured soldier, looking perplexed, can only manage a confused, huh. The soldier with blue hair glances upward, her expression unreadable as she continues to carry her burden. Riding on her back, Sun Yunseo grits her teeth, muttering a frustrated damn. The words hang in the air, a declaration, an accomplishment in the flesh. The soldier with blue hair continues her trek, Sun Yunseo still clinging to her back. Colonel Lee Junbyum watches them pass, his expression thoughtful. Colonel Lee Junbyum explains to another soldier that she received special treatment because she was another division commander's daughter. The other soldier muses that this is what some people might say about the situation. One of the soldiers argues that there's no regulation stating they shouldn't help the injured, and that this is supposed to be part of the soldier in sunglasses states that there's something they're missing here, his expression unreadable behind the dark lenses. A fist clenches tightly, a silent question hanging in the air. Colonel Lee Junbyum's face is contorted in anger, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. The soldier's expression betrays her discomfort, a slight flush rising on her cheeks. The squad marches onward, their faces grim as they continue their training exercise. A bead of sweat trickles down the soldier's temple, her brow furrowed in exertion. The soldiers continue their march, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the training grounds. The soldier grits her teeth, thinking how incredibly uncomfortable this is. The camouflage pattern of the uniforms blends seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The soldier carrying her offers to let her down if she's tired, but she insists she can keep going. The soldier assures him that she is lighter than Stettel, trying to downplay her discomfort. The soldier's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she hears a name. The soldier questions the name she heard, a sense of confusion washing over her. The soldier carrying her estimates her weight, prompting a surprised reaction from her. She rests her hands on the soldier's shoulders as he carries her. He tells her to quiet down. The soldier female with blue hair looks up, her expression unreadable as she speaks. The soldier female with blue hair closes her eyes slightly, stating that she will repay him one day. The soldier carrying her grimaces, his face reddening as he replies that it would be even better if her father were the one to repay him. The soldier female with blue hair squints, stating that he is lighter than Stettel, so she thinks he is around 50. The soldier's eyes widen, his expression one of disbelief and perhaps offense. The soldier shouts at her to shut up, the sound echoing through the ranks of marching soldiers. Two soldiers stand side by side, their expressions unreadable as they look forward. The two soldiers stand close, one with a thick beard and the other with sunglasses, both with unreadable expressions. The night sky stretches above, a silent witness to the trials ahead. A squad of soldiers trudges forward, their silhouettes stark against the dim horizon. One soldier stares intently at a handheld device, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. Dread fills the air as two soldiers voice their fear. Ah, please, no more monsters. This is hell, I'm telling you. A stern-faced soldier with a thick beard gives a thumbs up, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Who changed the training difficulty from normal mode to hell? Two soldiers, their faces etched with terror, can only manage a choked wah as the situation spirals further out of control. The soldier with the device relays critical information. There are about 2 kilometers left, he reports, his voice tight with apprehension. A disembodied voice echoes with a desperate plea. Maintain focus and don't let down your guard until the end. One soldier, sweat beading on his brow, relays a message. Another, grinning nervously, says, "We're almost there, haha." The soldiers continue their march, their faces grim. The text reads, 2nd Platoon, 1 First Squad. Sergeant Lee Jaitai. The soldier with the device receives a dire warning. Platoon Commander, there are monsters up ahead in mid-air. A soldier cries out in pain and fear, ugh, as the aerial threat becomes a terrifying reality. She shouts a warning to the other troops, telling them to prepare for battle. The soldier's warning comes as a swarm of airborne creatures descends from the night sky. Each monster has a vaguely bat-like shape, but with a distinctly reptilian cast to its features. The soldier with blue hair wonders why the black rakes have appeared now, of all times. 3 soldiers stand ready, weapons raised, as the flock of monsters descends upon them. The bearded soldier notes that the monsters have come all this way with an injured troop. The text explains that the black rakes are small, sparrow-sized monsters, but were quite unlucky at the end. A close-up of a black rake reveals its sharp teeth and glowing yellow eyes. The text emphasizes that the black rakes are insanely tenacious bastards, too. Colonel Lee Junbyum complains that he can't even see the monsters because his eyesight is getting worse. The soldiers brace themselves as the black rakes descend, claws and teeth bared. A blue energy effect crackles in the air, suggesting an imminent attack. The soldiers advance, swords drawn, ready to face the airborne threat. The platoon commander considers their predicament a training exercise turned deadly serious. He notes the presence of the black rakes. The training director observes the scene, knowing any misstep could lead to point deductions. The soldiers engage the black rakes, their blades flashing in the dim light. They know they cannot afford to make excuses. One soldier contemplates abandoning his post to assist his comrades. The platoon commander steels himself, resolving that not much will change, despite the dire circumstances. A soldier slashes at a black rake, knowing that falling out of line could lead to even greater penalties. Another soldier affirms his trust in the platoon commander, awaiting his command. A soldier grits his teeth, bracing for the coming onslaught. Soldier female Blue Hair places her hands on a comrade's shoulders, concern etched on her face as she sees he is injured. She rushes forward, determined to help Hunter Kim In-jun. The soldier with blue hair carries the injured platoon commander, ignoring his protests. The soldier's eyes dart around, sweat beading on his brow. He hears something he doesn't understand. Chance, he thinks, confused by the statement. His face contorts in anger, the soldier's voice rising in disbelief. How can anyone say that given the circumstances, especially while being carried? The soldier's eye reflects the cold reality of the situation. Every mistake, every misstep results in a point deduction. The soldier's expression hardens, his gaze fixed forward. He knows they can't continue like this, not with him injured and slowing them down. Despite the pain and the burden, the soldier's resolve remains unshaken. Etched in his mind a silent vow. I can do it. Drawing his sword, the soldier prepares to fight. The air crackles with anticipation as he steels himself for what's to come. The soldier, sword in hand, looks to his comrade. He asks, his voice strained, what the plan is, desperate for a solution. Whispers fill the air as the soldier is carried, a sword-wielding figure standing guard. A plan begins to form in the chaos. The sword-wielding soldier's grip tightens, his eyes narrowed. He demands to know what was said, his voice laced with suspicion. Soldier female, blue hair gasps, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. The situation has clearly taken an unexpected turn. The soldier's face is unreadable, his silence heavy with unspoken thoughts. He is clearly contemplating the gravity of the situation. The soldier being carried is given one chance. He acknowledges the order with a firm, yes, sir. The soldier with blue hair questions the logic of the current plan, wondering what is wrong with everyone. In the distance, a group of figures approaches, their intentions unknown as the soldiers prepare for what's to come. Two soldiers stand ready, one brandishing a long, gleaming sword, prepared to defend their position. Another soldier urgently demands that the injured soldier be passed to him immediately, his expression intense. The soldier with blue hair, holding someone back, insists that there is no time for such a request right now. A soldier's face is etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow as the situation intensifies around him. A soldier shouts for everyone to move behind Corporal Kim In-jun, issuing a tactical command amidst the chaos. A soldier questions the sanity of opening fire, incredulous at the suggestion of simply shooting the enemy down with rifles. One of the soldiers grips something tightly, bracing for impact as the battle draws near. The soldier with blue hair speaks, her words obscured, but her intent clear. She doesn't want to. The soldier with blue hair is determined to not lose the injured, her expression a mix of concern and resolve. The soldier with blue hair thinks that someone is a lunatic, her face showing a mix of disbelief and worry. She continues to carry the injured soldier, his weight a heavy burden. As a dark mage, Kim In-jun's eyes glow with an unnatural power. A monstrous creature descends from above, ready to strike. Kim In-jun, as he is with a novice hunting ground from the start of DPP, aims a long-range weapon. The sight focuses on the approaching threat. He prepares to unleash the skill, Dark Arrow. With a sharp exhale, Kim In-jun fires the dark arrow. The dark arrow streaks through the air, a blur of shadowy energy. The arrow finds its mark, piercing the monstrous creature. The creature is struck, its form dissolving into nothingness. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief, shocked by the sudden display of power. She can only wonder how he managed to kill it. It's difficult to dodge a bullet that's grown to cannonball size, due to demonic energy. Kim In-jun knows there's no way he'll be caught since it's the middle of the night. Surrounded by a radiant, protective aura, Kim In-jun prepares to unleash his dark arrows. The air crackles with unseen power, ready to strike down any threat. From the inky blackness, monstrous creatures descend, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. They dive towards the soldiers, eager to tear them apart. Explosions erupt across the battlefield, the concussive force shaking the ground. The air fills with smoke and debris as the dark arrows find their marks. The soldier, eyes wide with disbelief, can only utter a stunned, "Damn." The impossible unfolds before him, a spectacle of power and destruction. The other soldiers silhouetted against the night, watch in awe as the monsters fall from the sky. One can only exclaim, "Incredible," at the display. Kim In-jun's face breaks into a wide, confident grin. He revels in the chaos, knowing his power is more than enough to handle the situation. Kim In-jun hoists the blue-haired soldier onto his back, ready to move. He thinks to himself that the soldier is just too much. The soldiers marched onward, their heavy boots pounding the ground in unison. Rifles slung over their shoulders, the soldiers pressed on through the night. One soldier's face betrayed the strain of the grueling exercise. They passed under a menacing barrier of barbed wire, a testament to the challenges ahead. A soldier stood guard, ensuring no one deviated from the designated path. The seemingly endless line of soldiers continued to snake through the training grounds. Their boots marched on, each step bringing them closer to the finish line. The soldiers breathed a collective sigh of relief, wondering if it was finally over. An officer reviewed the results, his expression unreadable as he held the clipboard. The officer announced that all members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon had passed. A wave of elation washed over the soldiers as they celebrated their accomplishment. The training has concluded, and the soldiers have passed with flying colors. With the training complete, the medical team is called to inspect the injured soldiers. The soldiers have performed admirably, earning the praise of their superiors. The soldiers are thanked for their perseverance and dedication. The soldiers are commended for holding out until the end of the training. The soldiers listen intently as they receive further instructions. The soldiers are ordered to relocate to the barracks to rest after their hard work. The soldiers begin to relax and joke with each other, the tension of the training fading. Kim In-jun is singled out for his exceptional performance during the training. Kim In-jun is praised for his hard work and for being the first to take action. Corporal Kim In-jun is thanked for his bravery and dedication to his duty. Kim In-jun is bashful about the praise he is receiving. She requests to be put down, but the soldiers continue to carry her. The soldier with blue hair, marked as injured, is being carried by her platoon. One of the soldiers expresses gratitude, glad that they were able to finish the training together, and thanks the others. The soldier is told not to think of herself as a burden to the others. The soldiers erupt in laughter, relieved that the training is finally over. Sergeant Lee Sung-go, with a wide stance and open arms, shouts with pride. The sergeant's beret is shown as he exclaims that the platoon did a great job. Sergeant Lee Sung-go beams, his face filled with pride for his soldiers. The text confirms that the entire platoon managed to finish the training. One soldier pats another on the back in a show of camaraderie and congratulations. Two soldiers embrace, sharing a moment of relief and accomplishment. The soldier with blue hair remains on the stretcher, as another soldier looks on with a smile. She admits that she owes her current condition to that bastard. The soldier with the beard acknowledges her statement and salutes. The bearded soldier's expression hardens as he salutes. Colonel Yu Jihai wonders aloud, her name and title displayed prominently. The soldiers march forward, their boots hitting the ground in unison. Colonel Yu Jihai's gaze is intense, her expression unreadable. A soldier looks up, startled by something he sees. Colonel Yu Jihai inquires about the blue-haired soldier's injury, who is identified as Private First Class Sun Yin-seo. Private First Class Sun Yin-seo replies that aside from a light injury on her left ankle, she is fine. An order is given to transport her with care, and a soldier replies affirmatively. Colonel Yu Jihai stands with her hands clasped behind her back, observing the scene. The bearded soldier asks Colonel Yu Jihai how the training observation went. She wears a slight smile, her expression unreadable as she awaits the next question. The male soldier asks if he might request a private conversation regarding the training observation. Colonel Yu Jihai is then asked if it has to be now. The soldier awaits her answer, his name tag reading Suk-du. Colonel Yu Jihai's smile tightens, her eyes narrowed as she considers the request. Meanwhile, a building stands tall against a bright blue sky, a satellite dish perched atop its roof. Hunter Kim Min-jun heartily devours a plate piled high with fried chicken and rice. The cafeteria is mostly empty, save for the sound of Kim Min-jun's enthusiastic eating. A cook, holding a tray overflowing with fried chicken, asks Hunter Kim Min-jun if he would like some more. Hunter Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, his expression one of pure, unadulterated joy at the offer of more fried chicken. The cook explains that since everyone else is sleeping, he doubts anyone else is coming to eat right now, offering Kim Min-jun to take a look at the chicken. He grins, reaching for the tray piled high with fried chicken. Score. Give it here. Kim Min-jun devours the fried chicken. He is asked if he is from the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company. and if it's true that they were the best in the division during training. He confirms that he is. The executives were talking about it earlier, and the battalion commander praised Kim Min-jun's accomplishments. Kim Min-jun continues to eat the fried chicken. He is asked if it's true that he was working in the middle of the night, to which he replies that it turned out to be that way. A man with a goatee thinks to himself that he heard this round of the field maneuvers was the worst one to date. Another man reacts to the news that around 70% of privates and privates first class had given up throughout the division. My God! Kim Min-jun continues to eat the fried chicken, thinking to himself how juicy the meat is. Meanwhile, 3 soldiers walk down a brightly lit hallway, their expressions unreadable. The sound of their boots echoes as they march forward, their purpose unknown. A soldier with a toothpick in his mouth looks off to the side, his expression thoughtful. The same soldier continues to look off to the side, the wind blowing gently. He glances out the window, observing the quiet camp. The camp seems so quiet. He stands at the window, a toothpick jutting from his lips, as another soldier stands behind him. The soldier behind him speaks, noting that the recruits have been working harder since they were given free time in the morning. Another soldier, overhearing the conversation, looks surprised by the positive report. The soldier with the toothpick smiles, thinking to himself that those bastards should still get some sleep. 3 soldiers walk down a hallway, one stating that everyone worked hard for this training. The division commander was quite impressed, one of the soldiers says, adding that he heard the commander personally observe the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company. Captain Kim Chi-woo, the 1st company commander, smiles broadly as he is mentioned. 3 soldiers react with concern, one of them clearing his throat as if to speak. One of the soldiers asks if she said something wrong, but the woman with short hair assures him it's not because of him. 2 soldiers sit at a desk, one mentioning that the 4th battalion commander was quite worked up about that incident. A soldier looks up with a curious expression, asking what she is like. One of the soldiers wonders how she could say something like that to the division commander, but the woman with short hair says it's not like she said anything wrong. The captain listened as the other soldier explained they couldn't defend Kim Min-jun's actions. He had vacated his position without saying anything. Elsewhere, a woman in a military uniform stands with a katana over her shoulder, the sound of her footsteps echoing. Colonel Lee Junbyum admits that even he finds the 4th battalion commander a bit scary, as 2 soldiers stand behind him. 3 soldiers walk away down a hallway, one of them expressing thanks to Kim Min-jun again for an unknown reason. The man's face is shown in close-up as he states that Kim Min-jun is incredibly exceptional and prove himself right in front of the division commander. A speech bubble indicates someone is looking forward to the upcoming monthly meeting, though who is speaking is not shown. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the 104th 4th Division stands tall against a bright blue sky, the building's architecture modern and imposing. A door, framed by marble walls, stands closed, its dark wood and frosted glass offering no view of what lies beyond. Colonel Lee Junbyum adjusts his glasses, his expression unreadable as he looks down at something out of view. A woman in uniform sits on a couch, taking a sip from a teacup, her posture relaxed but alert. A man with a thick beard examines a document, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers its contents. The bearded man notes that the dungeon cleanup schedule should be complete, while the woman from before sits on the couch in the background. A hand steadies a delicate teacup, the liquid inside swirling gently. The speaker notes that it is not a fracture. They add that her recovery is considered good, and her treatments should be finished by tomorrow. A woman in uniform stands at attention before desk. Major General Du Sukyong sits behind it, listening intently. The woman is told to resume her duties. Du Sukyong seems to be thinking about something. Du Sukyong is told that she takes after her father. His phone begins to ring loudly. The Major General's expression hardens as he reaches for the device. He seems to recognize the number. He answers the call, his face contorted in anger. The voice on the other end is immediately hostile. Du Sukyong wonders who is on the other end of the line. A shadowy figure speaks, identifying themselves. The phone screen displays the number 042, XXX, XXXX. The caller asks if he has forgotten their voice already. Du Sukyong's eyes widen in disbelief. He is clearly shocked by the identity of the caller. The Major General's face is a mask of fury and disbelief as he grips the phone tightly. The woman from earlier looks up, a mixture of surprise and concern on her face as she hears the conversation. The Major General sits at his desk, a lamp illuminating the polished wood. He holds the phone to his ear, confirming, "Yes, it's me." The camera focuses on a nameplate, Major General Sun Tae-ho. A voice crackles through the line, addressing him directly. "Hey, Du Sukyong." Du Sukyong's expression hardens, his brow furrowed as he listens to the voice on the other end. His grip tightens on the receiver. Major General Du Sukyong's face contorts with rage as he holds his phone to his ear, his eyes narrowed and his teeth clenched. A nearby soldier overhears the heated conversation, her expression shifting to one of disbelief and concern. Major General Sun Tae-ho sits calmly at his desk, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he speaks into the phone. The nameplate on the desk reads, Major General Sun Tae-ho, identifying the calm officer on the phone. Major General Du Sukyong's voice rises in anger as he challenges the person on the other end of the line. The camera focuses on Major General Sun Taeho's uniform, highlighting his rank and affiliation. Major General Du Sukyong slams his hand on the desk, the sound echoing his fury as he continues to berate Major General Sun Taeho. The speech bubbles explode with angry accusations, revealing the depth of the animosity between the two men. He heard the insult hurled at him over the phone, the voice dripping with contempt. Major General Du Sukyong was called a bearded bastard. The Major General scoffed at the challenge, his grip tightening on the device. Major General Du Sukyong was asked to name a location for their duel. The voice on the other end of the line continued to taunt, calling her a nerd. Colonel Yu Jai-hai was asked if she was acting like that because her daughter was injured. Colonel Yu Jai-hai listened intently, her expression unreadable. The voice on the phone questioned if she was even a soldier. The voice on the phone bristled at the accusation. Major General Sun Taeho was asked how he dared call himself a general. Major General Sun Taeho retorted, his face a mask of anger. He declared that he was indeed a soldier and a general, stating he simply wanted to get some exercise. The response was laced with sarcasm. Major General Du Sukyong was told that he was a Sukyong bag, which was much more durable than a punching bag. Major General Du Sukyong's face contorted with rage as he listened to the insult. He was also told that the speaker was sorry his daughter was injured. Colonel Yu Jai-hai observed the exchange, her expression hardening. She thought to herself that it happened during training. You bastard. The Major General's anger reached a boiling point. Major General Sun Taeho was asked what he could know when he couldn't even get married. Major General Sun Taeho's face twisted in fury as he gripped the phone. He called the other person a little prick. With a final enraged shout, the phone was slammed down with brutal force. Major General Sun Taeho demanded to know where the hell the other person was. He barks in his phone, demanding to know why he isn't being answered. Major General Du Sukyong questions if the person on the other end is in Taejeon. The voice on the other end is told to stay where they are, the command delivered with a sharp edge. His face contorted with rage, Du Sukyong shouts into the phone, declaring it's not that he couldn't get married, but that he simply didn't want to. The Major General continues his tirade, demanding to know what the hell is up with the person he's speaking to. The soldier with blue hair looks on, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension as she overhears the one-sided conversation. The call has ended, she reports. Du Sukyong, surprised, stares at his phone. He seems taken aback by the sudden end to the call. He turns to the soldier, demanding if she has Sun Taeho's phone number and ordering her to call him immediately. The soldier lets out a quiet phew, seemingly relieved by the change in focus. The soldier, Yu Jai-hai, states that General Sun has every right to be angry right now, her expression thoughtful. Du Sukyong shouts, questioning if she is taking that nerd side right now, and if she was the one who told him about his daughter's injury. Yu Jai-hai explains that since she was transferred, she is sure the hospital called her guardian. It is suggested that her guardian is in a position to find out that information. He listens as Colonel Yu Jai-hai stands before him, the Major General having granted special permission for the injured soldier to finish training. Du Sukyong explains that this was before the soldier was transferred to a hospital, pausing briefly as he considers his words. Yu Jai-hai suggests that he should at least give an explanation, if not an apology, her expression unreadable. The Major General states that he simply wanted to find out the capabilities of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon. Du Sukyong smugly agrees, stating that this was exactly what he intended, his eyes narrowed. He continues, explaining that he wanted to see those bastards react to an actually injured person, adding that he will explain himself since there seems to be a misunderstanding. Colonel Yu Jai-hai looks down at her phone, stating that she will call him on speakerphone. Du Sukyong slams his phone onto the table, the sound echoing in the room. A cup sits on the table, undisturbed by the sudden impact. The Major General stands with his arms crossed, his expression hardening as he stares down at the device. The phone screen displays an incoming call from Major General Sun Taeho, the tension palpable. Du Sukyong demands to know if Colonel Yu Jai-hai is with the bearded bastard right now. She sits, hands clasped, as Major General Du Sukyong expresses his displeasure at her delayed contact. The Major General admits he was too worked up to speak earlier, muttering insults under his breath. He continues, explaining that an emergency occurred while he was observing a particular platoon. Colonel Yu Jai-hai responds, stating that she was careless in her actions. Du Sukyong formally apologizes, admitting that he wouldn't have remained silent if someone had granted his daughter special permissions. Colonel Yu Jai-hai listens intently, her expression unreadable as the Major General speaks. Suddenly, the tone shifts. An unseen speaker demands to know what is being said. The two officers sit across from each other, the tension palpable in the air between them. Du Sukyong, on the phone, sneers that his opponent must be scared, forgetting their duel. The Major General demands the unit and name of the person who carried his daughter on their back, prompting a confused reaction from Colonel Yu Jai-hai. On the phone, Du Sukyong rages about his daughter being carried by someone who isn't even a medic, lamenting that he can't even recall the last time he carried her. Du Sukyong warns the person on the other end to prepare for next time, demanding the name of the person who carried her, as Colonel Yu Jaihai stares at her phone. Colonel Yu Jaihai sits on a couch, the silence broken only by the rapid tapping on her phone screen. The weight of the situation presses down on her, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she considers the general's question. Major General Du Sukyong leans in, his voice a low growl, demanding to know if she needed special permission to carry his daughter. Colonel Yu Jaihai glances away, the demand for an explanation hanging heavy in the air as she tries to formulate a response. Frustration mounts as a hand clenches the fabric of the couch, the tension palpable in the room. Colonel Yu Jaihai, her voice laced with concern, asks where he is going, her hands raised in a gesture of supplication. The Major General's face contorts in fury, his eyes blazing as he warns her to clear up the rest of her day. The colonel looks down, a mix of annoyance and resignation in her expression as she is ordered to go to Taejun immediately. The details of her uniform are visible, the insignia of the 104th 4th Hunter Division a stark reminder of the stakes. A water cooler stands silently in the hallway, an ordinary object amidst the extraordinary tension. Elsewhere, a man in a military-style shirt smiles, humming a tune about his love for chicken. He strolls along, humming to himself, convinced of his own cleverness. The man continues his merry tune, this time about fried chicken, as he passes the water cooler. He pauses, something catching his attention, causing him to stop in his tracks. His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and disbelief etched across his face. A small, shadowy figure with glowing eyes hovers near the water cooler, seemingly the source of his shock. The man's surprise quickly morphs into anger, his brow furrowing in a deep scowl. He lunges forward, hand outstretched, attempting to seize the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, the exterior of the building comes into view, a sign hanging prominently. The man bursts out of the building, chasing after something unseen by the viewer. Outside, he confronts the small, purple figure, which floats mid-air, seemingly unfazed. The man demands to know what it is doing, his expression a mix of frustration and exasperation. He scolds the figure, reminding it to stay concealed, while the purple figure looks up, confused. The purple shadowy figure is surrounded by two other figures of the same kind, all seemingly excited. The man in the military shirt, kneeling, states that he is aware there wasn't anyone else around. He asks if they thought for a second that popping up like this wouldn't piss him off. The purple shadowy figure stands alone, seemingly unfazed by the man's words. The man in the military shirt looks at the purple shadowy figure with an annoyed expression, muttering an ugh. A hand reaches out towards the purple shadowy figure, who seems to be generating some kind of energy. The man in the military shirt, looking slightly downward, asks what it is this time, calling the figure a rascal. The purple shadowy figure points a finger, a small swirl of energy forming near their mouth. The man in the military shirt looks up, his eyes wide with surprise. A hand reaches out and touches the purple shadowy figure, who seems to be disappearing into the wall. Elsewhere, a ruined city stretches out, prompting someone to wonder if there was an ambush. Soldiers march through the ruined city, someone commenting that there are suspicions of demonic energy there. The man in the military shirt crawls on the ground, the sign above indicating they are 200 meters away from Watchin. He sees the familiar surroundings, realizing they are in Watchin again. The purple shadowy figure expresses its admiration, impressed that he went all the way there, using the Night Walker skill. Now, then, the purple shadowy figure raises its arms in excitement, a small orb of energy floating above its head. The man in the military shirt rests his chin in his hand, thinking he'll have to come up with another excuse to leave again. A close-up shows the man in the military shirt's camouflage pattern and black turtleneck. The camera focuses on a sign that reads dormitory, hanging above a closed door. The man in the military shirt thinks it would seem suspicious if he were to leave all of a sudden, but it'll be a waste of his vacation days if it's merely a suspicion. He recalls that he was granted a day off as a reward when he went to Yongu last time, sighing at the memory. A group of soldiers cheer him on, chanting hip hip. The man in the military shirt looks surprised, wondering what is happening. A close-up shows the man in the military shirt's expression as he hears the congratulations. Another soldier informs Kim Min-jun that he has been selected as the division's best soldier in the Hunter Field maneuvers. A voice calls out to Kim Min-jun, thanking him. The voice adds that they said there would be an award this time as well. The man in the military shirt smiles, telling Kim Min-jun that the entire platoon was granted a day off as a reward. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, a glint of something unreadable in them. Kim Min-jun wonders if he would be able to use his day off tomorrow. The man in the military shirt looks at him, a slight look of concern on his face. The man in the military shirt admits that it does feel a bit rushed. He sweats slightly, perhaps sensing Kim Min-jun's intentions. The man in the military shirt asks if something is wrong. He insists that nothing is wrong, smiling widely, and that he just wanted a day. The man in the military shirt laughs, seemingly relieved. Two other soldiers stand behind him, their expressions unreadable. The man in the military shirt says he'll look into it. A speech bubble says thank near the bottom of the panel. Elsewhere, and so, the camera pans down to show Kim In-jun's feet as he walks through a ruined city. He thinks to himself that he came to watch him. Two soldiers walk down a street, spraying something from tanks on their backs. One of them says thank. Kim In-jun walks down the street, passing the soldiers. The soldiers continue to spray the area. The soldier's brow furrows with concern, his gaze fixed on some unseen event. What could be happening, and is the situation already resolved? Elsewhere, a group of hunters gathers, their presence suggesting a situation requiring specialized skills. They seem to be assessing the scene. A guttural burp echoes as the purple shadowy figure demands the return of its demonic energy, its glowing eyes burning with rage. Back with the soldier, a new question arises, spoken aloud into the tense atmosphere. He wonders about Hunter Kim Min-jun's involvement. Another soldier adjusts their mask, their eyes wide with surprise or concern. The situation unfolding before them is clearly unexpected. Watching county outskirts, a civilian area lies in ruins. A team advances through the devastated landscape, their faces covered by masks. One of the soldiers sighs, wondering when this will all end. The soldier's thoughts drift to the battalion commander's displeasure. Their results in the Hunter field maneuvers were bad. Another soldier reminds them that the commander's expression was no joke. They need to stop being grumpy and do it quickly, as they are tired of death. One soldier expresses relief that they're not part of the attack team. Another warns them to watch their mouth. The soldier is reminded that some people have lost their homes here. One soldier asks Yun Seo if she is feeling okay and if she isn't overdoing it. The soldiers continue their work, moving through the devastated area. Private First Class Sun Yun Seo is addressed directly. Another soldier compliments Sun Yun Seo's recovery ability. She speaks into her device, stating to take it easy, just in case. The man in the military shirt thanks Sun Yun Seo for worrying about him. He overhears someone calling Kim In-jun a hunter. The two soldiers pause, looking in the direction of the voice. They both seem confused by what they heard. A soldier approaches, stating that he is from their division. The man in the military shirt asks what battalion he is from. A disembodied thought bubble asks, Hunter Kim In-jun? Sun Yun Seo's eyes widen in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief at the revelation. The approaching soldier adjusts his mask, obscuring his face further. Kim In-jun's face is revealed, his eyes wide with a hint of panic. A disembodied thought asks why she is here. Boots walk on the pavement. The soldiers stand together, questioning the situation. Sun Yun Seo and the other soldier look around, trying to understand what is happening. Sun Yun Seo looks concerned, wondering what brings them to this place. She considers that only their battalion should be here. The other soldier states that the battalion came out for support. He then says he is on vacation, which seems suspicious. Sun Yun Seo's expression hardens, clearly annoyed by the other soldier's attitude and curt responses. The question hangs in the air. Is he lying? Why would someone in military uniform come to this site while on vacation? The other soldier is asked if he deserted. He hands Sun Yun Seo a document, the rustling sound filling the air. Sun Yun Seo reads the document. The other soldier asks if she really thinks he's on vacation, retorting with a question of trust issues. The other soldier questions why she would come here of all places. He reminds her that this is a restricted area, hinting at something more. Sun Yun Seo holds the document, her thoughts racing. She wonders why he is acting this way, unable to sense any demonic energy from him. The other soldier explains that he had some business in Watchin and heard there was an emergency here, prompting his arrival. Suddenly, Sun Yun Seo and the other soldier look up, startled by a sudden disturbance in the air. They both stare in the same direction. A swirling blue portal crackles with energy, dominating the skyline. The source of the emergency has revealed itself. Kim In-jun smiles, a strange energy crackling around him. He continues his advance, the word gate appearing in a speech bubble. Suddenly, the soldier female blue hair cries out in alarm, looking up at something massive looming above. The soldiers realize the terrible truth. It's a gate. She shouts in disbelief, questioning if it has appeared again so soon after they cleared it. The soldiers are ordered to do another round of cleaning and to evacuate and report to the platoon commander. Kim In-jun yells, his expression a mix of excitement and anticipation. The order is given. Everyone must run to the area where the platoon commander is located. The soldier female blue hair and Kim In-jun run, the name Kim In-jun visible on his uniform. Kim In-jun smiles, wondering what they have here. The soldier female blue hair looks worried, thinking that monsters may come out soon. Kim In-jun smiles, the energy around him intensifying. The order is given to hold out and buy some time. But what kind of nonsense is this? He stands with his back to the blue-haired soldier, who relays the order to evacuate. It seems the attack team has already left the scene. The soldier's eyes widen with concern. If a monster does come out, everyone will be in danger. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily as the soldier contemplates the potential threat. The man in the military shirt smiles reassuringly. He tells her to run if the situation gets too tough, so she shouldn't worry. But the blue-haired soldier looks concerned. She asks if they have any equipment she can borrow. The man reminds her that her foot hasn't healed yet, urging her to hurry up and run. The man in the military shirt stands tall, his expression firm. He tells her that she's in the way. The soldier's face is etched with worry, her lips slightly parted in apprehension. The blue-haired soldier grips a device tightly, preparing to use it. The man in the military shirt tells her to run away immediately if it becomes dangerous. The soldier runs, determined to return with the platoon members as fast as possible. He stands in the street, a faint blue energy crackling around him. Boots hit the pavement with a heavy thud. The soldier holds a device, thinking that if a gate leads to a dungeon with those kind of bastards. A lone figure stands before a shimmering blue gate, the source of the ominous energy. They usually move in packs. A monstrous boar, wreathed in purple energy, snarls into existence. The soldier smiles, understanding the situation. More of the monstrous boars emerge from the gate, their purple eyes glowing menacingly. The boar's tusks are bared, ready to strike. He stands before the monstrous boar, its purple eyes burning with demonic energy. A sinister smile plays on the soldier's lips as he considers the challenge ahead. He observes the creatures, noting their crimson hides. Red boars, he muses, assessing their demonic vitality. With a burst of speed, he launches himself toward one of the red boars, a blur of motion. The red boars charge forward, their hooves pounding the ground with relentless force. Landing gracefully, the soldier draws his short sword, preparing to unleash his skill. He conjures a swirling vortex of dark energy, ready to cast skill, Dark Arrow E. The dark energy strikes one of the red boars, a visible impact against its tough hide. A confident smirk returns to his face as he observes the effects of his attack. He notes the boar's resilience. Dark arrows, still not strong enough to penetrate their skin, he says. He leaps into the fray once more, delivering a powerful kick to another red boar. Sword in hand, the soldier wonders aloud. Even so, what more do you guys have other than high defense? He continues his advance, boots pounding against the hard ground. Suddenly, the soldier finds himself trapped within a grid of crackling, purple energy, surrounded by the monstrous boars. The boars snarl, their glowing purple eyes fixed on their prey. The soldier is caught between two of the corrupted beasts, their tusks gleaming menacingly. The soldier smirks, acknowledging the boar's thick hides. I acknowledge that your skin is tough. He continues, a sinister glint in his eye, questioning the integrity of their insides. But what about your insides? A dark aura envelopes the soldier as he activates his skill, Corruption D. The boars, seemingly unaffected, continue their menacing advance, their snorts echoing through the arena. The soldier's expression shifts to one of concern as he wonders if his skill will be enough. What's up? One of the boars crackles with blue electricity, its power amplified. The soldier glances back, realizing the boars possess more abilities than he initially anticipated. He is forced to retreat, narrowly dodging a powerful blow from the electrified boar. He finds himself surrounded by the corrupted boars and their strange, purple aura. The monstrous boar's tongue lolls out, dripping with an unnatural, viscous fluid. The corrupted boars, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy, stand ready to attack. The soldier wonders if his knife will be more effective now that he's absorbed some energy. The soldier stands amidst the crisscrossing beams of purple energy, ready to face his foes. The soldier has absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. His demonic energy stat has increased, granting him additional power. His skills, Night Walker and basic swordsmanship, have been enhanced. The soldier, surrounded by crackling blue energy, challenges the boars, wondering if this is all they've got. The soldier stands his ground as the corrupted boars advance, their demonic energy swirling around them. The soldier smirks, asking if that's all they have to offer. Hunter Kim Min-jun is surrounded by an ominous, crackling energy. A squad of soldiers approaches, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. They came so quickly. A soldier grabs Kim Min-jun's arm, concern etched on his face. First Lieutenant Ji-yoon asks if he is hurt anywhere, her brow furrowed with worry. Ji-yoon demands to know why Kim Min-jun stayed instead of reporting the gate's appearance. The hunter explains that he was trying to buy time for his fellow soldiers to evacuate, a hint of sadness in his eyes. An unseen figure shouts, frustrated that their plans have been ruined. Another soldier questions what Kim Min-jun was doing here and demands to know his unit. A soldier, holding a piece of paper, sarcastically asks if he's on vacation. The soldier presses Kim Min-jun, questioning why he came when he was supposed to be on vacation. Kim Min-jun explains he was in watching on business. He adds that he heard about the gate and came to help, his expression earnest. The soldier, helmeted and surrounded by her squad, pauses, a thoughtful expression on her face. The order is given. With no casualties and the monsters dealt with, they will leave the scene. Another soldier clears his throat nearby, standing at attention in his military uniform. His name tag reads Kim. The other soldiers gush, impressed by someone's feat of defeating 5 red boars with only a combat knife. The soldier from before is seen in a close-up, her expression unreadable as she looks off to the side. Another soldier, wearing a beret, seems to be reacting to the praise, a soft escaping his lips. Against a backdrop of fluffy clouds, a thought bubbles, expressing a desire for everyone to leave. The administrative building stands tall against the night sky, streetlights casting long shadows. A sign designates the location as the administrative office, a place of questions and answers. The soldier on the phone pauses, a question hanging in the air. Did you say Kim Min-jun? The soldier's brow furrows, seeking clarification. You mean Corporal Kim Min-jun from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company? The soldier's eyes widen with disbelief as he listens to the response on the other end of the line. The voice on the other end confirms that Kim Min-jun is one of theirs, but currently on vacation. The soldier slams his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "What? In Watchung County of Gangwon Province? The place where the situation broke out." The soldier is shocked to hear that he killed red boars on his own and volunteered for public welfare work. Meanwhile, a soldier stands guard, reporting that the gate has been blocked off and they're disinfecting the affected private homes. The soldier notes that Corporal Kim Min-jun volunteered and is helping them right now, adding that this is the first time seeing such a thing. Another soldier remarks that he heard the hunter is on vacation, seemingly unaware of Kim Min-jun's actions. He stands, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The soldier female with blue hair looks at him, her eyes wide with surprise, and wonders if he is helping them during his vacation. She is impressed, wondering how he fought against red boars with just one knife. The soldier female with blue hair leans on the man military shirt black hair's arm, thinking he is so cool. The man military shirt black hair thinks that being struck by their charge is almost the same as getting hit by a truck. Grasping the practice weapon, the man military shirt black hair curses his red boars, thinking that activities like this are annoying, but it'll help him boost his image before he goes. The man military shirt black hair swings the practice weapon, startling Sun Yun-seo, who says that he scared her. The man military shirt black hair wipes his brow, saying he almost shot at her face with this thing. The man military shirt black hair asks Sun Yun-seo to please move out of the way. Sun Yun-seo stares, her expression unreadable. Sun Yun-seo asks if they can talk for a second. Sun Yun-seo's expression is serious. She stands with the man military shirt black hair outside, the night air thick with unspoken tension. The man military shirt black hair pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he considers her words. Sun Yun-seo's expression hardens as she demands to know what he needs to say, her hand raised slightly. Her blue eyes narrow, a storm brewing within their depths as she awaits his response. Elsewhere, a figure runs, their face obscured, their purpose unknown in the dimly lit corridor. Sun Yun-seo accuses him of cursing at her from the window seat, her voice sharp with accusation. The man military shirt black hair's brow furrows, utterly perplexed by her unexpected outburst. His expression shifts to one of disbelief, his mouth agape as he tries to comprehend her accusation. He seems to have an idea, a thought bubble appearing above his head. He wonders aloud if she means that particular incident. The man military shirt black hair raises a finger, his expression hardening. He insists he didn't curse at her then, but threatens dire consequences if she crosses him again. Sun Yun-seo simply sighs, seemingly unimpressed by his outburst. She appears to be waiting for him to finish. He relents, admitting that he was the one who initially caused trouble between them. The man seems to be trying to apologize. Sun Yun-seo stands silently, her hands clasped in front of her. She awaits his next words, her expression unreadable. The man military shirt black hair states that his apology is late, but he is sorry. He adds that she lives in a very tiring way, perhaps hinting at her serious demeanor. A close-up reveals Sun Yun-seo's eyes, wide and focused. She seems to be carefully considering his words. The man military shirt black hair asks if she will accept his apology. Sun Yun-seo replies that it was nothing to apologize for, seemingly accepting his attempt at reconciliation. Sun Yun-seo suggests they overlook the matter. She states that if they are done with this, she will take her leave, mentioning there had only been one case of something. The two stand close, the tension between them seemingly lessened. The man military shirt black hair appears to be listening intently to Sun Yun-seo. The man military shirt black hair's eyes widen in surprise. He seems taken aback by something Sun Yun-seo said, his expression shifting to one of shock. He asks if she's talking about him, but Sun Yun-seo clarifies that she is not. The conversation seems to be taking an unexpected turn. She considers the possibility of another person from the past being involved. The soldier asks who she was referring to, but Sun Yun-seo denies it was her father. Sun Yun-seo clarifies that she was talking about her father, prompting the soldier to ask if he was the division commander. The soldier confirms that her father is the only person to get stars after starting as a private. Sun Yun-seo explains that she wanted to become like her father, so she enlisted as a private as well. The soldier realizes that Sun Yinseo's father had achieved her goal first and seems impressed. The soldier pauses, seemingly intrigued by this new information about Sun Yinseo's father. The soldier recalls that the hunter army was formed when Gates started appearing when he was 7 years old. Sun Yinseo denies that her father was always strong, pointing to a framed photo of him as a young man. She explains that due to bad vision and other reasons, her father was excused from military service. The soldier realizes that after her father awakened and his physique improved, he enlisted on his own. Sun Yinseo confirms this, solidifying the story of her father's unusual path to becoming a general. She recalls how her father always says it's a relief he awakened. The man in the military shirt smiles, stating that her expression makes him want to meet her father. He continues, saying that if they happen to meet, he's sure her father will be happy to see Kim and Jun. The soldier with blue hair smiles in response to the man's statement. A close-up reveals the camouflage pattern of the soldier's uniform, highlighting the military setting. The disembodied voice notes that her father has an extraordinary affection for strong soldiers. Elsewhere, under the light of a full moon, the scene shifts to a different location. Text identifies the location as Taejun, 107th 4th Division Headquarters, Hunter-Only Gym. The camera focuses on the exterior of a building, marked with a distinctive trident-like emblem. A loud crash echoes as the perspective shifts to the building's interior, revealing a basketball court. The sound continues as a man in a beret, his face contorted in fear, is questioned about his tardiness. The man is identified as Colonel Lee Sang-jin, 3rd Battalion Commander of the 107th 4th Division. She stands firm, questioning if the other division is idle and what fear might be. The insignia on Colonel Yu Jaihai's uniform is clearly visible, identifying her affiliation with the Hunter Corps. The setting is a gymnasium, its polished floors reflecting the harsh overhead lights as Colonel Lee Junbyum arrives. He wonders why she came all this way just to mention Kim and Jun. Colonel Lee Junbyum's face contorts in rage. He demands to know how she knows that name, scoffing at the idea that he wouldn't know if she hadn't told him. Colonel Yu Jaihai's expression mirrors his fury, her eyes narrowed and her jaw clenched as she prepares to respond to his outburst. The conflict escalates into a full-blown fight, the air crackling with energy as the two colonels clash. She asks him why he is worried and that he should have done better. With a guttural cry, Colonel Lee Junbyum throws a punch, his fist aimed directly at Colonel Yu Jaihai. The force behind the blow is palpable. Colonel Lee Junbyum's face is a mask of fury, his teeth bared and his eyes blazing as he commits to the attack. The realization of the gravity of the situation dawns on Colonel Lee Junbyum, his expression shifting to one of shock and desperation. He thinks this is no joke. With unwavering resolve, Colonel Yu Jaihai retaliates, her fist flying towards Colonel Lee Junbyum. She is determined to stop him. The sound of impact echoes as the punch connects, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. Colonel Yu Jaihai is struck, the impact visible as she is sent reeling from the force of the blow. She stands ready, fists clenched, prepared for more. 5 minutes have passed since the altercation began. Colonel Lee Junbyum, his uniform still crisp, orders her to stop where she is. His face contorts with anger, a silent warning etched in every line. Colonel Yu Jaihai's expression remains resolute, her eyes narrowed with determination. The colonel, his face bruised, asks if she is feeling better now, taunting her with the word dweeb. A voice reflects on the situation, suggesting that if satisfaction could be found so easily, the conflict would never have begun. Elsewhere, a scene of devastation unfolds, the floor riddled with massive holes, figures standing amidst the destruction. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of a full moon, a building stands silhouetted against the night sky. Colonel Du Sukyong sits on a bench, his posture relaxed, seemingly at peace under the night sky. Nearby, Colonel Sun Yinseo mirrors his pose, equally composed as they both take a moment of respite. A report surfaces detailing information received from the 3rd Battalion commander. He sits on the bench with the soldier, as she reports that the Red Boar gate had been cleared. Lee Junbyum acknowledges the report, noting that the 3rd Battalion commander performed well. Du Sukyong returns the compliment, as soldier female blue hair salutes in the background. From above, the two groups sit on benches, the sound of footsteps echoing around them. Du Sukyong, seated with his hands clasped, asks what the real reason for Lee Junbyum's visit is. The Major General's expression is stern as he awaits an answer. Lee Junbyum acknowledges that Du Sukyong is right, and mentions Kim and Jun, stating he intends to specially promote him to sergeant. Du Sukyong's face contorts with rage, demanding if Lee Junbyum came to brag about supporting the man who messed with his daughter. The Major General slams his fist on the bench, declaring that no one messes with his daughter. Lee Junbyum sits calmly, as Du Sukyong is told that he should be thankful that Kim and Jun helped her. Lee Junbyum notes that Kim and Jun had only recently become a corporal, and prior to that, the colonel states that Kim and Jun was specially promoted to private first class, and asks what Du Sukyong is thinking about. Du Sukyong clears his throat, his expression unreadable as he declares his intention to raise someone up to a commission rank. Major General Sun Taeho listens intently, his gaze fixed on Du Sukyong as he awaits further explanation. Sun Taeho crosses his arms, his posture suggesting a careful consideration of the implications of Du Sukyong's statement. It will bring a lot of attention. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure stands before two soldiers, questioning whether Gu Hakshiel will remain still. The unseen speaker believes that if it's a guy you acknowledge, he'll definitely want him. Du Sukyong emphasizes that he's telling the other man first, his expression intense. The unseen speaker urges someone to be on their side in the future. Sun Taeho's face is drawn, his eyes narrowed as he tells someone to do that blindly, just from their words. Meanwhile, under the moonlight, an unseen speaker questions whether someone has an ulterior motive. Two figures sit on a bench, their silhouettes stark against the night sky, lost in their own thoughts. At the same time in Watchung County, the moon hangs high above the mountainous landscape, casting long shadows across the terrain. A soldier looks up, his expression unreadable as he begins to speak. The soldier glances to his right, the air crackling with an unseen energy. The hunter patch is visible on the soldier's shoulder as a dark, shadowy figure materializes behind him, the air around it shimmering with purple energy. The shadowy figure fully manifests, revealing a cloaked form with long, flowing white hair. The figure's face is revealed, a sinister smile playing across his lips. The cloaked figure speaks, his voice dripping with malice. There you are. A bus stop sits empty on the side of the road, awaiting its passengers. Several soldiers stand near the bus, preparing to board for their next assignment. Inside the bus, the seats await the weary travelers, promising a brief respite. One of the soldiers steps onto the bus, the vehicle shuddering slightly under the added weight. Kim Min-jun stands outside the bus, offering a farewell to those departing. Hunter Kim Min-jun, thank you for today. Inside, a soldier with pink hair suggests, let's get something to eat together next time. Another soldier, with black hair, offers her phone number and thanks them for their hard work, adding that they don't need to be so formal outside. A close-up reveals the camouflage pattern of the soldiers' uniforms. Inside the bus, the soldiers settle in, their expressions a mix of relief and anticipation for what lies ahead. A soldier with blue hair smiles faintly, perhaps contemplating the future or simply enjoying the moment of peace. As the bus pulls away, Kim Min-jun watches it disappear into the night, his expression unreadable. He stands alone, the sounds of the departing bus fading away. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. Kim Min-jun finds himself face-to-face with a small, shadowy figure. The figure seems to be speaking, though its words are not yet clear. He stares, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The shadowy figure clears its throat, extending a hand as if making a request. The shadowy figure asks if Kim Min-jun is really asking for demonic energy so shamelessly, and then says that he ruined everything. Kim Min-jun seems annoyed. The shadowy figure is startled. Kim Min-jun is confused by the shadowy figure's reaction, wondering what is happening. The shadowy figure's eyes widen in alarm. Kim Min-jun realizes that a being with demonic energy is crossing into this dimension, not even through the dungeon gate, but by itself. He wonders if his detection abilities are so powerful because his Night Walker skill got enhanced to rank C. Kim Min-jun smiles, considering if this was his specialty and not assassination after all. The soldier, Kim Min-jun, grins widely, his red eyes gleaming in the dim light as he asks where he is. Elsewhere, Kim Min-jun stands in a dark forest, the purple shadowy figure beside him, its presence a stark contrast to the surrounding gloom. The soldier looks up, asking if this is the place, as the purple shadowy figure hovers beside him. Kim Min-jun walks forward, the purple shadowy figure trailing behind him, as swirling purple energy surrounds them. A swirling mass of purple energy crackles with unseen power. A sharp, violet slash tears through the air. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he mutters, "You?" The unseen presence echoes, questioning his very existence. He glances over his shoulder, sensing the ominous energy gathering behind him. A figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in darkness and crackling with purple power. The mysterious cloaked figure's face is revealed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The cloaked figure's voice booms, filled with a chilling satisfaction. Kim Min-jun clenches his fist, his expression hardening with anger and resolve. The mysterious cloaked figure's face is illuminated by a soft, pink glow. The silver clasp on the mysterious cloaked figure's cloak gleams in the dim light. The mysterious cloaked figure's mouth curls into a cruel sneer. The shout echoes through the forest, a desperate cry from Master Minold. Minold, his long white hair flowing behind him, charges forward, heedless of the danger. The soldier, annoyed, lashes out. "You crazy bastard," he shouts, sending Minold flying. The soldier approaches the fallen Minold, concern etched on his face. "Hey, are you okay?" Kneeling beside him, The soldier listens as Minold speaks, his words laced with a familiar bitterness. You fucker. I told you to forget about me and live your life, didn't I? Why would you come here? Minold's expression is pained as he repeats the name, his voice barely a whisper. Master Minold. The soldier's face is a mask of conflicted emotions, a silent struggle playing out behind his eyes. Suddenly, a massive hand descends, its fingers reaching for the unsuspecting soldier. Minold lies prone on the dusty ground, the skeleton of some long-dead creature nearby. The edge of a cliff looms, a stark reminder of the perilous landscape. A monstrous paw, tipped with razor-sharp claws, slams down with terrifying force. Meanwhile, a grotesque beast, part lion and part scorpion, descend from the sky. Minold lies prone, his expression one of pain as he grits his teeth. A sharp sound pierces the air, a sign of some unseen force nearby. His eyes are narrowed, his brow furrowed in pain and confusion. A monstrous creature looms, its massive claws poised to strike. He pauses, a purple orb crackling with energy in his hand. Kim Min-jun wonders why there is a human here. Standing tall, Kim Min-jun looks down at the fallen figure, his expression questioning. Who are you? He asks. The wind whips around him, but Kim Min-jun remains unmoved, his gaze fixed on the figure below. Minold's eyes widen in shock as he looks up at Kim Min-jun. He thinks that he is merely dead. Kim Min-jun's expression softens slightly as he continues to observe Minold. He thinks that Minold looks so handsome. Minold remains on the ground, his eyes fixed on Kim Min-jun. He wonders why he isn't speaking. Kim Min-jun leans closer, his gaze intense. He asks if he is Master Minold and how he knows him. Tears well in Minold's eyes as he stares up at Kim Min-jun. He thinks that he is the hope of all dark mages and wonders if he is really Master. He sobs, looking up at Kim Min-jun, who looms over him. The cloaked figure seems unimpressed by Minold's distress, a question hanging in the air. Kim Min-jun stands tall, his gaze fixed on the kneeling Minold. He demands to know why the other mage is so weak, his tone laced with disdain. The assassin raises a hand dismissively, scoffing at the notion of being the hope. He seems to find the idea absurd, waving it off with a sneer. Kim Min-jun continues his lecture, warning Minold against making weak statements. He advises him not to enter dungeons if he's not strong enough. The assassin shifts his gaze, a new question forming in his mind. He inquires about Minold's name, his expression curious. Minold hesitates, his expression uncertain. He seems to be struggling with the question, unsure of how to respond. The mage admits that he doesn't have a name, his eyes downcast. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a moment of vulnerability. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow, his expression a mix of disbelief and disdain. He repeats the mage's words, emphasizing his lack of a name. A sinister smile creeps across Kim Min-jun's face as he declares he will give him a name, his gloved hand gesturing slightly. The words hang in the air, a promise and a threat intertwined. From now on, your name is... Meanwhile, Minold stands with a soldier, who has his hand on his shoulder. The soldier's expression is unreadable from this angle. The soldier demands to know why Minold would try to travel into another dimension, his tone accusatory and his expression stern. He is seized roughly by the neck, another version of himself looming over him. The soldier's face contorts with rage as he recalls the events that led him to this moment. The other Minold hurls him away, sending him crashing to the ground. Minold lies prone, listening to the soldier's words as he questions why he didn't bring his right-hand man. The soldier's eyes narrow, his expression a mix of anger and suspicion. Minold raises his hand, a faint purple glow emanating from his palm as he prepares to act. With a surge of power, Minold rises, a vibrant pink aura enveloping him as the soldier reaches out. He clasps his hands together, vowing to repay the kindness he has been shown with his very life. The soldier demands an explanation, ordering Minold to recount his journey from beginning to end, without holding anything back. Minold's expression is unreadable as he stares down at the soldier. The soldier dismisses Minold's offer of assistance, demanding he cut the crap. The soldier's face is filled with disbelief as he asks how Minold could travel to another dimension with his skills. The soldier demands the truth, asking if a saintess sent him. The man with the silver hair and blue eyes is being questioned by the soldier. The soldier is speaking to Minold, but the soldier's face is red with anger. The soldier is being told that the devotees only follow Minold's orders. The soldier's uniform bears a patch with the word Hunter emblazoned above a skull. The soldier is growing impatient. The soldier demands that Minold stop beating around the bush and tell him the truth. He asks if Minold wants to die. Minold replies that he was keeping watch over the saintess after their departure because of a strange rumor. He asks what the rumor is. The soldier pauses, considering the question. He says that's the rumor. Elsewhere, a bird flies over a large building. The text indicates that this has been happening ever since that day. The bird perches on the roof of the building, its silhouette stark against the night sky. The bird flies toward a cloaked figure, a purple aura emanating from the creature. Strange sounds were coming from the temple every night. Minold stands near a doorway, observing a figure carrying a basket. A hand reaches out from behind a curtain, its intentions unknown. Rumors have spread that they were capturing a large number of monsters. The scene unfolds from behind ajar wooden doors, a silent observer taking in a grim tableau. And he peers cautiously through the narrow opening, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Minold's eyes widen, a flicker of fear dancing within their depths as he witnesses something disturbing. There were no traces of them ever leaving the temple. Two soldiers escort a figure away, their forms receding into the distance of the temple interior. There weren't any bones or hides. Minold sprints away, his cloak billowing behind him as he flees. There were no traces, nor even pieces of their meat. How could they get rid of such a huge count of monsters without a single trace? As expected, those people were sending them here, to you, master. Minold's eyes widen in alarm as a hand suddenly grips his clothing. A soldier's face contorts with rage as he seizes Minold, his grip tightening. He stands before the soldier, who declares that he would never lie. The soldier grabs Minold's cloak, questioning if he perhaps. A hand presents a small, sharp fragment of metal, asking if he knows what it is. Minold, judging by the shape, thinks it looks like a fragment of the blade used by the temple guards. The soldier recalls the guard captain's weapon, confirming Minold's suspicion, calling them those fuckers. The soldier seems annoyed, gesturing with his hand as he speaks to Minold. The soldier asks how Minold could just run in there. The soldier explains that Minold would have killed himself if he'd been one step late and gotten stuck in the dimensional gap. Minold admits he didn't know that. The soldier reflects that these guys were never normal. The fragment of the blade is shown again, its sharp edges glinting. The soldier stands in the forest, the sound of rustling leaves filling the air. The soldier wonders just what on earth their goal is. 1,224 days before Kim and Jun's return to Earth, a fortress city stands silhouetted against a vibrant sunset, hinting at a world far removed from modern times. High above the city, a woman with flowing blonde hair stands at the edge of a cliff, the wind catching her white dress. Turning her head slightly, the woman's expression is one of curiosity as she asks, "What is it?" The sun casts long shadows, highlighting the curve of her bare shoulder and the delicate fabric of her gown. Kim and Jun stands behind her, his back to the viewer as he asks why she summoned him to such a place. The woman gazes into the distance, a serene smile gracing her lips as she remarks how nice it is to feel the wind after so many days. Her white dress flows around her, revealing a glimpse of her leg as she wonders aloud if he doesn't think so too. Kim and Jun's face contorts in anger, his brow furrowed and eyes narrowed, a clear sign of his rising frustration. His voice low and strained, Kim and Jun reveals that he has been sleeping out in the open for days. The woman stands serenely as Kim and Jun, his anger barely contained, demands to know what exactly she is trying to say. She offers an apology, admitting she wasn't thinking straight. The woman in the white dress seems to be trying to explain her actions, but her words are vague. Kim and Jun stands before the temple, his expression unreadable against the sunset. He cuts to the chase, demanding to know why she summoned him to this place. The woman, with her long blonde hair and serene expression, explains that she heard several of his colleagues were seriously injured at the Parcast dungeon. The assassin's eyes narrow, his face a mask of disbelief. He denies her claim, stating that they're neither his colleagues, nor does a cult like that exist. The woman explains that they followed her, as they pleased, and were injured by the Parcases. She clarifies that they finished treating them, so they won't die. The blonde woman tilts her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. She observes that it seems he calls them Darkhounds. The pair begins to walk, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone path. The woman's white dress flows behind her as she moves. Kim and Jun states firmly that there are no such things on Earth. He explains that what she calls a caste is known as a hound in his world, so he decided to refer to Parcases as Darkhounds. The assassin's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He seems to be growing impatient with the woman's cryptic explanations. The pair continues their walk, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Kim and Jun asks if there's really no connection between Isgard. The woman looks up, her expression thoughtful. She then asks about the monsters that appeared on Earth, her tone laced with curiosity. She speaks, but the words are obscured by the panel's edge. As she speaks, the image shifts to a scene of monstrous figures looming over terrified people. The scene is one of chaos and despair, as the blonde woman's voice explains that gates and monsters began appearing in Isgard hundreds of years ago. The image shifts again, this time to a lone figure lying prone amidst the destruction. The woman continues, stating that both their worlds are experiencing trouble from the same phenomenon. The perspective returns to Kim and Jun and the blonde woman, now standing on a cliff overlooking a fiery landscape. She explains that the monsters he saw back home are also here, and that he came to Isgard through a gate, making him suspicious. The woman's expression is serious as she explains that dimensional travel is not something that can be done so easily. Kim Min-jun listens intently, his gaze fixed on her. The woman elaborates, stating that even summoning him required a lot of time and preparation. Her eyes are shown in a close-up, conveying the gravity of her words. The woman's eyes are shown again, followed by Kim Min-jun's, as she explains that transporting large amounts of monsters and creating dungeons requires even more effort. He simply replies that he understands. Kim Min-jun and the blonde woman walk together, the woman's words echoing in his mind, when it all ends and the time. The blonde woman's face is shown in a close-up, her expression firm as she tells Kim Min-jun not to change his mind. The panel focuses on the blonde woman's chest and neck, the details of her dress and collar visible. The scene is set in the mountains of Watchan County. The landscape stretches out, a mix of rugged mountains and dense forests under the cover of night. Lee Bong-gu considered the information he had gathered. He didn't trust the saintess, and he had confirmed that Isgard had been troubled by gates for a long time. Elsewhere, Kim Min-jun found himself trapped within a magic circle, questioning why this was happening now, as even a saintess would struggle with this. Lee Bong-gu wondered why she was spending so much holy power to continuously send monsters. A woman is seen surrounded by holy relics. Lee Bong-gu wondered if she was using up holy relics. Standing in a darkened area, Lee Bong-gu wondered if she was doing all of this just to catch him. Lee Bong-gu seemed surprised by something he realized. Lee Bong-gu knelt before Kim Min-jun, pledging to escort him until the day he died and begging him to accept. Lee Bong-gu sighed, telling Kim Min-jun to change what he calls him for now, reminding him that his name isn't Minuld, but Kim Min-jun. Lee Bong-gu thanked Kim Min-jun, stating that he will be repaying his kindness until the day he dies. Lee Bong-gu stated that he would repay his kindness even after he dies, before asking if Kim Min-jun can use the imitation skill. Lee Bong-gu expresses his gratitude for the demonic energy, feeling empowered by Kim Min-jun. Lee Bong-gu's expression shifts to surprise as Kim Min-jun retorts that he barely gave him any energy. The man in the military uniform apologizes, stating that all he can do is transform into a small animal. Kim Min-jun smiles brightly, seemingly unaffected by the situation. The soldier tells Kim Min-jun not to lie, suggesting they try that guy, for now, as a crow is seen in the foreground. Kim Min-jun's face is obscured by speed lines as he wonders if it is possible. Kim Min-jun is transforming, his form blurring amidst streaks of dark energy. Lee Bong-gu remarks that it is nice and tells the crow to move with Nightwalker for now. A purple, shadowy figure emerges from the ground, its form indistinct but menacing. The shadowy figure's face is revealed, its glowing eyes and sinister grin promising trouble. Lee Bong-gu stands alongside the crow and the shadowy figure, an uneasy alliance forming. The crow caws loudly, prompting Lee Bong-gu to demand it speak like a human. As Master Kim Min-jun's right-hand man, he knows he must follow orders. Lee Bong-gu, with a sinister grin, declares that he must first make the hierarchy clear. The soldier's uniform is visible as he demands that they shut up, shake hands, and get along. The crow and the purple shadowy figure stand facing each other, awaiting further instructions. The purple shadowy figure reaches out a hand, seemingly to touch the crow. Lee Bong-gu instructs that he can ask Nightwalker about what he has to do. As for Nightwalker, if Bong-gu tries to do something dangerous, then Lee Bong-gu continues, telling the shadowy figure to stop him immediately if he is noticeable. Safety first, got it? The purple shadowy figure stands next to Lee Bong-gu, listening intently to his orders. Lee Bong-gu, with a serious expression, acknowledges the situation. Okay. Lee Bong-gu finishes his instructions, stating that if they don't follow his orders, then they're dismissed. The crow stands on the ground, the purple shadowy figure beside him. A soft caw escapes the crow's beak. The crow's face is shown in detail, his expression unreadable. He watches Kim Min-jun take flight, the assassin now a crow silhouetted against the night sky. Feathers drift down around Lee Bong-gu. With a sigh of relief, Kim Min-jun makes his way through the dense forest, the undergrowth crunching beneath his feet. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape below. Someone thinks to themselves that they're going to eat a lot of jjajangmyeon and go to sleep, wondering if there is any place that is still open. A few days later, a building stands tall against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset, its silhouette sharply defined against the colorful sky. A man's hair is seen from below as he is being yelled at. The man yelling is seen with a wide grin on his face. A group of men are seen in a room, some sitting and some standing. One of the men wonders if he has finally gone crazy. Two men are seen smiling, one with red hair and one with brown hair. One of them asks up. A close-up of the man who is being yelled at is seen. The platoon quarterly performance chart is in front of the administrative office. The man adjusts his glasses, a look of surprise on his face. Behind him, two other soldiers stand, murmuring amongst themselves. The soldier stands tall, his expression unreadable as he stares off into the distance. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The soldier wonders aloud if the same person has taken first place again. He notes that this quarter was full of training and raids. The soldier recalls being called a performance machine. His eyes are closed, as if reliving a past moment. It's announced that Sergeant Lee Sungo has received 75 points this quarter, an impressive feat. The soldiers react with shock and disbelief. One suggests that Sergeant Lee Sungo might even be first in the entire company. The soldiers are confused and worried. One of them thinks about the consequences of getting a penalty at his age. Sergeant Lee Sungo's name is spoken, his face filling the frame with a look of disbelief. One soldier expresses genuine surprise and congratulates Sergeant Lee Sungo on the good news. The soldier wonders who could have possibly scored more than 75 points in their platoon. The soldiers stand at attention, their eyes fixed on something just outside the frame, awaiting the arrival of someone. A voice booms out, announcing a return from vacation, the speaker unseen but clearly present. The soldiers stand in what appears to be a break room. One of them gestures emphatically as he speaks to the group. The announcement is made. Kim In-jun has achieved first place with a score of 99 points. The news hits the assembled soldiers hard. Disbelief and shock are etched on their faces as they repeat the score. Elsewhere, a soldier salutes, inquiring if everyone enjoyed their dinner. He stands at ease, awaiting a response. The soldier who had returned from vacation is asked how it went. He replies that it was good, and another soldier asks if he sees the news. The shock intensifies. The soldiers' expressions are a mix of disbelief and outrage at the unbelievable score. The soldiers continue to react to the news, their faces a study in disbelief and frustration at the announcement. A hand holds up a device, presumably displaying the official document confirming Kim In-jun's score. The soldiers speculate on the implications of the score. Is Kim In-jun getting a special promotion again? One soldier's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock, his mouth agape at the news. The soldiers express their disbelief that this has happened twice in such a short period of time. The soldier holding the device confirms that the document was received at the division headquarters today. He had been chosen as the best soldier in the division during the Hunter Field maneuvers. He'd also been acknowledged for volunteering at the Watch and Dungeon during his vacation. The division commander's special order was given again, and the soldiers celebrated. Kim In-jun was hoisted onto the shoulders of his comrades, a clear sign of their respect and admiration. Soo-kyung calls out to Kim In-jun, his face beaming with pride. The soldier's name tag is visible, a testament to his accomplishments and dedication to the Republic of Korea Hunter Corps. A hand carefully peels off a patch, the sound echoing in the room. The action is deliberate, hinting at a change or new development in the ongoing situation. The soldiers clap and cheer, their enthusiasm filling the room. The atmosphere is celebratory, a clear indication of their support for Kim In-jun and his recent achievements. Two soldiers smile, their faces reflecting the camaraderie and shared excitement of the moment. The mood is lighthearted, a brief respite from the rigors of military life. Three soldiers stand together, their postures suggesting a sense of unity and purpose. They are a team, bound by their shared experiences and commitment to their duty. A hand slips a folded piece of paper into a pocket, the rustling sound barely audible. The action is secretive, hinting at a hidden agenda or a private transaction. The paper reads, salary bet. How long until Kim In-jun becomes a sergeant? The soldiers are placing bets on how quickly Kim In-jun will be promoted. The list shows various names and the amount of time each soldier has bet on Kim In-jun's promotion. The soldiers are clearly invested in his success, both financially and emotionally. One soldier hands over the bet money, saying, thanks, I'll use it well. The other soldier replies, fine, take it all, seemingly resigned to his loss. A soldier points at the list, emphasizing a particular name or detail. The soldiers are engrossed in the bet, their focus momentarily diverted from their military duties. He looks up, beads of sweat forming on his brow as Kim Gwang-shik acknowledges that he is aware of the other's promotion. The corporal's expression is one of strained awareness. Lee Bong-gu, holding some papers, remarks that Kim In-jun has been doing interesting things in his absence. He then asks if Kim In-jun won something, a smirk playing on his lips. The camera focuses on Kim Gwang-shik, his eyes wide with alarm. He has apparently made a lot of money, and the realization seems to be dawning on him with full force. Kim Gwang-shik's mouth hangs open, his face slick with perspiration. The silence stretches, thick with unspoken tension and the weight of the question hanging in the air. Lee Bong-gu's smile widens into a predatory grin. He leans in, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he says it must be nice to have made so much money. Two soldiers stand at attention, a warning sign looming behind them. The soldier's face is red with exertion, sweat dripping as he strains to lift the weight. An offer hangs in the air, a promise of 30% of something unspoken. Kim In-jun smirks, dismissing the idea that he's motivated by money, insisting he's doing it for someone else's sake. Kim In-jun strains under the weight, insisting that his efforts have nothing to do with money as fellow soldiers watch. The soldier's face contorts in pain as he struggles, denying that he's lying about his motivation. The soldier strains under the bar, his superior watching with a slight smile. The soldier's face is a mask of agony, every muscle straining with the effort. Kim In-jun struggles to lift the weight, grunting with the effort as he pushes himself to the limit. He strains against the immense weight, sweat beading on his brow as the bar presses down on him. The two soldiers watching the training session look on with wide eyes, clearly surprised by the intensity of the exercise. Sergeant Lee Sungo addresses the struggling recruit, stating that he is training him because he wanted to train and not to misunderstand his intentions. Lee Sungo's grip tightens on the bar, his knuckles white as he prepares to assist Kim In-jun. The two soldiers give a thumbs up, one of them exclaiming that Kim In-jun is doing well, while Lee Sungo looks on, seemingly unimpressed. One of the soldiers excitedly claims that he too trained on his own, eager to prove his dedication to the training regimen. Lee Sungo looks at the soldiers with a hint of disdain, questioning if they trained and calling it a shame. The two soldiers, now looking nervous, express their gratitude for the offer of training, but suggest they might leave if it's not a problem. The soldiers look on with concern, wondering if the training is a game or something more serious. Lee Sungo's expression darkens as he looks down, a silent intensity radiating from him. Lee Sungo looks up with a sinister grin, wondering what the soldiers think of the situation. Lee Sungo declares that they have the right to refuse, his words laced with a subtle threat. Two soldiers react with wide-eyed shock, their mouths agape at the new decree. A door stands closed, the sign on it a silent testament to the restrictions now in place. The soldiers, exhausted from their training, struggle to catch their breath, their bodies aching with fatigue. Lee Sungo stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face as he considers the situation. The soldier with the purple hair asks what kind of favor Lee Sungo is about to ask of them. Lee Sungo explains that as long as it's not physical training, and if you're lower than private first class, the new rule is declared. You can't use PX. The soldiers are also forbidden from using the gym, the PC room, and smartphones if they're lower than sergeant. The new rules are repeated, driving home the restrictions now placed upon the soldiers. The sound of footsteps echoes as the soldiers react to the new rules. The soldier with the brown hair states that the new rules are obviously unreasonable and unjust. The soldier with the brown hair suggests that they need to get rid of these rules, and the soldier with the purple hair agrees. Sergeant Lee Sungo cautions one of the soldiers not to go overboard with whatever they are planning. One of the soldiers responds to Sergeant Lee Sungo with a "yes, sir," while another says he will try to convince the sergeants. Sergeant Lee Sungo stands with his arms crossed, listening to the soldiers' plans with a stern expression. Sergeant Kim In-jun tells Sergeant Lee Sungo not to worry, as he is leaving the rest to him. A soldier asks if he is free to leave now, his expression hopeful but tinged with anxiety. Another soldier chimes in, saying that they can count on them, and asks if he can go now, too. Sergeant Kim In-jun extends his hand, perhaps signaling the end of the conversation or giving a silent blessing to their departure. Two soldiers quickly run away, their faces showing a mix of excitement and nervousness as they make their escape. A soldier's face is shown in close-up, his expression one of distress and slight panic as he seems to stumble or lose his balance. Corporal Kim Wangshik is informed that he's coming over to the second squad after the reshuffle of personnel, causing him to react with surprise. The soldier's face contorts in a grimace, tears welling in his eyes as he seems to be on the verge of a breakdown. A speech bubble appears, suggesting a sentiment of unity and camaraderie. Train together, okay? The words "snake mine" hang ominously in the air, hinting at the dangers that lie ahead. A creature emerges from the darkness, its serpentine form marked with strange, geometric patterns. The monster's head rises from the foliage, its glowing green eyes piercing the shadows. Its tongue flicks out, tasting the air as it searches for prey. More of the snake-like monsters appear, slithering through the forest undergrowth, their presence a clear and present danger. Two of the creatures writhe on the ground, their movements swift and unsettling. The text explains that these monsters explode upon death, making them especially dangerous. The text continues, revealing that the tails of these creatures are detonators and must be removed before killing them. The snake-like monster opens its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a menacing tongue. A close-up of the monster's head emphasizes its menacing features and the imminent threat it poses. A figure stands ready with a glowing sword, prepared to face the explosive threat. The soldier warns that these creatures may cause a chain explosion. The soldiers advance into the forest, their swords drawn and ready for the explosive threat. For this reason, the soldier thinks the best way to clear the snake mine dungeon is with a small group of experienced hunters. The snake-like monster looms, its red head and segmented body a clear danger to the soldiers. TSK, the soldier clicks his tongue as he strikes the monster with his blade. His eyes widen, perhaps at the power of the blow or the nature of the beast. The soldier stands firm, his sword now fully embedded in the monster's body. With a swift motion, a hand grips the monster's tail, preparing to sever it. There is one person who caught countless of them in Isgard, the text box reads as the soldier carries a bag full of tails. The soldier looks down, perhaps contemplating the task ahead or the weight of the tails he carries. The hand tightens its grip, ensuring the tail is securely held for removal. The soldier wipes his brow, relieved to have survived another encounter with the explosive creatures. The soldier in the helmet announces that it is time for a 10-minute break. The soldier holds a rectangular device, his expression unreadable as he stares at it. Far off in the distance, small figures gather beneath the sparse cover of the trees. The soldier holding the device looks up, his eyes wide with surprise, while another soldier stands behind him, his face obscured by sunglasses. Kim Min-jun draws his sword, the polished steel glinting in the sunlight as he prepares for a fight. A notification appears, indicating that the skill Agility Boost has been created, a welcome surprise for the team. The details of the skill are displayed. Agility Boost E increases your agility stat by 5. The soldier smiles, thinking that it would be great if a class-specific skill popped up, but this is great too, as he believes this dungeon is a treasure trove. The soldier corrects himself, realizing he meant to say Master Kim Min-jun, not Master Mino. Dodge looks up, wondering what the blue light is that suddenly appears in the sky. The soldier detects demonic energy, sensing a considerable amount of it in the vicinity. 3 soldiers stand together, ready to face whatever demonic presence they have detected. A soldier in full armor pumps his fist, a wide grin on his face. The transmission declares, "I am," as the scene shifts to a bird perched atop a telephone wire. The message continues, in Incheon, as a plane flies overhead. A raven with glowing purple eyes squawks, demanding to know what's happening. A few days later, on the weekend, the scene is set in Incheon metropolitan city. The quiet suburban street is lined with houses and power lines. Kim Min-jun stands near a brick wall, observing a house across the street. He glances upward as the raven lands nearby. The raven asks about the situation, explaining that he followed orders and only kept watch. Kim Min-jun wonders how many people are inside, noting that there was no one there until yesterday. He grits his teeth, reporting that one person is confirmed to be inside the house. The raven inquires about the situation, relieved that the hunter army doesn't have garrison areas. He stands in the dim light, explaining their mission's true nature. Kim Min-jun adjusts his mask, clarifying that they're not trespassing. Instead, they're removing dangerous objects. The raven, perched on the roof, seems to acknowledge Kim Min-jun's point. Kim Min-jun approaches the house, receiving a warning to avoid getting caught. A foot descends, the sound echoing in the silent house. Inside, Kim Min-jun steps down from a dresser, the raven watching his every move. He surveys the living room, his gaze settling on a crystal displayed on a shelf. Kim Min-jun crouches, his movements silent and deliberate. His eyes, visible above the mask, reflect a focused intensity. The crystal glows softly, emanating a strange energy. He spots the crystal, confirming that they have found their target. He approaches the crystal, noting the potent demonic energy it radiates. Kim Min-jun observes that the energy, while powerful, doesn't seem to pose a threat to the body. He extends a hand, analyzing the crystal's energy. It feels almost as if it has been refined, a purity that belies its dark source. Elsewhere, a woman with striking blue hair stands ready. Her posture suggests she is preparing for a confrontation. Kim Min-jun pauses, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. He is no longer alone. Someone else has entered the room. The woman with blue hair prepares to fight. Her expression is stern, her fists clenched, ready to strike. The woman stands her ground, a clear challenge to Kim Min-jun's presence. The air crackles with anticipation of a fight. Meanwhile, the house stood silent under the cloak of night, its darkened windows hinting at the secrets held within. The woman with blue hair, clad in a white t-shirt and blue shorts, sat on her bed, engrossed in her phone. She read a message from Mommy, saying that she and Dad just watched a late-night movie and are on their way back now. The woman with blue hair smiled faintly as she read another message from her mother, who thought her father could be quite cute sometimes. Her mother then asked if she was okay being alone on her leave, and the woman with blue hair replied that she was going down to Taejun tomorrow morning. A flicker of unease crossed her face as she considered her mother's question, a subtle worry creasing her brow. A creaking sound echoed from downstairs, and the woman with blue hair turned her head sharply towards the open doorway. Barefoot, she crept down the stairs, her senses on high alert, each step measured and silent. Her eyes widened in alarm, a silent question forming on her lips. What the? Is it a thief? In the dimly lit living room, a figure in a black hoodie stood frozen, caught in the act. A voice boomed out, shattering the silence. Don't move. She stands her ground, facing the intruder, who pauses, his eyes narrowed behind the mask. The woman with blue hair scoffs, finding the situation almost comical. She doubts anyone still robs homes these days. Raising her fists, she demands the hooded man reveal his identity and objective. The hooded man turns his head slightly, as if recognizing a familiar voice. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise visible even behind the dark fabric. The woman with blue hair grits her teeth, her patience wearing thin. She stands ready, her stance firm and balanced, prepared to fight if necessary. The hooded man's thoughts betray his shock. Her again. The woman with blue hair faces the hooded man in her living room, the tension palpable between them. The hooded man's expression hardens, his eyes filled with annoyance. This is absurd, he thinks. Meanwhile, perched on a nearby railing, the raven purple eyes observes the scene with glowing eyes. The raven watches from above as the thief is detected. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow behind his mask. He thinks about the odds of the woman with blue hair being home today. He reflects on how this situation is the same as it was in Watchin, an ill-fated relationship. The thief raises his hands, a look of frustration on his face as the woman with blue hair stands behind him. The woman with blue hair shouts, ordering him to put his hands behind his head and freeze. The woman with blue hair warns Kim Min-jun that she has clearly warned him, but he thinks to himself that he can't just leave after coming all this way. He reaches into his pocket. The woman with blue hair shouts that she told him so. The woman with blue hair attacks, telling him not to move. Kim Min-jun holds a small, rectangular object in his hands. The woman with blue hair continues her assault. She strikes him again. Her eyes narrowed, the woman with blue hair's expression hardening into a glare. With a shout, she launched a kick, her leg a blur of motion. Behind his mask, Kim Min-jun's eyes widened slightly, but he remained still. The woman with blue hair spun through the air, her kick aimed squarely at him. Her momentum carried her forward, the force of the blow promising a swift victory. Kim Min-jun's expression remained unreadable behind his mask, his eyes betraying nothing. The woman with blue hair stood opposite Kim Min-jun, her stance wide and ready for the next attack. He slowly raised his hands, his fingers twitching slightly as he considered his next move. Her eyes widened in disbelief, the woman with blue hair's anger replaced by shock. Hesitantly, the woman with blue hair reached out, her fingers brushing against Kim Min-jun's hand. Their hands met, a strange connection forming between them as their fingers intertwined. Her mouth agape, the woman with blue hair stared at their joined hands, utterly bewildered. She glares upward, demanding to know if he's joking with her. She realizes that he is no normal civilian. The hooded figure stands silhouetted against the light. He recognizes her movements as belonging to an awakened. The woman with blue hair launches a kick, her leg extended high. She is indeed an awakened. Kim Min-jun raises his arm, a glowing blue aura surrounding it. He blocks the kick. She continues her assault, launching another kick towards the cloaked figure. The sound of impact echoes. Kim Min-jun glances to his side, his eyes narrowing. He is looking at a crystal encased in glass. The woman with blue hair stands amidst a swirling darkness. The room is filled with an ominous energy. Her expression shifts to concern, her brow furrowed. She thinks to herself that she won't be able to dodge that. The woman with blue hair watches as Kim Min-jun grabs a pink object. He is preparing to escape. She shouts for him to stop, her voice filled with urgency. She is desperate to prevent his escape. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun leaps over a fence, the raven watching him. He makes his escape into the night. The woman with blue hair clenches her fist, frustrated. She thinks to herself that she couldn't hit him even once. A hand clenches tightly around a crumpled piece of paper. She stares at the paper, a question mark floating above her head as she tries to decipher its meaning. The paper reads a single, nonsensical word, burb. Frustration mounts, her teeth grinding together in suppressed rage. Kim Min-jun flees, the woman with blue hair's furious shout echoing after him. You crazy fucker! Meanwhile, under the cover of night, the raven flies above the fleeing figure. A man gazes intently at a crystal, a thoughtful escaping his lips. He muses that the crystal contains more demonic energy than most monsters. A voice explains that if a 2-star from the Hunter Corps had this at home, it means it doesn't have an influence on the human body. The man glares down at the shadowy figure, thinking, who let you open your mouth? The shadowy figure apologizes, acknowledging that it knows this is a monster crystal. The man wonders why it contains demonic energy, stating he hasn't seen such a thing even in Isgard. A close-up reveals the monster crystal. These rare minerals are occasionally found within the bodies of monsters. These crystals vary in quality, depending on the age and danger level of their bearers. But all of them contain mana, and the amount is proportionate to the crystal size. Among the things one can get from hunting monsters, they're some of the most valuable items. Kim Min-jun holds one aloft. Kim Min-jun stares intently at the crystal, a strange energy emanating from the object. He reaches out, his fingers closing around the crystal's jagged edges. He clenches his fist, crushing the crystal. He's never heard of crystals with demonic energy in them. Purple energy explodes outward, engulfing Kim Min-jun. He has no idea what it is or why it's on Earth. A system message appears. He has absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. Another message. His demonic energy stat has increased by 1. The system continues to inform him that his demonic energy stat has increased. Kim In-jun thinks to himself that he doesn't want to play into the stupid nonsense of the Saintus. He held his hand out, a swirling vortex of demonic energy coalescing in his palm. Kim In-jun didn't have time to consider every little thing. A digital notification appeared. Skill Demonic Energy Singularity has been created. The system continues to evolve. Another notification flashed. Skill Demonic Energy's Grasp has been created. 2 new skills manifested in rapid succession. Kim In-jun was surprised. 2 new skills in one go. What was the meaning of this sudden surge in power? A wide grin stretched across his face as he considered the possibilities. The new skills could prove invaluable. His stats appeared before him. Agility 60, Stamina 60, Demonic Energy 30. His possessed skills included Corruption, Night Walker, and Dark Arrow. Kim In-jun mused that he was getting more and more skills. He decided to check this one out, referring to the Demonic Energy's Grasp. The more his Demonic Energy stat rose, the harder it became to control the increasing demonic energy within his body. The power was intoxicating. He had been worried that it would affect those around him, no matter how careful he was. But this was perfect timing, he thought. Elsewhere, Kim In-jun extended his hand toward a small, shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes. He wondered what it was. He realized that on top of everything else, he also got the Demonic Energy's Grasp, a raven with glowing purple eyes caught nearby. The shadowy figure moved with surprising speed, disappearing into the forest. The effect was pretty good, someone commented. He stands in the forest, the raven perched on his outstretched hand. Kim In-jun wonders if this is the weight limit so far, thinking it will come in handy when looking for the remote control. He recalls being able to drag ogres around with this before. Kim In-jun releases the raven and the shadowy figure, stating that he has a new task for them. The assassin thinks to himself that he needs to find info on the dungeons and their byproducts. The shadowy figure and the raven stand side by side. The shadowy figure salutes, acknowledging that they are suspected to have demonic energy. Kim In-jun stands before the shadowy figure and the raven, who are surrounded by swirling orbs of demonic energy. The assassin's gaze is fixed on the raven and the shadowy figure, his expression unreadable. The raven and the shadowy figure each hold a ball of demonic energy, their bond seemingly strengthened. Meanwhile, a voice calls out to Lee Bongu, the words echoing in the air. Kim In-jun's face breaks into a wide, confident smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A disembodied voice asks if someone has had Korean food before. A building stands tall against the night sky, its windows reflecting the city lights. The neon sign of Ari pork backbone hangover soup glows in the night. Bowls of steaming soup and various side dishes are arranged on the table. The silver-haired woman leans in, deeply inhaling the soup's aroma. She carefully lifts a spoonful of the broth, anticipation etched on her face. The woman in the apron sets down more dishes as the silver-haired woman and Kim In-jun prepare to eat. Kim In-jun's eyes widen as he tastes the soup. Oh, this is so, he thinks, savoring the flavor. Kim In-jun tells the silver-haired woman to either cry or eat one at a time. She responds with a yes, sir. The silver-haired woman thinks that he must have only eaten that weird biscuit Nisgard, and that's why he's acting like that. Kim In-jun stares forward, a small bead of sweat forming on his temple. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. He glances down at his phone, his expression unreadable. Kim In-jun sees that he has solved the issue of corporals and below being unable to use smartphones. Gwangshik asks how his leave is going and asks Kim In-jun to respond. He receives a message from Kim Gwangshik, who states that they are in a bad situation. The message continues, with Gwangshik complaining that the training schedule is insane and will continue next week. He also complains that someone is blabbering all night long. The sun beats down as the soldiers push their bodies to the limit. Sweat stings their eyes, but they press on, driven by an unseen force. They have surpassed the limits of normal humans, enduring guerrilla training. With strained faces, they push themselves through the grueling exercises. The soldiers collapse, exhausted, but the training continues relentlessly. One soldier, despite his exhaustion, manages a smile, finding some inner strength. The sign looms ahead, 3rd course, 3-rope bridge. The soldier's grin widens as he approaches the next challenge. He steps onto the swaying bridge, his arms outstretched for balance. Each step is a test of nerve and skill as he traverses the precarious path. He descends the building's wall, rappelling with practiced ease. Below, other soldiers stand in formation, awaiting their turn. The world is seen through the distorted lenses of a gas mask, a barrier against an unseen threat. The soldier behind the mask hesitates, his breath fogging the interior. The training is taking its toll. The soldiers stand at attention, tears streaming down their faces. They are told to sing the national anthem until the 4th verse. The instructor's voice booms, reminding them to memorize the Hunter Corps military pledge. Their faces remain stoic, despite the obvious discomfort. The training session concludes. The soldiers are dismissed, released from the immediate pressure of the exercise. The text explains that the hunter guerrilla training had a different meaning to them compared to regular soldiers. Outside the tents, soldiers mill about, some conversing, others simply trying to catch their breath after the grueling training. Inside the tents, some soldiers rest on cots, while others sit and tend to their gear. The text says that the training was still infamous among the hunters. Close-ups reveal the lingering effects of the training. Tears still stream from the soldiers' eyes, a testament to the harsh conditions. A soldier prepares to eat, the reason for the harsh training perhaps becoming clearer as they seek sustenance. Two soldiers sit side by side, eating their rations in silence. The shared experience forges a bond between them. He eats his meal, reflecting on the fact that this is his last year. Nearby, Dodge looks concerned, muttering that the commander must hate them at this point. He wonders aloud if he did something wrong without even knowing it, but is quickly reassured that he's never even met the commander properly. The soldier male Camo replies that it's really unlikely, as a small chibi version of Dodge eats beside him. Inside the tent, the other soldiers are sleeping and eating, enduring the uncomfortable conditions of the field. The soldier male Camo asks Dodge if he isn't going to eat, concern etched on his face. Dodge holds a container of food, replying that if they eat a lot, something might happen. Dodge's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes they'll have to go there. A shadowy figure looms, its red eyes glowing menacingly in the dark. Meanwhile, a tower stands silhouetted against the night sky, a silent sentinel. Two soldiers stand at attention, their expressions stern and unreadable. The soldiers are ordered to stand at ease and salute, their movements crisp and precise. The announcement declares that the second platoon is in personal maintenance. An authoritative voice calls for everyone to listen up. Three soldiers stand at attention, listening to the unseen speaker. They await further instructions, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The voice continues, explaining that the instructors will be in charge of the night watch and night duties. The soldiers can all rest. The speaker pauses, his expression serious. He prepares to reveal the main purpose of the hunter-guerrilla training. The speaker emphasizes the need to give it their utmost best. His words are underscored by a sense of urgency. Sergeant Lee Sung Cho shouts, his face contorted in a fierce expression. He declares that tomorrow will involve trench combat. The words trench combat fill the panel, emphasizing the intensity of the upcoming training. The text declares that it is trench. The rules are simple, the text declares. A serene image of a blue sky with fluffy white clouds is shown. Soldiers cheer and shout encouragement. They're watching a fight, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. A fist connects with a face, the impact echoing. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. He surveys the square arena, designed to mimic a trench. Soldiers grapple within its bounds. The rules are simple. Either force your opponent out of the arena or defeat them outright. Sergeant Lee Sung-go watches with a predatory grin, anticipating the brutal contest. A soldier's hand is slapped away, the force of the blow echoing in the arena. Another soldier is forced backward, losing ground in the confined space. His face contorts in a grimace as he struggles against the relentless pressure. Two soldiers grapple, the sounds of their struggle filling the air. Suddenly, Sergeant Lee Sung-go bellows, "Stop!" cutting through the chaos. He announces the victors. 1 1st Battalion, 2 2nd Company, 1 1st Platoon, 1 1st Squad wins. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's expression is stern as he observes the soldiers. This trench combat within the hunter-guerrilla training holds a special significance, though its exact nature remains unstated. The soldiers look on, a collective sense of confusion washing over them. He sits at his desk. The colonel considers the situation. He remarks on the exceptional performance of a certain soldier, noting his past successes. Colonel John Sung-kyun agrees with Colonel Lee Junbyum's assessment. He confirms that the soldier, now a sergeant, had already shown promise years ago. The colonel elaborates, recalling how the sergeant single-handedly pushed back 10 squads in an earlier round. His performance is clearly impressive. The soldiers sit, waiting. Colonel Lee Junbyum expresses concern, mentioning that Sergeant Choi Sung-woo recently passed a promotion exam. A troubling thought crosses his mind. Colonel John Sung-kyun's expression hardens. He believes the 1st Battalion commander deliberately stalled the sergeant's promotion. The revelation prompts a shocked reaction from Colonel Lee Junbyum. He questions if the 3rd Battalion commander is being truthful. The soldier asks if the colonel knew about the training in advance. He points out that Choi Sung-woo wouldn't be able to participate in trench combat if he had been promoted. Colonel John Sung-kyun erupts in anger, unable to contain his frustration at the situation. The colonel expresses his disbelief, revealing he knew this was going to happen. He questions who would have imagined they'd be doing this in such weather. The soldiers look up, discussing the conditions. It's revealed that this is considered a competition between the battalions. One soldier angrily denies slander, while another mentions hearing something about it. They question why the first soldier is going off on the 3rd Battalion commander, implying guilt. Yu Jaihai announces the next group, the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squad. The competition has become an ego fight between the battalion commanders. The number of squads that made it this round from the 4th Battalion is dwindling. A woman in the group wonders if there is just one squad left from the 4th Battalion. The training intensity tends to increase for battalions that did not perform well. Soldiers sit on stools, laughing and chatting amongst themselves. One of the soldiers expresses surprise, turning to look at another soldier. The soldier asks if he might be the hunter Kim Min-jun from the 2nd Battalion. Dodge looks up, a question forming in his mind. Dodge's expression is one of mild surprise and curiosity. The soldier exclaims that he is, indeed, speaking to a celebrity, having heard that Dodge was the hunter. The sergeant calls out, and Dodge hesitates, unsure how to respond. Dodge responds with a simple, "Yeah, thanks," as the other soldier smiles. The soldier's collar strains against the thick muscles of his neck. Kim Gwangshik smirks, revealing his teeth. He thinks to himself that he had high expectations because of the rumors. The soldier's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he stares down at Dodge. Another soldier looks on in shock, exclaiming, "What? Hey man, what did you just—" Dodge's eyes widen in surprise, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Kim Gwangshik's hand clamps down on Dodge's arm, the sound echoing in the air. Kim Gwangshik stands firm, his grip unyielding as he holds Dodge's arm. Kim Gwangshik's expression darkens, his eyes filled with a predatory intensity. Dodge's hand clenches into a fist, his knuckles white as he thinks, "I meant to say that in my head." Dodge struggles against Kim Gwangshik's grip, thinking, "What's with his strength? I can't move." Dodge's face contorts in pain as Kim Gwangshik's grip tightens further. Kim Gwangshik smirks, his eyes gleaming with malice as he thinks, "I'm really sorry about that." The soldiers laugh amongst themselves, slapping each other on the back in camaraderie. The mood shifts abruptly as one of the soldiers exclaims, calling someone a son of a bitch. An unseen figure raises a finger, perhaps to emphasize a point or issue a warning. Another soldier, face contorted in rage, declares that things are not okay and vows to teach someone a lesson. The soldier demands to know if Sergeant Kim Min-jun intends to do anything about the situation. A close-up reveals a man's clenched teeth, hinting at suppressed anger and a simmering desire for retribution. A voice, seemingly calm, interjects, suggesting that everything is, in fact, okay. Despite the calming words, the man's face remains twisted in anger, his finger pointed accusingly. The unseen speaker ominously declares that they will meet again soon enough. The soldiers find themselves at a military base, the sounds of training echoing through the air. The soldiers of the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad sit on standby, waiting for their next orders. Corporal Cham Mari crosses her arms, wondering what the point of all this is. The soldiers complain that it is not only tiring, but they also have to touch each other, which is terrible, and that they compare battalion strength. Another soldier adds that they will get in trouble if they don't do well. Corporal Yoon Haiju wonders if they really need to do this to choose the Gorilla King. Corporal Cham Mari realizes that they are the only squad from their battalion who made it to this round. The soldiers speculate that the battalion commander must be mad. Two soldiers overhear the conversation, one telling the other not to slander him like that, and that he heard something about it too. Corporal Cham Mari is startled by the conversation she overheard. Corporal Cham Mari exclaims, "Oh, geez." She glances back, overhearing something that seems to have caught her attention. The other women sit, waiting. A man in a red cap announces that next up are the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad. Four women stand together, their expressions determined as they prepare for the next challenge. One of the women declares that they just need to win and take that Gorilla King title for themselves. The squad commander, Sergeant O. Satebil, stands ready, her gaze intense and unwavering. One of the women screams, her face contorted in a display of raw power and determination. Sergeant O. Satebil grabs a man's arm, twisting it behind his back as she shouts at him to stay away. Another woman kicks a man, sending him sprawling as the sounds of combat fill the air. Private Kim Naeun and Private Ha Jaeun are restrained by a man, struggling against his grip. The man's face is tight with effort as he subdues the two soldiers, his eyes narrowed. She watches as one of the soldiers flies through the air, shouting in surprise. Another soldier grits his teeth, his face contorted in anger as he prepares to attack. The soldier lies prone on the ground, defeated, as Corporal Cham Mari stands over him, ready for the next challenge. Yet another soldier is sent hurtling through the air, a testament to the intensity of the training. The soldier's eyes roll back in his head as he loses consciousness, a trickle of saliva escaping his lips. His world is turned upside down as he flies through the air, the sky and trees blurring together. The corporal clutches her arm, wincing in pain, but she remains standing, refusing to yield. She glances back to see two soldiers charging towards her, one yelling at her to stop running. Sweat glistens on her shoulder as she prepares to face her pursuers, her muscles tense with anticipation. One of the soldiers grins, confident in his ability to catch her, exclaiming that he's got her now. The corporal intercepts the soldier's punch, blocking the blow with a swift and practiced movement. The soldier is sent flying through the air once more, a victim of her superior skill and determination. She pivots, her foot connecting with the soldier's jaw, sending him sprawling. Another soldier, a blonde woman with her hands on her hips, watches the display of force. Corporal Cha Mari stands over the fallen soldier, a starburst of accomplishment practically radiating from her. The corporal's expression hardens, a silent promise to stay away from her hanging in the air. The fallen soldier groans, and Corporal Cha Mari prepares for the next attack. Another soldier rushes in, only to be met with a swift punch from Corporal Cha Mari. He grunts in pain. Boots pound the ground as another soldier advances, determined to take her down. The soldier's face contorts in pain as he is struck, his teeth bared in a grimace. The corporal moves with blinding speed, each strike precise and powerful. The soldier sees an opening, his eyes widening with a desperate hope. But it's too late. He is sent flying, his world turned upside down. He is sent flying, the ground rushing up to meet him. The woman with blue hair watches the soldier fall, a smirk playing on her lips. A hand is shown, perhaps the one that delivered the blow. The soldier, sporting a bloody nose, thanks someone named Yinseo. The soldier continues to fall, the force of the blow evident. Corporal Cha Mari smiles, seemingly pleased with the outcome of the spar. The other soldiers watch, whispering amongst themselves about the display of skill. Two soldiers stand in the foreground, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. One soldier admits that he is shocked, despite not having high expectations. Another soldier, kneeling on the ground, sarcastically suggests that the defeated soldier's job is to let them carry him. The two soldiers in the foreground look on, their faces etched with a mix of emotions. The soldier mentions that everyone keeps talking about Choi Sung-woo, perhaps comparing him to Corporal Cha Mari. But the momentum of the match was about to shift dramatically. The soldiers were confident, declaring that this year, they would be the stars. Two soldiers grabbed Corporal Cha Mari, attempting to restrain her movements. One of the soldiers sneered, questioning if she intended to fight them all alone. But the soldier's expression quickly shifted to one of shock and pain. The soldiers holding her realized just how strong she was as she began to overpower them. One of the soldiers could only utter a desperate, "Wait," as she broke free. The other soldiers charged forward, hoping to overwhelm her with numbers. But they were sent flying, defeated by her superior skill and strength. One soldier cried out as he was sent sprawling, unable to withstand her power. The remaining soldiers could only watch in disbelief as she stood victorious. The announcer declared the round of 16 match over, with the 4/4 squad victorious. She claps, the sound echoing in the training grounds as the other soldiers stand behind Corporal Cha Mari. From a distance, a man observes the group, his expression unreadable as he watches the soldiers. The man notes their teamwork and individual skill, assessing their capabilities with a critical eye. He acknowledges that the squad is pretty good, a slight smile playing on his lips as he watches. Another man predicts that Choi Sung-woo will lose in the quarterfinals, his expression smug and confident. The tournament bracket looms, a visual representation of the stakes, as one man exclaims that a certain outcome cannot happen. The man insists that Choi Sung-woo must reach the final round, or they won't get to fight him, vowing to teach him a lesson. One of the men questions whether they'll even make it to the final round, doubt creeping into his voice as he watches the soldiers. The men mention Sergeants Lee Sung-go and Kim In-jun, confident that they can't lose even if they wanted to. Corporal Cha Mari glances toward the men sitting on the chairs, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Her face lights up with excitement, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins as she prepares for what's next. The men watch the soldiers, question marks floating above their heads, unsure of what the future holds for them. The soldiers watch, one scratching his head as he wonders what she is saying. Corporal Cha Mari beams, waving with both hands, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny. One of the soldiers reflects, doubting his readiness to teach anyone a lesson. Another soldier comments that people can get a bit arrogant sometimes. One of the soldiers thinks he can forgive Choi Sung-woo. The soldiers decide to push off the lesson, resolving to cheer on the 4th Battalion from now on. Another soldier agrees with the decision. One of the soldiers calls them dumbass. The soldiers sit on the bleachers, watching the events unfold below. One of the soldiers adjusts his glasses, expressing his disappointment, calling the situation unbelievable. Another soldier smiles, calling it a perfect match. One of the soldiers comments that the other must be proud, 4th Battalion commander. The soldier announces that it is the round of 16, 5th match. Another soldier declares that the 1st Battalion, 3 3rd Company, 1 1st Platoon, 4 4th Squad is up next. 3 soldiers stand at attention, their expressions a mix of anticipation and focus. A flashback shows Kim Min-jun in action, his name displayed prominently. Sergeant Kim Min-jun asks if they heard about the squad vacation for first place. The soldiers march forward, their footsteps echoing in unison. One of the soldiers declares he doesn't want to go on vacation with the others. Another soldier replies that they shouldn't get first place then. The soldier looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. He turns his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on something unseen. A smirk slowly spreads across his face, hinting at a hidden agenda. The recruits stand in formation on the training grounds, awaiting their instructions. A lone figure stands before them, observing their posture. The soldiers stand at attention, their faces grim. They await the command that will begin their brutal training. The soldiers stand in line, their expressions unreadable. They are ready for whatever comes next. Sergeant Lee Sungo raises his fist, his face contorted in a shout. He bellows for the recruits to get ready, announcing the start of the match. The piercing shriek of a whistle cuts through the air, signaling the start of the brutal exercise. A fist flies through the air, connecting with a soldier's face. The force of the blow sends him staggering backward. Another soldier is struck, the impact echoing through the training grounds. He is sent sprawling to the ground. A soldier reels from a blow, his body twisting from the force. The fight has begun in earnest. The soldiers clash, fists flying and bodies colliding. The training ground becomes a chaotic scene of combat. The soldiers brawl, a flurry of motion and aggression. Each is determined to prove their strength. Another soldier falls, the sound of impact punctuating the ongoing struggle. The training is relentless. Corporal Kim Gwangshik's expression twists into a sinister grin as he wonders what's about to happen. The soldier shouts that the recruit is too light as he hurls him through the air. The soldier's face is contorted with effort as he throws the recruit with all his might. The thrown soldier groans as he hits the ground, the impact undoubtedly painful. From a distance, the back of another soldier is seen as the training continues, recruits being tossed around. Corporal Kim Gwangshik's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he watches the brutal training exercise unfold. The soldier's gaze is intense, focused on the recruits as they endure the harsh training regimen. The soldier smiles, seemingly enjoying the spectacle of the recruits being thrown around like ragdolls. Kim In-jun smirks, thinking to himself that the training seems pretty useful. The soldier screams as he is thrown through the air, the force of the throw evident in his distorted expression. Kim In-jun's smile widens, thinking that his control isn't super precise yet, but the skill demonic energy's grasp is displayed, hinting at the source of the soldier's enhanced abilities. Corporal Kim Gwangshik's eyes widen in terror as a foot descends, wreathed in a strange, dark energy. The soldier in camo slams his boot into Kim Gwangshik's chest, the force of the blow sending him flying. Even as he's struck, Kim Gwangshik thinks to himself that he can at least mess with the opponent's balance. The corporal hits the ground hard, gasping for air as he tries to recover from the brutal kick. Kim Gwangshik grits his teeth, enduring the pain as he remembers that others cannot see this skill. The corporal glances up at the soldier, who is now standing over him, ready to continue the assault. The force of another blow reverberates through Kim Gwangshik's body, each impact a brutal reminder of the soldier's enhanced strength. The soldier in camo continues his relentless assault, kicking Kim Gwangshik again with unnatural speed and power. Kim Gwangshik is sent sprawling once more, the tiled floor offering no comfort against the repeated impacts. Despite the beating, Kim Gwangshik steels himself, thinking that he can't let the soldier realize something is going on here. From the shadows, Kim In-jun watches the brutal training exercise, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The assassin observes the beating, thinking to himself that this is enough fooling around then. The soldier's boot connects with Corporal Kim Gwangshik's back, sending him stumbling forward as two other soldiers look on. The force of the blow echoes through the training grounds. The soldier grabs Kim Gwangshik, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he prepares another attack. With a grunt, the soldier hurls Kim Gwangshik against a nearby wall. The impact sends Kim Gwangshik flying through the air, his body twisting violently. Pain contorts Kim Gwangshik's face as he braces for the inevitable collision. Meanwhile, the training facility stands under a clear sky, a silent witness to the brutal events unfolding within its grounds. 3 soldiers sit in a row, having apparently made it to the final round smoothly. However, something is amiss among the soldiers. The soldier's face is etched with a grim determination, a silent acknowledgement of the challenge ahead. The announcement hangs heavy in the air. The 4th squad of the 4th Battalion will be their opponents. The instructor, arms outstretched, declares the beginning of the final round, his voice booming across the training grounds. The order is given. Teams to the arena. Boots thunder on the steps as the soldiers move out. A soldier smiles, a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he prepares for the final challenge. The soldiers march, their footsteps echoing as they head towards the arena, ready to face their opponents. One soldier remarks that their opponent used to be a wrestler. Another confirms that he quit due to his awakening. Another soldier observes that, judging by his game manners, his skills were pretty good back then. The soldier recalls that he heard he used to win all the competitions. Another soldier expresses surprise at the revelation of the opponent's past success. One of the soldiers wonders if he plays dirty despite being that skilled. The soldier's face contorts with a mix of concern and determination, the question hanging heavy in the air. The soldiers stand shoulder to shoulder, a palpable tension radiating from them as flames erupt behind the group. The reason for their anger simmers beneath the surface, a shared frustration that threatens to boil over. The quarterfinals match hangs heavy in the air, a pivotal moment that has ignited their competitive spirits. The soldier wipes the sweat from his brow, the pressure of the situation weighing heavily on him. It isn't just that Choi Sung-woo's squad won. The manner of their victory is what truly stings. The soldiers watch as the fight unfolds, the method of victory becoming increasingly clear. The blonde woman breathes heavily, her chest heaving with exertion as she fights with everything she has. The soldier's legs move with purpose, each step carrying the weight of the competition. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief as he reads the match result, 6-0. Within that game, someone was pushed, their efforts proving futile against the opponent's strength. There wasn't anyone who could stop the inevitable fall, the momentum carrying them both down. The competitor was pushed out of the arena's bounds, defeated and lying prone on ground. He stands before the assembled soldiers, his back to the viewer. The training has taken its toll. 3 women lie prone on the ground, exhausted. The soldiers stand outside, the text above them stating that this is not a sports competition, but more like combat training. The man's face is shown in close-up, the text above him stating that it was not Choi Sung-woo's fault that he won the game. Another close-up of a man's face, the text stating that they're simply sticking to the minimum rule of no hitting. The women sit under a canopy, some looking exhausted, others looking determined. The text states that it was the fault of the people who lost because they were too weak. The man yells that it is time to teach them some manners, calling them bastards. The man thinks that they have got a long way to go. 3 faces are shown, each with a different expression. The man stands, the text stating that if they are so mad at Choi Sung-woo, they should just go and destroy him in a match. A disembodied voice wonders why the others are so worked up. The soldiers stand outside, the sky a brilliant blue behind them. The soldiers stand in formation, their expressions unreadable. One of the soldiers challenges someone, asking if they'll fight them all alone. A soldier's face is shown in a close-up, a slight smile playing on his lips. The soldier admits he can't do anything with Sergeant Lee Seungho around. One soldier asks who's asking, while another wonders if he could win against them all on his own. The soldier smirks, looking at the others with a challenging glint in his eyes. The soldier muses that he thought he could anger someone by beating up their girlfriend. The soldier is told that he's not fazed at all, and he responds with a question mark. 2 soldiers question what he's on about, asking about his girlfriend. The soldier is reminded that the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion is his girlfriend, and that she was cheering him on. The soldier, face red with fury, shouts about someone waving at Sergeant Kim In-jun. The other soldier responds, stating that he is sure, though he hopes that is the case. The soldiers continue to talk about someone other than Lumi from Dungeon Power. The soldiers call the person a fighter. A close-up of a nose shows the soldier's reaction to the conversation. The soldier's mouth is open as he laughs. The group of soldiers erupts in laughter, mocking the beginner NPC from the game. Another soldier, looking angry, calls someone a bastard. The soldier continues to laugh, saying he's only heard of guys like that, referring to someone with a crush on a 2D character. The soldier clutches his stomach as he laughs. The soldier with the red cap calls someone pathetic and tells both teams to get ready. Another soldier smirks, saying he'll go easy on someone and that they need to get back safe and sound. The soldier in the red cap smirks, thinking to himself about a little Lumi. Another soldier, face contorted in anger, prepares to strike. He mutters about Lumi Nuna, his tone laced with malice. The air cracks with the sound of a powerful strike. A group of soldiers charges forward, their faces grim. The soldier's arm whips through the air, a blur of motion. His dark hair shifts as he moves with sudden force. The soldier's expression is hidden, but his intent is clear. The soldier in the red cap is sent flying by a kick, as someone yells at him for spacing out. Dust and debris explode as the soldier is struck. The soldier's fist clenches, ready for another attack. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. He had been lost in thought, and now the back of his head stung. The force of the blow reverberated through Corporal Kim Gwang-shik's chest. The soldiers look around, confusion etched on their faces as they try to understand the situation. One of the soldiers expresses his frustration, his hand covering his face in disbelief. Another soldier's face contorts in anger, his eyes narrowed as he grits his teeth, muttering about a wrong step. The soldiers exchange worried glances, while Sergeant Lee Sung-go observes them from a distance, his expression unreadable. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's gaze is intense, a silent warning in his eyes as he watches the recruits. One soldier cautions another to avoid unnecessary clashes, as Sergeant Lee Sung-go looms in the background. The sergeant's words echo in the air. Hitting each other is banned, a rule that must be followed. The soldier's anger flares, his face flushed as he acknowledges the sergeant's warning, but resentment lingers. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's expression hardens, a promise of consequences if his rules are broken hanging in the air. The soldier acknowledges the warning, but his expression suggests he won't forget the perceived slight anytime soon. He shouts, his face a mask of disbelief as the situation unfolds. Kim Min-jun's expression hardens. He's not finished yet, his eyes narrowed. One of the soldiers wonders aloud what is happening as a sudden attack comes his way. The soldier male camo, smirks, asking if his opponent is just going to run away. His eyes gleam with a predatory intensity, focused on his target. A surge of energy crackles in the air, a prelude to the impending strike. The soldier is sent flying by a powerful kick, his face contorted in shock. A strangled cry escapes the soldier's lips as the force of the blow registers. He is sent hurtling through the air, a cry of pain echoing behind him. The soldier lies on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he wonders why this is happening to him. The attacking soldier looks on, confused as to why he is attacking his own teammates. The soldier continues his assault, kicking the other soldier with brutal force. He is sent flying backwards, another soldier falling on top of him. The soldier in camouflage continues his assault, kicking another soldier. The force of the kick sends tremors through the soldier's body. The soldier in camouflage, face contorted with rage, screams, "You psycho bastard!" He clenches his fist, muscles bulging with fury, ready to strike again. The soldier in camouflage unleashes a devastating punch, sending his target reeling. His foot connects with brutal force, the impact echoing through the training grounds. Sergeant Lee Sungo watches the scene unfold, muttering in disbelief, "Huh? What is he doing?" The soldier in camouflage bares his teeth, his eyes burning with an unhinged intensity. Another soldier is sent flying through the air from the force of the kick, as Sergeant Lee Sungo exclaims, "What the hell?" The soldier in camouflage is consumed by dark frenzy, his laughter echoing with manic energy. Standing over his fallen comrade, the soldier in camouflage spits out, "What's up with that psycho piece of shit?" Sergeant Lee Seung Cho gestures emphatically, questioning if any rules are being broken. He demands to know why the match should be stopped. The unseen speaker insists that there is still a reason to halt the match, questioning how this could be happening. Sergeant Lee Seung Cho's face contorts in disbelief, exclaiming if it's normal for the soldier to be taking out his own teammates. The sergeant's expression shifts to concern, sweat beading on his brow as he mutters a realization. Lee Seung Cho sits, his brow furrowed, wondering what is up with the soldier in camouflage. Another soldier questions if Lee Seung Cho will take responsibility if someone gets injured. The sergeant looks on with a stern expression. The judge observes the scene, her expression unreadable as she considers the unfolding events. Lee Seung Cho stands before a line of soldiers, his posture suggesting he is about to address them regarding the situation. The sergeant observes the fallen soldiers, noting that it's just like in the earlier matches, a sigh escaping his lips. The camera focuses on Lee Seung Cho's uniform, the judge visible in the background, watching the events unfold. Sergeant Lee Seung Cho watches the unfolding events, a flicker of concern in her eyes. The muscular man tenses, flexing his powerful arms as if preparing for a feat of strength. He grits his teeth, declaring that the situation had started as a one-on-one fight. Now he wonders aloud, does his opponent intend to wrestle? A hand firmly grips the back of his pants, a voice acknowledging his strength, but hinting at a critical error. The muscular man smirks, confident that strength alone will not win this fight. He prepares to demonstrate that in wrestling, something more is needed. The soldier moves with surprising speed, grappling the larger man. The key, it seems, is technique. The soldier hoists the muscular man from behind, a surprised expression on his face as he's lifted into the air. The muscular man is lifted high above the soldier's head, his shock evident. The impact resonates as the muscular man is slammed violently to the ground. He stands over the muscular man, who is sprawled on the ground. The impact of the soldier's throw sends tremors through the ground. The muscular man coughs, his face contorted in pain from the brutal slam. The soldier stands tall, looking down at his opponent. He thinks to himself that it was his technique. The muscular man struggles to rise, wondering why his strength didn't work. Sergeant Lee Seung Cho watches with a concerned expression, thinking that the soldier is really dangerous. The muscular man, realizing the situation, shouts that he will surrender. The soldier ignores the plea, his expression grim as he prepares another attack. The muscular man is sent flying through the air, a blur of motion against the stark white background. The world spins as the muscular man plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. His face contorted in agony, the muscular man braces for the inevitable impact. A pained groan escapes the muscular man as he hits the ground. He continues to press down on the muscular man, who struggles to breathe. The soldier hoists him up, ignoring the man's desperate pleas to stop. The muscular man cries out that he gives up, promising to step down. The soldier ignores the surrender, holding him tightly as he speaks in a low voice. The muscular man, in a moment of desperation, calls out for Lumi Nuna. A voice declares that she is more than just a 2D character. Without warning, the soldier throws the muscular man through the air. Two onlookers watch in stunned silence as the man flies overhead. A larger group of spectators now witnesses the airborne spectacle. The muscular man spits out air as he hits the ground hard. Another man, watching the scene unfold, exclaims that she is his absolute favorite. The question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the dust settles. The muscular man lies prone on the ground, defeated and winded. The soldier stands tall, declaring the match over as his squad cheers. The soldier's boots stand firmly planted on the ground, victorious. A nearby soldier's eyes widen in shock at the brutal display of force. A tense silence falls over the group of soldiers observing the aftermath. Another soldier scratches the back of his head at a loss for words. The other soldiers celebrate Sergeant Kim Min-jun's victory with cheers and excitement. The infamous Choi Sung-woo declares the most impactful match he's ever seen. Another soldier gives a thumbs up, finding it refreshing to see the muscular man defeated. One of the soldiers laments that the soldier didn't make it more dramatic. Sergeant Lee Sung-go observes the positive reactions of the other soldiers. The consequences of the recent match are being discussed. Whatever the reason, team kills cannot be justified. Two soldiers share a smile, but the soldier behind them crosses his arms, a silent judgment hanging in the air. Lee Sung-go looks away, his expression a mask of disappointment. The recent events have clearly affected him. The sergeant's disappointment is directed at Kim Min-jun, the name hanging heavy in the air. One of the soldiers admits to crossing the line, the weight of his actions settling upon him as he walks away. The soldier walks through the forest, the sound of his footsteps echoing around him as he contemplates his actions. A quiet determination hardens his expression, a silent vow forming on his lips. A fierce grin spreads across his face, a promise of future conflict burning in his eyes. He acknowledges that if he lets his guard down, he might become prey himself, a dangerous game of survival. The soldier vows to win next time against Kim Min-jun, his determination etched on his face. Meanwhile, a soldier stands at attention, his gaze fixed on the horizon, awaiting further instructions. A woman addresses a group of soldiers, her words carrying weight and authority as she speaks from the podium. He stands at attention as a fellow soldier affixes a medal to his uniform. Another soldier watches the ceremony from the background. A soldier salutes, his expression stern and unwavering. Behind him, a line of fellow soldiers stand at attention, mirroring his respect. Elsewhere, the camera pans across a military base, revealing a large tent and a communications tower against a backdrop of lush greenery and a clear blue sky. Inside a tent, a soldier adjusts the strap of his helmet, his brow furrowed in concentration as he prepares for the task ahead. A soldier walks away from the base, rifle slung over his shoulder. Another soldier calls out, asking where he is going, noting that they are leaving soon. The soldier expresses his annoyance with the training. He questions why they have to do guerrilla training, especially since they are part of the Hunter Corps. Another soldier trudges along, remarking that it will take forever to walk back to the base. He then addresses someone as Sir Hunter. The soldier's face is flushed, his eyes wide with surprise or embarrassment as he looks up at the person he addressed. A female soldier with blue hair and a determined expression stands ready, her rifle held firmly in her hands. The female soldier's torso is shown, highlighting her military vest and the sleek black pants she wears. The next day, after a short but intense guerrilla training session, the 104th 4th Division prepared for what was to come. Snow fell softly around the military base, a stark contrast to the clandestine plans being hatched within its walls. One of the soldiers cautioned that they should be really careful approaching this topic, knowing the risks involved. The soldier's expression was serious, the weight of their secret plan etched on his face. Even if they get their asses beaten for this later on, they need to push this, one soldier insisted, trying to calm his comrades' fears. The plan was to lure them to the rendezvous point, where they would be able to do anything. Getting forgiveness is easier than getting permission. One of the soldiers asked if they could do well, seeking reassurance from his comrade. Before the exhaustion from the training could even subside, this group was already scheming something, huddled together in the snowy training grounds. One soldier reminded the other that they didn't have much time, emphasizing the need to be as efficient as possible. The eastern part of Gyeonggi is the borderline. One of the soldiers explained, stating that it would take too long otherwise. Someone praised Lee Dongjin, while a phone received a notification. The snow crunches beneath the soldier's boots as he walks. The soldiers react with shock to something on the phone screen. The phone displays a conversation, arranging a meeting and vacation plans. The messages continue, but then a new request appears. Hunter Kim Min-jun's number. The soldier holding the phone looks up, concern etched on his face. Hey, we might get caught because of that, don't you think? The group huddles, whispering about the strange request. One wonders who would believe they don't know Kim Min-jun's number. A close-up reveals the soldier's growing anxiety, sweat beading on his brow. The soldier with the phone despairs. I don't know. This is screwed. I don't think it's going to work out. Another soldier urges, guys, let's go before we get into trouble. One of the soldiers breaks away from the group, walking in the opposite direction. A thought bubble appears. What if the sergeants actually want to hang out too? The remaining soldiers exchange uneasy glances, the weight of the situation settling upon them. A disembodied voice calls out, seemingly searching for someone. He stands alone in a brightly lit hallway, holding his phone. Meanwhile, a long, empty corridor stretches into the distance, doors lining either side. Sergeant Lee Seungho pushes open a door, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent hallway. The sergeant glances at a holographic display, muttering to himself as he reviews the data. He wonders aloud if these are the results of the hunter-guerrilla training. The screen displays the stats for assassin Kim Min-jun, noting increases in strength and agility. Another screen shows the stats for Choi Seungwo, along with a message of gratitude. Lee Seungho smiles broadly, pleased with the progress he's seeing on the screen. He reflects on how difficult it has been to raise the stats since they reached 60, even as he lifts weights. The weight strains against gravity, but this time, agility has increased by 1. Kim Min-jun pushes the weight up, the metal groaning under the strain. His face flushes with exertion, but a wide grin spreads as strength increases by 5. The weight above him feels almost too much, but he grits his teeth and pushes through. The heavy plates clatter as he finishes the set, the sound echoing in the gym. Sitting up, Kim Min-jun wonders what is happening, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. His brow furrows, a vein throbbing in his forehead as he hears a question. Could he maybe get some soup? The question grates on him. He thinks, why is he being asked that? He literally gave them money to get food on their own. A chibi figure appears, thanking Master Kim Min-jun for his generosity. Kim Min-jun throws his head back, groaning in frustration. Why is he so damn happy? It pisses him off. He pauses, a strange sensation washing over him. And he has discovered a mysterious aura. Kim Min-jun sits thinking, whatever mysterious aura. What is it? A demonic energy or something? It's not demonic energy, but it's definitely foreign. He's never felt this kind of aura, even in Isgard. He remains still, the strange aura continuing to emanate from him. Kim Min-jun turns his head, a question mark floating above him as someone speaks to him, demanding to know why he stopped talking. A voice echoes from the weight machine, filled with anger and frustration. The ping of a notification draws Kim Min-jun's attention, further irritating him. On his phone, a message reads, "Hello, this is Sun Yin-seo. Is this Hunter Kim Min-jun's number?" Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in surprise as he stares at his phone, processing the message. He continues to stare at the phone, wondering why everyone suddenly wants to talk to him and how they even found his number. Kim Min-jun decides to block the number, but before he can, Choi Sung-woo bursts in, begging him not to. Choi Sung-woo grabs Kim Min-jun's arm, asking if he just got a text from Hunter Sun Yin-seo. Choi Sung-woo's face is filled with desperation as he thinks about the rare opportunity and pleads with Kim Min-jun to think of his squad members. Choi Sung-woo grips Kim Min-jun's arm tightly, assuring him that he'll make it. Kim Min-jun looks annoyed as Choi Sung-woo continues to talk about needing to manage the mental health of his subordinates to reach a higher position. He is seized roughly by Choi Sung-woo, who demands to know if Kim Min-jun gave out his number. Choi Sung-woo, face contorted with rage, admits that he was the one who gave out the number. He pleads for understanding. The sergeant continues his tirade, insisting that they are all giving their best to the military and need something to keep them going. Choi Sung-woo asks if Kim Min-jun has heard from Hunter Sun Yin-seo, implying that something has been planned. Kim Min-jun, holding his phone, shouts back, demanding to know what Choi Sung-woo is talking about. A close-up reveals Kim Min-jun's face, twisted in anger and disbelief. A sign declares that this is the training room. Choi Sung-woo, sweating and pale, is told to answer straight. Meanwhile, a week later, on a Sunday, the scene shifts. The camera pans up to reveal a large building called Thunderland. Boots step forward, the sound echoing in the large space. 2 soldiers stand at attention, their faces obscured by their caps. 3 soldiers stand in formation, the sky a brilliant blue behind them. The soldier expresses his gratitude, thanking Sergeant Kim Min-jun for the opportunity. He admits he never imagined he'd come here. Another soldier, face contorted in anger, shouts that a traitor has no right to be thanking him. The group approaches a building with the word Thunderland emblazoned across its facade. One of them wonders aloud if the others know what it took him to earn this. The soldier questions if they think they are here because of him, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that Keelho said he wanted to come here. One soldier pats another on the shoulder, telling him to be grateful to Kim Min-jun instead. The soldier says anyway, as he looks off to the side. Jong smiles widely, admitting he didn't expect Sergeant Lee Sung-go to give permission so easily. Another soldier states that he knew they were just a man after all, as they stand before Thunderland. A voice muses that they simply thought this would be better. The soldier says it's better than hanging out with just them all day. The soldier wonders aloud where the ladies from the 4th Battalion are. A wide grin spreads across the soldier's face as he anticipates seeing them. A group of female soldiers stand together, their expressions a mix of anticipation and nervousness. One of the soldiers spots the group, exclaiming that they have arrived. Kim Gwangshik and Jong Henyong look forward, their expressions unreadable as they observe the approaching group. Jong Henyong's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. One of the female soldiers glances downward, a nervous gesture betraying her inner thoughts. The older soldier's face is etched with a stern expression, his gaze intense. Jong Henyong, looking shocked, asks if they are gangsters, while the older soldier demands to know what a gangster is. Someone is outraged, exclaiming, "How dare he?" Lee Sung-go looks on with a shocked expression, his mouth slightly agape. One of the soldiers snaps to attention, offering a crisp salute. The tall man stands before the assembled soldiers, his presence commanding their attention. They look up at him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and respect. One of the soldiers stares, his eyes widening in sudden recognition. He is clearly taken aback by the man's appearance. The tall man's lips curve into a subtle smile, a hint of amusement playing on his face as he observes the reactions around him. The soldiers murmur amongst themselves, their surprise growing. One exclaims that he recognizes the man from television briefings. The tall man stands outside, as the female soldier with blue hair calls out to him, correcting herself and addressing him as father, clearly embarrassed. The female soldier grabs the tall man's arm, pleading with him to leave. Her expression is one of desperation and worry. The tall man states his intention to greet the hunters working with her, seemingly oblivious to her distress. He laughs, a booming sound that echoes through the area, his amusement evident in his wide smile. From the side, the tall man says that he will leave soon, though his actions suggest otherwise. The female soldier with blue hair looks up, her expression a mix of worry and resignation as she anticipates what will happen next. The tall man stands beside the female soldier, his gaze fixed on her as he seems to ignore the growing commotion around them. Another soldier stares, his face etched with confusion as he tries to make sense of the unfolding scene before him. He stands tall, his expression unreadable as he surveys the scene before him. The commander's polished shoes click against the floor, each step measured and deliberate. He towers over the figure before him, his gaze intense and unwavering as he looks down. The back of Kim Min-jun's head is visible, the tension palpable in the air. The commander's face contorts with rage, his teeth bared in a silent snarl. The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken accusation. Kim Min-jun. The exterior of a large building looms, its purpose hinted at by the word tick, emblazoned on its side. Corporal Cham Mari beams, her expression radiating excitement as she turns to address someone behind her. The unseen person is urged to hurry, as time is of the essence. Corporal Cham Mari's pink hair bounces as she turns, a wide smile plastered across her face. The soldiers are urged to move, their mission about to begin. A hand rests on a soldier's shoulder, a silent gesture of support or perhaps a final reminder. A group of soldiers stand ready, their expressions a mix of anticipation and apprehension. With a determined grin, one of the soldiers declares it is time to go, their plan meticulously laid out. The soldiers express their gratitude, acknowledging the time-saving route devised by their comrades. Meanwhile, the team moves forward, their figures growing smaller as they approach their destination. Two soldiers stand side by side, their faces set with grim determination as they prepare for what lies ahead. The female soldier with blonde hair sighs, admitting she really doesn't like places like this. The male soldier beside her agrees with her statement, his expression serious. The blonde soldier questions if he really feels that way, as he prefers spending weekends working out on his own. He confirms that she knew he'd be that type, as they continue walking. One of the soldiers asks the other how heavy they can squat, but the response is not shown. The soldiers are seen riding a roller coaster, some with their hands up in the air, enjoying the thrill. The soldiers are seen wearing bunny ears, some holding cotton candy, enjoying the amusement park. Two soldiers stand side by side, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The soldiers are seen riding a roller coaster, their faces filled with excitement and joy. The blonde female soldier is arm wrestling with another soldier, their faces showing intense concentration. A sign advertises a shooting game, offering 10,000 won for 10 shots at the Cowboy Hunter game. A soldier in black fatigues levels his rifle, taking aim at an unseen target. His eyes narrow behind the sight as he squeezes the trigger, sending a round downrange. A pair of hands carefully cradles a plush tomato with wide, innocent eyes. Jong Henyong holds the consolation prize, his face a mask of disappointment as he stares at the plush. Kim Gwangshik smirks, clearly amused by Jong Henyong's misfortune. "That's all you can do as a soldier?" he asks. Kim Gwangshik takes aim, a speech bubble indicating that he must be good at this game. Jong Henyong is surrounded by his fellow soldiers, who are laughing at his consolation prize. Kim Gwangshik grins, reminding Jong Henyong that the loser has to pay up. Jong Henyong sighs, clearly annoyed. Jong Henyong looks up, a thought bubble indicating that something must be wrong with the gun. The prizes for the shooting game are displayed. A mushroom plush for first prize, a doll for second, and a banana plush for third. The doll prize hangs suspended, its expression unreadable, as question marks float above it. Kim Gwangshik beams, wondering how that legendary item is here. He levels his rifle, a determined look on his face. The soldier is intent on winning. The sound of gunfire echoes through the amusement park, a series of sharp reports. The man in the green cap looks on, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. A hand swiftly reloads the rifle, preparing for another round. The man in the green cap turns away, declaring he doesn't need his last bullet. The other soldiers wonder why he didn't use his last shot, questioning his strategy. The female soldiers watch with interest, a heart floating between them, perhaps indicating their approval. The man in the green cap hands Kim Gwangshik his second prize for winning the shooting game. The prize is revealed to be a small charm, featuring a picture of a girl. The female soldiers are curious about the charm, wondering what it is. Kim In-jun holds out his hand, presenting the charm with a wistful expression. Two soldiers express their satisfaction with the day's events, clearly enjoying themselves. He displays the charm he won, a pleased smirk on his face. Hunter Kim Min-jun holds up the charm, the city stretching out behind him. The female soldier with blue hair confronts him, asking what he spoke about with her father earlier. Kim In-jun smiles, a question mark floating above his head as he considers her question. Meanwhile, two figures stand near a pair of parked cars, the conversation seemingly tense. The older man apologizes, his expression etched with worry and regret. Kim In-jun dismisses the question, stating that it is nothing to worry about. The older man presses him, wanting to know what Kim In-jun wanted to talk about. Kim In-jun's eyes narrow, and he grabs the older man by the collar, his grip tightening. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with barely suppressed rage. Kim In-jun looks down at the man, his expression a mask of fury. His grip tightens further, the threat of violence hanging heavy in the air. The older man in the suit rests a hand on Kim Min-jun's shoulder, the gesture carrying a weight of unspoken words. His expression is unreadable, a mask of authority and perhaps something more, as he looks directly forward. The older man acknowledges Kim In-jun's skills. He admits that the younger man is well-trained, but his tone is difficult to decipher. The older man offers a simple thank you, but his eyes betray a hint of something else, a subtle amusement. The older man explains that his daughter owes Kim In-jun and all that he has. The words hang heavy in the air. The older man, identified as Sun Tae-ho, presents a small, black box. He tells Kim In-jun to take it. Sun Tae-ho explains that the item inside is from a dungeon. He notes that it's supposed to be for general ranks, but he's giving it to Kim In-jun. Sun Tae-ho continues, explaining that the military's evaluation abilities aren't 100% accurate yet, but the item is supposed to raise stats at random proportions. The item is revealed to be a simple metal bracelet, its surface worn and marked with faint symbols. Kim In-jun's face lights up with a wide, almost manic grin. He thinks to himself, jackpot. Kim In-jun holds the black box, his expression a mixture of gratitude and barely contained excitement as he says, thank you. Sun Tae-ho says he's giving it to him with the expectation that he keeps up with his training and uses it well, and to not tell anyone he gave it to him. He listens intently, absorbing the Major General's final words and invitation. Sun Tae-ho's expression twists into a sinister grin, his threat hanging heavy in the air. The Major General turns, his chilling words echoing in the recruit's ears. Kim In-jun watches him depart, the weight of the conversation settling upon him. He reaches inside his jacket, a determined glint in his eyes, resolving that something won't happen. Corporal Cha Mari approaches Kim In-jun, asking if his father did anything rude. Kim In-jun dismisses the encounter, producing a business card from Sun Tae-ho. Corporal Cha Mari wonders why her father would offer the recruit a meal in Taejun. Cha Mari embraces Kim In-jun, guessing that he's bothered that he owes her. The soldier's uniform is highlighted with a pink glow. Corporal Cha Mari looks up at Kim In-jun, offering an apology. Cha Mari expresses her regret that Kim In-jun had to meet her father. The soldier contemplates treating himself to an expensive meal. Another soldier grins, holding up a card bearing a skull insignia. A small child stands before a group of soldiers, an oversized egg floating in the background. One of the soldiers addresses Corporal Cha Mari, calling her Miss Hunter. The soldiers walk together, one wondering aloud why she suggested they hang out. Corporal Kim Gwangshik blushes, his cheeks reddening as he looks away. Cha Mari smiles brightly, a cheerful expression on her face. She recalls how Choi Sung-woo wrecked her squad in trench combat. The others explain that Hunter Kim In-jun took revenge for them, so they thought they should repay him. Another soldier puts her arm around Corporal Cha Mari, pulling her close. The soldiers offer to buy Kim In-jun lunch, telling him to order whatever he wants. The soldiers discuss being called there just to see Sergeant Kim In-jun. Major General Sun Taeho listens intently, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief. A singular thought echoes, revenge for Lumi Nuna, not them. Meanwhile, in Taejun, two soldiers stand guard before a shimmering, blue portal. The portal crackles with energy, its destination unknown. A raven's talons grip a smooth, cylindrical surface. The raven, eyes glowing with an unnatural light, perches silently. Two soldiers walk past a military truck, one holding a clipboard. A soldier's hand manipulates a tablet, displaying complex data. One of the soldiers exclaims, surprised by the information. 100 kilograms of mana stone? The soldier explains that a mana stone, estimated to be about 100 kilograms, was found in the wall of the cave-type dungeon, according to Colonel Lee Sang-jin, 3rd Battalion Commander. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's face is shown in a close-up, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He grins, a sinister thought taking root. 100 kilograms, he muses, the weight seemingly inconsequential to whatever plan he's concocting. The soldiers, still in uniform, express how much fun they had. Corporal Kim Gwangshik and Jong Henyong smile, agreeing that they had a lot of fun too. They plan to do it again next time. Sun Taeho insists on paying for the meal, waving her hand dismissively at any objections. Lee Sung-go's expression shifts to one of surprise, his eyes widening. The soldiers continue to enjoy their time at the theme park, waving and smiling. The group of soldiers walks down the street, seemingly heading back to base. A sudden, urgent message breaks the calm. Master Kim Min-jun, there's a problem. Kim Gwangshik speaks to someone off-panel, his expression suggesting annoyance at the interruption. He threatens violence if it's about food again. A single, massive eye, its iris of vibrant purple, observes the world with an unknowable gaze. From a high vantage point, the observer notes that the dungeon appears suspicious, crackling with blue energy. The bird perched atop a building overlooks the scene. It expresses disbelief that the dungeon is still under investigation, lamenting his interrupted vacation plans. Soldiers stand guard around a shimmering blue portal, their expressions alert. They note that only recently were there just entry restriction signs and guards. The soldiers stand ready, weapons raised, as they observe the increasingly busy scene around the portal. A soldier, identified by the skull emblem on his beret, expresses his frustration with the curse. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's face is contorted in anger, his teeth bared in a grimace of frustration. An unseen figure demands constant reports until they arrive at the scene. The next day at noon, in Taejun, the city basks in the sunlight, unaware of the events unfolding beneath its surface. A green bus sits parked on the street, a white car nearby. Sergeant Lee Sung-go stands at attention, his expression unreadable. The sergeant's gaze is intense, his jaw set with determination. A swirling blue portal crackles with energy, soldiers standing guard nearby. Soldiers push a wheelbarrow overflowing with glowing blue crystals. A hand holds up a card bearing a skull emblem. He holds the card, telling someone to ask for a tour of the dungeon, but that won't work. Sergeant Lee Sung-go holds up the card, thinking it's cool. A large pigeon with pink eyes speaks, identifying himself as Bongu. Lee Sung-go asks why he looks like that, and the pigeon, Lee Bongu, says he's been on diligent watch duty. Lee Bongu says he was on diligent watch duty up until the second he got there. Lee Sung-go sighs, unimpressed by the pigeon's claim of 100 kilograms of mana stone. The crystalline structure pulsed with an otherworldly light. The energy signature was immense, far beyond anything previously encountered. Kim Min-jun considered the implications. It's about 100 times more than what you could find in an Isgard dungeon. Lee Bongu, perched and listening, seemed to confirm the assessment. Even if you were really lucky, then is that really 100? The energy source was not only powerful, but also readily available for exploitation. Yes, it's an enormous amount of energy. Kim Min-jun's expression hardened as he realized the full scope of the situation. Earth is working to weaponize it right now, too. Raw energy crackled in the air, a tangible manifestation of the power being discussed. The implications of weaponizing such energy sent a visible shock through Kim Min-jun. Lee Bongu, eyes wide, confirmed the ominous nature of the energy. Is the otherworldly energy you mentioned? Yes, it's this. Kim Min-jun stared intently, his expression grim. Sense that you wouldn't get it. Even I've only seen it once in my entire life. The tension was palpable as the implications of the energy source became clear. Do you know what it is? Meanwhile, a lone figure walked down a deserted street, seemingly unaware of the momentous discovery. The scene unfolds from above, revealing soldiers and trucks positioned near a gate, all bathed in an ominous blue energy. The blue energy crackles with raw power, arcing and sparking with visible intensity. The energy coalesces, forming tendrils that writhe and pulse with contained force. The tendrils of energy surge, crackling with electric potential as they reach out. The energy intensifies, its form becoming more defined and menacing. A soldier shouts a warning, urging everyone to retreat from the gate and abandon the volatile energy. The urgency of the situation is underscored by desperate cries to stay away from the mana stones, as the platoon remains in danger. Another soldier berates someone for moving forward instead of retreating, his face contorted with fear and frustration. A voice barks out, demanding obedience to orders amidst the chaos. A soldier leaps over a barricade, his expression determined, as he moves toward the unfolding crisis. The soldier's face is grim as he declares the situation to be a fake dungeon. Another soldier demands to know who the approaching figure is, warning that the situation is dire and urging them to stay away. The sound of something cracking echoes as Kim Min-jun announces himself. The sergeant sprints forward, declaring his intent to open the dungeon from the inside once more. He urges others to report to the 104th. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he questions what he's seeing inside. The sergeant's expression shifts to horror as he shouts a resounding no. Tendrils of energy erupt around him, and Kim Min-jun stares in disbelief, questioning what they are. The sergeant plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. He continues to fall, now completely surrounded by the strange, pulsating tendrils. Raw energy crackles and writhes, a chaotic display of power. The energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of violet and blue. His face contorted in a scream, the sergeant's eyes are wide with terror. The mass of energy pulses, a grotesque, organic-looking sphere crackling with electricity. He groans in pain, the energy assaulting his senses. The digital camouflage of their uniforms fills the view, a grim assessment hanging in the air. A synthesized tone rings out, and a message appears. They have entered the dungeon. The soldier descends into the darkness, the rough, rocky walls of the dungeon surrounding him. Kim Min-jun's expression is one of alert concern as he surveys the surroundings. The cave stretches before them, a claustrophobic passage into the unknown. The soldiers cautiously approach a scattering of glowing blue crystals on the cavern floor. The faces of the soldiers are grim, their expressions a mix of apprehension and determination. Kim Min-jun calls out, his voice echoing in the cavern, wondering if anyone else is present. He receives no reply, but Sergeant Kim Min-jun identifies himself as a member of the 104th Division. The sergeant's expression hardens, stating that he will explain the situation later, implying the situation is dire. The soldiers are asked to check themselves and their equipment, a sign of potential danger. Swords and knives rest on the ground, alongside what appears to be rations. Corporal Kim Gwangshik, hands on his hips, questions if this is all they brought to the dungeon. The other soldiers appear nervous. Kim Gwangshik scoffs, noting that the transportation team is all they get. He wonders who would dispatch the transportation team alone. The soldiers stand in the cavern, a sense of unease washing over them. Something feels wrong in this place. A voice orders them to take back their equipment. The soldiers begin to move. The soldier's expression is grim, a hint of apprehension in his eyes as he prepares for what lies ahead. Kim Gwangshik looks up, realizing they are currently in a fake dungeon. He wonders what's above them. The corporal's face is drawn with concern. He tries to put it easily, frequently. Someone exclaims in disbelief, as they realize they need to consider the entire dungeon a giant monster. The soldiers stare ahead, as they learn that it lures people in to swallow. The blue crystals scattered on the ground are revealed to be the bait. Kim Gwangshik attempts to reassure his comrades, telling them they don't need to worry. He declares that he will take responsibility and get everyone out of this terrible place, a confident smirk on his face. Kim Min-jun gestures to the soldiers, his expression serious as he addresses the group in the cavernous space. Kim Min-jun raises a finger, stating that from now on, they will have to kill monsters and move towards the center of the dungeon. One of the soldiers looks up, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He questions if they are really facing monsters. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow, his expression shifting as he senses something approaching. The air grows heavy. The soldiers continue their advance, unaware of the looming threat. Their footsteps echo in the deepening darkness. A disturbing sound fills the air as a viscous, dark substance begins to drip from the cave walls, accompanied by a wet, guttural groan. A grotesque, fleshy monster emerges from the darkness, its form vaguely humanoid but utterly repulsive. Wah! The monster continues to materialize, its wet, heavy sounds filling the cavern. It groans, a sound of pure, primal hunger. The soldiers recoil in horror, their faces etched with shock and disgust. One cries out, questioning what they're facing. Kim Min-jun lowers his stance, his fist clenched. He prepares to strike the monstrous being before them. Power surges around Kim Min-jun's fist, a blinding light emanating from his knuckles as he prepares to deliver a devastating blow. Two grotesque, fleshy monsters stand in the cavern, their yellow eyes gleaming in the dim light. The soldier raises a fist, his expression grim as he orders his comrades to stay behind him for now. Private First Class Lim Dizong wonders aloud if the attacker is Sergeant Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division. Another soldier agrees, stating that he thinks it's exactly that person. The soldier's face is drawn with concern as he recalls that Kim Min-jun's name often comes up in the hunter community. Kim Min-jun, the one who became a sergeant, unleashes a devastating attack on the monster. He smiles confidently, his fist raised and ready for the next strike. The attack connects, sending a shockwave of energy through the monster's form. The text proclaims the monster to be an invincible monster of the Hunter Corps. A voice booms out, calling for Lee Sang-jin. The soldier flinches, startled by the sudden shout and the swirling darkness nearby. Another soldier shouts, addressing someone as Sir. Sun Taeho's face contorts with rage as he yells, dismissing the formalities. The soldier clutches at his chest, recoiling from the verbal assault. Sun Taeho demands to know what the soldier has been doing. The soldier stammers, explaining that he was retrieving mana stones from a dungeon. Sun Taeho's eyes narrow, his anger reaching a boiling point. Sun Taeho continues his tirade, questioning if anyone authorized the soldier's actions and berating him for deploying soldiers without the raid team. The soldier weakly replies that it was a fake dungeon. The soldier, tears welling in his eyes, explains he only did it for the sake of. After a mere 2 weeks of investigation, mana stones were safely secured. Major General Sun Taeho confronts the soldier, demanding to know if he deployed soldiers into the dungeon without his permission. He continues, his voice rising, asking if the soldier intends to continue with this bullshit. Sun Taeho believes the soldier doesn't understand that he put them in a deadly situation for the sake of his fucking track record. Regardless of how this turns out, he warns the soldier to be ready to take off that uniform. The Major General's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with anger. The soldier stands before Sun Taeho, a swirling vortex of dark energy behind him. Sun Taeho points a finger, declaring that if there's even a single casualty, he'll hold the soldier responsible and put him in prison. The Major General warns the soldier to pray that everyone's safe. Elsewhere, a soldier clenches his fist, surrounded by strange, mud-like creatures. The ground is covered in a strange, pinkish substance. A dungeon stretches into the darkness, its path obscured by strange, cloud-like formations. 4 soldiers stand ready, swords drawn, while Kim Min-jun faces them, his expression unreadable. Frustration mounts, evident in the soldier's clenched jaw and gritted teeth. One of the soldiers questions Kim Min-jun's interference, reminding him that he offered to handle the situation. Kim Min-jun exhales, explaining that they were only trying to help. Just now, the soldier recalls being told to get through the parasites. The mission objective is clear: reach the center of the dungeon. The soldier asks if they remember the briefing, and the soldiers nod in agreement. The soldier recalls that these monsters are created by the fake dungeon, so it can absorb the prey that walks inside it. Most importantly, once they get close to the heart of the fake dungeon, which is at the center, Kim Min-jun warns that they'll start swarming all over the place. The soldier urges them to save their stamina until then, warning that they'll be in big trouble if they get hurt here. The soldiers react with surprise and concern to the dire warning. The soldiers cheer, raising their swords, their voices echoing in the cavern. Kim Min-jun's status screen appears, showing his strength and stamina increasing. He is the founder of the Lumi Nuna is my favorite character cult. The uniform of Kim Min-jun bears the insignia of the Roka Hunter Division, promising loads of experience points. A grin spreads across Kim Min-jun's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the challenges ahead. Kim Min-jun raises his fist, urging his comrades forward, ready to face whatever lies ahead. The soldiers advance, their faces determined as they venture deeper into the unknown dungeon. With a resounding cry, the soldiers surge forward, their resolve unwavering in the face of the unknown. The soldiers march onward, their footsteps echoing through the cavernous depths of the dungeon. A close-up reveals Kim Min-jun's name tag and the emblem of the ROK Hunter Division on his uniform. A soldier's boot sinks into the thick, viscous mud, the sound of squelching filling the air. The soldiers trudge through the muddy cave, the path ahead treacherous and uncertain. Ahead, grotesque, mud-covered monsters emerge from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The grotesque hand of a mud monster drips with viscous sludge. The soldier, visibly exhausted, trudges forward through the cavernous dungeon. The soldier explains that those with low stats lose stamina simply by being inside the dungeon. He reflects that some wouldn't have even made it this far if they had a fight. The soldier points ahead, declaring that they are almost there and need to smash that thing to get out. A cluster of mud monsters stands between the soldiers and their escape. The soldiers react with surprise, perhaps at the sight of the monsters or the order to attack. A stern voice commands them not to get hurt or killed, no matter what. The soldier, concerned for the others, tells them to stay in the rear and focus on defense for their own safety. One of the soldiers responds with a resounding "Yes, sir," vowing to be done in no time. The soldier draws his sword, preparing to engage the mud monsters. The soldiers charge forward, swords drawn, ready to confront the viscous threat. A mud monster reels from a powerful blow, splattering mud in all directions. The earth explodes, sending chunks of dungeon floor flying skyward. He plummets downwards, the bizarre mud geysers reaching up to meet him. Surrounded by the mud monsters, the soldier thinks to himself, deciding to hold back his skills for now. The mud monster's face is a grotesque parody of life. Another of the creature's lunges, its crude features contorted in a silent snarl. A beam of pink light pierces the earth, directly beneath the soldier's descent. He continues to fall, unaware of the power gathering below. One of the mud monsters roars, its gaping maw promising a gruesome end. The soldier stands amidst a swirling vortex of pink energy. The light explodes outwards, obliterating everything in its path. The beam descends, a concentrated strike of pure force. The soldier grins, confident in the power he now wields. He continues to fall as the mud monsters reach for him, their grotesque forms writhing. The mud monsters, with their gaping maws, close in, their hunger palpable in the air. One of the creatures bites down on the soldier's arm, its jagged teeth sinking into his flesh. The monster's bite is savage, a brutal display of primal aggression. The soldier is completely surrounded, a prisoner in a cage of mud and teeth. Meanwhile, the mud monsters continue to close in, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A sinister smile spreads across a face, revealing a disturbing anticipation. Sergeant Lee Sungo grins, eager for the soldier to provide him with experience points. A pink orb materializes on a stone pedestal, surrounded by the grotesque mud monsters. The orb pulses with an unnatural light, its presence unsettling and strange. A close-up reveals a look of dawning horror, the realization of something terrible. Lee Sungo shouts, recognizing the orb for what it is: poison. A soldier yells for his comrades to stand back as they enter the dungeon. A burst of purple energy erupts before them, crackling with dangerous power. Sergeant Lee Sungo steels himself, thinking he will be fine with his poison immunity, but worries about the others. The sergeant realizes that, depending on the kind of poison, they might not even be able to get out. He thinks he doesn't have time for this, and they should deal with it after he clears this dungeon. A glowing circle appears, pulsing with an unknown energy. A close-up of Lee Sungo's uniform reveals the emblem of the Roka military unit. A text box indicates that the item is reacting to the demonic energy, and its hidden powers have been unlocked. Lee Sungo looks surprised, a faint glow emanating from his hand. An unknown man in a suit tells Lee Sungo that it's an item from a dungeon, supposed to be for general ranks, but he's giving it to him. The man explains that the military's evaluation abilities aren't 100% accurate yet, but supposed to raise his stats at random proportions, and he wanted to keep it until he reached the state where it's hard to raise stats. The ring glows with power, and a text bubble indicates that it says something about the hidden powers. He stares, surprised, at the glowing blue cube hovering before him. In his hand, he holds a bracelet, its purpose yet unknown. The cube displays information about the bracelet of imitation. It allows the user to utilize any skill they know, or even skills they don't, but it disappears after use. An item like this now? Lee Sungo thinks to himself, a smile spreading across his face. He believes he is insanely lucky. The bracelet glows intensely as he holds it, the power contained within thrumming against his skin. Surrounded by swirling purple energy, he recalls the perfect skill for this dire situation, a memory surfacing in his mind. His fingers tighten around the bracelet, channeling the energy as he prepares to unleash the skill. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with raw magical force as the bracelet activates. The purple energy explodes outward, a dark and ominous aura surrounding Lee Sungo as he extends his arm. Nearby, the other soldiers watch in terror, their faces etched with fear as they witness the unfolding power. A sinister smile creeps across Lee Sungo's face, the purple energy intensifying as he prepares to unleash the full force of the imitated skill. From the swirling energy, a monstrous figure begins to materialize, its glowing eyes promising vengeance. Never forget, it seems to say. Kim Min-jun watches the scene unfold, a grim satisfaction on his face. Because I had such a hard time catching him, he thinks. Lee Sungo summons a demonic sword, utilizing the skill Banishment. Kim Min-jun, a sinister smile playing on his lips, declares, "Taste a piece of this." The demonic sword rips through space, leaving a trail of destruction. The dimensional rift widens, consuming everything in its path. The blade continues its descent, a harbinger of annihilation. A surge of energy emanates from the rift, promising devastation. Horrified creatures are caught in the blast, their forms dissolving. The air crackles with power as the sword unleashes its fury. The demonic energy coalesces, obliterating everything in its path. A large, pink sphere begins to materialize, its purpose unknown. The sphere pulses with an ominous energy, cracks forming on its surface. Energy surges around the sphere, hinting at the power it contains. The swirling vortex of dark energy pulses, a chaotic display of raw power. Amidst the fading chaos, the cloaked figure stands, surrounded by lingering dark energy. Two hands reach out, fingers outstretched, as if seeking connection within the fading storm. Sergeant Lee Sungo watches with a knowing smirk playing on his lips. A frantic message breaks through the calms. This situation is dire. Two soldiers stand guard before a swirling portal, its blue core promising either salvation or destruction. The announcement blares. The mana bomb installation is complete, and only essential personnel remain. Lee Sungo, arms crossed, acknowledges the report of the installed mana bomb with grim acceptance. Kim Min-jun walks into the darkness, his voice echoing as he attempts to make contact. The sergeant stands over the cracked sphere, offering a terse reassurance. Don't worry. Lee Sungo clenches his fist, a surge of determination hardening his features. A swirling portal crackles with energy, guarded by soldiers in full gear. They stand ready, weapons at the ready, as the gateway hums with an otherworldly power. The mana bomb installation is complete. The portal glows with a bright, ethereal light, its purpose now set in motion. The division commander stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Another soldier stands beside him, holding a device. A hand grips a cylindrical device, its purpose unknown, but its presence suggesting a critical role in the unfolding events. The soldier hopes they can open the gate with the device. His brow is furrowed with concern. There's also a chance that it'll provoke an unexpected reaction from the dungeon. The portal swirls ominously. Their only hope rests on the success of this operation, a desperate gamble against an unknown threat. Outside the building, soldiers stand guard, their presence a silent testament to the gravity of the situation unfolding within. A soldier affirms an order with a simple, "Yes, sir," his face etched with a mixture of resolve and apprehension. It has been confirmed that someone is currently inside the dungeon along with their personnel. But why the hell is he in there? The division commander is shocked to learn that Kim Min-jun from the 104th 4th Division is inside a dungeon that isn't even within his station of duty. According to the soldiers on duty, something is happening, but what is it? He rushed into the gate right after stating his affiliation. The soldier asks if the 104th 4th Division has been contacted. The commander of their 2nd Battalion, of which Kim Min-jun is a member, is currently en route. The sky darkens ominously above. Major General Sun Tae-ho observes the swirling mass above. He states that he understands the situation. Major General Sun Tae-ho is concerned. He thinks to himself that Kim Min-jun is... The swirling mass pulses with an ominous energy, a vortex of unknown power. Major General Sun Tae-ho stands with his men, the swirling mass looming above them. He prepares to give an order. All troops have been evacuated to a safe distance. Major General Sun Tae-ho acknowledges the report with a grim okay. Major General Sun Tae-ho holds a device, his expression grave. He thinks they spent 4 hours in the dungeon without any proper equipment. Major General Sun Tae-ho wants to put his hope in Kim Min-jun, but they don't have the time to delay this any longer. The swirling mass intensifies, crackling with energy as it hovers above the city streets. The swirling mass looms over the city, a dangerous presence. Major General Sun Tae-ho prepares to activate the device. Two soldiers stand at attention, one raising his hand to his head in a salute. The sound of something shattering echoes through the air, a sharp crack that cuts through the tension. Major General Sun Tae-ho shouts, his face contorted with urgency. Division commander, the gate is... The Major General barks orders, his hand clenched into a fist. Tell the medics on standby to prepare convoys for survivors immediately, and tell all the officers in the field to come here armed. Deep within the facility, Kim Min-jun holds a swirling, purple orb, its energy crackling around him. The assassin's grip tightens on the orb, his knuckles white with the strain of containing its power. A soldier stands firm, his stance unwavering as the situation unfolds around him. Sirens wail as an ambulance speeds toward the scene, its arrival a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. A soldier from Medical Corps salutes, reporting for duty amidst the unfolding crisis. Salute. The Medical Corps reporting. A soldier's hand rests on a weapon, ready to defend against whatever threat emerges. Stand by. Major General Sun Tae-ho stands firm, now wielding a tendril of the purple energy, his expression grim. Three figures stand silhouetted against the pulsating blue light, their purpose unknown. Emerging from the shimmering portal, the soldiers materialized back into their world. Major General Sun Tae-ho's face split into a wide, satisfied grin. The soldiers checked on each other, ensuring everyone had made it back safely. All safe. Any injured? Relief washed over one soldier, a single tear escaping as he smiled. The word spread quickly. We're all safe. The soldiers stood before the portal, the dungeon still on their minds. As for the dungeon, a wave of concern rippled through the ranks as they assessed the situation. The successful raid brought a sense of accomplishment and joy to the soldiers. The soldiers' tactical vest, a symbol of their duty, bore the marks of battle. Back in the city, the soldiers gathered around the portal, tending to the wounded after the raid. The soldiers exchange debriefs, the skull emblem on one's uniform a silent reminder of their mission. With a crisp salute, the soldier honored the success of their mission. A slight smirk plays across the Major General's son, Taeho's lips. Elsewhere, Lee Sung-go snaps off a crisp salute. Meanwhile, the 107 4th Division's headquarters stands tall against the evening sky. Inside, Lee Sung-go sits across from Kim Min-jun, reviewing a document. The sergeant taps the clipboard, a silent question hanging in the air. Lee Sung-go takes a sip of his coffee, his gaze fixed on Kim Min-jun. The sergeant asks if Kim Min-jun was on vacation. Kim Min-jun confirms that he was. Kim Min-jun smiles, stating that he came to meet Lee Sung-go because he offered to treat him to a meal. Lee Sung-go's expression hardens, questioning if Kim Min-jun used his vacation for that. The camera focuses on Lee Sung-go's uniform as he presses Kim Min-jun for answers. Lee Sung-go continues, asking if Kim Min-jun happened to pass by the gate right when the accident occurred and decided to jump in there. He admits it's far-fetched, but he has no choice right now. He beams, teeth flashing, as he confirms something to his superior, Lee Sung-go. Lee Sung-go's gaze intensifies, his eyes narrowed as he listens to Kim Min-jun's explanation. He recalls his body moving on its own when he saw the anomaly. Lee Sung-go throws his head back and laughs, finding Kim Min-jun's behavior eccentric. He admits he understands why Soo-kyung cherishes him, before asking if his test worked. Lee Sung-go acknowledges that clearing a fake dungeon without any losses is a great feat. He speaks with a serious tone. Kim Min-jun offers a small smile, expressing his appreciation to Lee Sung-go for the acknowledgement. Lee Sung-go begins to express a reservation, his expression shifting to one of concern. His hands are clasped together, fingers interlaced, as he considers his next words. Lee Sung-go warns Kim Min-jun that he is standing out too much, his expression stern. The sergeant continues, noting Kim Min-jun's unusual pace in moving up the ranks, especially given today's incident. Kim Min-jun tilts his head, questioning if that isn't a good thing, his expression thoughtful. The words hang in the air, a veiled warning. If his success causes trouble, he shouldn't hesitate to. Lee Sung-go's expression hardens, demanding that Kim Min-jun tell him what he would do. He clasps his hands, leaning forward to emphasize his point. Whatever happens, he and the 104 4th Division commander will step up. Kim Min-jun expresses his gratitude to the sergeant, standing at attention. He offers a polite, "Thank you, sir." Lee Sung-go sits at his desk, explaining that he won't be able to treat Kim Min-jun to a meal today. He says he has a lot of work to do. The offer of a promotion is immediately shut down. The response is a simple, firm no. The sergeant looks surprised, his eyes widening slightly. He seems taken aback by the abrupt refusal. Kim Min-jun looks down, his expression subdued. He acknowledges that the decision isn't up to Lee Sung-go. A strange crystal, encased in glass, sits on a nearby shelf. It seems to radiate a faint, internal light. Lee Sung-go's eyes narrow as he notices something. He senses a faint yet refined demonic energy emanating from the crystal. The sergeant turns to Kim Min-jun, a curious expression on his face. He asks if he wants the crystal. Kim Min-jun responds that he doesn't know what it is. He admits it's his first time seeing that stone. Despite his ignorance, Kim Min-jun is eager to acquire it. He says he wants to add it to his collection. Lee Sung-go regards Kim Min-jun with a strange, contemplative gaze. He finds his hobby bizarrely unexpected. He explains that the crystal is a dungeon byproduct, so it cannot be taken outside. Lee Sung-go remarks that he only has one left, due to a recent burglary at his house. He adds that if he gets his hands on a rascal who stole it. A hand carefully lifts the glass case, revealing the purple crystal inside. The sergeant states that it hasn't been identified yet, but it's not harmful to the human body. He holds the crystal out to Kim Min-jun. Lee Sung-go thanks Kim Min-jun. He thinks to himself that, just like Yin-seo, he keeps getting involved with this guy. The sergeant holds the crystal out, admitting that, for some reason, he doesn't hate it. Lee Sung-go clears his throat, asking what kind of relationship Kim Min-jun has with the American Hunter Forces. Kim Min-jun replies that they are fellow hunters, holding the crystal close to his chest. Kim Min-jun states that he wants nothing more, nothing less, sir. Lee Sung-go smiles, telling Kim Min-jun that he's on vacation, yet he's taken so much of his time. The sergeant tells Kim Min-jun that he can leave now. Lee Sung-go asks if Kim Min-jun asked his battalion commander to come in on his way out as Kim Min-jun salutes. The response is immediate, a loud acknowledgement of the command. The city sleeps under the dim glow of streetlights, unaware of the power stirring within its borders. Kim Min-jun stands on the sidewalk, the crystal held in his hand, absorbing the demonic energy. The person with him exclaims over the taste of the food, and Sergeant Lee Sung-go tells them to eat with their mouth closed. Lee Sung-go scolds the other person for planning on waking up the whole neighborhood as they eat. A system message appears, indicating that Kim Min-jun has absorbed a certain level of demonic energy. 2 more system messages appear, each stating that his demonic energy stat has increased by 1. Again, 2 system messages appear, each stating that his demonic energy stat has increased by 1. Kim Min-jun wonders if he is reaching his limit, thinking that the crystal is getting less effective because his demonic energy has become higher. The system informs him that since his demonic energy has reached the threshold, he has unlocked the skill, Demonic Energy Whip. Kim Min-jun smiles, thinking that this changes the whole story now. A close-up shows Kim Min-jun's hand holding the crystal, ready to use his new skill. Meanwhile, the Hunter Corps headquarters stood tall, a beacon in Gyeonggi Province. Behind a closed door marked ongoing meeting, a tense conversation was about to unfold. Lieutenant General Kim Chang-ma demanded to know how the hell Sun Tae-ho was doing his job given the recent accident. A voice, laced with humility, offered a simple apology to the superior officer. Lieutenant General Kim Chang-ma, face contorted in fury, reminded the subordinate that the 107th 4th Division was about to be audited. Sun Tae-ho was told to consider himself lucky that the situation was only ending with a verbal reprimand. Kim Chang-ma continued his tirade, stating he could have stripped Sun Tae-ho of his uniform as well. The lieutenant general's face was a mask of rage as he held up a tablet, presumably displaying the details of the incident. The response was immediate and subservient, acknowledging the severity of the situation. Sun Tae-ho's face showed a mixture of shock and apprehension as he listened to the dressing down. A salute was given, a gesture of respect and acknowledgement of the chain of command. A final word of caution was given, a reminder not to push the subordinates too hard. He stands rigidly, the sound of raised voices carrying through the walls. A hand clenches tightly, the fabric of the uniform bunching under the pressure. Lieutenant General Kim Chang-ma's expression hardens as he confirms the arrival of the report. General Gu Hak-cheol sits, his voice a low growl as he vows to rectify the situation. The air crackles with tension. The name tag reads KO, identifying the speaker as General Gu Hak-cheol. The text confirms the speaker's identity, Hunter Corps Commander General Gu Hak-cheol. The question hangs in the air. Kim Min-jun again? The sign for the Hunter Squad looms over the entrance. A car speeds down the road. The vehicle screeches to a halt. Sergeant Lee Sung-go peers out the window, his expression stern. The car door swings open. He strides out of the car, his purpose clear. The sign reads Company Commander's Office. Inside, the South Korean flag hangs on the wall. Lee Sung-go glances around, his brow furrowed in concern. What's happening? He wonders where they are and what it's about. A soldier's eyes widen, his face etched with surprise. He wonders if he's thinking what he thinks he's thinking. Is he the target? A soldier relaxes on the couch, the sound of his weight settling into the cushions filling the room. Lee Sung-go's face contorts in anger. Those bastards. He mutters under his breath. Someone deliberately aimed for the chance when he wouldn't be around. He sighs frustrated. The soldier, Kim Keelman, looks up, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. 1 hour ago, Kim Keelman's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he listens intently. Two soldiers stand before a desk, the details of the conversation yet to be revealed. Hunter Special Task Force members First Sergeant Yu Tae-hwan and Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo are shown. The two soldiers sit across from each other. One leans forward, stating that he understands what the other is trying to say. Kim Keelman speaks, his expression serious. He notes that someone came early in the morning. Kim Keelman continues, emphasizing his point with a gesture. From their point of view, it's a bit. Jang Min-soo leans forward, his expression intense. He reminds the other that they know whose orders they are on, right? A disembodied voice makes a request, asking for a favor to be done. In a flashback, two soldiers discuss the absence of their battalion and company commanders. One insists that the situation isn't right by principle, while the other laughs. The soldier with the mustache stands before a bulletin board, asking if an official notice is needed. The mustache soldier holds up a device, stating that they can organize that right now. The soldier, looking concerned, says they'll leave after a brief and quiet meeting. A close-up of the soldier reveals a determined expression as he thinks to make Kim Min-jun. An unseen figure commands someone come there, please. A distinct knocking sound echoes. The camera focuses on a closed door. Sergeant Kim Min-jun stands at attention, offering a crisp salute. Yu Tae-hwan and Jang Min-soo are looking for someone. The sergeant's expression is stern as he scans the room. The camera focuses on Jang Min-soo's uniform, highlighting the squad mark. His eyes narrow, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Jang Min-soo calls out, inviting Kim Min-jun to join them. He gestures towards the others, implying they are important. A voice from off-panel speaks, confirming Kim Min-jun's identity with a hint of curiosity. Sergeant Jang Min-soo firmly shakes Kim Min-jun's hand, acknowledging him with respect and a formal greeting. The sergeant recounts how Kim Min-jun rescued many hunters by jumping into the fake dungeon in Taejeon. He praises the recruit as truly amazing. Kim Min-jun expresses his gratitude with a simple, yet sincere, thank you to the compliment. Yu Tae-hwan states that the Hunter STF needs competent personnel like Kim Min-jun, hinting at a potential offer. Kim Min-jun wonders if this is a scouting offer, considering that he is unlike regular personnel. Jang Min-soo explains that they are deployed in case of special situations, such as high-risk dungeon raids and VIP protection. Yu Tae-hwan dismisses the previous explanation, stating that none of it matters anyway, implying a different motive. Kim Min-jun says that if they promise him a huge promotion, he will agree for sure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yu Tae-hwan speaks, explaining that they deal with crimes of civilian hunters not affiliated with the military. The camera focuses on the sharp gaze of the Hunter Corps commander, General Gu Hak-shil. The general emphasizes that great combat skills are extremely important for the task force. Yu Tae-hwan, his expression sincere, states that he would like to offer Kim Min-jun something he deserves, having noticed him at the headquarters. The offer includes a special promotion for the recruit. Jang Min-soo chuckles, adding that their unit doesn't accept regular soldiers, as Yu Tae-hwan looks on. Yu Tae-hwan continues, explaining that if Kim Min-jun volunteers to join the Hunter Special Task Force, headquarters will immediately promote him to a staff sergeant. On top of that, Jang Min-soo points out that the Special Task Force gives more opportunities for advancement than the rest of the Hunter Corps. Jang Min-soo adds that since Kim Min-jun is usually deployed on-site, he can increase his accomplishments. Kim Min-jun is shown, his expression unreadable as he considers the offer. The sound of tapping fills the air as someone uses a device. Yu Tae-hwan apologizes for the interruption. A sleek, rectangular device rests on a neutral surface, its purpose yet unknown. He considers the offer, his expression unreadable as he weighs the implications. Yu Tae-hwan and Jang Min-soo watch him, waiting for his decision with bated breath. The device sits silently, a symbol of the opportunity presented to Kim Min-jun. Jang Min-soo holds up the device, explaining it's a device issued to the Special Task Force. It's specialized for security. Kim Min-jun wonders if he will be allowed certain freedoms if he accepts the offer. Yu Tae-hwan and Jang Min-soo await his answer, the air thick with anticipation as they wonder if he'll ask to use the internet and computers. Jang Min-soo assures him that they also encourage refraining from using the device during vacations, but it's a small inconvenience when considering their duty. Jang Min-soo continues, telling Kim Min-jun that it's a great opportunity to serve his country, and he'll get exceptional treatment for that, so he shouldn't worry. The men chuckle, confident in their offer, stating that they don't make this offer to just anyone, so he should give it some thought. A card is presented, bearing a symbol of the Special Task Force, a silent invitation to join their ranks. The words just stay, hang in the air, a final plea or perhaps a veiled command. He holds the card, listening to Yu Tae-hwan, who leans forward, questioning his decision. Yu Tae-hwan's brow furrows, his expression hardening as he awaits an answer. Kim Min-jun's lips are pursed, considering the offer, but ultimately rejecting it. The monitor sits silently, a digital invitation to join the Special Task Force. The door stands as a silent barrier, soon to be opened by Kim Min-jun's departure. Yu Tae-hwan grabs Jang Min-soo's arm, agitated by Kim Min-jun's refusal, exclaiming that he is throwing away an opportunity for a game. Yu Tae-hwan demands to know if Kim Min-jun is trying to be funny, frustrated that a meeting was held just for him. Kim Min-jun states that he wasn't joking and that the game is a vital source of energy for him. Yu Tae-hwan insists that there is no substitute for the opportunity he's being offered. Kim Min-jun acknowledges Yu Tae-hwan's position, but remains firm in his decision. Yu Tae-hwan, his face contorted in anger, tells Kim Min-jun that his will matters the most here. Kim Min-jun opens the door to leave, as Yu Tae-hwan sarcastically remarks that the door is that way. The air crackles with unspoken tension as the soldiers stand firm. Jang Min-soo scoffs, suggesting the other's feats are exaggerated and their skills are lacking. The unseen soldier retorts that the other is scared they won't last if they make it in. The unseen soldier continues, stating that people like him wouldn't even pass the entrance test. The camera focuses on the beret, the skull emblem a silent symbol of their unit. The soldier, facing away, questions how the other can be so sure of that. Another soldier asks what's wrong with Min-jun again, as Jang Min-soo looks on, questioning what was said. The soldier, whose name tag reads Kim, wonders how he could fail. Jang Min-soo's expression hardens, his mustache twitching slightly with suppressed anger. Jang Min-soo challenges the unseen person, asking if they want him to prove it. The focus shifts to the back of soldier's head, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Sergeant Lee Sung-go shouts, demanding that someone stop, as Yu Tae-hwan stands silently behind him. The sergeant first class is questioned about his intentions, as a fist clenches tightly. Yu Tae-hwan stands before Sergeant Lee Sung-go, who places a hand on his shoulder, his expression unreadable. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's stern face breaks into a wide, unsettling smile. Someone asks if they can use the training center for a bit. Inside the training center, 3 figures stand on the tiled floor, ready to begin. Yu Tae-hwan looks up, his expression suggesting anticipation or concern. The entrance test, a voice explains, is a freestyle duel against a senior member of the Special Force. If you think you can't do it, the voice continues, say so now, but he doesn't plan on joining the task force. Jang Min-soo's eyes widen, a determined look on his face as he considers the task force. Jang Minsu thinks to himself that if he passes the entrance test, the man with the mustache holds a whip, stating that he'll have to politely apologize for his words. The veins in Yu Taehwan's forehead bulge as his face contorts in fury. Yu Taehwan demands to know how Kim Min-jun dares to come out with such a pathetic weapon and speak to him in that manner. His hand tightens around the hilt of his weapon as Yu Taehwan vows to correct Kim Min-jun's attitude. The sergeant announces that they will proceed with 3 rounds of 3 minutes, ordering everyone to get set. Yu Taehwan lunges forward, his weapon raised, as Kim Min-jun prepares to meet the attack. The sound of impact echoes through the training center. Yu Taehwan's blade clashes against Kim Min-jun's weapon, the force of the blow sending sparks flying. The metallic screech of the weapons grinding against each other fills the air. Kim Min-jun grits his teeth, his expression a mask of intense concentration as he parries the blow. Yu Taehwan presses his attack, forcing Kim Min-jun to defend desperately. A surge of energy erupts around Kim Min-jun as he activates a skill, the ground around him glowing with blue light. The force of the skill sends Kim Min-jun hurtling backwards through the air. He soars through the air, propelled backward by the force of the blow. Yu Taehwan watches the assassin's descent. Jang Min-su's lips curl into a sinister smile, his mustache twitching with amusement as he watches the events unfold. Kim Keel-min's eyes widen in disbelief. The soldier's mouth hangs open as he witnesses the outcome of the duel. Kim Min-jun crashes to the ground, his body sprawled out on the hard surface. He lies motionless, his arms outstretched. Yu Taehwan stands tall, his chest heaving with exertion. He appears unfazed by the display of power. A figure plummets from above, surrounded by a burst of displaced air. The descent continues, the ground rushing up to meet the falling form. A soldier stares upward, his expression a mix of surprise and alarm as the figure hurtles towards the earth. Another man watches, his face contorted with rage, his eyes narrowed into slits. The soldier's eyes widen, his mouth agape as he witnesses the impossible. Kim Min-jun lies sprawled on the ground, his arms outstretched, the impact clearly felt. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face, a silent promise of what's to come. The soldier's expression is one of pure shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Kim Min-jun's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he prepares for what's next. One of the soldiers asks what Kim Min-jun intends to do, his voice laced with apprehension. Kim Min-jun declares that he intends to win, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The soldier's brow furrows with concern, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Nearby, Kim Min-jun smirks, his arms crossed as he listens to the hushed conversation. He seems confident in his chances. Lost in thought, Kim Min-jun strokes his chin, contemplating the potential outcome. If I win, he muses. The soldier glances back at Kim Min-jun, his expression troubled. Could something bad happen? He wonders. One of the soldiers leans in, whispering, yeah, if it's him, I think he can win. His companion nods in agreement, adding, well. The first soldier continues, his voice low. It is a squad known for their ego. The other soldier looks concerned, saying, I'm afraid they might do something. Kim Min-jun grimaces, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. Ugh. If their pride gets hurt, he thinks, his voice laced with irritation. He chews on his thumbnail, lost in thought. He murmurs, considering the potential fallout. The soldier's eyes widen in surprise, his mouth agape. Then, he exclaims, his voice barely a whisper. A confident grin spreads across Kim Min-jun's face as he declares, I'll let him hit me once. His eyes gleam with anticipation. His fist clenches tightly, knuckles white, as he prepares to face whatever comes next. The world fades to black, a stark void of nothingness. A resounding crash echoes through the training room. Down. General Gu Hakchiel stands tall, his imposing figure looming over the fallen recruit. Yu Taehwan declares that the spar is over, requesting that the medics be called to assist Kim Min-jun. Yu Taehwan's expression is unreadable as he looks down at the recruit. Yu Taehwan attempts to comfort the recruit, pointing out that he managed to dodge the first ultimate attack. General Gu Hakchiel's face is shown in a close-up, his expression intense as he considers the situation from the Hunter STF's perspective. Kim Min-jun rises to his feet, his determination unwavering despite the setback. Sitting down, Kim Min-jun declares that it is not over yet. The general's expression is unreadable as he stares at the recruit. Kim Min-jun stands, holding a whip, as the general thinks that the attack definitely hit him where it should have. The general's face is shown in a close-up, his expression intense. Yu Taehwan, clad in his military uniform, observes Kim Min-jun, questioning if he wishes to continue the training session. The unspoken concern hangs in the air. Pushing oneself too far could be detrimental to everyone involved. Gu Hakchiel, unfazed, issues a renewed challenge, his expression betraying a hint of impatience. Let's go again. The Hunter Corps commander strides forward, his footsteps echoing in the training room, closing the distance between himself and Yu Taehwan. Gu Hakchiel's voice booms, dismissing any notion of exhaustion or surrender. That's not determination, he declares. A silent promise hangs heavy in the air, a threat of retribution for daring to rise again after being struck down. Kim Min-jun's gaze hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes as he prepares to face the relentless onslaught once more. The description of demonic energy's singularity and demonic energy whip, E, appears, detailing the ability to concentrate demonic energy into the form of a whip. Gu Hakchiel's face contorts in fury, his voice dripping with disdain as he labels Kim Min-jun an arrogant brat. With a surge of power, the Hunter Corps commander launches himself forward, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. The multiple blades of Gu Hakchiel's swords cut through the air, a whirlwind of steel aimed at his opponent. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow, his focus sharpening as he prepares to meet the general's relentless assault head-on. He stands, the demonic energy whip coiled loosely in his hands, ready to strike. With a snap, the whip lashes out, aimed at an unseen target. The demonic energy whip continues its deadly dance, arcing through the air. The whip cracks, the sound echoing in the confined space. Kim Min-jun holds the whip taut, his expression focused and determined. The whip continues its assault, a blur of dark energy. A blinding flash erupts as the whip finds its mark. Gu Hakchiel's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fury. Kim Min-jun raises the demonic energy whip high, preparing for another strike. Two swords are sent flying, knocked away by the force of the attack. Yu Taehwan's eyes widen in disbelief, witnessing the devastating power. The demonic energy whip slams into Gu Hakchiel, sending him reeling. The demonic energy whip lashes out, a dark blur against the sterile environment. It slams into General Gu Hakchiel with brutal force, the sound echoing in the chamber. The whip's dark energy sears into the general's side, leaving a visible mark. Gu Hakchiel's face contorts in pain, his eyes narrowed against the sudden agony. His teeth grit, a silent testament to the raw power of the demonic attack. Despite the pain, Gu Hakchiel manages a sneer. You're rather skilled with the whip, he admits, but attacks like those won't. He clenches his fist, the skin reddening as he prepares to retaliate. Even put a scratch on. The general's face is a mask of fury, his eyes wide with disbelief and mounting rage. Ugh! Gu Hakchiel unleashes a guttural scream, the sound ripping through the air as the demonic energy takes its toll. Yu Taehwan watches the scene unfold, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. What? The text box states, Sergeant First Class Jang is kneeling down from an attack like that. Sergeant First Class Jang is kneeling on the ground, recovering from the attack. A gloved hand grips the handle of a dark, ominous whip. The whip cracks through the air, a sinister sound echoing. Kim Min-jun stands ready, his dark outfit accentuating his lean build. A smirk plays on his lips, a hint of cruel amusement in his expression. Yu Taehwan watches in alarm as General Gu Hakchiel shouts, W8. Kim Min-jun unleashes the whip, the dark energy trailing behind it. The demonic energy whip strikes its target with brutal force. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, a testament to its power. He reels from a blow, a dark burn searing across his chest. Kim Min-jun stands over the fallen commander, who groans in pain. Kim Min-jun remarks on the Hunter STF skill, while also noting the high-skill attack. The demonic energy crackles around the whip, a visible manifestation of its power, as it asks if this is the first time getting hit by it. He lies prone, as Kim Min-jun stands over a defeated orc-like creature, the demonic energy whip coiled in his hand. How is it, he asks. Exciting. The demonic energy whip lashes out, the strike carrying a visible, crackling energy. The blow lands with brutal force. Gu Hakchiel's face contorts in agony as the demonic energy whip connects. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through his body. The demonic energy whip crackles with dark energy. Stop going around being all egotistical. Kim Min-jun's voice echoes. A sadistic grin spreads across Kim Min-jun's face. He seems to relish the pain he is inflicting. Kim Min-jun tightens his grip on the demonic energy whip. Just because you're somewhat good at combat, he declares. Gu Hakchiel screams, his face red with fury and pain. A nearby soldier watches helplessly, unable to intervene. Stop. That's enough. The sadistic smile remains fixed on Kim Min-jun's face, unmoved by Gu Hakchiel's pleas. The sound of a body slamming against the hard floor echoes through the room. Gu Hakchiel lies sprawled on the ground, the demonic energy whip discarded nearby. He is clearly defeated. Another impact reverberates, the sound of finality hanging in the air. Gu Hakchiel lies motionless, his body limp on the cold floor. Kim Min-jun has won. The crack of the whip echoes through the training room as Kim Min-jun lashes out, the sudden strike eliciting a flinch from Yu Taehwan. With a swift motion, Kim Min-jun grabs Yu Taehwan, his hand gripping the soldier's shoulder with surprising force, the sudden contact making him jolt. Yu Taehwan's eyes widen, a memory surfacing. He had never blinked, even when facing a brutal beating from a horde of orcs, the recollection causing him to grimace. In a flashback, the soldier wonders if Gu Hakchiel simply passed out from pain, questioning if a simple training whip could exert such force. The two men stand face to face, the tension palpable as Yu Taehwan awaits further instruction, his expression a mix of apprehension and respect. Yu Taehwan steels himself, thinking that wrongdoing is the higher-up's wrongdoing, wondering if he could apologize in Gu Hakchiel's stead. Kim Min-jun scratches his cheek, a flicker of concern in his eyes, as he wonders if he used too much demonic energy, the question hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Gu Hakchiel sits slumped against the wall, muttering about energy and admitting that he feels bad, the defeat weighing heavily on him. Kim Min-jun's expression hardens, his thoughts turning to the idea of a subordinate's apology, but he firmly rejects the notion with a resounding no. The assassin acknowledges that he also acted beyond his rank, the admission a silent acknowledgement of his own overreach in the recent confrontation. Yu Taehwan looks directly forward, his expression softening as he states simply, "I am sorry," the words carrying a weight of sincerity. A hand extends, offering a card with a cryptic emblem, urging the recipient to make contact if they ever change their mind, the offer hanging in the air. He is helped along by his comrades, one of whom asks if he'd like to stop by the medics. Yu Taehwan refuses, his expression firm despite the obvious pain. The soldiers continue to lead him away, their faces grim as they support their injured comrade. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun holds up a card, a wide smile on his face as he looks directly forward. Laughter echoes from within the company commander's office. The soldier seated at the desk chuckles, finding something amusing as the other stands at attention. The standing soldier inquires, wondering where Sergeant Kim Min-jun is at this moment. He is informed that Kim Min-jun has returned and is currently training on his own. The soldier at the desk gestures, adding that Kim Min-jun rejected the Hunter STF offer. The men express their belief that Kim Min-jun will be happy with his decision to reject the offer. The soldier notes that they now want Sergeant Kim Min-jun even more than before. The military will not give up on recruiting him. The topic of Kim Min-jun hangs heavy in the air. The seated soldier suggests finding something to entice Kim Min-jun to stay. A sinister smile spreads across the division commander's face. The floor cracks and splinters under an unseen force. Kim Min-jun unleashes a powerful kick, sending debris flying. A soldier looks up, relaying that the division commander has prepared something. A gloved hand grips the handle of a menacing whip. The message is clear. This is for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. General Gu Hakchiel throws his head back, roaring with laughter at the news. The general sits back in his chair, pleased. Kim Min-jun continues to exceed expectations. Another soldier sits nearby, listening to Gu Hakchiel's outburst. The soldier leans forward, chuckling. He remarks that the arrogant little Hunter STF bastards must be upset now. Gu Hakchiel's expression hardens. He knows that once Kim Min-jun decides to join the Hunter STF, no one can stop him. The general admits he had been rather cautious, but that the situation has resolved itself. The other soldier nods, agreeing with Gu Hakchiel. The soldier affirms his agreement. Gu Hakchiel decides he needs to properly express his appreciation. Gu Hakchiel declares his intention to properly express his appreciation. His hand reaches for the telephone, dialing a number. Gu Hakchiel speaks into the receiver, asking if the thing he mentioned is ready. He barks into the phone, his expression one of cold command. The order is clear. Immediate action is required. Elsewhere, a serene sky stretches out, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. The military base stands against the backdrop of distant mountains. Meanwhile, inside the base, a group of soldiers gathers, their expressions a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Confusion hangs in the air as the soldiers try to understand what is happening. Two soldiers exchange bewildered glances, unsure of the unfolding events. The announcement rings out, declaring Sergeant Kim Min-jun's new command. Sergeant Lee Sung-go offers a terse farewell, his expression unreadable. One of the soldiers questions Lee Sung-go about a possible promotion, but the sergeant curtly denies it. He states his intention to try out for the staff sergeant rank. The announcement is made that Lee Sung-go is giving his current position to Sergeant Kim Min-jun, assuming there are no complaints. The other soldiers respond with enthusiasm, wondering who else could possibly replace Lee Sung-go other than Kim Min-jun. The soldiers stand at attention, their uniforms crisp and badges gleaming. One of the soldiers raises his hand, asking Kim Min-jun if he may ask a question. The soldier recounts hearing about someone from the 104th 4th Division who cleared a fake dungeon alone some time ago. He asks Kim Min-jun if he was the one who cleared the dungeon, noting that Kim Min-jun was on vacation at the time. Another soldier exclaims that the entire hunter community is in an uproar because of that event. Kim Min-jun responds that he was in Taejun and got swept up coincidentally, prompting another soldier to ask if that's really the case. The soldier expresses his amazement, asking if Kim Min-jun was hurt anywhere. Another soldier wonders if Kim Min-jun's appointment as squad commander has anything to do with his past actions, asking if there are any other rewards. Lee Sungo confirms that there are rewards, prompting the soldiers to eagerly ask what they are. He is surrounded by fellow soldiers. Their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, a few days prior, the soldiers engaged in fierce combat within the Goblin Colony dungeon. The goblins, with their grotesque features, snarled and lunged at the soldiers. One soldier remarks that Kim Min-jun received a scouting offer from the Hunter STF after such a short time. The soldiers retaliate, their attacks swift and brutal against the goblin horde. Another soldier mentions that Kim Min-jun rejected the offer outright. Doubts are cast on the stories being told, with one soldier finding them unconvincing. The soldier scoffs, saying that no one outside the military would believe the stories. The soldiers discuss how Division Commander Kim Min-jun was made their squad commander and promised a promotion if he gets enough points. The soldiers recall that Lee Sungo agreed with the decision, knowing how he feels about the Hunter STF. The soldiers exchange surprised glances, seemingly taken aback by the unfolding events. A goblin's hand grips the rough surface, its ascent continuing. The goblin's guttural growl rumbles in the night air. The hulking creature charges forward, club raised high, leaving a fallen comrade behind. The soldiers below brace themselves, caught off guard by the sudden assault. A monstrous roar tears through the night. The goblin's maw opens wide, ready to strike. The soldiers' faces reflect their shock as they realize the danger they're in. The goblin swings its crude weapon, aiming to crush the soldiers below. A soldier unleashes a dark, tail-like weapon, a blur against the night. The dark weapon wraps tightly around the goblin's neck, stopping its advance. The goblin cries out, clutching at its throat as its weapon falls to the ground. The dark weapon constricts, its power evident in the goblin's struggle. The soldiers watch in stunned silence as the goblin collapses, defeated. The goblin cries out, its shrill scream echoing through the forest. The creature recoils, struck by a dark, whip-like tail that suddenly appears. The tail lashes out again, arcing through the air with unnatural speed. Kim Min-jun stands tall, the dark tail weapon coiled in his hands. He grips the strange weapon, its dark, braided form ending in a glowing blue tip. Two soldiers observe the scene. One remarks that the division commander gave Sergeant Kim Min-jun the personal equipment and that it's really good. The other soldier agrees, noting that even the platoon commanders don't have personal equipment yet, calling it a real privilege. The tail strikes with brutal force, a burst of purple energy erupting on impact. The soldiers watch, one wondering aloud why it had to be a whip. The other soldier explains that the division commander offered to provide any weapon, and that Sergeant Kim Min-jun chose the whip. Given such rewards, one soldier understands why he'd reject a Hunter STF scout offer, noting it's so rare to give a sergeant personal equipment. Kim Min-jun smiles, thinking to himself that this is a lot better than he ever imagined. Its dark form crackling with purple energy, the whip promises power beyond the norm. It's on a completely different level compared to the regular equipment. The secret lies within the handle, where a blue mana stone is embedded. This allows the user to forego demonic energy, unlocking the whip's true potential. Kim Min-jun unleashes the weapon, purple explosions erupting around him. Even the other soldiers can feel the shift in power. A confident smile spreads across his face as Kim Min-jun considers the possibilities. Promotion within a year? He grips the whip tightly, a sense of anticipation building. If it's with this little guy, Kim Min-jun's thoughts turn to his future prospects. He'll be getting promoted pretty soon. Meanwhile, Saturday in Chunshin, and the promise of invincible chicken barbecue hangs in the air. The sizzling sound of chicken fills the air, a tantalizing aroma promising a feast. A soldier stares intently at the pan, his stomach rumbling in anticipation. One of the soldiers can no longer contain himself. He asks, "Can we eat now?" Another soldier, looking annoyed, retorts, "You asking me that?" More importantly, the woman with blue hair stares across the table, a wide smile on her face. She asks why he is eating dinner with her right now, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Across from her, a man with curly brown hair sits quietly. To her right, Kim Min-jun observes the scene with a neutral expression as the aroma of the food fills the air. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. The woman gestures towards the food. She tells Kim Min-jun that he can eat it now, her voice filled with eagerness. She uses her chopsticks to grab a piece of food, her eyes never leaving Kim Min-jun. He offers a simple thank you as he prepares to finally dig in. Kim Min-jun stands, arms crossed, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He declares that the food is good and this place is great, his tone laced with genuine pleasure. The woman's face fills the frame, her eyes wide with anticipation. Chopsticks hover, poised to deliver a succulent piece of meat to her eagerly awaiting mouth. Kim Min-jun assures her that he will pay, and she can eat as much as she wants. But she firmly replies no, her expression unreadable. His brow furrowed, Kim Min-jun wonders aloud how someone knew he was out today and coming to Chunshin. A dark suspicion begins to form in his mind. A close-up shows Kim Min-jun's uniform, his name tag clearly visible. He stands with his arms crossed, a storm brewing behind his eyes. His eyes widen in disbelief and anger, the thought echoing in his head that someone knew he was coming to this very restaurant. A trap, perhaps? Kim Min-jun holds up his phone, displaying a suspicious text exchange. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he wonders if it was that bastard Kim who set him up. His expression shifts to shock as he realizes it might not be who he initially suspected. He stammers, "Oh no, it's..." as he looks at the woman. He smirks, a dark aura swirling around him as he insists that this is all just a coincidence. Sun Yinseo offers an apology, admitting that she was the one who asked him to come. Yinseo asks that he not be too mad at Kim Min-jun, but the request is met with resistance. Lee Sung-go's face is flushed with anger as he demands to know what kind of situation this is. Meanwhile, an older woman in an apron looks back with a confused expression, a question mark floating above her head. Yinseo explodes, questioning the nonsense and demanding to know why she is suddenly being addressed. Lee Sung-go, arms crossed, casually tells her that she can speak casually to him, assuming they are close in age. A voice defensively declares that it's not that she likes him or anything, so he shouldn't be mistaken. The older woman smiles, asking why the other person is eating with her and accusing them of taking a vacation because they heard she was out. A close-up of the food reveals a variety of fried dishes, the question, what reason, hanging in the air. Sun Yinseo's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. The focus shifts to Yunseo's uniform and the food before her, the enclosed dungeon at the training center being the topic of discussion. A disembodied voice asks, "What?" followed by the phrase, "the red boar." Kim Min-jun, beads of sweat forming on his brow, mentions the gate at the Watch and Public Welfare Support and the fake dungeon from just a while ago. Sun Yinseo listens while eating. Sun Yinseo, a slight blush rising on her cheeks, speaks into her phone. She notes that something always seems to happen wherever he goes, but insists it's just curiosity. The soldier continues, admitting to herself that she was so embarrassed that she ended up saying it out loud. She thinks that if something would happen this time too, it sounds ridiculous no matter how she thinks about it. Elsewhere, Kim Min-jun sits at a table with two other people, all eating in silence. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension. Sun Yunseo's face is flushed, her eyes wide with a mix of embarrassment and perhaps a hint of something more. Kim Min-jun, a sinister grin spreading across his face, chuckles to himself as he holds a cup. He thinks that it's not like he's a walking natural disaster. The scene shifts to an unknown location, a staircase leading up to an unseen floor. The air is thick with mystery, questions hanging in the air. Back at the table, Sun Yunseo's eyes widen as she eats. She thinks to herself, "No way. Has she figured me out?" Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun's expression is one of manic glee, a wide, unsettling smile plastered across his face. The cafeteria hums with quiet activity as soldiers take their meals. A sign designates the location as part of the Republic of Korea Hunter Army. Sun Yinseo eats with practiced speed, drawing a comment from a nearby soldier. The soldier's words strike a nerve, and Sun Yunseo's expression hardens. She questions why he continues to speak to her so casually, and Kim Min-jun reminds her that she told him to do the same. Kim Min-jun nonchalantly agrees to continue the casual conversation, a smirk playing on his lips. The blue-haired soldier's annoyance is palpable as Kim Min-jun enjoys his meal. Meanwhile, strange blue lightning crackles in the night sky above a park. Two figures walk along a path as the unnatural energy surges around them. Back in the cafeteria, Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, a curse escaping his lips. Sun Yinseo's face registers surprise and concern as she wonders why this had to happen now. He sits at the table, chopsticks poised over the food, but his mind is elsewhere. He thinks to himself that she is too smart. A memory surfaces, Kim Min-jun running through a field, a small, shadowy figure trailing behind him. The text bubble says, "I took a vacation again because a gate was to appear." The assassin Kim Min-jun's expression hardens. He clicks his tongue, acknowledging that he has no choice in the matter. He clears his throat, preparing to act. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Kim Min-jun realizes he needs to go to the bathroom. A close-up on his uniform reveals his name tag and division patch. Kim Min-jun steels himself, muttering, "Ah, all right." Meanwhile, under the moonlight, Kim Min-jun scans the area, his gaze darting from left to right. He seems to be searching for something. The park stretches out before him, a tranquil scene under the night sky. The air is still, save for the rustling of leaves. He glances upward, noticing the crackling lightning dancing across the sky. The ominous display seems to mirror his inner turmoil. Kim Min-jun continues his search, his eyes scanning the vicinity. He mutters to himself that it should be around here somewhere. A small, shadowy figure sits perched on a park bench. Kim Min-jun exclaims, "Oh," as he spots the entity. Kim Min-jun approaches the shadowy figure, giving a thumbs up. The entity thinks, best employee, and that it can sense an ominous demonic energy. He wonders where Lee Bonggu is, noting he hasn't heard from the bastard in a while. The purple shadowy figure floats nearby. Sergeant Lee Sungo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he focuses on the task at hand. Blue lightning crackles around the sergeant, illuminating the paved area. The purple shadowy figure watches from a short distance. Lee Sungo breathes a sigh of relief, glad that no one is around. He notes that there are many people living nearby. The blue lightning intensifies, energy arcing and crackling in the air. A sphere of pure blue energy pulsates, surrounded by chaotic bolts of lightning. Sergeant Lee Sungo stands with his back to the viewer, wondering why this had to happen in a residential area. The sergeant questions if they have any kind of morality, his expression a mix of frustration and concern. Lee Sungo stretches, preparing himself to deal with the situation quickly. The energy crackles with the stated purpose, for the sake of citizen safety and his own promotion. The blue lightning intensifies, a shadowy figure looming in the background of the energy. The blue lightning continues to crackle and arc, the energy building to a crescendo. Arcing blue lightning crackles, energy coalescing into a visible form. Sergeant Lee Sungo pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A voice echoes, asking if something is emerging, as Lee Sungo's eyes narrow. An emergency message appears on a soldier's phone, the situation escalating rapidly. A shadowy figure stands amidst the blue lightning, its form indistinct and ominous. Lee Sungo realizes the military is already aware, resolving to buy some time. Pink energy gathers in the sergeant's hands, a plan forming in his mind. From the heart of the blue lightning, a monstrous form begins to materialize. The creature fully emerges, a hulking brute wreathed in crackling energy. Its massive foot descends, ready to crush anything beneath it. The monster roars, its full form now visible as it steps forward. He braces himself as the monstrous foot hurtles towards him. He peers into the distance, questioning if something is amiss. A blade flashes as a monstrous arm lunges forward, ready to strike. The creature's muscular torso is revealed, hinting at immense power. Kim In-jun drops into a crouch, a glowing aura surrounding him. He wonders if this is the only one he has to face. Kim In-jun's eyes narrow as he contemplates the demonic energy the monster has consumed. He notes the danger radiating from its arms. With a burst of speed, Kim In-jun narrowly avoids the monster's sweeping attack. He eyes the dark orbs forming around him, recognizing their potential lethality. Kim In-jun remains confident, knowing the dark arrows are useless unless they make contact. The skill Dark Arrow E is highlighted. The monster swings a massive chain ball, threatening to crush Kim In-jun. Kim In-jun's eyes widen, focusing intently on the incoming attack. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, filling the space with raw power. The monster growls, dragging its chain ball, undeterred by the blast. The chain hangs taut, connected to a blade of gleaming steel. Kim In-jun rises from a crouch, his eyes fixed on his monstrous opponent. He mutters, questioning the nature of the trick being played against him. The purple shadowy figure bares its fangs, ready to strike back. With a furious yell, Kim In-jun swings the chain blade. He spins upside down, momentum building for a devastating blow. The chain whips through the air, a blur of deadly force. Kim In-jun's attack gains speed, aimed directly at the monster. He prepares to deliver the final strike, his eyes narrowed in determination. The blade connects, tearing through the purple shadowy figure's flesh. A shower of dark energy erupts as the attack lands with brutal force. The purple shadowy figure reels from the blow, but remains standing. Kim In-jun's chain blade whips through the air. Kim In-jun glances back, a flicker of unease crossing his face as he assesses the situation. The purple shadowy figure stands firm, seemingly unfazed. It thinks to itself that the attack wasn't enough to stop it. Kim In-jun charges forward, determined to try again. From the distance, someone shouts his name, trying to get his attention. The shout catches Kim In-jun by surprise, and he turns his head, a question forming on his face. A soldier stands with a metal bar slung over their shoulder, their face etched with disbelief and concern. Ignoring the warning, Kim In-jun continues his assault, the chain blade whistling through the air as he closes the distance. The blade arcs towards its target, a streak of blue energy trailing behind it as Kim In-jun presses his attack. His grip tightens on the chain, knuckles white as he focuses all his strength on the impending strike. Kim In-jun's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination as he prepares to deliver another blow. The purple shadowy figure's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear into its prey. The soldier, Waivo Taehuan, shouts at Kim In-jun, questioning his decision to fight without a proper weapon. He glances back, a length of chain clutched in his hand. How could they have possibly known he was here? A hand grips a yellow sign, the image of a falling figure stark against the bright color. The soldier is sent flying backwards, but he shouts that he saw the emergency message. The sign, still attached to its makeshift weight, hurtles through the air. Yu Taehuan steadies himself, his gaze fixed on the descending sign and its attached weight. A sinister smirk spreads across his face, a glint of dark amusement in his eyes. He sprints forward, the sign now held aloft like a makeshift weapon. A sharp, cutting sound echoes as he swings the sign with brutal force. Under the dark sky, he continues to swing the sign with increasing ferocity. Falling backwards once more, he seems to be speaking to someone, promising to have you. The soldier activates a skill, channeling demonic energy into the sign, turning it into a whip. As he falls, Yu Taehwan wonders if he will at least get paid for this. The sign slices through the monster's thick hide, demonic energy crackling around the point of impact. The creature's face contorts in a silent roar, its massive teeth bared in pain and fury. With a final, earth-shaking crash, the high-danger monster collapses, defeated by the improvised demonic energy whip. Yu Taehwan wipes the sweat from his brow, the exertion of wielding the demonic energy taking its toll. He stands over the fallen beast, demonic energy still swirling around him like a shroud of victory. Elsewhere, Sun Yinseo stares at the sign weapon, a strange expression on her face as she considers its power. She coughs, covering her mouth with a gloved hand, a hint of doubt creeping into her eyes. Sun Yinseo wonders aloud if Yu Taehwan just killed a high-danger monster on his own, musing that it is really a hanker. Yu Taehwan and Sun Yinseo stand side by side, the makeshift weapon planted firmly between them. Yu Taehwan reminds her that a certain someone helped him, adding that he would have had a much easier fight if it weren't for her. Sun Yinseo notes that this one's an irregular monster, a hanker with blades on chains as arms, wondering if that is also because it's irregular. The soldier states that they need to have a serious talk, her expression unreadable against the backdrop of crackling energy. She stands firm, blue energy crackling around her. The air vibrates with barely contained power. The blue light intensifies, bathing Yu Taehwan in an ethereal glow. The energy surges. Sun Yinseo's eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips. She stares at Yu Taehwan, a mix of shock and disbelief on her face. The blue energy continues to pulse, a silent promise of the battle to come. The monsters loom, their grotesque forms a stark contrast to the vibrant energy surrounding Yu Taehwan. Sun Yinseo urges Minjun to retreat, pointing out that there are 5 of the monsters. She suggests they regroup with reinforcements. Yu Taehwan's expression hardens, a glint of determination in his eyes. He has a different plan. He orders her to leave and rejoin him when the others arrive, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Sun Yinseo questions his decision, incredulous that he would face the monsters alone. She is worried. Her words hang in the air, unanswered as the tension mounts. The air crackles with anticipation. The monsters snarl, their grotesque faces a terrifying reminder of the danger ahead. They are ready to fight. Yu Taehwan's sinister grin widens as he prepares to confront the horde. Sun Yinseo can only watch in disbelief. He stands firm, a pedestrian crossing sign radiating with purple energy. With a burst of power, he leaps from the edge of the skyscraper. Lee Sungo grins, a manic intensity in his eyes. The sergeant's ambition burns, a desperate grab for promotion. Meanwhile, under the gaze of twin moons, the forest breathes in the night. A cloaked figure stands silently in the darkness, obscured by the trees. Heavy boots tread on the soft earth, barely disturbing the quiet. The cloaked figure pauses before a towering rock formation, a silent observer. Footsteps echo softly as the figure ascends the ancient stone steps. Beneath the watchful moon, the cloaked figure arrives in a forest clearing. He stands in the hallway, the darkness of his cloak obscuring his features. Footsteps echo as he begins to move, his boots clicking against the stone floor. The hood remains up, concealing his face in shadow as he continues forward. He enters a vast, circular chamber, the air shimmering with an otherworldly light. Before him stands a grand statue, its form barely visible in the dim light. He clasps his hands together, a silent prayer or plea escaping his lips. The figure reaches up, pulling back the hood to reveal a woman with vibrant red hair. Her expression is soft, a hint of longing in her crimson eyes. Standing before the statue, she whispers, "Please wait for me." The statue bears a sign, Lord Minold. The sky stretches out, a canvas of pale blue fading into the horizon. A helicopter cuts through the air, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the bright sky and ocean. At the sea, near Nagasaki, the helicopter approaches a deserted island, its destination shrouded in mystery. 2 soldiers stand on the island, awaiting the arrival of the helicopter, their expressions unreadable. The helicopter descends, kicking up sand as it nears the ground, its shadow stretching across the beach. Dust billows as the helicopter lands, the roar of its engine slowly fading into the background. The soldiers remain still, their backs turned as they await the arrival of their visitor. A figure emerges from the helicopter, stepping onto the deserted island. A black boot hits the ground, the first step onto the sandy shore. The The soldier with the black beard stands tall, awaiting the arrival of the man from the helicopter. The soldier greets the newcomer, Indu Masaru from the Japanese Hunter Association, with a formal handshake. Major General Do Seok-young of the Korean Hunter Corps compliments someone on their Korean language skills, receiving a polite acknowledgement in return. A man in a suit gestures towards a shimmering blue portal, inviting others to follow him through the gateway. A hand extends, perhaps in greeting or to receive something, the gesture accompanied by a subtle sound. Do Seok-young, clad in his military uniform and beret, takes a contemplative sip from his mug while reviewing information on a laptop. From above, the office appears orderly, the speaker noting that there don't seem to be any problems with the plan and that everything seems to be really great. The speaker attributes the success of the plan to the quality of soldiers provided by the team, the equipment laid out on the table. The unseen recipient of the praise offers another thank you, while the speaker expresses concern about the increasing number of abnormal dungeons. Do Seok-young holds a file labeled with Korean text, his expression unreadable as he continues to hold his mug. A hand rests on a document detailing the appearance of a difficult dungeon on a deserted island, making it hard to discover. The Major General's gaze is intense, his eyes narrowed as he considers the information before him. The Major General directly asks what the other party's true intentions are, cutting to the heart of the matter. The man in the suit remains silent, his expression unreadable as he considers the Major General's pointed question. The world has been dealing with dungeons through the Hunter Association, which is run by the government, and the Hunter Guild system, which is run by civilians. The number of forces isn't an issue yet, but the frequency of abnormal dungeons has increased in recent years. The Major General's concerns grow with each report of the dungeons, increasing activity and the monsters they contain. Do Seok-young notes that there has been a growing need for a more organized hunter education system. The man in the suit states directly that he is interested in Korea's Hunter Corps training system. The man in the suit's expression remains unreadable as he awaits Major General Do Seok-young's response. Do Seok-young had hoped to establish a close connection through this cooperative plan. The Major General realizes that General Gu Hakchil sent the man in the suit to evaluate him. Do Seok-young notes that the man in the suit was even included in the dispatch list. The man in the suit's motives are unclear, but Do Seok-young suspects he wants to make a big impression. Do Seok-young's expression hardens as he considers the implications of the man's presence. Do Seok-young realizes this kind of evaluation is happening despite the man in the suit having joined only recently. He listens intently, the Major General considering the implications of the man's words. The man in the suit continues, his hand resting near the laptop's keyboard. The man in the suit notes that Kim Min-jun is mentioned a lot in the Korean Hunter Corps community. Sergeant Lee Sung-go expresses his shock at Kim Min-jun's rapid growth, comparing it to his resume. Lee Sung-go admits he is very excited to see how Kim Min-jun will perform in this raid. The focus tightens on an eye, conveying the intensity of the situation. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun, clad in military gear, appears to be in a dungeon, his expression serious. The recruit stands ready, his stance suggesting he is prepared for a fight. A red-skinned demon towers over Kim Min-jun, who is ordered to move by an unseen commander. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with incredible speed. Kim Min-jun launches a powerful kick, striking the demon squarely in the face. The recruit stands over the downed demon, victorious in the initial clash. He lay on the cracked earth, dust and debris raining down around him. The man in the suit descended, a dark silhouette against the pale sky. With a burst of speed, Kim Min-jun launched himself upward, meeting the attacker head-on. Elsewhere, a monstrous foot slammed into the ground, shaking the very foundations of the arena. The demon roared, a sound that echoed with primal fury and insatiable hunger. Meanwhile, the earth cracked beneath the demon's massive legs as it prepared to charge. The masked man observed, thinking, this guy is sturdier than I imagined. He then paused, considering his next move. A voice, speaking in Japanese, declared, I'll do it. The demon charged, its club raised high, ready to crush Kim Min-jun. The demon roared, its eyes blazing with malevolent intent as it prepared to strike the final blow. But the demon's attack never landed. Instead, it found itself riddled with wounds, collapsing to the ground. A woman with long, flowing black hair stood over the fallen demon, twin swords dripping with its ichor. Her name was not spoken. The air crackles with residual energy. Suzuki Mio stands tall, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. The swordswoman is identified as Suzuki Mio of the Japanese Hunter Association. Behind her, a soldier marvels at her skill, amazing swordsmanship. Elsewhere, Rin and Ken of the Japan Danjo Guild observe the scene. The cave is littered with the remains of the defeated demon. Suzuki is basically a monster, someone observes. One of the men asks if she wouldn't rather join Danjo, suggesting she'd be an ace member for sure. Rin and Ken stand side by side, their expressions unreadable as they look towards Suzuki Mio. Suzuki Mio turns her gaze towards Ken as he speaks. He asks if she's all right. Ken's expression is concerned as he looks at Suzuki Mio. Kin explains that she seemed unable to concentrate and that they can't have people getting hurt when they suggested the cooperative plan. Suzuki Miyo's expression is thoughtful as she listens to Kin. More importantly, Kim In-jun thinks she should not participate in combat. Kim In-jun smiles, impressed. He notes that her Korean is good. The man in the military uniform adjusts his collar, agreeing with an all right then. Major John Hyundo lies on the ground, a member of the 104th 4th Division Medic Squad. The entrance to a dark cave looms, promising unknown dangers within. Kim In-jun stands over the injured Major John Hyundo, who wonders aloud if Japan is also struggling with the dungeons. Captain Kim Sang-deek's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared in fury. Captain Kim Sang-deek demands to know if they're trying to humiliate him or make the entire nation look bad. The sign indicates they are at the 104th 4th Division headquarters, under Captain Kim Sang-deek. A voice declares, not at all. Someone knew this would happen when a damn sergeant was sent here. They don't see why the division commander even likes someone like him. Captain Kim Sang-deek glares down at Major John Hyundo, his expression a mask of fury. He is told to quit it, and that he shouldn't be so harsh. Someone argues that the person in question doesn't have much experience, and that the major's actions aren't right. Sergeant Lee Sungo recalls what the Japanese hunter said, musing that he was merely observing skill levels, but it led to a misunderstanding. In a separate location, Rin leaps into action while Suzuki Miyo stands ready, her sword drawn against shadowy figures. Kim In-jun acknowledges that the Japanese hunters are better than he initially thought. Sergeant Lee Sungo's expression is stern as he listens to the conversation. Suzuki Miyo stands with her arms crossed, flanked by two figures, drawing particular attention. Major John Hyundo points a finger at someone, telling them to get it together, and that he's going to be watching them. Major John Hyundo questions what the other person is going on about, his expression intense. Someone notes that the person in question also wasn't any help until now. Rin, Kim In-jun, and Suzuki Miyo stand together in what appears to be a cave, seemingly discussing their next move. Suzuki Miyo's eyes widen in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and concern. She stands, sword drawn, a look of surprise etched across her face as the blonde-haired Run stands behind her. Suzuki Miyo's eyes widen as she realizes something's coming. A figure plummets downward, the ground rushing up to meet them. Rin sprints away, narrowly avoiding the path of a massive, descending blade. The sword continues its descent, a blur of motion and deadly intent. Suzuki Miyo and Run stand alongside other soldiers, all facing the unseen threat with grim determination. The sword slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the earth. Suzuki Miyo's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing with a fierce resolve. The sword drags along the ground, leaving a deep furrow in its wake. Kim In-jun stands beside Suzuki Miyo, both warriors ready to face whatever emerges from the dust. A shadowy figure begins to materialize, its form indistinct and menacing. A blue demon grins, its yellow eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. A massive, blue-skinned torso fills the space, hinting at the monstrous scale of the foe. The declaration rings out, confirming the worst. It's the dungeon boss. A masked man stands firm, while another man behind him looks on with wide eyes. Another man watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. Suzuki Miyo stands ready, her gaze intense as Rin checks his watch, a sense of urgency in the air. Suzuki Miyo shouts, "I shared our location to the other 5 teams." Her voice echoes with a desperate resolve. The blue demon crashes to the ground, a sign of the battle's intensity. We'll retreat, if necess or dash. Suzuki Miyo is sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground, her face contorted in pain. Her eyes widen in shock and fear, the whites of her eyes showing as she stares up at the looming threat. The blue demon roars, its massive maw open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He launches a powerful kick, his body a blur of motion as he strikes at the monstrous foe. Kim In-jun and Suzuki Miyo fight together against the blue demon, their combined strength a desperate attempt to survive. The blue-skinned demon bares his teeth, clutching what appear to be weighted training tools. The blonde hunter grits his teeth, while beside him, a masked figure watches with narrowed eyes. The blue demon is sent flying backward, as Suzuki Miyo leaps toward him, sword drawn. The demon's muscular torso ripples as he is struck with immense force. Suzuki Miyo, blade in hand, prepares to strike again, her movements precise and deadly. Her eyes widen, focused intently on her target, as she prepares to deliver the final blow. The blue demon plummets, crashing heavily against the ground. The demon grips a sword, its dark metal glinting ominously in the dim light. The blue demon roars, his yellow eyes burning with rage and pain. A man watches, his expression a mix of awe and concern as he mutters about a mana sword. 2 soldiers clad in tactical gear advance cautiously, recognizing the weapon as countermonster equipment. The sword's destructive force is explained. It absorbs the user's stamina, and the aura is proof of its power. She raises the mana sword high, the blade glowing with an intense, ethereal light as she prepares to strike. Suzuki Mio declares that her sword is different from the mediocre equipment that the soldiers get. Rin looks surprised by her statement. The dungeon boss, identifying himself as the mana sword instructor of the 104 4th Division's Invincible Hunter Squad, leaps forward to engage her. The dungeon boss's face contorts in a furious yell, his eyes narrowed and teeth bared as he prepares to meet Suzuki Mio's attack head-on. The air crackles with anticipation as Suzuki Mio prepares to unleash a precise, ultimate strike against her formidable opponent. With blinding speed, Suzuki Mio swings the mana sword, the blade a blur of light as it hurtles toward the dungeon boss. The dungeon boss braces for the impact, his muscular torso tensing as the mana sword approaches, promising a devastating blow. The mana sword finds its mark, slicing into the dungeon boss's flesh with a sickening sound, the air shimmering with displaced energy. A surge of power erupts as the blade connects, the dungeon boss reeling from the force of the precise, ultimate strike. The mana sword cuts through the dungeon boss, sending sparks and debris flying as the attack cleaves through his defenses. Suzuki Mio stands poised, the mana sword still radiating power as she assesses the damage inflicted on her opponent. Rin declares that he will stall for time, urging Suzuki Mio to take Kin and Rin with her as they continue their mission. He is being carried away, unconscious, by two men in black tactical gear, his feet dragging on the ground. Suzuki Mio's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she wonders when he disappeared. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, preparing to draw the weapon. Rin smiles, holding a knife in his hand, ready to fight. Suzuki Mio, her sword now glowing with cyan light, hears someone say that she is being too rash and that they should regroup. Rin smirks, asking if this is how they should regroup. Suzuki Mio leaps into action, her glowing sword aimed at soldier. Suzuki Mio's eyes widen in shock as she sees something unexpected. A blue-skinned demon with glowing yellow eyes appears, its expression fierce. Rin smiles, now wielding a glowing sword of his own. A soldier stands firm, his weapon crackling with cyan energy. Elsewhere, the towering blue demon looms over Suzuki Mio and Rin, an imposing figure against the desolate landscape. The blue demon lunges forward, its massive axe arcing through the air towards the hunters. The ground trembles as a soldier is slammed into the earth, a purple energy radiating from the point of impact. A soldier grins, his cyan glowing sword held high, declaring, "Oh, it's cool." The blue demon's attack connects, sending a soldier flying through the air. The blue demon continues its assault, its axe cleaving through the air with brutal force. A soldier's face contorts in pain and shock as the battle rages around him. The blue demon's face is twisted into a menacing grin, its yellow eyes gleaming with malevolence. Another soldier is slammed into the ground, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. Suzuki Mio strikes, her sword a blur as she engages a soldier in close combat. Another soldier, wielding a cyan glowing sword, looks on with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The blue demon's massive teeth are bared, a single yellow eye gleaming with predatory hunger. A soldier, eyes wide, grips a strange device, a torrent of blue energy erupting from its barrel. Her eyes widen. Suzuki Mio's expression shifts to one of intense focus as she assesses the unfolding situation. The blue energy explodes outward, a concussive blast ripping through the air. The soldier is struck by the energy, the force of the impact sending him reeling backwards. With a sharp intake of breath, Suzuki Mio narrowly avoids the energy blast, the air crackling around her. The soldier stumbles, his face a mask of shock as he loses his footing. Peering from behind the blue energy, the soldier grits his teeth, determined to continue the attack. With a determined grin, the soldier raises the device, preparing to unleash another blast. Her eyes narrowed. Suzuki Mio focuses her energy, preparing for the next attack. The soldier holds the device aloft, a blade of pure blue energy extending from its tip. The blue demon's eye twitches, a flicker of something unreadable passing across its gaze. She narrowly avoids the strike, the soldier's attack accompanied by a boastful declaration. The soldier presses his assault, wielding a blade crackling with blue energy. The blue demon, eyes narrowed, bares his teeth, ready to intercept. A surge of blue energy erupts, the force of the impact sending debris flying. The blue demon is consumed by the blast, the energy engulfing his form. A sword lies discarded on the ground, a testament to the battle's intensity. The soldier stands over the fallen weapon, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of his attack. The blue demon's legs are visible amidst the destruction, his fate uncertain. The blue demon roars in defiance, his power seemingly undiminished. Suzuki Mio looks down, surprised that the mana equipment couldn't handle the aura. Yu Taehuan looms over the blue demon, the battle's outcome hanging in the balance. The soldier, Yu Taehuan, reflects on his actions, feeling remorse for unleashing his full power. He towers over the small, blue demon, baton in hand, within the confines of the cave. The muscles in Yu Taehuan's back ripple, a testament to his strength. The blue demon, small and squat, sits on the ground, looking up at the imposing figure. Oh well, he mutters. Yu Taehuan's expression shifts to a wide, almost manic grin. Raid reward, he says. Meanwhile, the soldier's uniform is crisp and clean, his stance firm. The sky stretches out, a canvas of blue dotted with fluffy white clouds. A tall building rises, its windows reflecting the sky. Four prisoners stand in a line, their expressions unreadable. A single butterfly flits past. One of the prisoners smiles wistfully, thinking, how long has it been since we got to rest like this during work hours? Another prisoner covers his comrade's mouth, his face etched with worry. This is all because of Sergeant Kim Min-jung, because he said that there are no exemptions from work no matter what your rank is dash. The prisoners lament their situation. And now we're working like dogs in our last years. We better rest while we have the chance dash. Another warns, hey, watch your mouth. The prisoners' faces are contorted in fear as they are watched. He insists he's innocent, complaining that ever since the staff sergeant was appointed, he's been living with them instead of entering the bachelor officer quarters. Another soldier, face contorted in frustration, throws his hands up. What is he supposed to do? He wonders, clearly at his wit's end. The unseen soldier continues to vent, calling the sergeant a monster who got the title just a month after appointment. He laments that he has to listen to his orders no matter what. The first soldier has become a vice commander now, someone observes. Another soldier agrees, nodding in silent understanding of the situation. Well, thanks to him, the platoon's atmosphere is much better, someone admits. It's also noted that everyone has improved in skill, a testament to the sergeant's influence. Whatever a soldier thinks, raising a fist in frustration. He just hopes that the sergeant will stay in Japan for a long time, away from them. Another soldier wipes sweat from his brow with a towel. In the background, the other soldiers continue to grumble about their situation. Even better if he comes back after I'm out of here, a soldier thinks, his red eye gleaming with a mix of hope and anticipation. Hey, Lee Dongjin, someone calls out, spotting the named soldier in the distance, carrying cleaning equipment. Corporal Lee Dongjin is focused on his task, gripping the handle of a mop with determination. He's ready to work. The corporal runs with the mop, his expression determined as he heads towards his next cleaning assignment. He is working hard. Why are you working so hard when you got the corporal title? Someone asks Lee Dongjin, who is sitting down and relaxing after his hard work. He holds the rake over his shoulder, a wide smile across his face. Two soldiers sit together. One with red hair asks if there's any news of Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Yu Taehuan, holding the rake, says he isn't number one, but he did get some news earlier. The news is that they finished the dungeon raid yesterday, and Sergeant Kim Min-jun killed the boss. A flashback shows Kim Min-jun, cloaked, battling a large, monstrous creature in a dark, purple-tinged space. One of the soldiers expresses surprise that Kim Min-jun defeated the boss on his own, while the other asks if it's already happened. Three soldiers react with shock and disbelief, their faces contorted in surprise. The soldiers wonder if Kim Min-jun is coming back today. Because the dungeon raid ended much earlier than expected, they all got vacation. Yu Taehuan says that Kim Min-jun will rest in Japan for a day and come back tomorrow. One of the soldiers reacts with outrage, exclaiming about vacation in Japan. Yu Taehuan smiles, telling the others to have fun and that the weather is nice too. He wonders what Kim Min-jun is doing right now, musing that he's always training, doing strength exercises and gaming. Perhaps Kim Min-jun is clearing dungeons in Japan, someone suggests with a smile. The soldiers erupt in laughter at the idea, one of them questioning if Bahahan is serious. The soldiers continue to joke about Kim Min-jun, wondering if he really would do something like that. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun walks down a desolate street, the sky overcast and buildings looming on either side. He pauses, glancing upward with a slight smile playing on his lips, as if sensing something in the air. A crow squawks, its beak wide open as it calls out the name of Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun, now sporting crow-like wings, asks if the location is the correct one. A voice confirms that it is, indeed, the closest place with demonic energy, as he ordered. Kim Min-jun smiles, pleased with the report, stating that he can't waste time since he came all this way. A man at a computer, Lee Bonggu, complains about his task, wondering just who Kim Min-jun is. The shadowy bird-like creature vows to teach someone a lesson. Kim Min-jun appears troubled, acknowledging that there are things even he can't control. The small bird-like creature hovers beside him, a silent witness to his unease. A bead of sweat trickles down Kim Min-jun's face as he admits to feeling fear. An unknown voice demands silence. The motorcycle speeds through the city streets. The rider, clad in black, leans into the turn, the city blurring past. Headlights cut through the air as the motorcycle races forward. A gloved hand tightens its grip on the throttle. The motorcycle's tires grip the asphalt, propelling it forward. The cityscape rushes by as the motorcycle continues its high-speed journey. The motorcycle soars through the air, defying gravity. Lee Bonga's eyes widen in surprise as the motorcycle rider approaches. A voice cuts through the air, demanding an explanation. What are you doing here? The source of the question is revealed. A woman in a sleek, black suit, helmet in hand, stands beside a motorcycle. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen as the woman in the black suit removes her helmet, her expression unreadable. The woman's voice cuts through the air, her tone direct. She demands to know what Kim Min-jun is doing there. The woman stands beside a sleek motorcycle, her black suit gleaming under the dim light. Kim Min-jun stares back, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He wonders if she was stalking him. He hesitates, searching for the right words. He feels like she might be misunderstanding something. The woman remains impassive, leaning against her motorcycle. She explains that the region is uninhabited due to a past dungeon break. Her gaze is intense, her expression unreadable. The woman's eyes seem to pierce through him. Kim Min-jun glances up at the building, his brow furrowed in thought. He notes that the area is monitored by the association. He continues to look up, his expression a mix of curiosity and concern as a bird flies overhead. A security camera swivels, its red light blinking, a silent observer in the deserted landscape. The camera remains vigilant as a dark bird soars past, a fleeting shadow against the pale sky. Security cameras watch over the city as a black bird flies past, seemingly unnoticed. But the bird's eyes widen, sensing something amiss in the area. A voice echoes in the bird's mind, filled with malice. You little fucker! Below, a man in a black jacket smirks, his gaze fixed on something above. The bird, agitated, speaks its mind, sensing a dark presence. I just felt demonic energy in this region. A chibi version of Kim Min-jun appears, declaring, You and I are going to talk later. Elsewhere, the woman in the black suit regards someone with suspicion, demanding, Ask again. What are you doing here? The swords on her back serve as a silent reminder of her capabilities. A man's voice replies, hesitant and unsure of himself. He stammers, I got lost. Just wanted to go on a walk. Sweat beads on the man's face as he tries to explain himself. The woman in the black suit appears unconvinced, her expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. The man, seemingly disoriented, wonders aloud where he is. Behind him, the woman in the black suit appears concerned, her brow furrowed in confusion. From above, the woman in the black suit surveys the man. She senses something is different about him, something off, compared to others she has encountered, but she can't quite pinpoint what it is. Her eyes narrow, a flicker of unease crossing her face as she continues to observe the man. Something about him doesn't sit right. The woman in the black suit thinks to herself that she came here even though it wasn't necessary. A distant impact echoes through the city. Mounting her motorcycle, the woman in the black suit prepares to move. Her expression hardens, a sense of urgency settling over her. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her face. She is now determined to find out what is going on. A monstrous, dog-like creature with glowing pink eyes appears, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. The creature lunges forward, its massive form a blur of fur and teeth. The woman in the black suit cries out in pain, staggering backward from the force of the attack. The woman in the black suit stands near her motorcycle, while Kim Min-jun watches from nearby. Kim Min-jun looks on in surprise. In the distance, the dog-like creature continues its rampage. A figure with horns and white hair smiles, giving a thumbs up. She tells Kim Min-jun to trust her. A monstrous face grins, teeth bared, as Lee Bong-gu gives his approval. The woman in the black suit is told to get out of here, but to avoid the underground as part of it is corrupted and will cause one to lose their mind. The woman in the black suit realizes that she has found the underground routes and thanks someone. She is warned that if she passes out for too long, it might lead to death, so she needs to avoid it. The woman in the black suit is told about the underground routes. The woman in the black suit stands in the street, buildings looming in the background. A question arises. Why did a monster appear anyway? The woman in the black suit grips her sword, wondering if a gate had appeared. There's no way their surveillance system would have missed it, and if it was hidden all this time and they discovered it just now. The woman in the black suit raises her glowing blue sword, ready to strike. She thinks that she needs to take care of the monster first. Her foot slams into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. The woman in the black suit leaps into the air, sword raised high above the monstrous figure. She lunges forward, her sword crackling with blue energy as she aims for the monster's chest. The woman in the black suit's face is set with grim determination as she prepares to strike the beast. The blade glows with an intense, vibrant blue, ready to cleave through anything in its path. The monster's eyes widen in shock as the blade hurtles towards it, the blue light reflecting in its pink pupils. The sword connects with a resounding crash, sending splinters of energy and debris flying in all directions. The monster reels from the impact, its face contorted in a mix of pain and surprise as the attack lands. Nearby, Lee Bongu watches with wide, startled eyes, witnessing the woman in the black suit's assault. With a powerful leap, the woman in the black suit propels herself away from the monster, landing gracefully. The woman in the black suit lands, her expression focused and determined as she prepares for the next attack. Elsewhere, the impact of her landing sends tremors through the ground, a testament to her strength and agility. The monster's massive arm looms, its power evident in its sheer size and the dark energy emanating from it. Dodge stands before a dilapidated building, caution tape fluttering in the wind, a silent warning of the dangers within. A cannon-like structure stands silent, yet pulses with ominous, pink energy. The strange device looms, its purpose unknown, its power undeniable. Dodge exhales, a wisp of pink energy escaping his lips. A new skill manifests, Dark Arrow, a weapon in his growing arsenal. Dodge stands before a barricade, the keep-out signs and biohazard symbols a stark warning. Ignoring the warnings, he leaps over the barrier, entering the forbidden zone. The sound of impact echoes as he lands on the other side. Demonic energy swirls around his mouth, a visible manifestation of his growing power. He notes that his demonic energy stat has increased, a welcome surprise. The system informs him that he has unlocked the skill, Hell Demon Explosion, brimming with demonic energy. The system notifies Dodge that he has unlocked Reign of Corruption, as there is plenty of demonic energy. His skills, Demonic Energy's Grasp and Demonic Energy Whip, have been enhanced, increasing his combat potential. He stares intently at the status window, a soft glow illuminating his face. The screen displays a series of stats and skills. The status window details his attributes, Strength 77, Agility 60, Stamina 62, and Demonic Energy 30. He has acquired several new skills, including Corruption, Nightwalker, and the devastating Hell Demon Explosion. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. He thinks to himself that he can't get on Lee Bonga's ass now with all these buffs. He hopes that Lee Bonga managed to get away, but worries that he'll probably die if he gets caught. He continues onward, his footsteps echoing in the desolate environment. The path ahead remains uncertain. Meanwhile, a ruined cityscape stretches into the distance, a testament to some past cataclysm. Debris litters the cracked streets, and the skeletal remains of buildings claw at the sky. A lone figure walks down the center of the road, her dark clothing blending with the shadows. The woman's long, black hair sways gently as she walks, her expression unreadable. Her black boots crunch on the debris-strewn ground, each step measured and deliberate. With a swift motion, she draws one of her swords, the polished steel glinting in the dim light. Suzuki Mio glances to the side, her eyes narrowed, sensing a presence nearby. She stands atop a pile of rubble, her sword at the ready. Below, a man with white hair and wide, terrified eyes is gagged and bound. Sheathing a blade of pure light, a figure prepares for what comes next. Suzuki Mio's gaze hardens, her eyes narrowed with grim determination. The white-haired figure stands, a look of shock etched across their face. Their blue eye widens, reflecting the harsh reality of their situation. Trapped within a web of glowing energy, the white-haired figure is surrounded by ruin. Meanwhile, energy crackles around a strange, geometric structure, hinting at a hidden power. Suzuki Mio draws her sword, the polished steel glinting in the dim light of the ruined city. A surge of energy pulses through the air, the source still unseen. Suzuki Mio's eyes widen in surprise, her expression shifting from determination to shock. A deep meow echoes as Suzuki Mio finds herself face to face with a massive, shadowy creature. Sword still drawn, Suzuki Mio stands her ground as a small black cat flees the presence of the giant beast. Kneeling before the creature, Suzuki Mio can only utter a single, surprised sound. She stands firm as two shadowy creatures hiss, their glowing eyes fixed on her. The hunter's dark, form-fitting suit reflects the dim light of the cavern. Suzuki Mio speaks into her communicator, confirming her identity to someone on the other end. They're tracking her, focusing on areas without cameras. The hunter listens intently, her hand raised at her ear as if straining to hear a faint signal. The voice on the other end admits that even the monitoring team has lost track of her. A woman with short, dark hair looks surprised, questioning what she has just heard. The voice asks if the corruption level is underground, seeking clarification on the situation. A man stands before a bank of monitors, relaying that the monster crystal's color has changed, darkening as it reacts to the corruption material in the dungeons. The monitoring team expresses their confusion, unsure of what is happening. A large, clear crystal sits on a pedestal, its facets catching the light. The voice suggests that unless it is an equipment issue, there is a possibility that the corruptive material was leaked, and asks if there are any abnormalities. Suzuki Mio stands amidst a rocky landscape, reporting that she doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. A voice suggests reporting the incident as mere equipment failure, proposing to send in a team to investigate. Another voice expresses disbelief, stating that the corruptive material couldn't have simply vanished all at once. Elsewhere, Suzuki Mio laughs into her phone, a hint of amusement in her tone. The hunter, Suzuki Mio, stands with her sword strapped to her back, still holding her phone. The camera pans across a ruined cityscape, hinting at a world scarred by conflict. Could it be? A voice wonders. Debris litters the streets, a stark reminder of the destruction that has taken place. The scene blurs, focusing on a road stretching into the distance. An aerial view reveals a large building, possibly a military installation or a storage facility. A group of soldiers stands guard, their expressions grim. One of them growls, tension hanging in the air. Two men in military uniforms shake hands, seemingly sealing a deal or agreement as other soldiers look on. The handshake is interrupted by a question, a soldier demanding to know what will be done about his sword. A man's face is shown in close-up, a question mark appearing in his thoughts, suggesting confusion or uncertainty. She approaches the soldier, standing guard outside the facility, her expression unreadable as she closes the distance. Suzuki Mio stops before him, her voice cutting through the air. Why is she here? She wonders. The sound of her heels echoes against the pavement as she stands, waiting for an answer. The soldier, visibly agitated, demands, What? Why? Go away. His face contorts in a mixture of confusion and annoyance. The soldier seems to be trying to get rid of her. He asks her if she enjoyed her walk, and then says, Yes, well, thanks to you? In that case. Suzuki Mio's expression hardens as she presses him. Is there a chance you know something about one of the entrances to the underground being destroyed? The soldier stands before her, his face obscured by the shadow of his cap, as she awaits his response. He leans back, sweat trickling down his face, and asks, Did you notice anything suspicious on your way? Suzuki Mio looks away, her brow furrowed. I don't know. I was too focused on my walk, she admits. Her expression remains unreadable as she simply states, All right. Suzuki Mio turns and walks away, her long black coat billowing behind her. Two soldiers watch her depart, whispering amongst themselves as she walks away, the sound of her heels fading into the distance. The soldier's expression is grim as he hears his name called out. Sergeant Kim Min-jun is being summoned. Another soldier looks on, a question mark hanging in the air above him. The sky stretches out behind the assembled troops. Elsewhere, a woman with sleek, dark hair glances back over her shoulder, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Meanwhile, under the pale glow of the moon, a figure plummets through the dense forest canopy, branches snapping under their weight. The air rushes past as they fall, the sound of their ragged breathing echoing through the trees. They crash to the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through their body as they struggle to catch their breath. The woman with white hair lies bleeding on the forest floor, her eyes glazed over as a shadowy figure looms above her. Under the moonlight, a soldier cradles a hooded figure in his arms, their face obscured by the shadows. Under the watchful eye of the moon, the training facility stands silent, awaiting the return of its master. The door to the training room stands ajar, the sounds of labored breathing and pained coughs emanating from within. A strangled cry echoes through the room, a testament to the brutal training regimen. A soldier groans, struggling to rise amidst the fallen bodies, his face contorted in pain. Sergeant Lee Sung-go stands over the exhausted recruits, his expression a mixture of disappointment and anger. You've completely lost your touch while I was gone, he says, brandishing his swords. The sergeant's voice booms through the training room. Didn't I tell you guys to train on your own while I was gone? Another soldier lies prone, his face bruised and battered, a testament to the intensity of the training. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's face contorts with fury as he berates his underperforming soldiers. You are coming at me together, and yet you can't last 30 seconds. The soldiers remain on the ground, defeated and exhausted, as Sergeant Lee Sung-go towers over them, radiating disappointment. The sergeant's disappointment is palpable as he continues to express his dissatisfaction. I had high expectations of you. Sergeant Lee Sung-go's gaze is intense, his disappointment cutting deeper than any blade. He stands with his arms crossed, a look of utter disappointment etched on his face. His voice booms, shattering any hope of leniency. Did you think I'd go easier if you all pouted and looked sad? Get the hell up. Sergeant Lee Sung-go turns his back on the group, his posture radiating an almost palpable anger. A sinister grin spreads across Lee Sung-go's face, a hint of the torment to come flickering in his eyes. He vows to whip them into shape, his gaze intense and unwavering. The sergeant's expression hardens, a silent promise of grueling training hanging in the air. Turning away, Lee Sung-go declares that they will train on their own today, leaving the soldiers confused. The soldiers exchange worried glances, unsure of what this new directive means for them. A swift kick lands, the sound echoing through the training area. The soldiers breathe a sigh of relief, perhaps thinking they've caught a break from the sergeant's harsh training. One of them wonders aloud if they are truly saved from the sergeant's wrath. But the sound of approaching footsteps shatters any illusion of escape. The sound of heavy footsteps echoes as Kim Min-jun urgently tries to contact Lee Bong-gu. Kim Min-jun demands an answer, questioning if Lee Bong-gu caused the demonic energy explosion he just felt. He leaps forward, his expression a mix of urgency and confusion as he wonders what is happening. The shot from crossing dimensions leaves Kim Min-jun disoriented, struggling to understand the situation. His voice echoes, demanding an answer as he desperately tries to reach Lee Bong-gu. The sound of boots hitting the ground punctuates his frantic search. Elsewhere, Kim Min-jun stands amidst a forest, his face etched with concern as he tries to pinpoint Lee Bong-gu's location. He notes that Lee Bong-gu's demonic energy is growing faint, increasing his worry. The location is finally pinpointed, and Kim Min-jun prepares to move once more. Determination hardens his features as Kim Min-jun declares that he has found him. He launches himself forward, driven by the need to reach Lee Bong-gu as quickly as possible. The ground blurs beneath his feet as he races towards his destination. He reels from the dimensional shift, the sudden transition sending tremors through his very being. Kim Min-jun grits his teeth, fighting to regain his bearings amidst the chaos of displaced energies. Meanwhile, a blur of trees rushes past, the world outside distorted by speed and unseen forces. A desperate cry echoes through the forest. Isgard! Elsewhere, a hulking figure raises a sword, muscles straining with the impending strike. His feet are planted, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The muscular man towers over a cloaked figure, the glint of steel promising swift and brutal violence. The cloaked figure remains still, awaiting the inevitable clash. A foot drags, leaving a trail in the dust. He brings his leg down, connecting with the helmeted man's chest. The muscular attacker stumbles backward, losing his footing. The cloaked figure's foot descends again, aiming for the head. The armored man's head snaps back from the force of the blow. The cloaked figure stands tall, his foot still planted on the attacker's head. The muscular man's chest heaves as he struggles to breathe. Another kick lands, sending the helmeted head reeling. The attacker's legs buckle beneath him as he falls to the ground. The cloaked figure's hand presses down on the fallen man's head. The pressure increases, forcing the man's face into the dirt. The floor is cold and unforgiving. The muscular man lies defeated, as the cloaked figure stands victorious over him. The muscular man stands tall, his massive legs framing the cloaked figure in the distance. The warrior stands ready, his helmeted head held high, a massive sword gripped in his hand. A massive, ornate door looms, its dark wood and iron bands hinting at ancient secrets. With a resounding crack, the door splinters, a web of fissures spreading across its surface. The muscular man plummets through the shattered doorway, a cloud of dust and debris swirling around him. He crashes to the ground, leaving a trail of dust and broken stone in his wake. The warrior struggles to rise, his helmet askew, his expression hidden from view. Meanwhile, a sinister smile spreads across the cloaked figure's face. A stern warning echoes. Stealing from the temple of the goddess is a grave crime. The muscular man's massive arm hangs in the air, poised for action. The sound of footsteps echoes through the chamber as the muscular man approaches the cloaked figure. The distance between them closes, the tension growing with each step. A woman with long blonde hair walks ahead of the muscular man, her expression unreadable. A voice booms, offering a chance for surrender. The woman with blonde hair stands tall, her gaze fixed on the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure, assassin Kim Min-jun, considers the offer, a glint of steel visible in his hand. His eyes narrow, a silent defiance burning within. He takes a fighting stance, rejecting the notion of surrender. A smirk plays on his lips, a hint of the battle to come. The cloaked figure rejects the offer, choosing a different path. He prepares to unleash his power, a challenge to his foes. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of pink energy, readying for the next phase. Minold eyes him warily, stating she doesn't know his intentions, but assumes he's trying to use the divine relic to escape. The blonde woman declares that he wouldn't possibly know the coordinates. A voice declares that they are certain they've activated a dimension teleportation circle. The voice continues, stating that the coordinates far beyond this dimension were obtained from a troublesome parasite. Minold smiles, giving a thumbs up as she reveals her source. The blonde woman shouts, ordering someone to stop her. Meanwhile, the unknown muscular man swings his weapon down towards Minold. Kim Min-jun stands amidst the swirling energy, holding a glowing, snowflake-shaped object. He is enveloped by a surge of pink energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The energy erupts outward in a blinding flash, scattering debris in all directions. Elsewhere, a red-haired figure in a hooded cloak smirks, their eyes gleaming with amusement. A close-up reveals the intensity of their gaze, a hint of madness flickering within the crimson depths. Below, the woman in the white dress looks up at the muscular man, her expression unreadable. Her face shifts, a sinister smile spreading across her lips as her eyes narrow with dark intent. Meanwhile, the fabric of a white dress ripples, obscuring the scene in a soft, ethereal glow. Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, the branches of ancient trees reach towards the heavens. The forest floor is shrouded in mist, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient secrets. A gloved hand presents a swirling orb of pink energy as a small, shadowy creature looks on in awe. A white-haired figure reclines against a moss-covered stone, sharing the strange energy with their diminutive companion. That came from far away, you know? You should be grateful that I'm sharing it with you. The small creature happily munches on the pink energy, its eyes glowing with delight. She explains that she received it from Master Kim and Jun for doing well, and is still sharing it. A dark creature with glowing pink eyes and a wide, toothy grin looms, ready to devour whatever it is she's sharing. The white-haired figure, her brow furrowed in anger, demands the creature give it back and stop eating it. She reaches out, her gloved hand outstretched towards the shadowy form of the creature, a desperate plea in her posture. Her frustration mounting, she curses at the creature, demanding it come to her as dark tendrils writhe around them. The white-haired figure lunges forward, her expression a mix of anger and determination as she tries to grab the creature. Her eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses something unexpected, the creature looming closer. A surge of energy erupts, the air crackling with unseen power as the situation escalates rapidly. The energy intensifies, a palpable force that seems to warp the very space around them. The dark tendrils lash out, tearing through the environment as the unleashed energy wreaks havoc. The forest is consumed by the chaotic energy, the dark tendrils twisting and contorting as the landscape is reshaped. Weakly, she utters that this is before succumbing to the pain and collapsing onto the ground, injured and defeated. A dark creature looms, its purple eyes glowing menacingly as Lee Bongu is contacted. His location is demanded with urgency. An unseen figure demands answers, their voice laced with accusation. They want to know if he caused the demonic energy explosion. A cloaked figure stands amidst swirling dark tendrils, an ominous presence in the gloom. The source of the demand remains unseen. The shock of crossing dimensions is felt, the impact reverberating. Something is wrong, terribly wrong, as the unseen speaker struggles. A glowing orb pulses with light, a beacon in the darkness. Lee Bongu is confused by the situation, unsure of what is happening. The cloaked figure looms over the white-haired figure, who is now visible in the foreground. The tendrils writhe around them both. The unseen figure's demand echoes, insistent and demanding. They want an answer, and they want it now. A woman with striking red hair and eyes appears, surrounded by the dark tendrils. She recognizes someone, calling them a parasite. The white-haired figure is injured, blood streaking their face. They seem to recognize the red-haired woman, their expression a mix of shock and pain. The white-haired figure falls, defeated and vulnerable. The impact sends a ripple through the dark energy surrounding them. The red-haired woman confirms something, her expression unreadable. The tendrils continue to writhe around her. The red-haired woman is revealed to be Master Minold. She looks up, a sense of power emanating from her. He gazes downward, his expression unreadable in the dim light. Lee Bongu cradles the white-haired figure in his arms, supporting her weight. A close-up reveals the soldier's grim determination etched on his face. Master Minold raises a hand, her expression a mix of fury and disdain. Lee Bongu continues to hold the white-haired figure, a single word echoing in the air. Mino dash. Meanwhile, the full moon hangs high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the scene. The soldier's gaze softens as he looks down at the figure in his arms, a silent "you." Escaping his lips, a voice filled with rage erupts, declaring, "You mad fucks." The soldier's expression hardens, his jaw clenched in anger. The white-haired figure lies defeated on the ground, blood pooling around her head. Master Minold looks down, sneering, "And now this one too." The unseen speaker shouts in fury, "Both beaten up as well. I can't deal with you bastards." Lee Bongu holds the white-haired figure, a purple aura emanating from his hands as he uses the skill, demonic energies grasp. The white-haired figure remains limp in his arms, seemingly unconscious as the purple energy crackles around them. Lee Bongu, his expression hidden, declares that he will make sure she is alive before beating her up himself. A voice echoes, filled with rage, calling them winches as the purple energy intensifies around the scene. Master Minold's eyes narrow, her gaze intense with a mixture of anger and concern as she looks upon the scene. Lee Bongu's face is contorted with a grimace, his teeth bared as he glares back at Master Minold, his grip tightening on the figure in his arms. Master Minold, her expression softening slightly, murmurs that it wasn't a dream, relieved to see the white-haired figure, even in this state. She admits that she really missed her, her voice barely a whisper as she reaches out a hand towards the figure being held by Lee Bonggu. With a burst of energy, the white-haired figure is released from Lee Bonggu's grasp, falling to the ground with a thud. Lee Bonggu watches as the figure collapses, the purple energy dissipating around them, leaving her vulnerable on the ground. Elsewhere, Kim Seo-hyun kneels in the darkness, declaring his loyalty and offering his greetings, a curved blade glinting in the moonlight. A voice, weak and apologetic, says that they are really sorry that she had to use her precious demonic energy on them. Voices rise in frustration, the speaker declaring that he will be repaid with a life someday. He insists that staying alive is the only way to settle debts. The figure with red hair kneels, tremors shaking their form. A whispered apology escapes their lips, barely audible amidst the tension. The man in the military uniform stands with his hands on his hips, a picture of restrained impatience. He seems to be waiting for an explanation. Kim Seo-hyun is confronted about his deviation from Lee Bonggu. He is reminded that he is supposed to be the brain and pride of the cult. The silver-haired character states that he put effort into Kim Seo-hyun's name, unlike he did with Lee Bonggu. He claims to have thought about it for 10 whole minutes. A disembodied voice demands an explanation. The unseen speaker wants to know why the kneeling figure is present. The red-haired figure looks up, their expression a mix of pain and defiance. They seem to be gathering their resolve. The figure declares that, unlike Lee Bonggu, they are there for a different reason. They scoff at the idea that Lee Bonggu had any reason at all. An eye, filled with intense focus, narrows. Something has caught their attention, sparking a new intensity. A question hangs in the air. Did you see something? The answer comes back, simple and affirmative. Yes. The red-haired figure's eye glows with an eerie blue light. Determination hardens their features, a new power awakening within. A fickle demonic eye floats in a hand, described as a super rare item. Its power remains to be seen. He stands in his military uniform, the text above him explaining that the eye was acquired for Kim Seo-hyun because she lost her own during battle. Its ability. The words appear in a burst of light, declaring that what is happening is the imperfect prophecy. The eye glows with a bright, unnatural light, energy crackling around its pupil. Lee Bonggu's expression is unreadable as he stares off into the distance, perhaps seeing something others cannot. A voice asks what he saw, the response echoing in the darkness. What I saw. Min Old Master's expression is one of concern, her gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate scene. The words hang in the air, a grim prophecy, is the fall of Earth. A city burns, consumed by flames and lightning, a vision of apocalyptic destruction. Kim Min-jun stands amidst the chaos, a raven flying above him, a silent witness to the end. Min Old Master stands in a dark, wooded area, the word Earth floating above her head. Kim Min-jun stands a short distance away, his back to her. He turns his head slightly, a question forming on his lips. Is someone going to fall? Min Old Master explains that the demonic eye didn't show her when it would happen. Her expression is serious as she looks directly forward. She clarifies that she means Lee Bonggu is by his side. Kim Min-jun asks if she came all this way just to tell him that. He continues walking, his pace measured and deliberate. Min Old Master retorts, questioning if it's just because he and Lee Bonggu were together in his prophecy. Kim Min-jun's expression turns to anger as he asks how she came here, since she doesn't have the power to travel across dimensions. He accuses her of stealing a divine relic from the temple. He narrows his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting a deep intensity. A pendant hangs suspended, its ornate cross design catching a light. Kim Min-jun sighs, running a hand through his dark hair in frustration. He looks up, his expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance. A question hangs in the air. What was the cause of the world's end? Min Old Master, her red hair vibrant against the dark forest, remarks that the situation is like Isgard right now. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he exclaims, "What?" His face contorted in rage. Kim Min-jun shouts, lamenting that he resolved that damned war, yet they are all back at it already. His fist clenches, knuckles white with fury, as he demands to know against whom he must fight this time. Min Old Master stares ahead, her expression unreadable as she faces the gravity of the situation. A chilling declaration echoes. The Nova Empire is back. The air hangs thick with the stench of death, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. A fallen warrior lies amidst the rubble, blood pooling around his lifeless form. He surveys the carnage from above, the scene a testament to a recent, violent struggle. The lifeless eyes of the fallen stare blankly ahead, a final, silent scream etched on their face. Heavy boots tread carefully through the debris, each step a deliberate act of surveying the scene. A hulking figure looms, clad in armor and radiating an aura of formidable power. The assassin stands amidst the fallen, his cloak billowing slightly in the unseen wind. A contemplative silence descends as he considers the implications of the recent battle. Meanwhile, a blond man in a brown coat stands amidst the carnage, a dark presence looming behind him. Kim Min-jun stands resolute, the aftermath of the battle painting a grim tableau around him. A voice echoes, condescendingly telling someone not to be overjoyed. The hulking figure of a stitched-together man looms, his expression unreadable. The voice continues, revealing that subjects were tested to create this hulking man. The hooded figure, assassin Kim Min-jun, demands to know if the man knows him. The man in the suit declares that he is a duke of the Nova Empire, so it's only natural he has intel. The assassin remains silent, his face obscured by the shadows of his hood. The duke continues, calling it a shame that someone as skilled as the assassin is being used as a mere hound. The duke proposes that the assassin join them instead, suggesting he be doing much more important things. The assassin scoffs, stating that they are not friends and questioning all the talk. The assassin continues, saying they should just get this over with, while the duke says with the knowledge they have, they could help him shine. The assassin's eyes narrow, his expression hardening as he declares he doesn't have time. The assassin, his gaze intense, demands that the duke say what he has to say. The blond man in the brown coat addresses someone, mentioning the full-time employees of Isgard waiting on standby outside. He pauses, considering the situation. A dark hand descends, fingers outstretched, as if to grasp something below. Purple energy crackles around it. A monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A voice declares it a shame. A cloaked figure stands amidst swirling purple energy, their form obscured by shadows. The air crackles with unseen power. Kim Min-jun stands in a dimly lit area, his expression unreadable in the shadows. He is ready to fight. Footsteps echo through the stone corridors, the sound muffled yet distinct. Someone is approaching, their destination unknown. A gloved fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with tension. A voice declares right. Skills manifest as glowing blue screens. Corruption, demonic energies grasp, and demonic energy whip. The air vibrates with power. Kim Min-jun unleashes his skills, demonic energy claw and tail of pain, as purple energy explodes around his fist. His eyes gleam with determination. Purple energy crackles intensely. A voice laments, what a shame indeed. Kim Min-jun carries someone over his shoulder, their form limp and unresisting. He walks through a long corridor. Kim Min-jun's expression is grim as he looks forward, his resolve unwavering. He is determined to complete his mission. The high vaulted ceiling of the castle looms over the scene. A figure in a long cloak stands silhouetted against the light. The cloaked figure, Kim Min-jun, speaks, his tone laced with accusation. You grew that impatient that you came in here on your own? He continues, his voice steady, questioning the Archmage's motives. Or did you have business with me? Archmage Isaac's face is etched with weariness as he is addressed. The Archmage's expression hardens as he reveals the state of the castle. The soldiers are busy taking over the castle. Isaac's brow furrows with concern as he asks a question. Are you hurt anywhere? Kim Min-jun gestures dismissively, his words dripping with sarcasm. Well, as you can see. The Archmage is questioned about the Duke's fate. Is the Duke alive? Archmage Isaac assures him that the Duke is safe, but vulnerable. Of course, he's sleeping. You could go get him. Isaac begins to ask about something, his expression shifting to one of concern. How was? The Archmage's question hangs in the air, unfinished, as he refers to a creation of the Nova Empire. The artificial monster that the Nova Empire had made. Kim Min-jun pauses, a slight unease evident in his posture as he clutches a bag. Archmage Isaac turns his head, his expression dismissive as he declares the previous topic lame. The Archmage's gaze sharpens, his blue eyes gleaming with a cold intensity as he speaks of the Nova Empire's secret lab. The Archmage continues, revealing that the lab holds knowledge the outside world should never know, including their experiments with monsters. Kim Min-jun reassures the Archmage not to worry, his expression unreadable beneath the hood. Archmage Isaac states he doesn't intend to talk about it, and is leaving anyway, calling out to Minold as he departs. The Archmage's cloak billows as he turns, his back now, to Kim Min-jun, the sound of his footsteps echoing. The Archmage's gaze pierces the air, his question hanging heavy. How much do you trust the Saintess? A close-up reveals the Archmage's intense stare, his expression unreadable as he awaits an answer. Kim Min-jun's lips curl into a subtle smirk, his eyes glinting with an unknown emotion. The assassin's smirk widens into a full-blown grin, revealing a hint of malice as he prepares to respond. The Archmage responds, stating that he trusts the Saintess even a bit, of course. His fingers twitch, a subtle sign of the turmoil within. The report echoes in his mind. The Emperor of the Nova Empire was killed by the hero guy. Kim Min-jun's expression twists with worry, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He thinks everyone is taken care of. Meanwhile, two figures kneel in the darkness, their faces obscured by shadows. One asks, but what now? The other responds, they're back. The pair remains kneeling, a small, shadowy creature with glowing pink eyes standing beside them. A voice cries out, Back in a base. Kim Min-jun clenches his fist, knuckles white with tension. The question hangs in the air. Then what about our guys? Are our followers all right? Kim Min-jun's brow furrows, his gaze intense as he considers the implications. The red-haired figure remains kneeling, the shadowy creature a silent sentinel beside her. Kim Min-jun sighs, a hint of resignation in his voice. He says, all right. He rationalizes the situation. It's not like there's anything I can do here. Don't worry. They're followers you trained yourself. Two figures are seated side by side, the one with crimson hair looking anxious. The white-haired figure grins, seemingly unconcerned by the other's unease. The white-haired figure dismisses the need to worry about the followers, stating that what Kim Min-jun has to say is not something she wants to hear. Kim Min-jun clenches his fist, trying to push away his worries, telling himself not to think about it. Kim Min-jun is surprised by some kind of party effect, but he quickly dismisses it as useless. The two figures are still kneeling, looking up, seemingly waiting for something. Kim Min-jun sighs in relief, thinking about who will look after them, if not him. Kim Min-jun looks down, thinking that the prophecy isn't going to change anything, even if it says that the world will end. Kim Min-jun stands with his hands on his hips, stating that it is because of war. The camera focuses on Kim Min-jun's legs as he stands firmly on the ground. A voice declares that regaining past powers will solve everything. The silver-haired woman agrees, her expression one of manic glee. The red-haired woman stands with a small, black creature. A man in a military uniform grins, his teeth bared. A voice wonders what to do next. A few days later, a building stands under a bright sky. The man in uniform stands behind a massive stack of money. Min-old master kneels before a similar stack, the black creature beside her. The black creature's eyes glow with an eerie light. Min-old master punches with great force. She corrects herself, clarifying that she meant Master Kim Min-jun. It was good enough that they had provided this amazing place. Min-old looks at the stacks of money, seemingly amazed by the amount. The black bird-like creature states that it's not necessary to keep helping them. Kim Min-jun insists that, unlike Lee Bong-gu, it doesn't have a transformation skill, so it should do as he says. The red-haired woman states that this is too much money. Kim Min-jun stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression on his face. Kim Min-jun says he couldn't do anything about them living a broke life in Isgard, but he can't have them living like that in his own homeland. Min-old looks at the black bird-like creature with a softened expression. The red-haired woman thanks Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun says he will make sure to get the identity card that she mentioned with this money. The black bird-like creature agrees, stating that it's not. Kim Min-jun states that it's a legal method, so he can't really do much. He tells them not to get scammed, though, and to make sure to give him regular reports. Min-old's head is surrounded by flames as she tells the black bird-like creature to shut the hell up. Min-old tells herself to calm the hell down. Kim Min-jun says okay. She firmly grasps the small, dark, bird-like creature in her hand. Kim Min-jun smirks, thinking about the dangers of scamming certain individuals. He wonders who could survive such a risky endeavor. Min-old addresses Kim Min-jun, referring to him as Master Kim Min-jun. The man in uniform appears surprised by her statement. After acquiring the identity item, Min-old seems to have made a decision. With a determined look, Min-old places her hand over her heart, ready to make her intentions known. Min-old boldly asks if she can join the Hunter Corps. Mist hangs low between the peaks, obscuring the valleys below. A red bus winds its way along the mountain road, its destination unknown. Inside, the bus is mostly empty, save for a lone figure sitting in the back. Kim Min-jun sits with his arms crossed, his expression unreadable as he stares out the window. A disembodied voice considers the implications of a new recruit. After getting this identity thing, could she also join the Hunter Corps? The woman with red hair stares intently, her expression a mix of determination and concern. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow slightly, his thoughts hidden behind a stoic facade. The voice continues, stating that it's not impossible to get her a foreign citizenship through the black market and get her naturalized. The red-haired woman stands cloaked in the moonlight, her face obscured by shadow. A monstrous figure is shown, the voice stating that she can definitely join the Hunter Corps with her skill level, but Kim Min-jun leans his head on his hand, his expression thoughtful as he wonders, but why? He watches the red-haired woman stand before a strange, purple creature. Two MP soldiers stand at attention. Lee Sung-go considers the implications of her potential recruitment. He clenches his fist, a troubled expression on his face. The sergeant wonders if her joining the Hunter Corps will only create more problems for him. Lee Sung-go recalls how difficult it was to control her before. He wonders if it's even possible now. The sergeant thinks she is worse than Lee Bong-gu in some ways. He puts a finger to his lips, deep in thought. He recalls that if she joins the Hunter Corps, they'll have to go through the entire naturalization process. The sergeant's expression is grim as he contemplates the situation. Lee Sung-go sits on the bus, resigned to whatever outcome awaits him. Whatever, he mutters. Elsewhere, the red-haired woman stands with another woman, both wearing mischievous grins. Damn, troublemakers. The bus speeds down the highway towards Sirak. Someone thinks that it'll all work out somehow. Mist hangs heavy in the air, obscuring the distant mountain peaks. He pauses in a small clearing, scanning the dense foliage above. The hunter moves deeper into the forest, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Kim Min-jun's expression hardens, a flicker of anticipation in his gaze. The assassin glances at the small creature perched on his shoulder. It seems like they are close to their target. Kim Min-jun's eyes gleam with a predatory intensity as he focuses on something ahead. The assassin's lips curl into a thin smile. He is excited to see what kind of guys he'll come across this time. He wonders what kind of opponents await him in this forest. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, dappling the forest floor. The hunter pauses near a rocky outcropping, his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in surprise, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The forest stretches out, hiding its secrets beneath a veil of green. He paused on the ridge, scanning the fog-shrouded valley below. What? People were already here? Below, 3 figures stood in formation, clad in tactical gear. An unnatural energy crackled around them. The man in the beret observed the group. They don't look like they're from the Hunter Corps. The masked man's eyes widened slightly. He muttered him. The man's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the forest. Heavy boots crunched on the forest floor, each step deliberate and measured. The man in the beret looked up, his face obscured by shadow as he faced the newcomer. The man's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. Kim Min-jun's eyes widened slightly, a question forming in his mind. The man's voice cut through the silence. What brings you here? The zipper on the military jacket glinted in the dim light. He explains that he heard there might be some abnormal phenomena in the dungeon, so he is here to investigate. The uniformed man narrows his eyes, a hint of suspicion creeping into his expression. The uniformed man states that he thought the investigation was already over, and that they are from RAID, a civilian hunter company. The uniformed man asserts that they have official permission, his gaze unwavering as he stands with 2 other uniformed men behind him. The uniformed man explains that the Hunter Corps is the one that gave them the information and asks if Kim Min-jun wants to see the permit. Kim Min-jun declines the offer to see the permit, his expression unreadable. The uniformed man raises his hand, stating that he doesn't intend on making an issue out of this. The uniformed man questions what brings Kim Min-jun here, asking if he is really here for additional investigation. The uniformed man's expression hardens as he awaits Kim Min-jun's response. The uniformed man asks if Kim Min-jun is here on a weekend, all on his own. Kim Min-jun's gaze remains steady, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of composure. The uniformed man explains that the Hunter Corps manages all dungeons in Korea, and most are taken care of by their own forces, adding that it's rare that the Hunter Corps member demands the raid rights be handed over to civilians. His camouflage vest is visible as he continues to press his demands. He understands how they feel, but reminds them that the dungeon is money, after all. He worries the rare chance to raid it will be taken from him. However, the Hunter Corps member's smile suggests a different motive. His eyes narrow, a glint of determination in them. The smile widens, revealing a hint of something sinister. A sudden burst of energy seems to emanate from him as he declares he must enter the dungeon too. He touches his chin thoughtfully, considering his next move. The Hunter Corps member states he won't interfere with their raid rights, but an additional investigation is necessary. He stands before a shimmering portal, 2 figures already venturing through. The Hunter Corps member holds up his hand, signaling a pause. He instructs someone to enter 5 minutes after he goes in, a confident smile on his face. He narrows his eyes, a barely perceptible flinch betraying his focus. The assassin strides forward, entering the glowing portal, 2 figures following close behind. The Hunter Corps member speaks, stating that he really has something he needs to show. The hunter gestures expansively, insisting that they just need to take a look. The Hunter Corps member's expression hardens as he continues to speak his mind. He declares that he will discuss it with his teammates. The Hunter Corps member stands firm, another soldier visible behind him. Meanwhile, the landscape stretches out before them, mountains rising in the distance. The assassin stands near the glowing portal, other figures visible in the distance beyond it. The Hunter Corps member speaks, his companion listening intently to his concerns. The Hunter Corps member questions if they're losing anything, suggesting it's just an executive joining for free. Lim Sungjin of Civilian Hunter Company Raid Team 6 looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. John Seongmin wonders if they should check with the Hunter Corps, as the Hunter Corps member listens intently. The Hunter Corps member firmly rejects the suggestion. He reminds the team that their condition was having more than 10 people, and things might get annoying because of that. The Hunter Corps member thinks to himself that there's nothing they'll get if 10 people go into a dungeon, wondering how much longer this will take. The Hunter Corps member stands with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree. Someone argues that the point is that they're at a disadvantage here. Another member suggests that they just go with what the Hunter Corps member said, as the red-haired woman listens. The red-haired woman asks if there's no problem, seeking reassurance. The red-haired woman stands with her hands on her belt. The Hunter Corps member is surrounded by his team, all looking concerned. The red-haired woman says that she thinks so and tells them to let's go. The Hunter Corps member stands with his arms crossed, speaking with conviction. The blonde woman peers out from under the brim of her cap, sunglasses perched on her nose. The muscles in a person's neck flex as they turn their head. 3 figures walk forward, their boots crunching on the ground. The team moves through a lightly wooded area, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the trees. The blonde woman looks at Kim Min-jun, asking if he is Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun's expression is unreadable as he listens to the woman. The blonde woman smiles brightly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Kim Min-jun, surprised, responds to the blonde woman, who says she is a fan. The blonde woman is seen from behind, her ponytail swaying as she moves. The Hunter Corps member asks Kim Min-jun if he really doesn't need any equipment, but he insists he's all right. A close-up reveals a watch displaying some kind of interface. He listens as the Hunter Corps member behind him states they'll enter in 5 minutes. Kim Min-jun acknowledges the order. The Hunter Corps member's expression is stern as he looks forward, ready for action. Kim Min-jun's smile is wide, almost predatory, as he anticipates the coming conflict. The Hunter Corps member declares that he intends to kill anything that gets in his way during the investigation. Meanwhile, the Hunter Corps headquarters stands tall, a symbol of authority and power. Inside his office, a Hunter Corps member sits at his desk, seemingly deep in thought. The room is filled with trophies and awards. The Hunter Corps member sits at his desk, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The uniform of the Hunter Corps member is crisp and clean, a symbol of his dedication and service. Hunter Corps Commander, General Gu Hakchiel, stands in his office, reviewing a file with a contemplative expression. The voice wonders if they can really do nothing about it. He rubbed his brow, a deep furrow etched between his eyes. General Gu Hakchiel looked off to the side, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he considered his options. He muttered to himself, resolving to try contacting someone again. Frustration mounting, he slammed his hand down on the desk. The general stood, his back to the door, contemplating the situation. Gu Hakchiel returned to his seat, clasping his hands together as he considered the implications of the plan. He wondered if it was Major General Du who was avoiding contact, and if the rumors were true. The general sat at his desk, reviewing the details of the plan, his expression grim. Gu Hakchiel's brow furrowed. The target himself was very much against it. His hands tightened into fists, knuckles white with suppressed anger. The silhouette of a figure stood before him, as Gu Hakchiel was told nothing could be done and to see himself out. General Gu Hakchiel refused to give up, declaring he'd duke it out with Colonel Lee Junbiam himself. He clenched his fist, the name Major General Song Byamji echoing in his thoughts. Gu Hakchiel's expression hardened, a storm brewing behind his eyes as he considered his options. The message was clear: see yourself out. Elsewhere, a soldier exited a room, the door creaking shut behind him. Another man, face contorted in frustration, ran a hand over his brow, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The soldier stood firm, the emblem on his uniform glinting under the light, a silent testament to his duty. The man on the phone spoke, his voice laced with concern. "Lovely daughter, what is it?" He continued, explaining, "Yeah, I got a real scolding because of him, actually." The man listened intently, his back to the viewer, absorbing every word. A bead of silence hung in the air. The man on the phone grinned, a hint of malice in his eyes as he listened to the response. He urged the speaker on, eager to hear more. "Tell me more." The sky stretches wide, a pale blue canvas meeting the distant horizon. A woman stands before a swirling vortex of electric blue energy, its raw power crackling in the air. Holding a phone to her ear, she speaks, "Yeah, I've just met." The woman smiles faintly as she continues her phone call, the device pressed against her ear. The name Kim Min-jun is displayed prominently. The stone hallway stretches into the darkness, the walls slick with moisture. Arched doorways line the passage, their shadows deepening the gloom. Water pools on the cracked stone floor, reflecting the faint light from above. A ripple disturbs the still surface, hinting at something beneath. A clawed foot breaks the surface, sending droplets scattering. A massive, scaled body rises from the water, its tail dragging behind. The creature lifts its head, a forked tongue flicking from its reptilian maw. It surveys its surroundings, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. The hallway seems to shrink before the monster's presence. Spiked protrusions adorn its head, adding to its menacing silhouette. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth, ready to tear and devour. The reptile creature's tail whips through the air, leaving a trail of displaced energy. Kim Min-jun glances upward, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his beret. The massive creature moves with surprising speed, its heavy footsteps echoing through the stone corridor. Each impact of its scaled foot against the stone floor sends tremors through the chamber. The demonic energy is palpable as Kim Min-jun narrowly avoids the creature's attack. He finds himself surrounded, the jaws of multiple reptile creatures snapping hungrily around him. Kim Min-jun sprints forward, knowing this is why the civilian hunters were allowed to come in here. The creatures roar in frustration, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. It would have been really bad if it weren't for him. The Hunter Corps member is surrounded by the creatures, their teeth bared in anticipation. With a burst of speed, Kim Min-jun throws himself to the ground, narrowly avoiding the snapping jaws. He rises to his feet, his gaze hardening as he prepares for the next attack. Kim Min-jun's hand moves, as he declares he doesn't have time to play with them. He is surrounded, the massive reptile creatures advancing down the stone corridor. Meanwhile, the creatures, with their thick hides and protruding tongues, seem confident in their advantage. The dark hallway stretches onward, a possible path to somewhere else. The walls are made of stone, and the hallway is dark and ominous. A Hunter Corps member, wearing a beret, looks around with a concerned expression. The Hunter Corps member jumps from a high ledge, landing with a soft thud. The Hunter Corps member pauses, thinking, this seems like the place. Looking up, the Hunter Corps member realizes, but there's no way in. I'm too lazy to look around for an entrance. The Hunter Corps member's hand touches the wall, feeling the cold stone. The Hunter Corps member prepares to kick the wall, thinking, in that case. The Hunter Corps member's eyes glow red as they prepare to strike. The Hunter Corps member's uniform is visible, bearing the emblem of the Hunter Corps. Kim Min-jun launches a powerful kick, the force radiating with violet energy. The kick connects with a resounding impact, shattering the stone beneath his foot. Meanwhile, Dodge continues his trek through the dimly lit, ruined landscape. His boots crunch on the debris-strewn ground with each determined step forward. He advances towards a distant light, the promise of an exit drawing him onward. A massive reptile creature rests in the shadows, its glowing purple eyes hinting at hidden power. Its thick tail curls across the stone floor, a silent testament to its immense size. The reptile's orange eye snaps open, a sign that it is awakening from its slumber. The creature emits a soft, almost surprised, "Oh." Dodge approaches the massive beast, seemingly unfazed by its imposing presence. The reptile towers over him, its glowing eyes fixed on the approaching figure. Elsewhere, a figure stands with hands on hips, observing the unfolding events. Kim Min-jun's expression is one of sinister glee, a wide smile stretching across his face. Dark energy manifests as razor-sharp claws, crackling with ominous power. The recruits are sent flying, ragdolled by the unseen force of the Dark Mage's return. The dark energy claws extend from Kim Min-jun's leg, a visual testament to his newfound power. He gazes down at the manifestation of his skill, a predatory glint in his eyes. The dark energy claws loom behind him, a menacing aura surrounding the assassin. A close-up reveals the intensity in Kim Min-jun's eyes, a hint of madness lurking beneath the surface. He smirks, revealing his teeth as he thinks, "There's a sick skill I learned recently." The dark energy claws extend from his hand, ready to strike with deadly precision. Kim Min-jun stands with arms outstretched, a circle of dark energy swirling around him. Dark energy coalesces, swirling ominously in the training arena. He stands before a massive reptilian beast, the dark energy crackling around them both. Kim Min-jun's expression twists into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. "You want to try it out?" he asks, as the skill Rain of Corruption is described as demonic energy that corrupts any wounds. His eyes burn with an unnatural light, the darkness within him now fully unleashed. Kim Min-jun points a finger, channeling the dark energy into a focused attack. The reptilian creature is struck by the Rain of Corruption, the dark energy cascading down upon it. The creature's eye glows with an eerie light, reflecting the corrupting energy. The dark energy rains down, impacting the creature with brutal force. The reptilian beast is battered by the relentless assault of corrupting energy. The Rain of Corruption continues to pummel the creature, each strike leaving a mark. The creature is overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the dark energy. The Rain of Corruption descends, its dark energy coalescing around the target. The reptilian creature roars, its maw agape as the corruption washes over it. Its massive foot slams down, shaking the very ground beneath it. Kim Min-jun observes, disappointed. "That's not as dramatic as I expected." The assassin's expression hardens, a hint of frustration in his eyes. The creature's tail whips around, impacting the ground with tremendous force. The reptilian beast snarls, its glowing eyes fixed on its unseen attacker. Another foot crashes down, pulverizing the stone beneath its weight. The creature's head rears back, its corrupted maw a horrifying sight. Its massive chest heaves as it struggles against the encroaching darkness. A beam of pure energy pierces through the darkness, striking the creature. Kim Min-jun leaps into the fray, ready to deliver the final blow. He is sent flying as the creature's tail connects with tremendous force. The assassin, recovering midair, taunts his foe. "Are you feeling much lighter without your tail?" Kim Min-jun smiles, a glint of confidence in his eyes as he prepares his next move. The reptilian creature moves with surprising speed, its massive form a blur against the cavern walls. The impact sends tremors through the ground, a testament to the creature's raw power. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he witnesses the creature's agility. He clenches his fists, preparing to meet the beast head-on, his resolve hardening. The creature roars, a deafening sound that echoes through the cavern, a promise of destruction. The monster raises its foot, preparing to crush Kim Min-jun beneath its immense weight. Kim Min-jun is sent hurtling through the air, a desperate attempt to escape the impending stomp. The sound of impact reverberates, a sign of the creature's relentless assault. The creature's massive clawed foot slams into the ground, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The massive creature lumbers forward, its hulking form casting a long shadow across the cracked ground. Its maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a cavernous throat, ready to devour anything in its path. The creature's head looms, dripping with viscous fluid, as one of its thick tentacles snakes out, searching for its prey. The tentacle descends, a grotesque appendage poised to crush anything beneath its immense weight. Its massive hand, slick with slime, clenches into a fist, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The creature's reptilian eyes narrow, its gaze intense as it focuses on its target, a low growl rumbling in its chest. A surge of purple energy crackles around its hand, amplifying the force of its impending attack. The creature's legs, thick and powerful, propel it forward, its tentacle dragging behind, leaving a trail of destruction. A voice echoes, declaring that poison will not affect an advanced dark mage. Kim Min-jun is covered in green slime, as the creature uses the skill demonic energies grasp. The creature's face contorts in a snarl, its eyes burning with malevolent intent as it closes in. The creature's chest heaves, its massive form a looming threat as it prepares to strike again. He points a finger, a small, pink orb of energy gathering at its tip. The creature's voice booms, echoing with a sinister curiosity. How sturdy is the inside of your stomach? Kim Min-jun is engulfed in a pink aura, preparing to unleash a new skill. The system identifies it as Reign of Corruption D. The creature's massive eye narrows, focusing intently on Kim Min-jun. A burst of pink energy erupts, a concentrated blast aimed directly at the creature. The pink energy washes over the creature's face, obscuring its features in a haze of corruption. Kim Min-jun stands ready, his body radiating with the same pink energy, poised for the next attack. Another explosion of pink energy fills the space, the air crackling with destructive power. The creature looms large, surrounded by the swirling pink energy, as Kim Min-jun faces it head-on. Kim Min-jun is once again bathed in the pink glow, his resolve unwavering as he prepares for the next phase of the battle. A system notification appears. Your stamina stat has increased by 1. The system announces, your demonic energy stat has increased by 1. Since your demonic energy has reached the threshold, you have unlocked the skill, Vicious Charge. He narrows his eyes, a realization dawning within him. A wide smile spreads across Kim Min-jun's face, a hint of excitement in his expression. A new skill has been unlocked, Vicious Charge, which lowers defense and stamina, while increasing speed and potentially dealing damage upon collision. The system notes that most dark mages aren't strong enough to use this skill. Kim Min-jun stands, the description of Vicious Charge displayed before him, a testament to his growing power. The dragon's head declares that things are different with him, a confident hell yeah, punctuating the statement. Kim Min-jun raises his arm, preparing to unleash his newfound power. With his hand outstretched, Kim Min-jun announces his intention to start the cleanup. The skill Corruption, C, is now in play, ready to be unleashed. Kim Min-jun stands amidst a swirling cloud of pink smoke, the essence of corruption enveloping him. Kim Min-jun declares that this skill is the best for cleaning, though he notes it's hard to hit moving targets. He took a step forward, his boots echoing on the stone floor. A voice echoed from the shadows as someone said, "Let's see." A figure emerged from the doorway, his silhouette stark against the light. An impatient voice cut through the air, questioning, "Has it been 5 minutes yet?" Meanwhile, the sky stretched out, a canvas of blue and white, as the team waited. 300 core members crouched before a swirling blue portal, its energy crackling in the air. One of the Hunter Corps members, his face partially obscured by a mask, asked, "Hasn't it been more than 5 minutes?" The Hunter Corps member's expression was unreadable, his gaze fixed on the portal. Another Hunter Corps member checked his watch, muttering, "Indeed." As he waited, growing restless, one of the Hunter Corps members questioned, "Aren't we going in? Isn't something off?" The Hunter Corps member looked off to the side, his brow furrowed with concern. The Hunter Corps member's face was grim, a scar visible near his eye as he waited. He states that he didn't say anything about it, his expression unreadable. The team questions the nature of the investigation, wondering what can be accomplished in just 5 minutes. One recruit suggests they assume Kim Min-jun told them the truth, but another points out the dungeon could be dangerous, potentially leading to his demise. Gu Hakchiel's expression hardens as he listens to the concerns of his team. Two recruits discuss their predicament, one wondering if they are already in a bad situation. The team decides to set up camp and wait for the rest of their comrades to arrive. A recruit sits on a stack of crates, stating that they can't get involved if something happens inside the dungeon. One of the recruits asks what the other means, concern etched on his face. Gu Hakchiel's expression is grim as he considers the potential outcomes. One recruit worries about the possibility of Kim Min-jun's death, but another dismisses the concern. The team stares at the glowing blue portal, questions swirling in their minds as they look at the portal. Meanwhile, two women stand in a field, their expressions serious as they survey the scene. The Hunter Corps member's bare midriff is visible beneath his open vest. The Hunter Corps member asks the blonde woman if she recognizes the person they are discussing, reminding her that she claimed to be a fan. The blonde woman questions if it was the person they thought it was. Gu Hakchiel stands with two other men, one kneeling. He clarifies that the person in question is a regular sergeant, not a first-class sergeant. The Hunter Corps member wonders how the blonde woman knows who it is, given the Hunter Corps doesn't publicize faces and names. The Hunter Corps member gestures with his hands as he speaks to the blonde woman, who stands with her hand on her hip. The blonde woman's eyes are closed, her expression unreadable behind her sunglasses and cap. She states that she has her ways and instructs the Hunter Corps member to get their equipment so they can go in. The Hunter Corps member wonders aloud if there really is a problem with the dungeon. Someone shouts to fend off anything. The blonde woman looks down, her expression serious. Team leader Park Chambying speaks, his expression intense. The Hunter Corps member stands close to the blonde woman, awaiting her response. The blonde woman smirks, asking if he truly believes what was said. She declares that she does not believe it. The Hunter Corps member states that they waited 5 minutes as promised, and now he wants to check for himself why the sergeant went inside. The blonde woman looks up, a slight smile on her face. The blonde woman faces forward, her hands on her belt, as a blue light emanates in the distance. The blonde woman turns back, surprised, as a woman in gray walks away. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun stands beside another man, his face partially concealed by a black mask. The man in the gray jacket stands silently. A boot steps forward onto the grassy ground. A shirtless man runs his hand through his dark hair, the blue light illuminating his muscular physique. The man's pants are visible, secured with a belt. The blonde woman's eyes widen, a flush rising on her cheeks as she stares at something out of view. Behind her, a shorter woman hides her face in embarrassment. A man in military gear addresses Kim Min-jun, concern etched on his face. He asks what happened, gesturing towards the shirtless assassin and the strange blue energy emanating behind him. A voice declares that there's no issue and that they can go in, the words hanging in the air as the situation unfolds elsewhere. The team leader, Park Chambying, looks up, a puzzled expression on his face. He wonders what needs to happen before they can proceed, glancing back at the blonde woman. Kim Min-jun grins widely, his teeth gleaming as he looks directly forward, seemingly unconcerned by the events unfolding around him. He requests at shirt, his words appearing above a promotional banner for the group known for providing the fastest releases. Inside a simple room, the red-haired woman sits hunched over a computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. She rises from her chair, glancing at a stack of Korean textbooks, a determined look on her face. Her crimson eyes narrow slightly, a hint of weariness in their depths. Her fingers drum lightly on the desk, a silent rhythm accompanying her thoughts. Meanwhile, a black bird, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light, perches outside a window, clutching a gray bag in its talons. A man with long, white hair stands, a bag now in his hand, a faint purple aura emanating from his body. The purple energy intensifies, swirling around his leg like a phantom limb. He smiles, peering into the bag to reveal a small, red box nestled inside. He holds out a red box, asking where she went without saying anything. The red-haired woman explains that she went to the convenience store in front, as he holds up an empty golden pot. The golden pot is held up, revealing its emptiness. The white-haired man smiles, a smug look on his face as he holds the pot. The red-haired woman looks down, a confused expression on her face as she makes a noise of confusion. He continues to smile, seemingly amused by her confusion. The white-haired man's fist connects with the red-haired woman's face. The force of the blow sends her reeling backward. The recruit lies on the ground, stunned by the sudden attack. A text bubble appears, urging someone to use their words. The white-haired man is now on the floor, seemingly defeated. The red-haired woman stands over him, calling him a bastard and questioning why he transforms if he only eats all day. She wonders aloud if Master Kim Min-jun is giving demonic energy just so she can go on a walk. The white-haired man remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as he considers the question. He claims to have found so many dungeons, though the context of this statement is unclear. The red-haired woman's expression hardens, her eyes narrowed with suspicion and frustration. She thinks that if she'd known that Master Kim Min-jun had received a dimension-traveling penalty, she would have never accepted demonic energy from him. The white-haired man raises a finger, assuring her that Kim Min-jun will definitely be increasing his demonic energy stat faster than anyone. The white-haired man's expression is serious as he looks off to the side. He grabs the collar of his jacket, pulling it tighter around his neck. The red-haired woman confronts the white-haired man, questioning how dare a dark mage say that. He explains that increasing the stat can only raise the total amount of demonic energy that can be saved, but it will still run out as you use it. The red-haired woman retorts that on top of that, it's more difficult to collect demonic energy here compared to Isgard, yet he's saying such leisurely things. The red-haired woman expresses that it makes her doubt whether he's truly a believer. He grips his own wrist, a nervous habit as the white-haired man chuckles, confident in Kim Min-jun's plans. Her eyes narrow, the recruit's frustration boiling over. She believed that receiving demonic energy is part of some larger scheme. The red tracksuit jacket strains as the red-haired woman's anger rises, her expression a mask of fury. The air crackles with tension as she accuses someone of being too leisurely. Her hands clench tighter, knuckles white with suppressed rage. The red-haired woman's grip tightens, her gaze intense as she stares down at the white-haired man. The white-haired man laughs, seemingly unfazed by her anger. Losing her patience, she grabs the white-haired man's arm, demanding he stop whatever he's doing. The red-haired woman's face contorts with fury, her threat hanging in the air. Meanwhile, a Hunter Corps member stands in the doorway, a bag of treats in his hand, questioning if they are fighting again. The white-haired man raises his hands defensively, stammering a denial. The red-haired woman stands before him, her expression softening slightly as she acknowledges the Hunter Corps member's arrival. She stands with the white-haired man as a Hunter Corps member approaches, extending a hand in greeting. The red-haired woman seems unimpressed by the gesture. Elsewhere, an older woman holds up a book, explaining that in 3 days, the black market seller will secretly meet up with Lee Bonggu. The red-haired woman looks down, seemingly uninterested. The older woman warns, just don't get some nonsensical identity again, and don't leave everything to Bonggu, Kim Seo-hyun. You have to watch carefully, okay? Kim Seo-hyun, the Hunter Corps member, sits at a desk, flipping through books. He wonders what he's looking at, his brow furrowed in concentration. The older woman smiles reassuringly, telling someone not to worry, that they'll do well. Her expression is full of confidence and support. A disembodied voice echoes, warning someone not to go alone. The words hang in the air, a somber warning against isolation. Kim Seo-hyun, his expression serious, glances to the left. His gaze is intense, as if he's contemplating a difficult decision. Kim Seo-hyun is asked if he's really planning on joining the Hunter Corps. The question hangs in the air, laden with unspoken implications. The Hunter Corps member holds up a book, his name tag visible, Kim. He seems to be studying the contents intently. A voice declares that it hasn't been that much time, but they can already write basic Korean. The speaker vows to prepare perfectly and enlist. The red-haired woman smiles, her expression sharp and determined. She wonders if there were even written questions. The red-haired woman stands with Kim Seo-hyun, who holds a yellow book. The sound of something dinging resonates in the air. She pauses, her eyes wide with a sudden realization or concern. Excuse me for a second. Kim Seo-hyun stands behind the red-haired woman, his expression mirroring her surprise as he looks down at something unseen. A close-up reveals the source of their unease, a man with vibrant red hair, his face contorted in rage. Online, the man known as Ryu A. Hunter types furiously, claiming the Korean Hunter Corps just wastes taxes and does nothing. The online argument escalates as Ryu A. Hunter and Hyunajung debate the actions of a single sergeant and the Hunter Corps' image. Kim Min-jun fan chimes in, defending the sergeant and criticizing those who don't understand his unique situation, sparking further debate. The red-haired man, fueled by the online conflict, slams his hands on the keyboard, his face a mask of frustration as Kim Seo-hyun watches. The screen displays Kim Min-jun fans' angry retort, daring those who hide behind their screens to insult him. Kim Seo-hyun, observing the exchange, remarks that the red-haired woman's Korean has improved, though he asks her not to write his name in her ID. The red-haired woman's face is filled with fury as she continues to type, muttering about freaking bastards. A message appears, warning that contact will be unavailable for a week starting tomorrow, urging them not to cause any accidents and to be good. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-hyun stands with his hand on his hip, chewing as he looks off to the side. He is asked a simple question, the words hanging in the air. Kim Seo-hyun's expression is unreadable as he begins to answer. A quick response squad operates 24 hours a day, ever vigilant. The soldiers stand ready, part of the 2-second platoon, 2-second squad. Hunter Corps squads operate on a rotational basis at the battalion level. The 2-second platoon, 2-second squad, includes Corporal Jong Han-young. The deployment of the Hunter Corps' 5 standby is required. Although emergency situations do not occur frequently, service there is still notorious. And the reason for that is becoming clear. The camera focuses on the uniform of Kim Min-jun, 2nd Platoon Vice Commander, Sergeant First Class. An urgent announcement cuts through the air. Everyone is to report to the company military training ground immediately. One of the soldiers questions if it's another mock situation, his tone laced with exasperation at the prospect of more drills. The soldier expresses his reluctance, clearly not thrilled about the prospect of heading out again. Another soldier, trying to rally the troops, insists they'll figure it out once they get there, urging everyone to move. Someone explains that they only asked because they know that 9 out of 10 5 standby situations are fake. The soldiers' frustration reaches a boiling point, one of them exclaiming that this is just too much. Despite the complaints, one of the soldiers decides it's best to move forward for now, trying to keep the situation under control. Another soldier's face is contorted with anger, his expression a clear indication of his displeasure. The platoon vice commander is waiting, adding to the pressure and urgency of the situation. It's explained that endlessly having mock situations is a custom, because even 5 standby is considered part of training. A military transport truck idles outside the headquarters building, awaiting its passengers. Several soldiers, clad in camouflage uniforms, are positioned in the truck bed, weapons at the ready. The radio crackles to life, relaying orders. 5 standby. This is headquarters. The location is XXX, move. Inside the truck cab, a soldier relays the message, his expression serious. Quickly, over. The soldier's eyes dart nervously, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. Another soldier, visible through the truck side mirror, gives a thumbs up. We've finished boarding, he announces. The soldier in the cab speaks into his radio, confirming their departure. We're moving out. The truck begins to accelerate, kicking up dust as it leaves the base. The transport truck speeds down the road, carrying its complement of soldiers toward their unknown destination. Inside the cab, the soldier's gaze remains fixed ahead, his expression unreadable. He sits buckled in, his hand resting near his weapon, a picture of tense readiness. Inside the vehicle, a sense of unease settles as someone remarks on the heightened intensity of the situation. The truck's tires churn, kicking up dust and debris as it speeds along the rough terrain. Sergeant Kim Min-jun, focused on the road ahead, receives a direct order. Keep your eyes forward. A flicker of confusion crosses Kim Min-jun's face, his brow furrowing as he wonders about the urgency. Outside, 2 soldiers stand guard near the truck, their expressions unreadable as they survey the surroundings. The soldier with the prominent mustache stares intently, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Back in the driver's seat, Kim Min-jun remains focused, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The mustached soldier's expression shifts to confusion, his eyes widening slightly as he murmurs a questioning huh. The soldier, Jang, stands tall, his uniform crisp and his gaze fixed on something in the distance. Meanwhile, a lone figure walks down a stark hallway, their purpose unknown but their stride determined. A brutal impact sends shockwaves through the air as someone is struck with tremendous force. Jang's eyes widen in recognition, a surge of realization washing over him as he exclaims, "It's that guy." A black boot strides forward, kicking up dust with each step. Kim Min-jun greets the approaching figure with open arms, a wide smile on his face. "Oh, Sergeant Kim Min-jun? Long time no see." Turning, the recruit waves to someone behind him, beckoning them forward. Gu Hakshil's expression hardens as he approaches. He asks, "What brings you here?" Kim Seo-hyun glances at his wrist, a look of apology on his face. "You seem busy, so I apologize." The camera focuses on the emblem affixed to Gu Hakshil's beret. A close-up reveals the Hunter Corps commander's teeth gritted in frustration. Gu Hakshil barks an order, his voice sharp and commanding. "Second squad, get off." Kim Seo-hyun looks up, his expression determined. "We'll run." Boots pound the earth as the squad moves out, heading towards their objective. To the target location. The team sprints through the forest, their faces set with grim resolve. 2 figures break away from the main group, disappearing into the trees. General Gu Hakshil, his expression unreadable, hears something that catches his attention. The comment hangs in the air, laced with an undercurrent of disrespect. The general stands tall, his uniform immaculate, his gaze fixed forward with unwavering intensity. His hands are clasped firmly behind his back, a picture of controlled authority. The squad continues its relentless advance, a blur of camouflage and determination. Each member pushes onward, driven by the urgency of their mission. One of the soldiers, his face contorted in disbelief, wonders if he heard correctly. Another soldier grits his teeth, his expression a mask of grim resolve. Yet another grins with unsettling glee, finding the situation interesting. The forest canopy blurs as they race through the undergrowth, sunlight filtering through the leaves. The squad continues their advance, now running along the side of a massive wall. The path ahead winds through the dense forest, leading them deeper into the unknown. The soldier in the front shows concern as his comrade behind him appears startled. Elsewhere, a man in a military beret smiles with confidence, his expression suggesting a plan forming. The uniform identifies him as Major General Song Byamji, commander of the Hunter Corps Special Task Force. The Major General glances to the side, his face unreadable. Someone remarks that 4 minutes and 55 seconds had passed. It was a close one. A soldier calls out, demanding attention from the others. The response is a resounding salute. One of the soldiers snaps to attention, offering a crisp salute. His expression is serious, focused on the task at hand. Major General Song Byamji stares ahead, his face set with determination. Another soldier smirks, remarking that this is how the STF wants to play. Someone is confused by the turn of events, questioning what is happening. Meanwhile, a few minutes before the arrival of 5 standby, the landscape is serene, with mountains and lush greenery under a bright sky. 2 men in military uniforms stand at attention, their expressions unreadable in the dim light of the tent. The men stand rigidly, their faces betraying no emotion as they await further instructions. Major General Song Byamji stands with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the scene with a stoic expression. Song Byamji attempts to reassure the other man, telling him not to feel so uncomfortable, as this is just what they do. A close-up reveals the name tag on Song Byamji's uniform, confirming his identity and rank within the military. A speech bubble emphatically states, "No," followed by an explanation that it's an honor to have them visit such a lowly battalion. Colonel Lee Junbyum laughs, his face etched with deep lines, as he seems to find humor in the situation. The text identifies the speaker as Colonel Lee Junbyum, the 2nd Battalion commander of the 104th 4th Division, followed by the question, "Is that so?" Colonel Lee Junbyum throws his head back and laughs heartily, declaring that he'd better come here often, then. He listens intently as the other officer speaks, the words hanging in the air. Captain Co. Jeongwon's expression is thoughtful, a scar visible on his cheek. The text emphasizes that the Hunter Corps is solely composed of awakened individuals, and traditional hierarchies may not suffice. Captain Co. Jeongwon continues to listen, the other officer's words resonating with his own experiences managing and supervising a unit. Major Han Borum stands in the sunlight, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. The text explains that only the Hunter Special Task Force can take on the military police roles because of their unique abilities. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze, hinting at the pressure and responsibility he carries. The officer admits he understands, but wonders if they are there just to keep an eye on 5 standby. A group of officers stand together, their expressions serious and focused. The officer's eyes narrow, his expression conveying a sense of determination and resolve. Major General Song Byamji smiles, his expression suggesting a mix of confidence and anticipation. The text reveals that the commander of the Special Task Force is also present, adding to the gravity of the situation. The soldier stands guard, rifle slung, ever vigilant. The soldier collapses, overwhelmed by the relentless training. The troops stand in formation, a silent testament to their rigorous discipline. One of the soldiers laments the constant mock situations they are forced to endure. Another soldier looks on, questioning what has come before. One soldier believes the commander of the STF is present for vengeance. Another soldier agrees, suspecting that Sergeant Kim In-jun is the target. The soldier wonders if the trouble with the STF Sergeant First Class is the reason. The unseen speaker concludes that this is the only explanation. The soldier's face contorts in a yell, declaring his boredom to anyone within earshot. Another soldier, equally weary, waves his hand dismissively, calling the situation so damn petty. A soldier crouches, his expression unreadable, as he mutters, "If that's the case." 2 soldiers stand in a hallway, their eyes wide with a sudden realization. The soldiers continue down the hallway, their expressions shifting from surprise to determination. The lower half of the soldiers are seen walking down the hallway. The soldier's face is shown up close, his eyes narrowed and his mouth set in a grim line. One of the soldiers exclaims that they're right, deciding they'll just thug it out. 3 soldiers grin widely, one declaring he'll take care of Keelho. One of the soldiers says that even if they bully them, it can't be harder than Sergeant Kim In-jun's hardcore training. 3 soldiers are shown smiling, their faces close together. One of the soldiers is sent flying backwards, his arms flailing. The soldiers lay sprawled on the floor, utterly spent. One of them finally remembered the source of their misery. One recruit suggested they simply fail the 5 standby, but another thought that the instructor was a demon. The prone soldier raised a hand in protest, knowing that failing would only make the training worse. Another soldier resolved to try harder, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. One recruit complained about the instructor's cruelty, while another threatened to report him. A third recruit wondered if they were trying to kill him. The instructor smirked, seemingly pleased with the effect his training was having on the recruits. Suddenly, an order rang out. All recruits were to run outside for military training. The command crackled over the radio attached to the instructor's vest, spurring him to action. The soldiers' boots hit the floor with a renewed sense of purpose. The recruits looked up, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. A surge of adrenaline washed over them as they ran, smiles spreading across their faces. The soldiers responded with a resounding, "Yes, sir." The forest stretched out, a tapestry of green and shadow clinging to the distant mountains. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying whispers of the unknown. Elsewhere, the soldiers moved with practiced efficiency, their boots pounding against the earth as they navigated the dense undergrowth. One soldier, his back to the viewer, trudged up a grassy hill toward a lone, weathered building. The soldier contacted headquarters, requesting a report on 2 suspicious individuals at XXX post. Headquarters responded, reporting that they had arrived at the post 20 seconds ago and found nothing out of the ordinary, but would continue inspecting. Corporal Lee Dongjin wondered aloud if this was just another mock situation, admitting he'd never dealt with suspicious individuals before. Another soldier reassured him, stating that the post they were heading to hadn't been used in years, attempting to ease his comrade's nerves. The soldier's face broke into a wide grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he heard the news. His expression held a hint of mischief, suggesting he knew something the others didn't. Another soldier speculated that it was probably just a mock situation from the command and control center, dismissing any real danger. He hits the ground hard, scrambling backward, eyes wide with alarm. A soldier advances, rifle raised, boots pounding against the earth. A voice booms out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. "Halt!" The rest of the unit stands at the ready, weapons trained on the abandoned post. 2 soldiers positioned behind cover exchange questioning glances, unsure of the unfolding situation. The soldier's expression hardens, a grim determination settling over his features. A boot finds purchase on the crumbling stone. A silent ascent begins. Another soldier is sent sprawling, the impact echoing in the confined space. The fallen soldier lies prone, a stark reminder of the unseen threat. The soldier remains vigilant, rifle raised, scanning for any sign of movement. His eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as the situation escalates. The soldier barks into his radio, ordering immediate action. "Going to arrest them right away. Over." The radio crackles to life, relaying orders from headquarters. "Capture the targets alive." The soldiers below acknowledge the command, their eyes fixed on the imposing figure looming above. One of the soldiers, face set in a grim line, orders the enemies to drop their weapons. The soldiers launch their attack, confident in their superior numbers and training. One soldier's face twists into a sinister grin as he closes in on his target. A hand tightens around a weapon, ready to strike with deadly force. A swift kick sends one of the soldiers sprawling, the tide of the battle beginning to turn. Emerging from the shadows, the muscular man, known as Dojin, stands ready to fight. Dojin's fist connects with brutal force, sending another soldier flying through the air. The soldier crashes to the ground, defeated and disoriented. A flurry of fists rains down, overwhelming the remaining soldiers. The soldiers are quickly overwhelmed, their initial confidence shattered by the unexpected resistance. He sent the soldiers flying, the air filled with the sounds of gunfire. Another soldier, face contorted in rage, charged forward, followed by his comrades. The soldier's fist clenched, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. But the attack was swift and brutal, the soldiers overwhelmed by the massed assailant. One by one, they fell, their legs giving way beneath them. A soldier raised his weapon, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. Dojin stood over a fallen soldier as the remaining soldiers rushed toward him. One soldier glanced back, a flicker of fear in his eyes. One of the soldiers declared that he would handle things, telling the others to help the rest, as they were going to die at the current rate. A soldier looked up in shock as a large object hurtled towards him. Dojin stood over another fallen soldier, who cried out in pain. The soldier on the ground groaned, overwhelmed by the force of the attack. 2 soldiers in camouflage uniforms stand alert, their expressions grim as they survey the scene. He stands over a fallen soldier, another approaching with caution. The soldier mutters, "Now then." The soldier's face is set with determination, his eyes narrowed as he prepares to engage. Dojin cracks his knuckles, a silent promise of the force he's about to unleash. The masked man and the soldier face each other, the tension palpable in the misty air. The ground is a blur as the fight intensifies, the sounds of combat echoing through the trees. Dojin's fist hurtles forward, a concentrated point of devastating power. The soldier is sent flying backward, the force of the blow evident in his distorted posture. The soldier's expression is one of shock and pain as he reels from the impact. Dojin's eyes are focused and intense, his body coiled and ready for the next strike. He delivers another powerful punch, the force of it sending shockwaves through the air. His feet pound the earth as he moves with incredible speed, a whirlwind of destruction. He prepares to strike, his leg extended, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air, shattering the ground beneath. The soldier is sent flying, his body ragdolling from the sheer power of the kick. His face contorts in pain and surprise as he is launched through the air. A soldier observes the scene, his expression unreadable as he clutches his radio. A group of soldiers stands ready, awaiting orders, their faces grim. The order rings out, cold and merciless. Trample him. A soldier points down with a cruel smile, eager to carry out the brutal command. Two soldiers grin with sadistic glee, ready to unleash their fury. They stomp down with savage force, their boots crashing against their target. The soldier's face is twisted in a sinister smile, relishing the violence. His expression is one of pure, unadulterated malice as he anticipates the pain. He lies on the ground, winded, as the soldiers tower above him. A soldier's arm tenses, ready to deliver a crushing blow. The soldier's face is contorted with rage as he prepares to strike. But Dojin is far from defeated, already moving to counter the attack. The soldier's eyes widen in surprise as Dojin rises to meet him. His fist clenches, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Dojin strikes with blinding speed, sending the soldier flying backwards. He stands his ground, arms crossed, a silent challenge to the remaining soldiers. The other soldiers are sent sprawling, defeated by Dojin's superior skill. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun lowers his mask, revealing a knowing smirk. The assassins stand behind one of the soldiers, observing Dojin's display of power. Kim Min-jun remarks, his voice laced with amusement, that Dojin must be confident in his endurance. The soldier, wearing a camouflage uniform and helmet, smirks, extending a finger. He proposes a round of one touch, tauntingly asking if his opponent is scared. Dojin responds to the challenge with a low chuckle. His eyes narrow behind the black mask, a hint of amusement in his gaze. The masked man's amusement quickly turns to anger. He clenches his fist, retorting that his opponent is an arrogant little. The soldier is struck, the force of the blow evident, as he is sent reeling backward from the impact. With brutal efficiency, Dojin brings his foot down on the fallen soldier, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. The force of the blow creates a visible shockwave, illustrating the sheer power behind Dojin's attack. Dojin's expression is one of intense anger, his eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed as he continues his assault. Despite the beating he's taking, the soldier manages a smirk. He seems to be enjoying the fight, or perhaps he has a plan. The soldier, still smirking, declares that it's his turn. He raises his rifle, ready to retaliate. Dojin's anger intensifies, his expression hardening as he prepares to face the soldier's counterattack. He mutters a frustrated HM. A close-up reveals Dojin's muscular torso, highlighting his physical prowess and the power he brings to the fight. The soldier prepares to strike, his expression determined as he raises his fist, ready to deliver a blow of his own. He brings his foot down with crushing force, aiming to end the fight. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, dust and debris flying. The soldier's boot connects with the earth, driving down with brutal intent. From the soldier's perspective, Dojin lies prone, struggling to breathe beneath him. Dojin gasps for air, the weight of the soldier pressing down on him, stealing his breath. A sinister gleam fills the soldier's eyes, a cruel satisfaction spreading across his face. The soldier's twisted grin widens as he commands, "Trample him." A chorus of cruel laughter erupts as the other soldiers eagerly join in the brutal assault. Dojin cries out, his voice strained with pain and desperation, begging them to stop. His fingers claw at the dirt, a futile attempt to find purchase, to escape the relentless assault. The soldier's eye reflects the brutal scene, a dark satisfaction swirling within as he recalls his orders. The sound of crushing bones echoes through the training ground. Inside the office, Colonel Lee Junbyum sits across from another soldier, the tension palpable in the air. The soldier stands near the table, his presence adding to the already strained atmosphere. Lee Junbyum's voice rises, demanding the other soldier take something back, his face flushed with anger. The colonel's expression hardens as he declares he's never heard of such a thing in his military career. The colonel threatens to file an official complaint with the STF's executives. Lee Junbyum's eyes narrow, his jaw tight as he stares down the other soldier. The colonel's voice booms, questioning why the other soldier won't calm down, stating his behavior is becoming problematic. Lee Junbyum sighs, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. His hands clench into fists, a visible display of his barely contained frustration. The colonel stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he addresses the other soldier, the sound of the door closing echoing in the room. He sits in his office with another soldier and tells someone to come in. The door bursts open as a soldier enters the room with urgency. The soldier strides forward, his boots hitting the tiled floor. The soldier, CEO, salutes, announcing the return of the battalion commander and 5 standby members. Colonel Lee Junbyum's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. CO asks if everyone is all right, concerned if anyone was hurt during the mission. He reports that 2 individuals were apprehended. CO's expression shifts to shock as he wonders if they are badly injured. The soldier reports that 2 suspicious individuals were taken unconscious. CO clarifies that lives are not in danger, and that their members were only lightly wounded. He is baffled by the fact that 2 suspicious individuals were rendered unconscious. CO is confused and wonders if the suspicious individuals have been arrested. He exclaims that 5 Standby has arrested 2 suspicious individuals, a wide grin on his face. The sergeant's uniform is crisp, the name tag reading CO Jeongin above the Roka emblem. Lee Sungo and a few others were lightly injured, but they are fine enough to be running to the cafeteria because there's sausages today. CO Jeongin's smile widens, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he anticipates the cafeteria's offerings. He glances back, still smiling, as if sharing a private joke with someone out of view. A fist slams down with considerable force, the impact sending tremors through the immediate area. CO Jeongin's expression shifts to anger, his brow furrowed and eyes narrowed in frustration. A surge of pure, unadulterated rage erupts, focused on one individual, Kim Min-jun. Despite his anger, CO Jeongin devours the sausages, his cheeks bulging as he chews with gusto. The Hunter Corps military base stands silent, save for the distant hum of activity. 2 figures lie prone on cots, their conditions unknown as they rest in the infirmary. The soldier's uniform bears the insignia of rank, but his expression is obscured. A voice calls out, the urgency clear in its single, shouted word. The injured man lies on his back, his face bruised and swollen as someone urgently asks if he is all right. The text identifies the injured man as Major Han Borum of the Hunter Corps Special Task Force. Another injured man lies prone, identified as Major Jong Hae-jun of the Special Task Force. An officer shouts, demanding that the majors open their eyes, his face contorted with concern. Song Byamji, the major general, looks off to the side, his expression grim. 3 soldiers stand at attention, awaiting orders, the sound of someone clicking their tongue echoing in the room. The officer's face is partially obscured, but his intense gaze is unmistakable. The officer asks if the battalion commander and company commander will excuse them, awaiting their response. He salutes, his expression a mix of shock and respect. Colonel Lee Junbyum seems taken aback by the news. A soldier, clad in camouflage and a helmet, strides purposefully down the tiled hallway, his mission unknown. Major General Song Byamji's face is etched with a stern disapproval, his gaze intense and unwavering. The Major General's uniform is crisp and immaculate, his name tag a stark declaration of authority. The soldier's eyes widen behind his helmet, a spark of surprise flickering across his face. A close-up reveals the rough texture of the Major General's skin, hinting at years of experience. Major General Song Byamji erupts in laughter, his earlier sternness replaced by amusement as he speaks to the soldier. Word spreads quickly. Someone has single-handedly defeated 2 majors, an almost unbelievable feat. The soldier's expression shifts to thoughtful contemplation, perhaps considering the implications of his actions. A voice questions why such a capable individual remains a sergeant first class, implying a failure of judgment by superiors. The soldier clenches his fist, a surge of determination or perhaps suppressed anger evident in his posture. Major General Song Byamji declares his intention to promote the soldier to second lieutenant, acknowledging his extraordinary achievement. An offer hangs in the air, join the Special Task Force. He finds himself suddenly seized, a hand gripping his throat. Major General Song Byamji's face looms, a predatory smile playing on his lips as he asks if he wants it. The soldier's expression is unreadable, a slight smirk the only visible reaction. The soldier's smirk deepens, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The question hangs heavy. Are you sure about this? Meanwhile, 2 soldiers stand guard, their faces betraying nothing as they observe the scene. One of the soldiers wonders if the other is sure about this, as something seems off. The soldier speculates that the Major General is trying to scout Sergeant Kim Min-jun and wonders if they should just leave them alone. A close-up reveals the name tag of Colonel Lee Junbyum. Colonel Lee Junbyum dismisses the concerns, stating that Kim Min-jun is a much greater guy than they think. Colonel Lee Junbyum's words leave Soldier CO looking surprised, a question mark floating above his head. The sound of a door slamming echoes through the sterile hallway, a stark punctuation to the unspoken tension. The soldier in camo confronts Colonel Lee Junbyum, demanding to know what he just said, his voice laced with anger. Soldier CO chuckles to himself, remembering the Major General's words about the recruit, Kim Min-jun. The soldier's grin widens as he recalls that he never holds back, finding amusement in the situation. The soldier in camo admits to being worried, knowing what Kim Min-jun is like and what he might do if he crosses the STF commander. Colonel Lee Junbyum dismisses the concern, stating that there's no way Kim Min-jun would do that, his tone confident. The tension between the 2 men is palpable, their faces inches apart as they argue about the recruit's potential actions. A disembodied voice wonders what they should do and whether they should go in there, the question hanging in the air. Soldier CO looks worried, his brow furrowed as he considers the implications of their next move. The soldier in camo asks why he is worried about what they would even do afterwards, questioning his concern. Soldier CO points a finger, perhaps about to explain his reasoning, his expression a mix of concern and determination. He grits his teeth, his expression a mask of barely contained fury. The soldier stands rigidly at attention, listening to the terms being laid out. The terms are unacceptable to him. He scoffs at the idea of dungeon power. Major General Song Byamji's face contorts with rage, his teeth bared. The soldier in camo demands to know if CO Jeongin is in his right mind. The soldier states that the restrictions on personal electronics and internet usage are unacceptable. The soldier in camo emphasizes the seriousness of the situation with a pointed finger. The Major General's cartoonish face declares that nobody asked for the game's name. Major General Song Byamji stands before a line of saluting soldiers, his anger palpable. The Major General demands if they see the stars on his hat, boasting that he has two, not just one. The soldier in camo states that this was 5 standby, his hands clasped behind his back. A disembodied hand points down, as if wishing for more experience. The soldier's threats hang heavy in the air, promising suffering and sleepless nights. Corps Sergeant First Class CO Jeongin stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he faces an unseen accuser. A finger taps impatiently, punctuating the unspoken tension in the room. The unseen figure demands an answer, questioning CO Jeongin's loyalty to his squad. Major General Song Byamji, arms crossed, suggests a shift in topic, hinting at a discussion about hunters. The accusation rings out, illegally intervening with a civilian hunter company's dungeon raid. CO Jeongin's eyes narrow, the weight of the accusation settling upon him. The soldier looks up at Song Byamji, who looms over him, declaring that this requires inspection. The Major General begins to speak, his words cut off mid-sentence. Song Byamji explodes, dismissing the idea of a legitimate inspection with furious contempt. The scene shifts to a chibi style, the tension momentarily broken by the absurdity of the situation. The Major General demands to know who authorized the inspection, his anger palpable. He holds the envelope, the name tag on his uniform clearly visible. The boots of 2 soldiers stand face to face, the tension palpable. Major General Song Byamji and Sergeant CO Jeongin lock eyes, the air thick with unspoken accusations. A hand retrieves a document from within the manila envelope, its contents still concealed. Major General Song Byamji asks what brings the sergeant here, noting he thought CO Jeongin was at headquarters. Sergeant CO Jeongin finds it a strange question to ask, given the circumstances. Song Byamji demands to know if CO Jeongin came while he was gone on purpose, but the sergeant denies it. The Major General holds the envelope, stating he received an interesting tip-off. Sergeant CO Jeongin declares he came as soon as he heard Song Byamji was at his division, just to show him something. The documents are pulled further from the envelope, the rustling sound filling the room. Major General Song Byamji's eyes widen in shock as he examines the document, its contents clearly disturbing. The document is held aloft, its secrets about to be revealed, with the blurred background hinting at hidden observers. The soldier, Sergeant CO Jeongin, grins widely, his gaze fixed on someone to his right, seemingly pleased by what he sees. Sergeant CO Jeongin addresses Kim Min-jun, revealing himself as a fan, his expression shifting to one of surprised admiration. A close-up reveals the name tag on the soldier's uniform, clearly identifying him as Kim Min-jun. Elsewhere, a blonde woman in sunglasses speaks on the phone, expressing surprise at some information she has just received. The woman stands with her hands on her hips, 2 figures visible in the background amidst a swirling blue energy field. Kim Min-jun's eyes glow with an eerie light as a sinister smirk plays across his lips, hinting at hidden depths. Kim Min-jun seems to be taken aback by the sergeant's statement, questioning if he heard correctly. Back on the phone, the woman speaks to her father, inquiring if the priority scouting target has changed. The woman pauses, absorbing the information, and suggests they shouldn't reach out to him yet. The woman confirms her statement, implying that she has only just met the person in question. The woman stands in front of a swirling blue portal, the destination unknown, but clearly significant. A shadowy figure lurks in the darkness, identified as Kim Min-jun, his presence ominous and foreboding. Meanwhile, it was Kim Min-jun's first day in 5 standby, the clock reading 11:28 p.m. under the watchful eye of the moon. The building loomed, its purpose unknown, but the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Inside, the hallway stretched, sterile and silent, save for the muffled exclamation of someone's unease. In a dimly lit room, soldiers sat, their postures reflecting a mix of exhaustion and nervous energy as they waited for orders. A hand reached for a door handle, the metallic click echoing in the otherwise quiet space. The door creaked open, a sliver of light cutting through the darkness as someone entered the room. One of the soldiers sat slumped against the lockers, his eyes closed, trying to steal a moment of rest before the inevitable call to action. The room was filled with the quiet tension of men waiting, each lost in their own thoughts as the minutes ticked by. One soldier, helmet still on, glanced sideways, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes as he awaited further instructions. Another soldier's eyes widened, a question forming on his lips as he looked up, startled by an unseen event. A voice crackled over the radio. Sergeant Kim Min-jun was being summoned. The moment of truth had arrived. He speaks into the radio attached to his chest, telling the other person that they can rest. The soldier across from Kim Min-jun holds his rifle, concern etched on his face. He asks if Kim Min-jun shouldn't rest as well. Kim Min-jun dismisses the other soldier's concern, telling him not to worry about him and to get some rest. He continues, stating that this is just until tomorrow, implying a temporary situation. The soldier, his back turned, reaches for the door handle, preparing to leave the room. The other soldier's expression shifts to one of surprise and worry as he hears Kim Min-jun's words about tomorrow. Kim Min-jun's hand grips his rifle. He thinks to himself that this is just their first day, though. The soldier walks down a dimly lit corridor, his footsteps echoing in the silence. A low angle shows his boots hitting the floor, each step deliberate and quiet. A sinister smile creeps across Kim Min-jun's face as he thinks about tomorrow, revealing his true intentions. He thinks to himself that he will take care of all the annoying guys tonight. The camera zooms in, focusing on Kim Min-jun's malicious grin, highlighting the darkness within him. A voice commands, "Start, bongo," signaling the beginning of the operation. The raid building stands tall against the night sky, its sign illuminated. A figure approaches, his long, white hair flowing behind him as he walks toward the entrance. The man, clad in a blue tracksuit, carries a small, dark creature perched upon his shoulder. His feet carry him forward, each step echoing with purpose on the tiled floor. All right. Meanwhile, the raid logo gleams, a silent sentinel overseeing the activity within. Inside a brightly lit office, rows of cubicles stretch into the distance, each occupied by a worker. A blonde woman sits diligently at her computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The rhythmic tapping of keys fills the air as she focuses intently on her work. A flicker of confusion crosses her face, a question mark forming in her thoughts. Her fingers pause momentarily above the keys, her raid identification badge catching the light. Her eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning as she looks up from the screen. She wore a white button-down shirt, her raid ID badge prominently displayed. Down the hall, a man in dark overalls pushed a mop, the squeak echoing in the empty corridor. The blonde woman approached him, her voice sharp. "What are you doing here? This isn't when the cleaning crew comes." The man's grip tightened on the mop handle, the sound of straining would filling the air. His knuckles were white as he clenched the mop, the tension palpable. Beneath the shadow of his cap, the man smiled. "I guess I got the timing messed up because it's my first day. I'll get it over with real quick." The blonde woman's eyes narrowed, her suspicion growing. "Oh, is that so?" Her arms crossed, the woman demanded, "Let me see your face as well as your ID card." The man's back remained turned, his gray hair visible beneath the dark cap. The man paused, his silence heavy with unspoken intent. The blonde woman's expression hardened, her eyes blazing with determination. Her voice brooked no argument. "Don't make me repeat myself. Show me your face and ID." She watches as the cleaner, clad in dark overalls and a cap, pauses in his work. He raises a hand, offering a placating gesture. The cleaner's boots stand out against the tiled floor as he remains still. The sound of his boots scraping against the floor echoes as he shifts his weight. The woman raises her hand, palm out, a clear signal for him to halt. Her expression hardens with suspicion. The cleaner adjusts his cap, obscuring his face further in shadow. Beneath the cap, the mysterious man with white hair smiles slyly. The cleaner insists that she stay right there, complaining that she is yelling at him and that it hurts his ears. The woman's eyes widen slightly, her expression shifting from suspicion to something akin to fascination. The mysterious man with white hair explains that it is his first day. The mysterious man with white hair continues, stating that he doesn't have an ID card. The mysterious man with white hair's eyes glow with a strange power, the word skill, seduction appearing before him. The woman's eyes now glow with a mesmerizing pink light, her expression vacant as she utters a soft. She pauses, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension as she waits. The white-haired man points out that she's in a high-security building without proper identification, especially on her first day. He holds out a temporary ID, the name Song Ji-yoon visible on the card. Song Ji-yoon beams, her face lighting up with a wide, grateful smile. The temporary ID reads Raid. He tells her to use it for today, promising to inform the security team tomorrow. The white-haired man slides the temporary ID across the desk to Song Ji-yoon, a soft tap echoing in the room. He turns away, his long white hair swaying slightly as he moves, the temporary ID now in her possession. The raid ID card is placed on the desk, the sound of it hitting the surface echoing softly. The man's feet move away from the desk, his dark shoes disappearing into the shadows. Song Ji-yoon watches him, a slight tilt of her head as she asks if there's anything else she needs. The white-haired man leans in close, his eyes narrowing as he replies, "If you are offering." He continues, stating that he does have one favor to ask, the air thick with unspoken implications. He offers a disarming smile, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners. A hand extends, holding a glowing orb that seems to whisper a request. "Please clean for me." The elevator doors stand closed, the indicator light displaying the 77th fourth floor as a voice says, "I'm really good at cleaning. Start from there." Meanwhile, down a long, sterile hallway, two figures stand in the distance, their purpose unknown. With a ding, the elevator announces its arrival on the floor. A young woman with vibrant pink hair stands poised, a dark, shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes floating beside her. She wears a red tracksuit jacket, the name RAID emblazoned on the chest. The woman glances up, her gaze fixed on the newly arrived elevator. She turns, her back to the elevator, ready to move. Her foot strikes the ground, the sound echoing in the hallway. Nearby, a hand holds up an ID card, revealing the name Song Ji-yoon. The woman with pink hair pauses, muttering to herself that there's one kid that's been marked by Night Walker. A soldier stands in the darkness, the order echoing in his mind. Look into her. Elsewhere, Song Ji-yoon stands before a computer, a dark figure lurking behind her. She is sure she's connected somehow. The soldier, clad in tactical gear, receives his orders. To the Hunter Special Task Force, find the evidence. Song Ji-yoon stands before the computer, her expression unreadable as she works to find what she needs. The soldier's gaze is intense, focused on the mission at hand, the weight of the task heavy on his shoulders. The dark figure looms behind Song Ji-yoon, a silent observer as she continues her search, her brow furrowed in concentration. The soldier's resolve is unwavering, his determination fueled by the urgency of the mission, the need to find the evidence. Song Ji-yoon's expression hardens, a flicker of doubt crossing her face as she wonders if Master Kim In-jun can be trusted. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, the rapid clicks echoing in the room as she races against time to uncover the truth. Her eye widens, a spark of realization igniting within her as she closes in on her target, the truth within reach. An exclamation mark appears, signaling a breakthrough, a moment of clarity in the midst of the digital chaos. Song Ji-yoon's eyes gleam with triumph, the dark figure watching intently as she declares that she has found it. A soldier's face is illuminated from below, a predatory grin spreading wide. He barks orders, demanding everything be gathered and sent to the specified address immediately. The soldier holds up a card bearing the emblem of the Hunter organization. Major General Song Byung-ji trembles slightly as he reviews the documents before him. A close-up reveals his name printed on a tag, Song. The contents of the document remain obscured. His eyes widen, a silent question forming. How did he get this? The camera focuses on the name tag of another soldier, labeled DO, as Major General Song Byung-ji considers the implications. If he admits to this now, he's done for. Major General Song Byung-ji continues to examine the document, his expression shifting from concern to suspicion. He demands to know why he is being shown this, his voice laced with a growing unease. His face contorts with anger, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The document reveals the name Kim Jun-soo, First Lieutenant, as Major General Song Byung-ji is asked if he knows anything about it and if he can take responsibility. The documents in hand detail a raid, the implications yet to unfold. An anonymous report has surfaced, claiming that information has been leaked to a civilian hunter company. As the Major General Song Byung-ji reviews the documents, he notes that the information concerns highly regarded individuals. The report also mentions low-ranking officers from the Hunter Corps, further complicating the situation. Major General Song Byung-ji's expression hardens as he reads the details, his jaw tightening with concern. The report contains personal information that was not meant to be listed, raising serious questions about the leak's scope. These are classified observation reports. The Major General thinks the implications of their exposure deeply troubling. Major General Song Byung-ji explodes, demanding to know who leaked this information and why it had to be this specific report. The documents implicate a civilian hunter company called RAID, and the Major General knows that someone is strong enough to lead a RAID team. It's already known that she contacted a few Hunter Corps officers with promising futures, scouting them to join RAID. The Major General's face is shadowed by fury as he prepares to ask one more time. He is furious, his face contorted in rage as he prepares to confront someone. The interrogation begins, the air thick with tension as the Major General demands, "Do you really not know anything about this?" The sound of something breaking echoes through the room, amplifying the intensity of the moment. Major General Song Byung-ji grabs a soldier by the collar, his grip tight and unforgiving. The sound of struggle fills the air as the interrogation escalates. The Major General's voice booms, laced with fury. Are you threatening me right now by involving my daughter in this? He demands, his voice rising. Do you have evidence for your claims? The Major General gestures emphatically, his face a mask of barely controlled anger, as he warns that there are many listening. The Major General continues to hold the soldier, his grip unwavering as he presses for answers. The soldier's face shows confusion, a question mark hovering above his head as he faces the Major General's wrath. A close-up reveals the soldier's uniform, a symbol of his duty and the rigid structure of military life. The Major General's face is a study in fury, his teeth bared and eyes narrowed as he demands the truth. The interrogation continues within the confines of the room. He stands firm, the soldier in camouflage uniform beside him. Major General Song Byamji considers the situation himself. The Major General suggests that the soldier should quit the special task force, as it will be checked out. The soldier listens intently, his expression unreadable beneath his helmet. The Major General's words hang in the air as a hand reaches for the doorknob, turning it. Song Byamji stands with his arms crossed, a stern look etched on his face. The soldier mentions General Gu Hakshil, adding that many people are listening. The Major General's expression darkens, his gaze intense. Someone warns against saying things that might cause misunderstandings as the door bursts open. The door is forced open with a loud crash. The soldier stands rigidly at attention, awaiting further instruction. Major General Song Byamji addresses the soldier, stating that the intervention in that dungeon raid was embarrassing. The soldier, startled by the Major General's words, shouts that he didn't hear anything. The Major General turns away, stating that the soldier's information was in those files. The Major General's words echo in the room, highlighting the soldier's unauthorized actions. Major General Song Byamji continues, saying that things are looking very suspicious. The soldier resolves not to bring the matter up anymore, despite his concerns. The soldier expresses his gratitude to the Major General, acknowledging the reprimand. The soldier stands firm, his boots planted on the ground as he listens intently. Major General Song Byamji elaborates on the cooperation between the STF commander and civilian company raid, and the soldier's personal interference. The Major General's thoughts drift to the STF's abnormal obsession and the anonymous reports, wondering if there's something else he should know. Major General Song Byamji's expression hardens as he considers the implications of the situation. The soldier wonders aloud about the mounting, ridiculous coincidences. A close-up reveals a standard-issue military radio attached to his vest. Eventually, the truth will surface, no matter how long it takes. The soldier, his expression grim, promises to reveal everything. For now, the soldier urges others to play along with the charade. He implores them not to acknowledge the mounting coincidences. Major General Song Byamji's face is set in a stern, knowing expression. The Major General's uniform bears the insignia of his rank. A disembodied voice promises to be waiting somewhere in the wings. The message indicates the speaker is associated with the 104th 4th Division, 4th Battalion. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the 104th 4th Division, 4th Battalion looms in the distance. Colonel Yu Jai-hai, 4th Battalion commander, reviews documents at her desk. She stands in her office, reviewing a document on a clipboard. A knock echoes through the room. Colonel Yu Jai-hai glances up from the report, her expression neutral as she gives permission. Come in. The door creaks open, the sound cutting through the otherwise silent office. A soldier with blue hair snaps to attention, offering a crisp salute. Yes, ma'am. The soldier introduces herself formally. Sergeant Sun Yun-seo at your service. Two steaming cups of coffee sit on a polished table, their dark surfaces reflecting the ambient light. A hand carefully lifts one of the cups, the ceramic warm against the skin. Colonel Yu Jai-hai holds the cup, a slight smile playing on her lips as she notes how quickly it was prepared. The sergeant, Sun Yun-seo, sits across from her, a surprised expression on her face. Kim Min-jun smiles, offering a polite, thank you. Yu Jai-hai finds it a bit embarrassing when someone points out how unusually fast things are done. The colonel takes a sip of her coffee, while the sergeant watches her reaction. Sun Yun-seo sighs, a hint of resignation in her voice. Yu Jai-hai continues to drink her coffee, seemingly unfazed by the comment. The colonel states that the man is an exception to the rule, while the sergeant looks on. The sergeant brings the conversation back to the topic at hand, stating the reason she wanted to see Yu Jai-hai. She explains that the Special Task Force recently contacted Colonel Yu Jai-hai. Yu Jai-hai sits, holding a cup, listening intently to what Sun Yun-seo has to say. The question hangs in the air. Is this true? Yu Jai-hai confirms that it is. Sun Yun-seo states that she wanted to see Yu Jai-hai to ask what she thinks about the situation. Yu Jai-hai assures her that she will prioritize her desires. The sergeant reveals that she turned them down on the spot. Yu Jai-hai thanks her for her concern. Yu Jai-hai expresses that she's glad to hear that, to be honest. Sun Yun-seo offers her thanks. The colonel looks at the sergeant, listening to her next statement. Sun Yinseo questions why Yu Jai-hai turned down the division her father is in. She continues, mentioning the special task force as she looks off to the side. The question hangs in the air. Why is Colonel Yu Jai-hai so insistent on remaining where she is? The camera focuses on Sergeant Sun Yinseo's uniform, highlighting her name tag and the Korean Hunter Corps insignia. The camera lingers on the patch, a symbol of the elite hunter division, as the conversation continues. The words hang in the air, a declaration of a rivalry that, for now, is only felt by one. The unseen speaker expresses a desire to one day surpass someone, their ambition burning bright. A soldier, clad in camouflage, stands ready, their purpose unknown but their posture suggesting readiness. Sun Yinseo reveals that the person in question is part of this division, adding another layer to the situation. A close-up of Sun Yinseo shows a slight smile playing on her lips, perhaps amused by the situation. Sergeant Sun Yinseo offers her support, stating that she will be cheering Yu Jai-hai on, who responds with a thank you. Anyway, Sun Yinseo asks if Yu Jai-hai is going on vacation next week, her expression one of anticipation. Sun Yinseo inquires if Yu Jai-hai has any plans, her expression hopeful as she awaits the answer. The words hang in the air, a confirmation of plans made. She stands with her squad, but the vacation has taken an unexpected turn. Yu Jai-hai's eyes widen in disbelief. The men behind the camo-clad soldier share her surprise. Their faces reflect a mix of shock and apprehension. The two groups stand facing each other outside the HF Sukchu building. An unexpected reunion unfolds. Suitcases roll to a halt, the sound echoing the sudden stop to their journeys. Colonel Yu Jai-hai's shock deepens as she stares at the unexpected arrival. "You, why are you here?" she demands. One of the men steps forward, his expression firm. "That's what I want to say," he retorts. The man's eyes narrow, his voice laced with disbelief. "What are you doing here? Today of all days too?" Confusion hangs heavy in the air. What is going on here? Oh, who do I see? His face contorts in a mixture of shock and dawning realization, the implications sinking in. Footsteps echo on the pavement, each step a deliberate advance into the unfolding confrontation. Fingers tighten around the suitcase handle, knuckles white with tension. Today of all days? A powerfully built man strides forward, a metallic suitcase held firmly in his grip. His face contorts in a grimace, teeth bared in what seems like suppressed fury. The man's collar is crisp and white, but his expression is anything but calm as he demands, "What is going on?" Elsewhere, a bright sky stretches above a balcony, the railing a barrier between the inside and the world beyond. People stroll along the balcony, some carrying bags, enjoying the open air and the change of scenery. A man exclaims, surprised, that he didn't expect to meet the 4th Battalion members here. Another voice declares that it is fate, of course, to be serving in 5 standby. A man with slicked back hair and a leopard print shirt smiles broadly, adjusting his sunglasses with a confident air. The group is excited about getting vacation time and passes for the resort that only the higher-ups of the Hunter Corps get. The men are in high spirits, finding the resort to be a great experience. Their laughter fills the air as they enjoy the vacation. The man in the green shirt looks surprised, realizing that the 4th Battalion members are also present at the resort. Elsewhere, a man's face contorts in anger, his brow furrowed and eyes narrowed in intense frustration. Leaning against the wall, the man reflects on the situation, his expression a mix of contemplation and annoyance. The man's eyes widen in surprise as he acknowledges someone's return, his expression a mix of shock and curiosity. The man questions why Major General Sun Tae-ho wanted to see him, his tone laced with suspicion and concern. The man falls backward onto the bed, his body language suggesting a mix of shock and disbelief at the question. He reflects on how he knew the Major General's daughter would be here, dismissing it as more than just a coincidence. The man expresses his unease about the place from the start, envying the youngest for not being present. The man's eyes burn with anger, his expression a clear indication of his intense frustration and resentment. The man standing over the other on the bed states that he understands, noting that the other seems to have misunderstood the situation. He reflects on the fact that division commanders are supposed to be busy, implying that something is amiss. One of the men wonders how someone manages to drop people off every single time. Another man laughs, suggesting they're on vacation and should enjoy their time. The man gestures with his hand, seemingly agreeing with the sentiment of enjoying their vacation. Someone remarks that the beach looked really nice on the way there. The man reacts with surprise, his eyes widening as he says, "Right?" Another man smiles, suggesting that they should enjoy the summer. A man in a red suit smiles confidently, his fingers touching his chin. A man is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The man in the blue shirt delivers a punch, his face contorted in anger. A voice warns someone to get changed or face the wrath of Major General Sun. The man in the white shirt stands over 2 fallen men, his back turned to the viewer. The man's expression is one of intense focus, his hand clenched into a fist. He gives a thumbs up, a small smile playing on his lips. The man repeats the gesture, this time directed at another man standing nearby. The other man seems surprised by the gesture, questioning if he too is motivated. He turns away, looking out the window with a thoughtful expression. The man's gaze drifts downward, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a speech bubble hangs in the sky, its contents obscured by distance. A young boy prepares to hit a beach ball as a woman in a blue jacket watches with a smile. A group of people stand on the beach, enjoying the sun and the company. Someone adjusts the drawstring on their shorts, preparing for a game. A group of women stand together, their expressions a mix of excitement and anticipation. A close-up shows a woman's torso in a swimsuit, the fabric pulled tight. A volleyball soars over the net as players prepare to make their next move. He throws himself forward, arms outstretched, determined to keep the volleyball from hitting the sand. A woman with flowing blue hair leaps high above the net, her hand poised to slam the ball down. Under the shade of a beach umbrella, a woman with pink hair carefully applies sunscreen to her arm, while a teammate sprints past. The beach volleyball game unfolds against the backdrop of the ocean, the players scattered across the sand. A man wearing a leopard print shirt tumbles backwards into the surf, arms flailing as he loses his balance. Kim Min-jun's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed in focused intensity as he watches the game. Two men struggle to carry another, their faces strained with effort as they hoist him up. The group on the beach watches the spectacle unfold, their expressions a mix of amusement and concern. A man bites his lip, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding chaos. The group of friends stands together on the beach, their bodies tense with anticipation as they watch the game. A woman with long, flowing blue hair smiles warmly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The woman's blue shirt clings to her form, revealing the curve of her stomach and the outline of her bikini bottoms. The beach stretches out, dotted with umbrellas offering shade from the sun. A group of men sit together on the sand, enjoying the view of the ocean. The beach is bustling with activity, people relaxing and enjoying the sunny day. A man smiles broadly, his eyes crinkling at the corners with amusement. Someone remarks that the ocean is indeed quite nice on this particular day. The sound of something hitting the ground echoes through the air. A beach ball rests on the sand, its bright colors standing out against the tan. A young boy kneels, clutching a beach ball, ready to play. The boy's eyes widen, a look of surprise or concern on his face. A woman scolds the boy, telling him not to go too far from her. The woman looks up, a confused expression on her face as she wonders what she is seeing. The woman questions if what she sees is vapor as she looks out over the beach. A hazy sky hangs above a jagged mountain range, the peaks shrouded in mist. The view shifts, now showing the surface of a deep blue ocean, the water rippling gently. The camera focuses on the dark, rocky mountains as a sharp whoosh sound echoes through the air. The ocean's surface reflects the dim light as the same whoosh sound reverberates, hinting at an unseen force.